The bounties on the first floor were all F rank: finding cats, delivering letters, clearing mutated rats. But here, E rank hunting mission: eliminate the Echobat colony along the turbid water river. Reward: 8,000 credit points or equivalent Human Alliance contribution points. D rank exploration mission: map the deep areas of Subway Line 3 in the North District Old City. Reward: 25,000 credit points. Additional reward: a VIP invitation letter from the Stitchers organization. Invitation letter effect: with this letter, enjoy a one-time custom modification service with 20% off material fees. E rank hunting mission: hunt the meat cabinet butcher in the South Ring Wasteland food processing plant. Reward: 12,000 credit points. The client will additionally purchase its incorruptible heart. Every mission here was full of deadly danger, and also full of deadly temptation. Gui's gaze finally settled on the mission concerning the meat cabinet butcher. According to the intelligence description in the mission, it was an E rank physical entity anomaly. It was formed by the resentment of a butcher in an abandoned slaughterhouse merged with a large amount of decaying flesh. It possessed immense strength and a certain degree of regeneration. Its weakness was unknown. Containing a powerful E rank form card was exactly what he needed most right now. This was very suitable. Good eye, the one-eyed owner's voice sounded beside him. This mission has been hanging here for almost half a month. 2 strong hunter teams have already fallen to it. That guy is very troublesome. Not only is it terrifyingly strong, but as long as it's in that factory full of flesh and blood, it's very difficult to kill completely. Gui was silent for a moment, then asked, "What are the requirements to accept this mission?" The one-eyed owner smiled. "Very simple. Prove you have E rank strength. Or..." His single eye looked deeply at Gui. "Let me acknowledge your strength. Now. I acknowledge you." He extended his hand. "Welcome, Hunter. From now on, you can call me One-Eyed. Gui also extended his hand and shook it lightly. He needed a codename that could represent his abilities. He thought for a moment, then spoke 2 words. "Black box." "Black box?" One-Eye chewed on the word. "A mysterious entity whose input and output are known, but whose internal structure is not." This codename was quite interesting. "Very well, Black box. One-Eyed nodded. "Then I wish you a pleasant hunt." He turned and left, leaving Gui alone, standing before the cold bounty wall. His gaze was like a raptor locking onto its prey, staring intently at the words "meat cabinet butcher." The hunter had found his prey. The pieces are in their positions. After accepting the hunting mission, Gui didn't immediately leave the tavern. He found the darkest corner on the 2nd floor and sat down. He ordered the cheapest black water wine. Then he began to silently observe the ecology of the place. He listened to the information inadvertently revealed by the hunters during their conversations. "The North District's old city isn't clean lately. I heard several people died at the Silent Ones camp. The Stitchers have released a new material list. This time they want the vocal cords of a weeping banshee. Who the hell dares to mess with that thing?" Gui was like a sponge, greedily absorbing all this free information. An hour later, he finished the wine in his glass. He got up and left the tavern. He didn't go straight home. Instead, he took a detour to Scrap Iron Mountain in the West District. The unfettered Iron Legion was strong. But every reshaping of form, every blocked attack, would consume the metallic substance stored in the compendium. As for replenishing the metallic substance, Gui looked at the mountain-like garbage pile before him. This was his cheapest gas station. Gui extended his right hand, and a constantly changing, liquid metal-like unfettered Iron Legion appeared in his palm. He pressed his hand onto a discarded armor plate. He activated Swarm Predation. The sturdy special alloy plate seemed to be doused with strong acid. It began to decompose and soften at a visible speed. transforming into streams of silver light that were completely absorbed into Gui's palm. Looking at the compendium interface, at the slowly increasing metal reserve progress bar, Gui finally felt a slight sense of security. Devouring District Garrison Force Dormitory. Wang Xiaoming sat by the bed. He stared blankly at the bandaged wound on his arm. The wound wasn't deep, but it hurt a lot. Yet this physical pain was far less than the overwhelming shame and lingering fear in his heart. Reckless, naive, foolish. He couldn't find more suitable words to describe his actions today. He thought he was a hero going to uphold justice. Instead, he was like an idiot offering his neck to the slaughter. He almost died in a third-rate gang slaughterhouse. If it weren't for that mysterious middle-aged bald man. Just thinking about that man sent a chill down Wang Xiaoming's spine. The living, black armor covering his arm. The terrifying strength to deflect bullets with his bare hands. The calm, emotionless gaze. That person was definitely not a good sort. But he saved him. Why? Wang Xiaoming couldn't understand. But the only thing he was sure of was that he owed the other person his life. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. His captain walked in. He was carrying an insulated lunchbox. How are you feeling? The captain placed the lunchbox on the table. Captain. Wang Xiaoming suddenly stood up. I'm sorry. All right. The captain waved his hand. No need for apologies. I've already suppressed your disciplinary report. Consider this a lesson for you, kid. He opened the lunchbox. Inside was steaming hot synthetic protein porridge. Eat? You young people are just prone to impulsiveness. Always thinking you can change the world. Wang Xiaoming didn't move. He lowered his head, his voice a little hoarse. Captain. Am I useless? The captain was silent for a moment. He walked to the window and looked at the gloomy sky outside. He slowly said. Xiao Wang, do you know how the wall was built? Wang Xiaoming was stunned. It's made of stabilized anchor concrete. No. The captain shook his head. It's built with countless useless hotheads like you. Piled up brick by brick with their blood and bones. Having drive is a good thing. But just having drive is foolish. You need to learn to use your brain. He turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoming. You want to continue investigating that case, right? Wang Xiaoming suddenly looked up. Yes. Good. The captain nodded. From now on, forget you're a soldier. Learn to think like someone from the searing zone. Find their rules, their language. Use every resource you can to see and listen. Instead of rushing in like an idiot. That's real investigation. Wang Xiaoming looked at the captain's serious yet encouraging eyes. The confusion in his heart gradually dispersed, replaced by an unprecedented determination. He picked up the spoon and began to eat the porridge heartily. At the same time, near the Great Gate in the East District of the Searing Zone, in a private room on the second floor of an inconspicuous tea house, Old Man Wang sat upright. Across from him was Commander Lin, dressed in plain clothes. On the table, 2 cups of hot tea emitted wisps of white steam. Everyone has been pulled back. Commander Lin spoke first, concisely. Old Man Wang nodded, picked up his teacup, and blew on it. He didn't ask about casualties. Old soldiers like them understood. The word pulled back itself said it all. The net is bigger than we thought. Commander Lin continued. We have an inside man. Old Man Wang's motion of drinking tea paused. But it was only a brief pause. He drained his tea. Then he looked at Commander Lin. What do you need me to do? He didn't waste words and cut straight to the chase. Commander Lin looked at his weather-beaten face. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by a deeper resolve. He dipped his finger in some tea and drew a circle on the table. Then he added a few dots outside the circle. Official personnel going in are targets. His voice was heavy. I need a pair of eyes not on the list. Help me watch this circle. Find those dots that we can't see. Old Man Wang looked at the slowly drying water stains on the table. He fell silent. He knew the weight of this mission. The inside man was within their own ranks. This meant that Commander Lin had few people left he could trust. He, a chess piece long since dead, had become the safest choice. Good. He only said one word. Commander Lin took out something that looked like a lighter from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a secure communicator. Do not activate it unless it's an emergency. Then he added. You're not fighting alone. I've already deployed another chess piece. Codenamed Mole. You don't need to actively seek him out. No contact, fight your own battles. Just knowing he exists is enough. Mole. Old Man Wang chewed on the codename. He nodded. Understood. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Commander Lin stood up. Take care, old friend. You too. Old Man Wang didn't get up. He just picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup. Looking out at the perpetually gloomy sky, his eyes became incredibly deep. Slaughterhouse Back Alley, South District. This was the bloodiest place in the entire searing zone. The ground was always slippery and greasy. The air was filled with the stench of rotting flesh and offal. A man with a hideous knife scar on his face was dragging the hind leg of an unknown mutated creature, almost as heavy as he was. He struggled towards the slaughterhouse's acquisition point. He was in rags, reeking. His eyes were numb, yet held a hint of a wild dog's ferocity. It was Mole in disguise. Stop! Two burly butchered gang members at the entrance of the acquisition point stopped him. Their eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. Where did this water rat come from? This thing isn't fresh, we'll give you 30 points at most. 50. Mole looked up, his voice hoarse. Otherwise, I'll drag it to the black market. Damn it! You dare to haggle? One butcher's eyes widened, ready to strike. Wait. The others stopped him. He sized up Mole from head to toe. How did you get that scar on your face? Got my head cracked open in a turf war. Mole replied expressionlessly. Are your hands and feet still nimble? I can kill. Ha! The butcher laughed. He leaned close to Mole's ear and whispered. The slaughterhouse is short a scavenger lately. Someone to deal with the disobedient neat. Want the job? Is there food? Plenty. I'll do it. Mole didn't hesitate. He dropped the beast leg, as if discarding his last bit of past. Following the butcher, he walked into the deeper, darker reaches of the slaughterhouse. The eve of the hunt. Part 1. Returning from the Scrap Iron Mountain in the West District, Gui felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. On the interface of the Bazaar Compendium, the progress bar representing metal reserves was almost full. He could feel every bone plate of the Legion armor becoming sturdier and more hungry, as if it could respond to his will at any moment to form its most lethal shape. This was his greatest confidence in daring to hunt E-class Bazaar creatures alone. Upon returning to the Hive apartment, he did not rest. Instead, he walked directly to Chen Hao's repair shop. Hunting relied not just on brute force, but more importantly on intelligence and targeted tactics. Ahao, lend me a hand. He placed the bounty poster for the meat cabinet butcher on the table. This is my next target. Chen Hao picked up the poster and examined it carefully, the blue light from his datapad reflecting off his glasses. E-class physical type, he read. High physical attack, high regenerative ability. Location, South Ring Wasteland, third food processing plant. He paused for a moment, then asked, alone? Yes, Gui nodded. Chen Hao did not try to dissuade him. He simply put down the poster and looked at Gui. What do you need? This was why Gui liked dealing with Chen Hao, no nonsense, always straight to the point. Intelligence, Gui said, a word that surprised Chen Hao slightly. I need more detailed information about this food processing plant. For example, its internal layout, the distribution of ventilation ducts, and the detailed combat reports from the 2 failed hunter teams before. You can buy these things from One-Eyed, but they're too expensive and might not be genuine. Chen Hao understood. He nodded. The Searing Zone's local network should have it. Most blueprints for abandoned buildings can be found. As for the combat reports, he paused. I can try to hack into One-Eye's ground floor server. But the risk is very high, and it might not succeed. Just do your best, Gui patted his shoulder. And this. Gui took out a subtly wriggling object wrapped in a sample box from his backpack. When opened, it revealed a translucent, bizarre biological tissue emitting a pungent, fishy odor. This was the core of an F-class bizarre creature, corrosive slime, that he had casually dealt with in a polluted ditch on the edge of the scrap iron mountain. I need something that can temporarily suppress biological regeneration. Gui had thought it through clearly. The most troublesome aspect of the meat cabinet butcher was its regenerative ability. If he could find a way to suppress it, even for a few seconds, it would be enough to create a lethal opportunity for himself. Chen Hao put on his goggles and gloves, carefully picked up a small piece of tissue with tweezers, his eyes gleaming with the excitement and focus of a tech enthusiast seeing new material. He dripped the tissue onto a discarded iron plate. A faint sizzling sound was heard, and a small pit was rapidly corroded into the iron plate. Strongly acidic, Chen Hao muttered to himself. But the activity is unstable, direct use would be very ineffective. He pondered for a moment, then rummaged through his pile of precious junk parts, pulling out several empty small high-pressure gas canisters. It's possible, he looked up at Gui. I can purify and catalyze its core tissue, then inject it into these high-pressure gas canisters, making them into single-use, corrosive bombs. Just throw them, and when they explode, the coverage should be about 3 meters. Sprayed onto a flesh target, it can cause large-scale tissue necrosis instantly, enough to interrupt its regeneration. How many can you make? 3, Chen Hao adjusted his glasses. The purification of such unstable biological material involves significant loss. Charge it to my account. All right, Gui smiled. A quartermaster who could provide intelligence and technical support at any time was invaluable. Meanwhile, in the water rat maze of the South District, in a dark, damp alley, Old Man Wang and 2 ragged scavengers were gathered around a fire, burning trash, drinking the cheapest black water liquor. Damn it, things have been really strange lately, a scavenger with a missing front tooth spat into the fire. The slaughterhouse side has gone crazy. Before, we could still go to their back alley to pick up some unwanted bone scraps. Now, they don't even let us get close. You're telling me, another man, thin as a bamboo pole, also complained. I even heard they're recruiting scavengers everywhere lately, but they don't want experienced people like us. They specifically recruit those rootless water rats. And the pay is quite high. Old Man Wang listened silently, his face expressionless, but he mentally noted every piece of fragmented information. He didn't ask anything about red circles. He simply acted like a true old scavenger worried about his livelihood, raising his wine bowl and sighing. It's getting harder and harder to make a living, he said hoarsely. Who knows what unspeakable things those big shots are cooking up again? The man with the missing tooth leaned closer, lowering his voice. Old Man Wang, I'm telling you. You absolutely must not go near the slaughterhouse to join the fun. A distant nephew of mine went in last month. To this day, he's neither alive nor dead. I suspect, he made a throat-slitting gesture, they were all processed as material. Old Man Wang's eyes sharpened suddenly, but were quickly masked by a hazy, drunken look. He patted the man with the missing tooth on the shoulder. "Thanks, brother. Come, drink, drink." At night, Old Man Wang returned to his small hut. After confirming no one was around, he took out the single-line communicator, which looked like a lighter, from a hidden compartment in his bed frame. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding not to activate it. There was still too little information. Contacting Commander Lin now would be meaningless. He simply replayed and analyzed all the information he had heard that day in his mind. Recruiting scavengers? Neither alive nor dead. The end point of the disappearances is all around the perimeter of the slaughterhouse. A vague, blood-soaked web was slowly forming in his mind. And the center of this web seemed to point to an unknown corner of the slaughterhouse. He needed an opportunity to get in and see. Slaughterhouse back alley, cold storage no. 3. This was a restricted area of the entire slaughterhouse. At this moment, the iron door of the cold storage slowly opened, and a smell of blood 10 times stronger than outside, mixed with the scent of formaldehyde, surged out. Sister Hong, dressed in a tight red leather outfit, swayed her voluptuous waist and walked in. Behind her, several expressionless strong men carried a human-shaped object wrapped in black cloth, following her inside. In a corner, a man with a knife scar on his face, who was using a high-pressure water gun to wash away bloodstains on the ground, looked up and glanced out of the corner of his eye. It was Mole. He saw that the black cloth had slipped a corner due to the jostling, revealing a bloodless arm of a young girl. The girl's fingernails were painted pink. Mole's expression did not change in the slightest. He lowered his head expressionlessly and continued to wash the ground, as if he had seen nothing. Recruiting scavengers? Neither alive nor dead. The end point of the disappearances is all around the perimeter of the slaughterhouse. The eve of the hunt, Part 2. The outskirts of Scrap Iron Mountain in the West District. On an abandoned open space designated as a training ground. Bang! Li Fei's body was once again violently slammed to the ground like a broken sandbag, kicking up a cloud of dust mixed with rust and oil. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, feeling as if his internal organs were out of place. Get up! Old Man Wang's thunderous voice rang in his ears. Your enemy won't give you time to breathe. Li Fei gritted his teeth and propped himself up with trembling arms. He looked at the man before him, unshakable like a mountain. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. Again! He roared, charging forward once more like a wounded leopard. Straight punch. Leg sweep. Elbow strike. His attacks were fierce and swift, carrying the unstoppable momentum of youth. But in front of Old Man Wang, all of it seemed so naive and ridiculous. Old Man Wang didn't even move his feet. He simply sidestepped, blocked, and deflected, easily neutralizing all of Li Fei's offensives. Then, a seemingly slow but ultimately fast body check. Thump! Li Fei flew out again. This time he couldn't get up. He could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. All the bones in his body felt like they had come undone. Is that all you've got? Old Man Wang walked up to him, looking down with no sympathy in his eyes, only cold disappointment. You can't even beat an old man like me, who already has one foot in the grave. You still want to test for the garrison force? To deliver food to those anomalies? Li Fei wanted to retort but couldn't utter a single word. He was unconvinced. But he also knew that Old Man Wang was telling the truth. Just then, a calm voice came from not far away. Old man, that's enough. Keep going and your precious apprentice will really fall apart. Gui leaned against a scrap truck, arms crossed. He had been watching for almost 10 minutes. Li Fei's eyes lit up when he saw him. He struggled to sit up. When did you get here, kid? Old man Wang glanced at Gui. Just arrived. Gui walked over and tossed a bottle of water to Li Fei on the ground. Then he looked at old man Wang. I'm going out for a bit. Got a job. Just came to tell you. Old man Wang nodded, not asking further. He knew Gui had his own path to follow. Li Fei took a few sips of water and recovered his strength. He sat up, looking at Gui with a hint of envy. You're already taking on missions by yourself now. Just good luck. Gui smiled. How about you? Are you confident about the assessment? Li Fei scratched his head, the excitement on his face fading a little. He became a bit unsure. I don't know. Uncle Wang is too strong. I can't even last 10 moves against him. Nonsense. Old man Wang glared at him and cursed. The skills I teach you are for life and death situations. Not the flashy moves those new recruits in the garrison force learn. He paused, his tone softening a little. Remember, kid. Use that reckless spirit of yours in the right place. Sometimes, surviving on the battlefield is more important than winning. Gui heard this and gave old man Wang a thoughtful look. He patted Li Fei's shoulder. Hear that? An old soldier's experience is more precious than anything. Study hard, you. With that, he turned to leave. I.e. Li Fei suddenly called out to him. Wait for me. When I get into the garrison force. He shouted with all his might. I'll look out for you all in the future. I'll make sure all of you live in the Devouring district. Gui paused in his steps. He didn't look back. He just raised his hand and waved it backward. All right. I'll be waiting. South District Orphanage. The afternoon sun was lazy. Lin Xiaoqi was sitting in front of an old organ missing a few keys. Playing an old-world nursery rhyme. A group of pale and skinny children gathered around her, singing loudly. After the song ended, the children cheered and ran out in a swarm. The activity room instantly became quiet. Lin Xiaoqi watched the happy backs of the children. A gentle smile appeared on her face. But very quickly, her brows furrowed slightly again. She stood up and walked to the corner of the activity room. There was a wall there used as a graffiti wall. It was covered with children's imaginative drawings. But in the past few days, some strange things began to appear on the wall. Some incomplete circles drawn with red crayons. Crooked and twisted. At first, Lin Xiaoqi didn't pay attention. But today she discovered. These red circle graffiti had become more numerous. And not just on the graffiti wall. Even in the corners of the corridor, and on the backs of tables. Similar patterns appeared. It was as if a strange virus was quietly spreading. What concerned her even more was that she recently kept hearing the children privately humming a nursery rhyme she had never heard before. The song had no lyrics. Only a very short, simple melody. But the tune was indescribably strange. Like a music box out of tune. Listening to it for too long would make one inexplicably uneasy. She had asked the children where they learned it. The children all giggled and said they heard it in a dream. Am I overthinking this? Lin Xiaoqi reached out and gently stroked the cold red circle on the wall. A somewhat uncomfortable, waxy stickiness came from her fingertips. She comforted herself this way. But that inexplicable unease, like dark clouds on a gloomy day, quietly settled in her heart. Lingering. Devouring District Garrison Force Headquarters Data Center. Wang Xiaoming sat at his workstation. His expression focused. His eyes no longer held the previous confusion and impulsiveness. Instead, there was a calm persistence, like a hound's. He no longer touched the encrypted, missing persons files. That would only tip them off. He kept the captain's teachings in mind. Learn to think like a searing zone person. What do people in the searing zone care about? They don't care about justice. They only care about where their next meal is coming from. And how to survive the night. And so, Wang Xiaoming began to approach it from another angle. He accessed the searing zone's material flow data for the past 3 months. This was an extremely vast, tedious database. It recorded the flow of all official supplies, from a carload of nutrient paste to a box of purification bullets. He put himself in the shoes of a searing zone gang leader. If I had to feed a large group of subordinates, if I were to conduct some secret activity that required a lot of consumption, then what would I need most? Food? Weapons? Medicine? No. Wang Xiaoming's fingertips tapped rapidly on the keyboard. One word was set as his highest priority search keyword. Sedative. A high-concentration drug strictly controlled by the military, used to suppress the rampant contamination value. This stuff was more precious than bullets. It was the hard currency of all those who licked blood from the knife's edge and frequently operated in contaminated areas. Soon, records of seemingly normal losses were filtered out. 3 boxes of sedatives lost due to a car accident during transport from the East District outpost. 5 boxes of sedatives lost due to a fire caused by aging wiring in the West District Supply Station warehouse. 2 boxes of sedatives lost due to a break-in at the South District Medical Point. These reports all had official closing statements. They seemed flawless. But when Wang Xiaoming cross-referenced the time and location of these accidents with the sealed missing persons cases, his pupils suddenly contracted. All locations where accidents occurred were surprisingly close to the locations where missing persons cases occurred. And the times also coincided astonishingly. This was no accident. This was an organized, systematic, inside job. Someone was using their position to secretly transport these strategic materials, which should have belonged to the human alliance, batch by batch, and sell them to some underground force in the searing zone. And this force? Wang Xiaoming looked at the ultimate direction of the data flow. All accident radiation zones pointed to the same place. South District Slaughterhouse Back Alley. He leaned back in his chair. He let out a long breath. His eyes were cold and held a hint of suppressed excitement. He had finally found the first thread that could be pulled on that invisible net. The hunt begins. Target, the butcher at the meat counter. 2 days later. Dusk. Gui got what he needed. Chen Hao hacked into One-Eye's server. Although it only lasted less than 30 seconds. But it was enough for him to download those 2 encrypted battle reports, as well as a structural blueprint of the food processing plant, not too clear but sufficient. Their firewall is more powerful than I thought. Chen Hao pushed his glasses up, a hint of exhaustion on his face. I was almost counter-tracked. Thank you for your hard work. Gui looked at the dense information on the datapad. I owe you this favor. We don't need to talk like that between us. Chen Hao handed over a palm-sized bottle, modified from a glass bottle and filled with a viscous, dark green liquid. Several unstable-looking fuses were wrapped around the bottle. Your secret weapon, he explained cautiously. Just throw it, and if it explodes, the coverage should be about 3 meters. Sprayed on a flesh target, it can cause large-scale tissue necrosis instantly. It should be able to counter that thing's regeneration. Gui took the item that looked like a homemade grenade, feeling the extremely unstable energy inside the bottle. This thing was simply a deadly poison tailor-made for the meat cabinet butcher. I'll transfer the money to you. No need. Chen Hao shook his head. You provided the materials. I just moved my hands. And... He paused, his eyes complex. I also want to see. How far can I go hunting with something I made? Gui looked at his eyes, mixed with anticipation and worry. He nodded. Don't worry. I'll tell you. Late that night. South Ring Wasteland. The moon was obscured by thick, gray clouds. Only a few pale rays of light struggled to cast onto the earth, making this vast ruin look more like a cold, dead cemetery. Gui was like a ghost, moving between the rusted, steel gravestones. He didn't take the main road. Instead, relying on the hand-drawn map old man Wine gave him, and his own memory of the terrain, he chose the most secluded and safest route. An hour later, the silhouette of a huge, silent building appeared on the horizon. Wanchuan City Third Food Processing Plant. This place was once the heart that supplied canned and instant food products to the entire city. And now, it was merely a cold, abandoned steel corpse, and the lair of an E-class. Gui did not approach immediately. He hid behind a half-collapsed low wall. He took out a small, military-grade telescope from his backpack. He had bought this at a high price from Wrench with the bounty from his last echo bat hunt. He carefully observed every corner of the factory. Broken windows, open cargo doors, and the huge exhaust chimney pointing directly to the sky. Everything was exactly as marked on the blueprint. Silence. A deadly silence. Not even the most common rat of grievance could be seen here. This itself was the most dangerous signal. It indicated all the low level in this area had already been completely devoured by the Lord here. Gui put down his telescope. He did not choose to break in through the front door. That would be the most foolish approach. He circled to the side of the factory. There was a row of high windows for ventilation. The glass in the windows was long shattered. Only twisted steel bars and the howling night wind remained. Gui took a deep breath. Spiritual power slowly circulated within his body. Form card, Echobat activated. His body began to shrink and deform. A pair of wide, black fur-covered bat wings suddenly spread from his back. His legs curled up, transforming into sharp talons. His ears became long, pointed, and sensitive. A few seconds later, a grotesque echobat, much larger than its ordinary counterparts, silently gripped the wall. Then, with a flap of its wings, it flew silently into the broken window. The interior of the factory was a huge, high-ceilinged workshop. The air was filled with an indescribable stench, a mixture of machine oil, blood, and rotten fat. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dark red, viscous substance, like dried blood plasma. Stepping on it produced a disgusting squish, squish sound. Production lines that had long ceased operation lay across the workshop like the ribs of a giant beast. They were covered with solidified, unidentified chunks of meat and internal organs. Gui hung upside down from a steel beam at the top of the workshop, overlooking this hellish scene from the perspective of an echo bat. He didn't immediately go looking for the meat cabinet butcher. Instead, he first activated the echo bat's signature ability. Sonar detection. Buzz. An invisible sound wave, inaudible to humans, instantly spread out from him as its center, sweeping over every corner of the entire workshop. The next second, a three-dimensional, black and white map composed of countless sound wave reflections clearly appeared in his mind. He saw the layout of the workshop, the direction of the production lines, the obstacles scattered on the ground. Even the depth of every crack in the walls was crystal clear. At the same time, he also saw several dazzling red light clusters representing high-density biological reactions. One was in the cold storage at the end of the workshop. It was huge. It should be the main body of the meat cabinet butcher. And the other three smaller ones were scattered in different corners of the workshop, hidden beneath the shadows of the production lines. Motionless, like cunning crocodiles ambushing their prey. A trap? Gu Yi's heart tightened. Those 2 battle reports hadn't mentioned it having clones or accomplices. It seemed this guy had evolved again during its 2 previous hunts. Gu Yi did not act rashly. He was like the most patient hunter, silently observing, waiting for the best moment to strike. Time passed by second by second. Half an hour later, one of the smaller red light clusters moved. It seemed to have grown impatient. It began to move slowly through the workshop. Gu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Opportunity. He completely concealed his presence. With a flap of his wings, like a leaf merging into the darkness, he glided silently towards the moving light cluster. He wanted to first eliminate one of this guy's claws, to test its strength. Soon, he approached the target. It was a small hill made of discarded sheet metal and conveyor belts. The light cluster was hidden inside. Gu Yi slowly descended onto the top of the hill. He switched from the Echobat to another form more suitable for combat. Form card, Skeletal Hound activated. His body twisted and deformed silently in midair. A gaunt, skeletal body. Sharp claws, capable of tearing through sheet metal. And that perfect stealth ability, almost undetectable in the darkness. A skeletal hound, more agile and deadly than its prototype, quietly took shape. He pushed aside a layer of greasy sheet metal and looked down. He saw a writhing meatball stitched together from countless swollen arms, legs, and heads, quietly lying there. The surface of the meatball was still breathing, opening and closing. Disgusting, but not as strong as he had imagined. Gu Yi's eye sockets, burning with pale white soul fire, instantly locked on. Now! His skeletal body, like an arrow released from a bowstring, silently pounced down from above. His sharp bone claws aimed directly at the center of that meatball. First encounter. Poof! The sound of claws tearing into flesh. Dull and grating. Gu Yi, transformed into a skeletal hound, descended from above. For bone claws, sharp as razors, precisely pierced the flesh ball's body. Screech! The flesh ball let out a sharp, non-human shriek. The countless arms that made up its body instantly came alive. Like a startled swarm of snakes, they wildly clawed at Gu Yi. Tearing. Entwining. Squeezing. But Gu Yi gave it no chance. The skeletal hound's fighting style was never about brute force. It was about the most primitive, most efficient, tearing. Roar! A low growl from the depths of his soul. Gu Yi exerted force from his abdomen. His limb bones suddenly pushed outwards. Rip! The seemingly tough flesh ball was torn open in the middle like a piece of rag, creating a huge gash. Green, foul-smelling pus and tissue exploded out, splattering everywhere. The heart-wrenching shriek abruptly stopped. All the limbs that made up the flesh ball went limp, as if all vitality had been lost in an instant. Dead? Gu Yi felt no relaxation. He warily jumped off the pile of rotten flesh, maintaining a stance ready to attack at any moment. He stared intently at the corpse before him. Sure enough, the next second, a sudden change occurred. The pile of rotten flesh, which should have been dead, began to violently squirm, as if an invisible hand was kneading this Play-Doh. The torn wounds were healing at a visible rate. Not only that. From the continuously surging flesh and blood, a completely new thing slowly grew out. It was an enormous, fanged mouth. The battle report mentioned it. This was the meat cabinet butcher's predator form. Whoosh! The giant mouth suddenly opened. An incredibly powerful suction instantly erupted. Shredded meat, scrap metal, and even some small parts on the ground were all swept up by this suction. madly rushing towards that mouth. Gui was prepared. He plunged his bone claws deep into the ground, firmly anchoring his body, letting the hurricane-like airflow sweep past him. After devouring a large amount of nutrients, the giant mouth became even larger than before. And its target was never Gui from the beginning, but the scattered shredded meat belonging to itself. It was recycling. It was regenerating. He couldn't drag this out any longer. He had to deal with it before it fully recovered. Gui's killing intent was firm. He pushed against the suction, his hind legs stomping hard on the ground. His entire skeletal body, like a white lightning bolt, advanced against the airflow instead of retreating, charging straight towards the constantly devouring giant mouth. Roar! The giant mouth seemed not to have expected this prey to be so fearless. It let out an angry roar. The suction became even stronger. 2 rows of dagger-like fangs snapped shut, intending to bite the charging skeleton into pieces. But Gui was faster. Just as the fangs were about to close, his figure had already rushed to the front of the giant mouth. He didn't charge into his death directly, but executed an extremely nimble sidestep. His sharp bone claws scraped past the slime-covered teeth. Screech! Sending up a string of dazzling sparks. Immediately after, his whip-like bone tail lashed out fiercely, precisely striking the side of the giant mouth. Crack! A crisp sound. The giant mouth was violently twisted by this immense force. Its closing motion also paused for an instant. Now, Gui opened his mouth, spitting out the gift specially prepared by Chinhao, which he had already readied, the corrosive bomb. The glass bottle filled with dark green liquid traced a perfect arc, flying precisely into the giant mouth that hadn't fully closed yet. No! From the huge cold storage at the end of the factory, a blurred roar, filled with shock and anger, rang out. That was the voice of the meat cabinet butcher's main body. It seemed to realize the danger and wanted to command its minion to spit out the bomb. But it was too late. The moment Gui spat out the bomb, his body shot backward, creating an absolutely safe distance from the flesh ball. The next second, bang! A dull burst sounded from within the flesh ball. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even a flash of fire. The flesh ball, which had just been incredibly arrogant, suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, plumes of dark green smoke furiously billowed out from its orifices and every crack in its body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. That was the sound of strong acid corroding flesh. The flesh ball began to tremble violently. It let out silent screams. Its body was rapidly melting from the inside out in an extremely terrifying manner. Skin, muscles, fat, all turned into bubbling, foul-smelling pus in the dark green smoke. In just a few seconds, the predator that had been so ferocious moments ago completely transformed into an unrecognizably shaped puddle of mud, still corroding the ground. Gui stood in the distance, his pale soul fire flickering silently in his eye sockets. Watching this efficient death, which he had personally orchestrated, his heart was devoid of any ripples. He simply realized one thing more clearly. Hunting never relied on brute force, but on brains and more deadly fangs. However, before he could savor the joy of victory, a will 10 times stronger than before, filled with savagery and hunger, instantly locked onto him. Rumble! The entire factory began to shake violently. The heavy, cold iron door at the end of the workshop was slowly opening. A colossal, suffocating figure, purely composed of malice, was stepping out from the endless darkness. The true lord, the meat cabinet butcher, had awakened. Butcher at the meat counter. Boom! The heavy steel cold storage door was violently smashed open from the inside by an immense force. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the darkness, like the gaping maw of an abyss. Gui instantly held his breath. It was a pure terror aggregate, indescribable in words. Its lower body was a meat mountain base formed by countless swollen, purplish human thighs stitched together. Its upper body was a headless giant, over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles. Its left arm was a bone blade pieced together from bones and an iron hook, while its right arm was an enormous, still dripping butcher's knife. E-Class Bizarre Meat Cabinet Butcher. The moment it appeared, the bizarre compendium in Guyi's mind vibrated wildly. A line of cold text emerged. Scanned containment target, Meat Cabinet Butcher. Containment condition, find and destroy the incorruptible heart. Incorruptible heart. Guyi quickly pondered. The heart is the vital point of all living creatures. But with such a massive body, where would that heart be hidden? You killed my child. A muffled thought, filled with violent rage, exploded directly in Guyi's mind. It had no eyes, but Guyi could feel a cold, murderous gaze fixed firmly on him. Guyi, in his form as a skeletal hound, slowly arched his back, entering a battle stance. You will, also, become a part of me. The meat cabinet butcher roared, and its meat mountain base of countless thighs began to writhe, crushing towards Guyi at a speed completely disproportionate to its size. Boom! 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 With every step it took, the entire workshop trembled violently. Guyi's eyes narrowed, he didn't choose to run. Playing a chase game on the ground with a monster of this size? That would be suicide. A thought flashed in his mind. Form card Echobat, activate. The skeletal hound form instantly dissolved, and a pair of wide bat wings abruptly spread from his back. He pushed off with his legs, soaring into the sky. He narrowly avoided the crushing impact, like Mount Tai pressing down. Boom! The meat cabinet butcher crashed into the production line behind Guyi, and the steel conveyor belt instantly shattered like paper. Roar! Seeing its prey fly into the sky, the meat cabinet butcher let out a confused roar. It clearly had no aerial capabilities. Guyi circled in midair, using his sonar to survey the monster below, which resembled a mobile fortress, his brain working frantically. Where would the incorruptible heart be hidden? The mouth on its chest? Or inside that meat mountain? He had to test it. He didn't dive directly but switched to another ability. Armament card Hand of Rust, materialize. A severed hand made of pale, withered bones silently appeared in midair. Then, like a living spider, it quietly climbed onto the ventilation duct at the top of the workshop. Guyi, meanwhile, continued to circle in the air in his Echobat form, attracting the meat cabinet butcher's attention. The large creature was indeed irritated by Guyi in the sky. It swung its massive butcher's knife, randomly hacking at the surrounding production lines, venting its rage. Just then, the Hand of Rust, already in position, moved. It leaped down from the pipe above the meat cabinet butcher's head. Its target was its huge back neck. Put! The 5 finger bones of the Hand of Rust, like steel nails, accurately pierced into the butcher's flesh at the back of its neck. Corrosion, activated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A puff of black smoke emerged. Roar! The meat cabinet butcher let out a roar of extreme pain. It suddenly extended its left arm, made of a bone blade, and swung it back. It fiercely clawed at the back of its own neck, wanting to crush that flea. But the Hand of Rust, having struck, immediately retreated. It released its 5 fingers, allowing itself to fall. In midair, it transformed into a stream of light and returned to the compendium. Guyi observed all of this from midair. He noticed the corroded back of the neck, though bloody and mangled, was slowly wriggling and regenerating. It seemed the incorruptible heart was not in the upper body. Then there was only one answer left. It was in that most colossal meat mountain. But that meat mountain had extremely thick defenses. How easy would it be to break through it? He had to restrict its movement. A cold glint flashed in Guyi's eyes. He swooped down from the sky. But this time, his target was not the meat cabinet butcher, but the severed, massive production line parts on the ground. Using the sharp claws of the Echobat, he grabbed a large, triangular steel plate. then flew to a high point and suddenly released it. Swoosh! The steel plate, under the force of gravity, was like a flying guillotine. Whistling, it smashed towards the meat cabinet butcher's feet. Clang! The meat cabinet butcher subconsciously swung its knife to block, sending the steel plate flying. But it was this momentary distraction that created precious time for Gui. He repeated the trick, constantly using various large pieces of junk from the factory to bomb the meat cabinet butcher from high in the air, forcing it to passively swing its knife in defense, unable to advance another step. Just as the meat cabinet butcher was enraged by this endless harassment, Gui had silently thrown the most powerful corrosion bomb at its feet. Bang! The bomb shattered with a sound. The dark green strong acid liquid instantly exploded. Like powerful glue, it firmly stuck the meat cabinet butcher's countless legs to the ground. Roar! The meat cabinet butcher let out a painful and furious roar. It tried to lift its foot but found its sole was as if welded to the ground. Every struggle brought up large chunks of flesh and tissue. It worked! Gui's heart rejoiced. However, he had still underestimated the true terror of an E-class bazaar. The trapped meat cabinet butcher suddenly stopped its futile struggles. The vertical giant mouth on its chest opened to an extreme angle. Then it let out a shriek that was less a roar and more a declaration. Buzz! An invisible, bloody wave, centered on it, instantly spread out. The next second, Gui was horrified to discover all the flesh in the entire factory came alive. The chunks of meat hanging on the production line. The blood splattered on the ground. Even the remains of the previous meatball. All of them, at this moment, began to writhe and proliferate wildly. They were like a tide of living things, converging from all directions towards the meat cabinet butcher's main body. In just a few seconds, the entire factory had transformed into a colossal flesh kitchen, made of constantly churning flesh and blood. Here, all the ingredients would actively rush towards the chef. Welcome to my kitchen. The meat cabinet butcher's malevolent voice echoed everywhere. Its injuries were recovering at a terrifying speed. Its body size was even larger than before. Here, I am the only butcher. The real heart. Active kitchen. Gui hovered in midair, looking down at the scene below, which resembled a hell of flesh and blood. A chill rose from his heart. This was environmental assimilation. In this kitchen belonging to it, the meat cabinet butcher had almost infinite supplies. It was an immortal being. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to finish this quickly. Find that incorruptible heart. Gui's crimson eyes, belonging to the Echobat, locked onto the constantly wriggling meat mountain below. The core must be hidden inside. But how to break through that despairingly thick defense? Charge in? No. That would only drag him into a mire of flesh and blood, slowly draining his life. He had to create an opportunity for a one-hit kill. Gui's brain raced, all his cards, all his abilities, all his intelligence rapidly arranged and combined in his mind. An extremely bold plan instantly formed in his mind. Gui no longer hesitated. He folded his wings, like a black fighter jet, and swooped down from the sky. Roar! The meat cabinet butcher clearly didn't understand what this flying insect wanted to do, but it instinctively separated two giant tentacles, made of countless arms, from the meat mountain, striking fiercely at Gui like two bloody pythons. Gui didn't even look. He performed an extreme sideways roll in mid-air, narrowly dodging the tentacle strike. Then he made a move that the meat cabinet butcher couldn't comprehend at all. He didn't attack. Instead, he slammed the specially made corrosive bomb from Chen Hao into a seemingly ordinary exhaust fan in the corner of the workshop. Bang! The bomb shattered on impact. The dark green strong acid liquid instantly exploded, corroding a huge gap in the already rusted exhaust fan. revealing the dark, cavernous ventilation duct behind it, leading to the outside world. After doing all this, Gooey plunged into the duct without looking back. He actually chose to escape? Roar! The meat cabinet butcher let out a roar of extreme rage after being tricked. The ingredient that was already in its mouth actually wanted to run away? Its meat mountain of countless thighs wriggled wildly, charging headlong towards that ventilation duct. It wanted to crush that duct, along with the flying insect inside, into fragments. However, just as it was about to hit the wall, its massive body suddenly stopped, because an even more deadly threat came from behind it. The flying insect that should have escaped into the duct had, at some unknown point, quietly flown out from another vent, and had switched to its living armor form, like a black Grim Reaper. His right arm had been reshaped into a 2-meter-long spiral bone spear, gleaming with a chilling light. And his target was the meat cabinet butcher's massive back, exposed because it had turned to pursue. Feinting to the east, attacking to the west. This was Gooey's true plan. All his feints, escapes, and harassment were to create this one and only opportunity to attack its back with full force. A killing blow. Break for me! Gooey roared frantically in his heart. He poured all his mental power, all his will, into this desperate strike. Put! The thick flesh defense, capable of withstanding bullets, was as fragile as a thin piece of paper before the bone spear, which concentrated all of Gooey's power. The spiral bone spear plunged deep into the interior of the meat mountain without any hindrance, piercing all the way through. Roar! The meat cabinet butcher let out its most agonizing and painful roar ever. Its body trembled violently. The active kitchen that enveloped the entire factory also began to become extremely unstable. All the flesh and blood stopped wriggling. However, Gooey's brows furrowed tightly. No! The feeling was wrong. He had pierced through the meat mountain, but he hadn't hit any hard object, similar to a core or heart. All that came from the spear tip was the viscous resistance of piercing through layers of fat and muscle. Inside, it was empty. The incorruptible heart was not inside its body at all. This was a trap. A bait made from its own massive body. Boom! Just as Gooey was shocked, the meat cabinet butcher moved. Its giant cleaver swept with power that could destroy everything, slashing horizontally towards Gooey, who was still half embedded in its body. Retreat! Too late. Gooey made the fastest and most ruthless judgment. He didn't choose to pull out the bone spear and retreat. Instead, he detonated it. He abandoned the spiral bone spear formed by form reshaping, treating it as a disposable bomb, detonating all the remaining metallic substance stored in his armor. All at once. Boom! An unprecedented bone explosion erupted inside the meat cabinet butcher. Countless sharp bone fragments, mixed with violent energy, blasted a shocking, huge hole in its massive meat mountain body from the inside out. The meat cabinet butcher was blasted backward repeatedly by this sudden self-detonation, letting out a pained shriek. And Gooey used the immense thrust of this explosion, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly creating distance from the meat cabinet butcher's main body. At the same time, in mid-air, he had already switched back to the most agile echobat form. A flap of his wings stabilized his posture. He glanced at the meat mountain below, which was already regenerating for the most part. His expression became more serious than ever before. The core isn't on it. Then where could it be? This active kitchen is its supply source. Then its core definitely wouldn't be too far away. It must be in some corner of this factory. A flash of insight struck Gooey's mind. He once again activated the Echobat's signature ability, sonar detection. Buzz. An invisible sound wave, stronger and more concentrated than before, swept across the entire factory with him at its center. This time he wasn't detecting terrain, but energy. The next second, a brand new map unfolded in his mind. On this map, the meat mountain below was a huge and violent red energy source. And throughout the factory, there were countless tiny, faint light points representing flesh and blood remnants. These light points continuously flowed towards the meat mountain like streams merging into the sea. But Gui keenly noticed, all the energy didn't flow directly to the meat mountain. They all first converged at an inconspicuous pipe junction on the workshop ceiling, undergoing a transfer there. Only then was it transported into the meat mountain's body. That transfer station. Gui suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the intricate steel beams, precisely locking onto that corner perfectly hidden by shadows and pipes. Suspended there was a giant, tumor-like flesh cocoon, wrapped in countless tendons and blood vessels. Thump. The flesh cocoon pulsed slowly like a heart. It was the energy core of the entire active kitchen. It was the true incorruptible heart. Found it. A trace of wild joy flashed in Gui's eyes. The meat mountain below, which had already regenerated for the most part, seemed to have also sensed Gui's intention. It let out a roar of mingled alarm and fury. Countless flesh tentacles shot out from its body, like a vast net, sweeping towards Gui on the ceiling, trying to stop him from approaching its heart. But Gui merely smiled coldly. It was the cold smile a hunter gives when he sees prey whose weakness has been exposed. Now the game is over. Successful containment. Game over. Gui's voice echoed in the empty workshop. Although he was using the form of an echobat, the coldness and confidence in his tone made the enormous meat mountain below feel a primal fear for the first time. Roar. It let out an even more ferocious roar. The inescapable net formed by countless fleshy tentacles blocked all possible escape routes for Gui. It wanted to use the purest violence to crush this flying insect that had uncovered its secret into complete dust. However, facing an attack that would make any hunter despair, Gui made a move that surprised everyone. He didn't retreat. Instead, he folded his wings, allowing his body to fall like a black meteor straight down into the ocean of flesh and blood below. Boom! The meat cabinet butcher had not anticipated such a move from its opponent. All its tentacles were too slow to retract. It could only watch as Gui plunged headfirst into the ground made of countless fleshy remains. He was instantly swallowed by the surging flesh. Dead? No. The meat cabinet butcher felt not the slightest bit of relief. Instead, it grew even more anxious. It had lost its target. The flying insect's aura had vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air. It frantically controlled the active kitchen, turning over all the flesh on the ground to find that damned intruder. But there was nothing. Just as the meat cabinet butcher fell into a brief state of confusion, a nimble figure, like a white lightning bolt, suddenly burst out from a pile of congealed fat behind it. Form card, skeletal hound. The moment Gui landed, he switched to his most proficient stealth form, utilizing the surging flesh of the active kitchen as perfect cover. He silently infiltrated to a position it would never have expected. And this position was precisely directly beneath its massive meat mountain body. A huge, cave-like blind spot, supported by countless large legs. Roar! By the time the meat cabinet butcher finally reacted, it was already too late. Gui's skeleton-composed limbs erupted with unprecedented power. He wasn't jumping upwards. Instead, like a gecko, he clung to the constantly wriggling, disgusting inner thighs, climbing upwards rapidly in a bizarre, anti-physical posture. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the top of the meat mountain, less than 10 meters away from the pulsating heart on the ceiling. Roar! The meat cabinet butcher completely descended into madness. Of course, it wouldn't cut its own heart, but it had a more direct defense mechanism. The thick fleshy tendons, like cables, from which the heart was suspended, suddenly began to contract. It actually intended to pull its heart into the pipe interlayers above the ceiling to hide it. At the same time, its huge butcher's knife swept down with the force of 1,000 armies, slashing fiercely at Gui, who was climbing upwards. It wanted to cleave this damned flea in two, before the heart was completely hidden. So fast. Both the heart's retraction speed and the butcher's knife's slashing speed were incredibly fast. Gui had almost no time to think. But this was the moment he had been waiting for. Just as the huge butcher's knife was about to strike him, he activated the contingency he had prepared. Armament card, Weeping Wall. A translucent gray wall, composed of countless tormented faces, instantly materialized in mid-air, precisely blocking the path of the butcher's knife. Clang! A deafening crash. The butcher's knife slammed into the weeping wall. The wall instantly became covered in cracks, but it still managed to withstand the fatal blow. And the tormented faces on the wall let out a silent wail. A surge of negative emotions, filled with sadness and despair, instantly flooded the meat cabinet butcher's mind. Its movements suffered a 0.5 second paralysis. 0.5 seconds. Enough to decide everything. The incorruptible heart's retraction also paused. Gui, using the recoil from the weeping wall's destruction, launched himself forward like a cannonball, instantly covering the remaining distance. His ferocious metal claws, already switched to living armor, fiercely stabbed towards the still pulsating flesh cocoon. But this time he wasn't absorbing. Instead, destroying. He concentrated his energy to a single point. The tip of his metal claws glowed with a dazzling, pale white light, representing destruction. Break for me. Put. The metal claws effortlessly pierced the flesh cocoon's outer shell. Then the destructive energy contained within erupted. No! The meat cabinet butcher let out its final roar, filled with unwillingness and despair. The enormous incorruptible heart swelled to its limit, like a balloon injected with high-pressure air. And then, bang! It exploded, turning into a sky full of fleshy debris. The moment the heart burst, the massive meat mountain below also stopped all its movements, like a machine that had lost its signal. Then it began to disintegrate and dissipate at a terrifying speed, turning into puddles of primitive, putrid blood. A few seconds later, the entire factory completely returned to silence. Only Gui remained, hanging quietly in mid-air, like a cold surgeon who had just completed a surgical operation. In his mind, the bizarre compendium emitted a cold notification. Containment conditions met. Target incorruptible heart destroyed. Capturing scattered energy. Proceed with containment? Gui glanced at the scattered fleshy debris in the air. He also recalled the phrase extra acquisition of incorruptible heart on the bounty order. Now the heart was gone. The credit points were naturally gone as well. But Gui felt the new, nascent E-grade form card forming in the compendium. A cold arc curved on his lips. The value of a brand new, powerful E-grade bizarre form could hardly be measured by a mere few tens of thousands of credit points. Contain. He gave the order without hesitation. He didn't come here just for the money. Underground operating room. As Guyi's will was conveyed, the blood and flesh fragments floating in the air throughout the factory, and the pool of dissipating blood on the ground, seemed to have been rewound. They instantly transformed into countless crimson light points, like fireflies summoned, frantically converging towards Guyi in midair. Finally, they formed a brilliant, blood-colored torrent, all merging into the compendium imprint on his chest. The bizarre compendium vibrated violently. A brand new card, emitting an E-grade energy fluctuation, was slowly taking shape. Mental strength limit increased. 56. A surge of pure energy flowed into his body, instantly replenishing his depleted mental strength. Guyi slowly descended from midair, landing steadily on the spotless ground. The active kitchen that had been like purgatory just moments ago had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the lingering strong scent of blood in the air and the massive impact marks on the factory walls testify to the ferocity of the hunt. Guyi let out a long, turbid breath. His mental strength was nearly 70% depleted, and several of his trump cards had been used. But the gains were immense. He closed his eyes and sank into his mind, examining the new card he had just acquired. Form card, number 005. Name, Meat Cabinet Butcher. Grade, E. Type, Entity/living organism. Description, a killing machine stitched together from resentment and flesh. It yearns to turn all living things into ingredients for its kitchen. Abilities. 1. Flesh manipulation, can control corpses and flesh to form flesh puppets under its control. 2. Active kitchen, can designate an area and transform it into a home ground that provides slow regeneration for itself and its puppets. Note, this ability requires a large amount of flesh material to be prearranged to take effect. Weaknesses. 1. Energy dependence. The Meat Cabinet Butcher's core is highly dependent on the energy supply from the incorruptible heart. In its transformed state, if it stays away from flesh material for too long, its strength and regeneration ability will significantly decline. 2. Cognitive defect, core weakness. As a stitched creation, its cognition has significant flaws. It will default the range of its self-designated active kitchen as absolutely safe territory. Once its core is drawn out of this range, it will fall into a temporary state of logical confusion and its combat power will drop significantly. 3. Fear of fire. The flesh material that makes up its body has an instinctive fear of high temperatures and fire. Sustained fire damage can effectively suppress its regeneration ability. Guyi looked at this brand new form card. Although the active kitchen had significant limitations, there was no doubt that this card had become his second trump card, second only to the Unfettered Iron Legion. Guyi suppressed the excitement in his heart. He hadn't forgotten another matter, the heart he had only discovered at the last moment. Why would the core of a bizarre entity be hidden so far from its main body? This was illogical, more like artificially designed. Guyi switched back to his Echobat form and once again activated his sonar detection. This time, his focus was on the location where the heart had previously hung, the complex pipe interstice in the ceiling. Soon, he discovered something amiss. In that area, a hollow pipe, disguised as an exhaust pipe, extended downwards, passing through the entire workshop and ultimately leading to underground. Guyi's eyes turned cold. Following the pipe, he flew to a corner of the workshop. Some discarded packing boxes were stacked there. He moved the boxes aside. A secret door, covered by a thick steel plate, appeared before him. There was no lock on the secret door, it was simply wedged in a very peculiar way. Guyi transformed back into human form, extended the living armor's claws, and easily pried open the steel plate. A stench, even stronger than in the workshop, a mixture of formalin and blood, rushed towards him. Guyi frowned but didn't immediately descend. He unclipped an empty nutrient paste tube from his waist and threw it into the dark, gaping entrance. He waited quietly for a full half-hour. He heard no unusual sounds, nor did he see any signs of corrosion or mutation. After confirming there were no residual toxic gases or traps below, he carefully descended the narrow metal staircase, step by step. After walking about 10 meters, his feet met solid ground. He turned on his tactical flashlight, and a bright beam instantly pierced the darkness. It also illuminated the scene before him, which made his scalp tingle. This was a huge basement, but it wasn't a warehouse. It was an operating room. A cold operating room that had long been abandoned. In the center of the room was a large metal operating table with obvious signs of washing and scratching. The table was empty, but under the light, one could still see the dark red marks that had long seeped into the metal surface and could not be washed away. Around the room were a dozen large empty glass stands. Judging by their shape, they were probably used to hold culture dishes. In the corner, there were also some shattered remains of unknown instruments. The place had undergone an extremely thorough cleaning. Almost all valuable items that could prove its purpose had been taken away. But they seemed to have left in a hurry. Gui slowly paced, scanning every corner with a hunter's gaze, searching for any traces the cleaners might have missed. Soon, in a drain under the operating table, he found something. It was a torn fragment of a fireproof document, only a small piece remaining. It seemed to have accidentally fallen in during destruction. Gui carefully picked it up. The fragment had been soaked in liquid, and the writing on it had become blurry. Only a few fragmented words could be barely made out. Experiment, subject. Fusion. Out of control. Gui's pupils suddenly contracted. Although the information was extremely incomplete, these keywords were enough. Experiment subject. Fusion. Out of control. He connected all the clues. From the hidden incorruptible heart to this underground operating room full of man-made traces, and then to this shredded piece of paper recording. Failure. The meat cabinet butcher might not be a wild bizarre entity at all. Its birth, from the very beginning, was full of human factors. It was very likely an out-of-control product of some unknown organization or individual conducting some forbidden fusion experiment here. He had become someone else's cleaner. He glanced at the cold laboratory. He didn't touch anything else. He turned and left this disgusting place. However, before leaving, he casually picked up a seemingly inconspicuous energy conduction chip, covered with intricate circuitry, from the pile of shattered instrument remains. He believed Shenhao would be very interested in this trash. Fusion successful. Skeleton butcher. Returning to the hive apartment, it was already the middle of the night. Gui locked the door and threw himself heavily onto the bed. He didn't even have the energy to wash up. Although his mental power was replenished due to containment, his soul felt like a sponge that had been repeatedly wrung dry, leaving him exhausted and empty. He quickly fell asleep, but it was not a peaceful slumber. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he transformed into a colossal, headless butcher, standing in an endless kitchen made of flesh and blood. Around him were mountains of ingredients, various twisted, wailing creatures. An uncontrollable hunger originating from the depths of his soul gnawed madly at his sanity. Eat. Eat them. Turn them all into a part of himself. This thought roared wildly in his mind like a demonic whisper. Wielding his butcher knife, he began to frantically cut, devour. Who? Gui suddenly sat up from the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Outside the window, the sky was already faintly bright. He gasped for air, his heart pounding like a drum. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. The compendium couldn't display his contamination value, but he knew with absolute certainty that his current state was far from good. This can't go on. Gui forced himself to calm down. Problems will arise sooner or later. As he roughly shoved all his rations, 3 nutrient pastes and half a packet of compressed biscuits, into his stomach, he rapidly brainstormed countermeasures. Go to the syringe doctor for a purification shot? That's a temporary fix, not a permanent solution, and it's too expensive. Endure it with sedative nutrient paste? That's just a drop in the bucket. The root of the contamination wasn't external, it was within him. More precisely, it was in the bizarre compendium. I must upgrade the compendium as soon as possible. Gui opened the compendium interface, his gaze falling on the inconspicuous text in the upper left corner. Compendium level, LV.1. Upgrade condition, contain and analyze 10 different bizarre entities. Current progress, 9/10. From the blood of contamination to the meat cabinet butcher, he had already contained 9 distinctly different bizarre entities. Only one more was needed to meet the upgrade condition. Upgrading the compendium might enhance my resistance to contamination. This thought grew clearer and clearer in his mind. The improvements brought by a compendium upgrade would definitely be all-encompassing. Whether it was the increase in containment limit or the unlocking of skill extraction, both were crucial. And this suppressive power against contamination was very likely one of them. One more to go. Gui's gaze swept over the faintly glowing form cards. Blood of Contamination, Skeletal Hound, Hand of Rust, Echo Bat, The Game of Hide and Seek, Weeping Wall, Mimic Model, Unfettered Iron Legion. Plus the Meat Cabinet Butcher. Exactly 9 cards. Where could he find a brand new F-grade bizarre entity now? South Ring Wasteland? Too far. Just then, his gaze finally landed on the fusion and evolution option. An extremely bold idea emerged. If I fused to create a brand new form card, would it count as a different bizarre entity? This thought was like a lightning bolt cleaving through his chaotic mind. That's right. The compendium's judgment criterion was different. Therefore, a new species formed through fusion would absolutely be considered a brand new bizarre entity in the compendium's system judgment. Previously, he had too few form cards in his hand. Each one was a valuable combat asset. If fusion failed, both form cards would be unusable for a short period. He couldn't afford that risk. But now it was different. His card pool already had a certain depth. Last time, I was too greedy. Gui muttered to himself. Forcing 2 bizarre entities with completely incompatible attributes together, it would be strange if it didn't fail. But now. His gaze slowly swept across the record of 100 ghosts in the compendium. What if he chose bizarre entities with similar attributes? For example. His gaze finally settled on 2 form cards. One was the recently acquired Meat Cabinet Butcher, exuding a brutal aura. The other was the Skeletal Hound, which had been with him the longest, representing pure slaughter and hunting. Flesh and bone. Butcher and Hound. They both belonged to the physical type. Both were filled with a craving for prey. Their compatibility was definitely the highest among all his current form cards. This plan was clear and feasible. Gui no longer hesitated. He concentrated his mental power and, with his will, selected the 2 form cards on the compendium interface. Then, he pressed the button representing fusion. Buzz. The entire compendium interface instantly lit up. There were no painful roars, no chaotic images. The entire process was like the most precise factory assembly line. The Skeletal Hound and Meat Cabinet Butcher form cards transformed into 2 streams of data, one red and one white. They were dragged into a rapidly rotating fusion field composed of countless runes. Fusion beginning. Detecting materials, Skeletal Hound, F-grade, Meat Cabinet Butcher, E-grade. Material compatibility judgment, highly compatible. Calculating fusion path. Calculation complete, optimal path selected. Stripping skeletal concept. Restructuring flesh and blood composition. Injecting slaughter instinct. Fusion progress, 30%. 70%. 100%. Fusion successful. The compendium's glow gradually receded. A brand new form card, its edges burning with E-grade energy flames, quietly floated in the center of the compendium. On the form card, a terrifying creature with a basic skeletal frame of chilling white bones, but covered in a layer of dark red muscle fibers like an exoskeleton, slowly raised its head. Its left hand was a sharp bone claw. Its right hand gripped an immense, gigantic, white bone butcher knife made of a spine and ribs. Gooey let out a long, deep breath. He had gambled correctly. He eagerly clicked on the detailed information of the new form card. Form card, Skeleton Butcher. Grade, E. Type, physical/living organism. Description: when cold killing instinct dominates endless desire for consumption, a more efficient and deadly predator is born. Ability 1: Bone and Flesh Body, transforms into the skeleton butcher form. This form perfectly integrates the toughness of bones and the power of flesh and blood, possessing extremely high physical resistance and explosive power. Ability 2: Butchering Technique, after transformation, can skillfully use the white bone butcher knife in combat. When attacking flesh and blood targets, it inflicts a severe injury, uncontrollable bleeding effect. Ability 3: Predatory Hunger, passive after successfully killing a target, can slightly restore one's injuries and mental power by devouring its flesh and blood. Mental power limit increased. 66. 76. Strong. Gooey looked at this brand new form card, a surge of ecstasy welling up in his heart. This was the powerful, head-on combat form he had always wanted. Although the unfettered Iron Legion was powerful, it relied too much on metal reserves, making its endurance a problem. But this skeleton butcher, with its built-in self-healing passive, was simply made for sustained combat. Especially its characteristic targeting flesh and blood targets, it was an unparalleled weapon whether against bizarre entities or people. He now had another powerful trump card. Just then, the bizarre compendium suddenly vibrated again. This time, it wasn't because of fusion. Instead, it was an unprecedented, violent vibration, like a system upgrade. A line of brand new, golden glowing text slowly appeared at the very top of the compendium. Detecting that the 10th different bizarre entity has been analyzed. Upgrade conditions met. The compendium will now enter upgrade state, estimated time, 24 hours. During the upgrade, all compendium functions will be locked. Please choose a suitable time for the upgrade. Do you wish to start the upgrade immediately? Investigate the Butcher Gang. Dawn. Gooey awoke from the fusion of flesh and bone. He didn't delay, calmly washed up, and put on his cleanest clothes. Then he tucked his well-maintained revolver into the holster on his waist, put on his hood and a black cloth. Finally, he took out an evidence bag from his backpack. Inside were several bone fragments, the core pieces peeled from the meat cabinet butcher's giant slaughtering knife. His heart had been destroyed, this was the only token. 10 o'clock in the morning. The One-Eyed Tavern. The tavern was somewhat deserted during the day. Gooey walked straight to the bar. The one-eyed boss was leaning back in his chair, eyes closed in rest. Hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. "You're back?" Gooey nodded and placed the evidence bag containing the bone fragments on the bar. "The mission is complete." The one-eyed man's gaze fell on the fragments. He could feel the residual, tyrannical aura of an E-class bizarre entity on them. He smiled. "Looks like you disassembled that guy quite thoroughly." Gooey didn't speak. The mission brief said, Gooey stated calmly, that the client is additionally purchasing the incorruptible heart. But it was shattered by me during the fight. It doesn't matter. The one-eyed man waved his hand, clearly unconcerned. For missions above E-class, the guild needs to send a specialist to the site to verify. To confirm the target has been completely eliminated and to assess your professionalism in the mission. The assessment result will affect your bounty. Gooey understood, this was the industry rule of the bounty hunter world. How long will it take? If it's fast, 12 hours, the one-eyed man said, if it's slow, a day. You can do something else during this time. All right. Gooey nodded. He didn't leave the tavern but instead found a seat directly at the bar and sat down. "Give me the cheapest black water." Then, in front of the one-eyed man, he closed his eyes, as if entering a state of dozing. But in his mind, the bizarre compendium was silently upgrading. Estimated remaining time, 18 hours 59 minutes. The upgrade was the compendium's own business, he just needed to wait quietly. The one-eyed man looked at the hooded figure, whose behavior was always unexpected, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He picked up the communicator beside him and pressed an encrypted channel. "The Stitchers? It's me, One-Eyed. Yes, your failure has been dealt with. A newcomer, codenamed Black Box. I've already sent your people to assess it. But let me give you a warning. This black box is not simple," the one-eyed man said slowly. "His mission completion efficiency is terrifyingly high. And he hides many secrets. If you want to take advantage of him, you'd better think twice." At the same time, the water rat maze in the South District. In a small, dilapidated room, even more rundown than Guyi's single room, Old Man Wang was sitting at a table. On the table was a simple map of Rustbone Street, with 7 or 8 red crosses drawn on it, each representing a scavenger who had recently disappeared. This was the intelligence he had gathered over the past 2 days, soaking in the bottom-tier taverns, exchanging countless cups of inferior black water wine. He looked at the map, his brows furrowed into a knot. These disappearances seemed unrelated, with scattered locations and irregular timings. Thump thump. A very regular knocking sound, 3 long and 2 short, the agreed-upon secret signal. Old Man Wang immediately put away the map and opened the door. Standing outside the door was the scavenger with a missing front tooth. His face was filled with terror, and his whole body was trembling. Old Man Wang. As soon as he entered the room, he lowered his voice and said urgently, Something big has happened. Don't rush, tell me slowly." Old Man Wang handed him a bowl of water and closed the door. Limp-leg Li, do you still remember him?" The scavenger gulped down some water, his voice still trembling. "The one who disappeared last week?" "Yes. That's him. I just saw him by the turbid water river." Old Man Wang's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Didn't he disappear?" "It's a corpse. The butcher gang is throwing bodies into the river." The gap-toothed man was almost crying. "Not just Limp-leg Li. There are several others. All of them recently disappeared. Those bodies. They're not right." He seemed to recall some terrifying scene, and his body trembled even more violently. Their bodies were all like they'd been drained dry. Each one shriveled up like dried orange peel. And there were dried bloodstains on their faces, as if they'd cried tears of blood. Their mouths were all wide open, as if they were silently screaming before death. Old Man Wang fell silent. In his weathered eyes, there was no terror, only a cold solemnity. He had been a soldier all his life and had seen countless ways to die. But the description of these deaths, like waste material, made him smell something more evil than any bizarre entity. "I just took one more look, and I was spotted by the butcher gang's patrol." The gap-toothed man's voice was tearful. "They tried to kill me to silence me without a word. I ran back with all my might. Old Man Wang, we can't stay here. Those beasts from the butcher gang have gone mad. They're using us water rats for some evil experiment." Old Man Wang stood up and patted his trembling shoulder. "I know." His voice was steady and strong, as if possessing a power that could instantly calm people. "You find a place to hide first." He transferred some credit points from his personal terminal to the other person. "Don't come out these next few days." Having sent away the terrified informant, Old Man Wang unfurled the map again. disappearances, the butcher gang, and this inhumane human experimentation. All the clues connected at this moment. Behind the butcher gang, there must be a larger, more evil secret hidden. They were using the lowest, unnoticed lives in the searing zone as consumables for some terrifying experiment. Old Man Wang looked at the perpetually gray sky outside the window. All the turbidity and disguise in his eyes vanished, replaced by the cold, piercing gaze of an old soldier. He knew the danger of this matter had far exceeded the scope of searing zone hunters. He had to resolve it in his own way. He took out an oily communicator from the interlayer of his bedboard. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately did not contact Commander Lin. The intelligence was not yet sufficient for the human alliance to dispatch a large force. He dialed another number. A number he hadn't contacted in many years. Hello? An old, hoarse voice came from the other end of the communicator. It's me, Old Man Wang. Old Man Wang said slowly. Old Scorpion. I need an identity that can get me into the slaughterhouse kitchen. Name your price. Take your positions. The other end of the communicator fell silent. Only a faint static sound hissed, as if the person on the other end was already dead. Old Man Wang didn't rush him. He just waited quietly. After a full half-minute, that hoarse voice, as if sandpaper had rubbed his throat, spoke again. Wang Jinhua. You're still alive, you son of a bitch. If you're not dead, how dare I die? Old Man Wang tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile uglier than a cry. Ha! Old Scorpion on the other end let out a dry laugh. Speak. So many years, no contact. The first thing you say is you want to enter the slaughterhouse's back kitchen. Are you tired of living, looking for a place to chop yourself up and become fertilizer? I heard the butcher gang has been quite lively recently. I have my own reasons. Old Man Wang said slowly. I just ask you, will you help with this favor, or not? Again, a long silence. What's in it for me if I help you? Old Scorpion finally revealed his true nature as an informant. And how much risk do I bear? The benefit is, you still owe me a life. Old Man Wang said, word for word. 20 years ago by the turbid water river. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dragged into the sewer by that mud monster and become its snack. On the other end of the communicator, there was no sound. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Damn it! Old Scorpion cursed in a low voice. I knew you wouldn't come to me for anything good. This favor, I'll return it. He said, gritting his teeth. But, only this once. Next time, even if you die at my doorstep, I won't even spare you a glance. All right. Old Man Wang nodded. Tell me, what should I do? Tonight, 10 o'clock. Old Scorpion's voice was extremely low. Go to the three-way intersection garbage station at the junction of the South and West districts. There's a liquor vendor named Rotten Eye. He's responsible for delivering spices to the slaughterhouse's back kitchen. I'll make arrangements for you. Just say you're there to deliver goods for his sick nephew. He'll give you a set of clothes and a pushcart. Remember. Old Scorpion's voice became incredibly solemn. I can only get you through that back door. Whether you can come out alive or not. That depends on your own ability. Thanks. Old Man Wang hung up the communication after speaking. He walked to the window, looking at the gradually deepening night outside. His eyes were calm and resolute. But he didn't leave immediately. A true veteran always prepares for the worst before entering the battlefield. First, he took out the greasy communicator from the interlayer of his bedboard. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed an encrypted shortline channel. It's me. On the other end of the communicator, the voice of the scavenger with the missing front tooth came through, with a hint of nervousness. Old. Old one? Listen, Old Man Wang's voice was steady and strong. I have something to do tonight. If I don't return before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, then you go to Hive Apartment, Building B, 703. Look for a girl named Lin Sherchi. Tell her Old Man went fishing, the fishing rod broke by the Slaughterhouse River. The compass is in the old place pointing to home. Don't say anything else, understand? Understood. Repeat it. Tomorrow morning at 8, if you haven't returned, go find a girl named Lin Xiaoqi and tell her, Old Man went fishing, the fishing rod broke by the Slaughterhouse River. The compass is in the old place, pointing home. Good. Old Man Wang nodded. This was his first insurance. An insurance to notify family if something happened to him. Immediately after, he also took out the single-line communicator that Commander Lin had given him, which looked like a lighter. He didn't activate it either. Instead, he took out a small dictation pen wrapped in oilcloth from under the table. This was an antique he brought from the old world. Simple in structure, singular in function, but also the most reliable. He pressed the record button. All the clues he had investigated these past 2 days. The disappearance case, the drained corpses, the butcher gang's suspected human experiments, and his infiltration plan for tonight. He recorded all of it in the most concise language. After recording, he put the dictation pen and the single-line communicator together into a waterproof metal box. Then he walked to the corner and pried open a loose floor tile. He carefully placed the metal box inside. Then he restored the floor tile to its original position. This was his second insurance. A final road sign left for the Human Alliance, pointing to the cancerous butcher gang. If he died, Commander Lin, after failing to contact him, would definitely send people to search here. And this box hidden under the floor tile was the last piece of intelligence he exchanged with his life? After doing all this, Old Man Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As if he had shed the last burden on his shoulders. He placed the brass military compass on the table, considering it his last thought for his small room. Then he picked up the military dagger that had been with him for many years. He checked the revolver in the holster. Finally, he put on his hood. Like a resolute ghost that merged into the shadows, disappearing into the vast night. Slaughterhouse back alley, cold storage no. 3. Mole was dragging a freshly processed corpse towards the huge, never-stopping meat grinder. His movements were numb and efficient. In the past few days, he had processed no less than 20 such waste materials. With his ruthless style and taciturn personality, he had initially gained the trust of the manager here. Just as he was about to throw the corpse into the meat grinder. Wait a moment. A cold voice came from behind him. It was the small boss in charge here, known as Scarface. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, watching Mole coldly. The meat, no problem. Scarface walked over and circled Mole. The problem is you. Mole's heart sank. But his face remained expressionless. I don't understand what you mean. Ha! Scarface laughed. You've been working very hard these past few days, and your hands are clean. It's just. He suddenly leaned into Mole's ear and whispered. Your eyes are too bright. Too bright to be a water rat who just wants to make a living. Mole's pupils suddenly constricted. But he didn't move. Because he knew that if the other party really wanted to kill him, they wouldn't waste so many words. Indeed. Scarface took a step back, a mysterious smile on his face. Don't be nervous. I'm not interested in your past. I'm only interested in your future. He pulled out a black token from his pocket and threw it to Mole. A ferocious bull head emblem was carved on the token. Sister Hong wants to see you. Scarface said slowly. She said that a good material with a story like you It's a waste to stay in this place full of stinking meat. She wants to give you a chance to eat your fill. Mole caught the token, it felt cold to the touch. He understood instantly. This wasn't a test. This was a promotion. He had successfully attracted the attention of higher-ups. When? Mole put away the token and asked hoarsely. Now. Scarface turned sideways, revealing a hidden passage leading deeper into the cold storage. Sister Hong is waiting for you inside. Mole didn't say another word. He just turned around calmly and walked into that unknown, deeper darkness. Hive apartment, Squad 7's common room. Lin Xiaoqi was sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees, looking out the window. Her face was full of worry. Uncle Wang hasn't returned all day. She whispered to Chen Hao beside her. The communicator is also unreachable. Could something have happened? No, it won't. Chen Hao was looking down, studying the energy conduction chip that Gui had brought back. He replied without looking up. The captain is a veteran. He knows how to protect himself. He probably just went to drink with an old friend. That's what he said. But for some reason, a strange unease still hung over both of them. And in the corner of the room, Gui still sat quietly, motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. But in his mind, the upgrade progress bar of the bizarre compendium was slowly, yet steadily, moving towards its end. Estimated time remaining, 6 hours 59 minutes. It was 10 o'clock at night. At the junction of the South and West districts, the three-way intersection dump. This was the most chaotic and lawless no-man's land in the entire searing zone. The air was perpetually filled with the sour stench of rotting garbage and the pungent smell of chemical waste. Old Man Wang was dressed in an inconspicuous gray jacket. He stood with his hood up behind a massive garbage compactor, like a rock blended into the shadows. He had been waiting there for 10 minutes. Soon, a creak sound of wheels scraping the ground. It drifted from the other end of the alley. A hunched man, his face covered in thick gauze with only one cloudy, rotten eye visible. He was pushing a dilapidated cart filled with wooden barrels. He slowly walked over. He was Rotten Eye, a liquor vendor who specialized in the spice business in the black market. And he was Old Man Wang's key to infiltrating this time. Old Man Wang stepped out of the shadows. Rotten Eye visibly trembled when he saw him. His eyes were filled with fear and reverence. Clearly, Old Scorpion had already given a heads up. Is it wine, your lordship? His voice was like a leaky bellows. Where's the stuff? Old Man Wang didn't waste words. Rotten Eye tremblingly dragged a burlap sack from under the cart. He handed it to Old Man Wang. The clothes are inside. The cart is yours. My nephew is sick, I have to go back and take care of him. After speaking, he pushed the cart towards Old Man Wang. Then, without looking back, he limped into the dark alley. Old Man Wang opened the burlap sack. Inside was a uniform for a slaughterhouse back alley kitchen helper, stained with grease and smelling of spices. He quickly changed into the clothes. Then he pushed the heavy cart. He walked towards the slaughterhouse back alley, which was brightly lit like the maw of a giant beast. The cart was very heavy. The wheels, rolling over the sewage-filled ground, made a grating sound. Around him were butchered gang members, coming and going, with fierce eyes. They merely glanced casually at this seemingly unremarkable delivery man. Then they lost interest in their eyes. These low-level odd jobbers, who toiled for a living, were no different from the garbage on the roadside. Old Man Wang pushed the cart with his head down, perfectly hiding his gaze in the shadow of his hood. He followed the route Old Scorpion had given him. He bypassed the bustling main street. He passed through several dark back alleys reeking of blood. Finally, he arrived at the back door of the slaughterhouse. A freight passage specifically used for receiving ingredients and auxiliary materials. At the entrance stood two guards with pistols tucked into their waistbands. They stopped Old Man Wang. "What are you doing?" "Delivering spices." Old Man Wang replied in a hoarse, somewhat fawning tone. "From Rotten Eye's place." One guard frowned. "Why is it you?" "What about Rotten Eye's lame nephew?" "He's sick, throwing up and having diarrhea." Old Man Wang pulled out a crumpled pack of mint cigarettes from his pocket and offered it. "Brother, have a smoke." "I'm a distant relative of his, just temporarily helping out to earn a living." The guard took the cigarette and sniffed it under his nose. He then sized up Old Man Wang, confirming that he was just an ordinary low-level person, bent by life. Only then did he wave his hand impatiently. All right. Hurry up and take it inside, don't stand here getting in the way." Yes, sir." Old Man Wang nodded and bowed, pushing the cart into that back door leading to hell. He succeeded. The first step had been taken. At the same time. Slaughterhouse, third basement level. In a secret passage hidden behind cold storage No. 3. Mole was silently walking behind Scarface. The environment here was completely different from the filthy slaughterhouse above. The walls were made of cold alloy, the floor was spotless, and the air only carried a faint mixed scent of formaldehyde and disinfectant. This place was more like a secret laboratory. At the end of the passage was a heavy alloy door requiring dual iris and fingerprint verification. Scarface verified his identity, and the door slid open silently, revealing a private, oppressive space. The Red Room. This was a secret lounge within the Butcher Gang, accessible only to the highest-ranking core members. There were no luxurious crystal lamps in the room, only a few industrial spotlights emitting a crimson glow. The walls were painted dark red, adorned with art pieces made from the skulls of unknown creatures. 7 or 8 burly men sat quietly on sofas, wiping their weapons. The entire room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of ice melting in a glass. And in the very center of the room, behind the large black stone table, Sister Hong was sitting in a high-back leather chair, her eyes closed, meticulously pruning a mesmerizing blood-red orchid with a slender silver needle. She was Sister Hong, whose status in the Butcher Gang was second only to the leader, and who was responsible for all dirty work in secret business. Sister Hong. Scarface respectfully stepped forward and whispered a few words in her ear. Sister Hong's pruning motion did not stop. She didn't even open her eyes. She just said faintly, "Let him come over." Yes. Scarface gestured to Mole. Mole walked past the burly men who cast scrutinizing glances, and approached the large stone table. Click. Sister Hong snipped off the last excess leaf, then put down the silver needle and slowly opened her eyes. In those charming phoenix eyes, there was no trace of laziness, only a cold focus, like a surgeon's scalpel. Her gaze fell on Mole. "You are that good material?" Her voice was seductive and soft, yet it carried a chilling penetrative power. Mole said nothing, only lowered his head slightly. "Ha!" Sister Hong smiled. She stood up, walked around the table, swaying her waist like a water snake, and slowly approached Mole. A strong, pungent scent of perfume, mixed with a faint, eerie hint of blood, entered Mole's nostrils. "Lift your head." Sister Hong extended a cold finger, pinched Mole's chin, and forced him to look up. She carefully examined the scar on his face and his unruffled eyes. "Not bad." She nodded in satisfaction. "You are a stone that is hard enough and ruthless enough." "Scarface said you want to eat your fill?" "Yes." Mole finally spoke, his voice hoarse and brief. "All right." Sister Hong smiled, her body shaking with laughter. She released her hand, walked to the liquor cabinet, poured herself a glass of blood-red wine, and gently swirled it. In the Butcher Gang, people are divided into two kinds. She looked at the liquid in her glass and said slowly. One kind is the meat that gets thrown into the meat grinder. The other kind is the hand that holds the switch of the meat grinder. She turned her head, her sharp eyes fixed on Mole. You handle meat very well. Now I want to see if you have the qualifications to become a hand. She took a sip of wine and continued. Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to go underground. Scarface's outer patrol team at East Gate 3 needs a deputy. You'll take that position. This was a small but crucial promotion. From an unseen scavenger to a minor leader who could openly wear weapons and had jurisdiction. This is your chance. Sister Hong walked back to the table and put down her wine glass. It's also your interview. Let me see if you can handle living people in addition to dealing with dead ones. If you do well, there will be a place for you at this table in the future. If you don't do well. She extended her finger, gently stroking the leaves of the blood-red orchid. My flowers are just in need of fertilizer. Blatant promise and undisguised threat. Mole accepted the interview. Thank you, Sister Hong. His voice remained unwavering. As if what he received was not a life-changing opportunity, but just an ordinary job. Sister Hong looked at his unperturbed demeanor. A stronger flash of interest flickered in her eyes. Get out. She waved her hand. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, don't disappoint me. Yes. Mole bowed. Then he calmly turned around. He slowly exited the suffocating red room. Late at night, 11:30 p.m. The slaughterhouse's kitchen area had gradually quieted down. Most of the laborers had already finished work. Only a few guards on night duty remained, boredly smoking cigarettes. No one noticed. Inside the intricate, grease-covered ventilation ducts on the kitchen ceiling, a black figure was silently crawling forward like a gecko. It was Old Man Wang. He had already snuck in with a delivery truck an hour ago. Then, using his rich experience in stealth and an internal map he bought at a high price from Old Scorpion, he avoided all surveillance and patrols without anyone noticing. He infiltrated this area, which he had identified as the core. He had no specific target. He only trusted the internal map in his hand and his intuition, honed from a lifetime as a soldier. His intuition told him that the more heavily guarded and marked as restricted areas on the map, the more likely they were to hide the answers he sought. He pressed against the cold duct wall, carefully regulating his breathing, lowering his life signs to the minimum. Soon, he navigated the ducts to a position directly above the main corridor on the third underground level. He peered down through a gap in a dusty exhaust grill. Below was a spotless corridor made of cold alloy, starkly different from the dirty slaughterhouse above. It looked more like a secret military base. At the end of the corridor was a heavy alloy door, guarded by two men. One was Scarface, and the other was a newcomer with a scar on his face. Old Man Wang did not act rashly, lying still in the duct like a true stone, waiting. After an unknown period, faint footsteps approached from a distance. Old Man Wang immediately held his breath. He saw a woman in a fiery red long dress, accompanying a stout man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, emerging from another passage. When Old Man Wang clearly saw the stout man's face, his pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Ma Wenbin. Manager Ma, from Jingchen Security Company, with a head full of fat. Why was he here? A colossal wave surged in Old Man Wang's heart, but he gritted his teeth, not making a single sound. He watched as the woman personally stepped forward to verify her iris and fingerprints, and the heavy alloy door silently slid open, revealing an even more luxurious and secretive space inside. Manager Ma, please come in. The woman respectfully made a please gesture. Ma Wenbin nodded, adjusted his tie, and with an almost fanatical expression completely unsuited to his status, he walked in first. The woman followed closely. The alloy door silently closed again, locking all secrets inside. Old Man Wang lay in the duct. He knew that behind the door absolutely lay the answers he was looking for. Without hesitation, he immediately followed the map's instructions, searching for a path through the labyrinthine ducts to a position above that room. The ducts were dark, narrow, and filled with various sharp, aging parts. But Old Man Wang moved like a boneless civet, silent and swift. 10 minutes later, he finally reached a spot directly above the room. He cautiously lowered his gaze through a similarly dust-covered louvered grille. The room was extremely luxurious. Ma Wenbin and the woman were sitting on a soft sofa, with 2 glasses of red wine on the table. "How are things progressing?" Ma Wenbin asked leisurely, with his legs crossed. His voice came up faintly through the duct. "Don't worry, sir," the woman replied with a charming laugh. "All the nurseries have been properly set up. The experimental waste has also been cleaned up. We're just waiting for Bishop to initiate the final ritual." Bishop. Ritual. Old Man Wang's heart sank instantly. Although he heard it intermittently, he was certain that behind the butcher gang was definitely a tightly organized, religiously oriented evil organization. That scoundrel Ma Wenbin was their pawn embedded within the human alliance system. Just as Old Man Wang was about to continue eavesdropping, a muscular man, who had been standing behind Sister Hong like a bodyguard, suddenly moved. He abruptly lifted his head, sniffing frantically at the air like a dog. "Sister Hong." His voice was hoarse. "Something's wrong. In the air. There's a smell that doesn't belong here." The smile on the woman's face vanished instantly. "What smell?" The man closed his eyes, carefully discerning, then suddenly opened them, his gaze like that of a wild beast. "It's the smell of rust and old engine oil. And a hint of gunpowder's nitrate oil." He stretched out his hand, pointing sharply at the ventilation opening on the ceiling where Old Man Wang was. "There's a rat." The alarm instantly blared. Old Man Wang cursed inwardly, not good. The moment the opponent raised his gun, he immediately turned and, like a startled python, rapidly retreated through the narrow duct back the way he came. Day. Below, submachine gun bullets had already begun to furiously rake the ceiling. Bullets pierced the thin metal, whistling past Old Man Wang's body. Screech! A piece of metal, shattered by a bullet, sliced his arm, drawing a string of blood beads. "Catch him! Don't let him get away!" Sister Hong's furious shriek came from the room. Old Man Wang endured the sharp pain, not uttering a word. His only advantage now was they are in the light, I am in the dark. He had to use this complex duct system to shake off his pursuers. He utilized every pipe stealth technique he had learned during his time in the military to the extreme. Using every corner, every fork in the path, constantly changing his position. At the same time, he wasn't idle. He used his dagger to pry at the screws at the duct connections. He used his body to ram the already aging support structures. Clang! Boom! Heavy sections of ventilation ducting were dislodged from the ceiling by him, crashing onto the corridor below. Not only did this create huge noise, interfering with the enemy's hearing, but it also formed temporary roadblocks, hindering their pursuit. The entire underground of the slaughterhouse instantly descended into chaos. A frantic cat-and-mouse game in a steel labyrinth had begun. Translated _sentences _count _check _past with tolerance of 0.05% _4 36 sentences and 36 translated sentences. Catch him! Don't let him get away! Sister Hong's furious shriek came from below. Old Man Wang ignored her. He was like a boneless python in that narrow, dark ventilation duct, filled with oil and dust. He crawled forward frantically, almost instinctively. The sound of footsteps behind him grew denser. Beams of flashlights were like intersecting sharp swords, stabbing through the gaps of the exhaust grills. illuminating the steel maze with flickering light. Day. Occasionally, stray bullets would pierce the thin metal sheets, whizzing past his body. But the gunfire quickly thinned out. Clearly, the people below were hesitant. They didn't dare to indiscriminately sweep the ceiling with gunfire. No one knew if they might burst an important steam pipe or high-voltage cable, which would cripple the entire underground base. This gave Old Man Wang a precious moment to catch his breath. He didn't run around aimlessly like a headless fly. His brain, under extreme danger, became unprecedentedly calm. The incomplete underground structure map, which he had long memorized, slowly unfolded in his mind, transforming into a three-dimensional, zoomable map. To the left was the main exhaust duct leading to Cold Storage Unit 1. The path was wide, but without cover. Once blocked, it was a dead end. To the right was an abandoned old pipe leading to the staff lounge, narrow and full of obstacles. But it had many branches, like a labyrinth. Old Man Wang unhesitatingly chose the right side. He slammed his shoulder against a rusted connecting valve, forcing it open, and squeezed into the darker branch pipe, which was just wide enough for one person. Damn it! Is this rat a loach? The exasperated curses of the butchered gang members came from below. Sister Hong has given an order. A minor leader's voice rang out. Block all exits leading to the surface. Team A go east. Team B go west. Block all exhaust vents and sewer entrances. Tonight, not even a fly will escape from here. Yes. The chaotic footsteps began to become orderly, spreading in different directions. A silent catching a turtle in a jar began. At the same time, Slaughterhouse East Gate 3. Mole leaned against the cold wall, holding a newly issued submachine gun. His face bore his usual, numb expression, as if completely indifferent to the sudden chaos that had just occurred. But his ears were like a radar, catching every piece of information coming through the communication channel. Target identity unknown, he's a veteran. Pipe connection from Zone A to Zone C has been cut. Sister Hong is personally leading a carpet search in Zone B. All outer patrol teams immediately seal off the exits of their respective jurisdictions. Mole's pupils constricted slightly. Intruder? A veteran who could cause such a commotion right under Sister Hong's nose? Could it be one of their own? Another team sent by Commander Lin? Or some unwitting bounty hunter who had stumbled in? He needed to confirm. He glanced at the nervous guard from his team, who was looking around, and slowly asked, Hey! How long do you think that rat up there can last? Last? Last my ass. The guard spat. It's his bad luck to fall into Sister Hong's hands. I heard that last time, an ignorant spy from the One-Eyed Merchant Guild was caught the same way. Guess what? He was literally turned into fertilizer for orchids. That vicious? Mole perfectly showed a hint of fear. Of course. The guard's face was full of certainty. But this rat tonight really has some skills, damn him. I heard on the walkie-talkie. He's practically torn apart the pipes in Zone B. Sister Hong is almost crazy with rage. Mole nodded and said nothing more. But he already had a rough judgment in his heart. This was no ordinary gang member. This kind of tactical proficiency, utilizing the environment, creating chaos, and feigning an attack while striking elsewhere, was definitely the result of rigorous training. Commander Lin had said. He had also sent another pawn into the game. Could it be him? Mole's eyes flickered. He had to find a way to contact the other party, even if it was just a glimpse from afar, to confirm the other party's identity. He patted the shoulder of the guard beside him. I'm going to take a leak. Hurry up and come back. Don't run around, damn it. Got it. Mole nodded and turned to disappear into an even darker side path. He didn't go to the restroom. Instead, relying on the terrain he had memorized thoroughly over the past few days, he circled around to an abandoned maintenance station responsible for monitoring the entire Eastern Zone's pipe system. He picked the lock and slipped inside. The maintenance station was covered in dust, but the few monitors showing the internal structure of the pipes were still lit, although most of the cameras were already broken. 3 or 4 were still stubbornly working. Mole sat down, putting his brain, which was comparable to a professional intelligence officer's, to its fullest use. Based on the constant updates of the pursuer's latest positions from the communication channel, combined with these few scattered surveillance footages, he began to rapidly deduce in his mind the intruder's most probable escape route. Zone B, Pipe Interlayer 7. This was an abandoned, narrow space between 2 main pipes, used for inspection. Dark and filled with the smell of rust. Old Man Wine was curled up motionless inside, like an old, lone wolf licking its wounds. His left arm had a bullet wound so deep it exposed bone, although it had been simply bandaged with a strip of cloth. Blood was still seeping out continuously. Excessive blood loss made his lips a little pale. His physical strength was also rapidly draining away. But he remained very calm. He knew he was temporarily safe. He had deliberately created a lot of noise and destruction in the pipes earlier, attracting most of the pursuers in the opposite direction. Then he quietly hid in this most inconspicuous and easily overlooked blind spot. The darkest place is right under the lamp. This was the simplest and most effective tactic. He leaned against the cold pipe wall, breathing slowly. Then he made the most instinctive reaction. Attempt to contact the outside world. He pulled out his modified personal terminal from his. This was the only tool he had to communicate with the outside world. He pressed the shortcut key for emergency contacts. However, on the terminal screen, the bar representing signal strength was a glaring gray. No signal. Old Man Wine's brow furrowed. He restarted the terminal. The result was still the same. Searching for signal. Search failed. His heart sank little by little. Although the signal in the searing zone was bad, it shouldn't be this bad. Especially since this was in the south zone. Unless there was a signal jamming device here. And it was a military-grade, high-power signal jammer. The Butcher Gang, an underground organization in the searing zone. How could they possibly have something like this? Unless they weren't guarding against rats like him. They were guarding against the human alliance. They were ensuring that everything they did here would not have even the slightest bit of information that could leak to the outside world. The secret hidden here was much bigger than he had imagined. And much more dangerous. He slowly put away the useless scrap metal. His eyes became incredibly solemn. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He remembered the metal box he had hidden under the floor tile. He knew he had completely fallen into an isolated island, cut off from the world, without any reinforcements. He could only rely on himself. He pulled out a hard, dry compressed biscuit from his pocket and expressionlessly stuffed it into his mouth, slowly chewing, replenishing his dwindling physical strength. He was waiting for the intensity of the search outside to decrease. Waiting for an opportunity that would allow him to break out of this steel cage. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on his hearing. Distant footsteps, shouts, metal clangs. All sounds converged into a dynamic sound map, clearly presented in his mind. However, he did not notice, just under 5 meters above his head, a dust-covered pinhole camera, hidden in the shadows of the pipes, was faithfully recording his curled-up figure and transmitting it to the abandoned maintenance station in the distance. Found him. Mole looked at the familiar yet aged figure on the screen. His pupils suddenly constricted, then instantly returned to calm. He confirmed it. It was an ally. And it was an absolutely unexpected old acquaintance. Found him. Mole stared at the figure curled up in the pipe interstice on the screen. His pupils suddenly constricted. Wang Jinhua. This old soldier who should have died in the catastrophe 30 years ago. He was still alive. And he had single-handedly broken into the heart of the butcher gang. A monstrous wave surged in Mole's heart. But his face still showed no expression. He knew this was not the time for shock. His teammate was exposed. Although he had temporarily hidden using the lamp under the black tactic. But with the butcher gang's carpet-style search method, that interstice would be discovered in 20 minutes at most. At that time, in his current state, it would definitely be a dead end. Escape? Impossible. Mole knew better than anyone. Every exit of the slaughterhouse was guarded by at least 3 people at this moment. Not even a fly could escape. The only way out was not outside, but deeper inside. A bold plan instantly formed in Mole's mind. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately started rummaging through the repair station. Soon he found a long-abandoned main power switch for the internal communication lines. This was it. He put on insulated gloves, his eyes becoming extremely focused. He didn't pull the switch directly. That would only arouse greater suspicion. He used the small knife he carried to pry open the switch's casing, looking at the dense, spiderweb-like wiring inside. His brain was working at lightning speed, calculating voltage, current, and the wiring distribution of different areas. A few seconds later, he found the wires he needed. The lines responsible for the entire B-Zone's lighting and monitoring system. He took a deep breath. With the tip of his knife, he precisely made a light cut on those few core wires. Sizzle! A dazzling electric spark burst forth, instantly illuminating his cold face. Meanwhile, B-Zone, Pipe Interstice 7. Old Man Wang was silently recovering his strength with his eyes closed. Suddenly, all the lights in the area he was in, and the static from the walkie-talkies coming from the corridor below, all extinguished at the same time. The entire B-Zone instantly plunged into a deathly darkness and silence. Damn it! What's going on? Power outage? Where's the backup power? Start it up quickly. Panicked shouts and curses from butcher gang members came from below. Old Man Wang suddenly opened his eyes. There was no panic in his eyes, instead, a sharp glint flashed. This was not an accident. This was a signal. Someone was using this method to tell him, "I'm helping you. Prepare to act." Who could it be? He didn't have time to think. Because there was only one chance. He immediately crawled out of that narrow interstice, like a leopard blending into the darkness, silently traversing between the broken pipes and steel beams. His goal was no longer the exit leading to the surface, but the opposite. Stealthily heading deeper into this underground labyrinth. B-Zone power system short-circuited. Where's the maintenance team? Where the hell did they go? Sister Han's furious voice echoed in everyone's communicators. All B-Zone personnel, hold your positions. Turn on your tactical flashlights and guard your spots. All other teams, immediately converge and surround the B-Zone. That old rat will definitely try to escape in the chaos. Block him off in the B-Zone. In the abandoned repair station, Mole listened to the commands in the communicator. A cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. This was the effect he wanted. To firmly draw everyone's attention to the B-zone, creating a perfect vacuum period for Old Man Wang to escape to other areas. He turned off the monitoring screen, restored the tampered power switch to its original state. Then he leisurely walked out of the repair station, as if he had just really gone to pee. When he returned to his original post, his fellow guard was holding a gun, looking nervous. "Damn, you scared me to death. I thought that old rat had escaped. Where did you go? Took you so long?" "My stomach wasn't feeling well, so I squatted a bit longer," Mole replied in his usual husky voice. Then he asked casually, "Oh, right. Isn't Cold Storage 3 Sister Han's Forbidden Zone? Now that such a big thing has happened, is no one guarding it there?" "Guard? Guard my ass." The guard pouted. "Scarface boss already took his men to B-zone to catch the rat. Now there's probably not even a ghost there." "Oh." Mole nodded. Said no more. But he already had the next step of his plan in mind. Old Man Wang, taking advantage of that perfectly timed power outage, successfully shook off all his pursuers. He was like a true phantom. He passed through the most lightly defended C-zone. Eventually, he infiltrated a place he hadn't even expected. Behind Cold Storage 3. That huge waste disposal area used for stacking experimental waste. It reeked to high heaven, piled with unknown, decaying biological tissues and broken medical equipment. It was the dirtiest and most easily overlooked corner of the entire slaughterhouse's underground. He crawled into a half-human high-metal box filled with medical waste, leaving only a tiny slit to observe the outside. He knew he was temporarily safe, but also trapped. All exits were blocked. He was like a mouse hiding in a jar. Although he had temporarily escaped the cat's claws, he had also lost all retreat, losing more and more blood. His consciousness began to blur. If this continued, he would go into shock and die before being found. Just then, a slight sound of a cart rolling from far to near. Old Man Wang immediately held his breath. He saw through the slit. A man with a scar face, wearing a scavenger uniform, was pushing a cart full of new waste, slowly walking towards him. It was an enemy. Old Man Wang instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger, preparing for a final desperate struggle. However, the man's next action made him freeze. The man stopped the cart next to the dumpster. Then, as if casually, he bent down, picked up a fallen piece of gauze from the ground. The moment he bent down, his left hand, with its back to all surveillance blind spots, towards the dumpster where Old Man Wang was hiding, quickly gestured a very standard, and very ancient, Human Alliance Army Special Reconnaissance Unit tactical hand signal. The hand signal meant, "Friendly forces. Don't move. Follow my command." Old Man Wang trembled violently. It was that friendly force. He found me. The man was, of course, Mole. He dropped the gauze and straightened up. Then he began to throw the foul-smelling waste from the cart, bag by bag, into the incinerator next to it. His actions seemed normal, but his lips were moving silently with a very small amplitude. That was lip reading, used by agents to transmit confidential information. "Old Senior, don't make a sound. I'm Commander Lin's man. You're badly injured and can't get out. Now listen to me. I'll dispose of you," Mole said as he picked up the last bag of waste. It was a huge black, opaque body bag. He walked to the dumpster where Old Man Wang was hiding. Then, under the faint surveillance from afar, he threw the empty body bag, along with a few blood-stained old clothes, into this dumpster. and closed the lid. Having done all this, he pushed the empty cart and turned to leave. As if he had just completed a most ordinary trash dumping task. Inside the dumpster, Old Manhwa looked at the body bag in front of him, which reeked of formaldehyde. He instantly understood Mole's plan. A plan to deceive the heavens, a lamp under the black plan. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Using the last of his strength, he crawled into the cold body bag. Then pulled up the zipper, disguising himself as a corpse about to be disposed of. It was pitch black inside the body bag. The pungent smell of formaldehyde, mixed with blood and sweat, fiercely stimulated Old Manhwa's nerves. He lay in the cold refuse pile, adjusting his breathing to a state close to hibernation. He could feel his vitality slowly ebbing away with the continuously flowing blood from his wound. But he remained absolutely calm. He was gambling. Gambling that the unseen ally would lead him out of this death trap. Time passed minute by minute, each second feeling as long as a century. Just as Old Manhwa's consciousness was about to slip into a coma. Clang! The lid of the dumpster was suddenly thrown open from the outside. Immediately after, two strong, powerful hands grabbed the dumpster, shoving the body bag, along with a large pile of blood-stained medical waste and rags, haphazardly into a larger, deeper, double-layered cart. He was on the lower layer of the cart. The upper layer was filled with real, foul-smelling trash. Damn it, another cart. A strange voice, full of disgust, sounded from outside. Why is there so much waste these past few days? Sister Hong's experiment must be at a critical stage again. Less talk, hurry up and deal with it. Another voice urged. If Scarface sees us slacking off, we'll get another scolding. Old Man Wang could feel the cart begin to move bumpily. He didn't move, like a real corpse, letting them do as they pleased. Soon, the cart stopped. A wave of scorching heat permeated through the layers of trash. The incinerator. They were going to push him, along with this cart of trash, into the incinerator. Old Man Wang's heart sank. Could it be that Ally's plan failed? Hey! Just then, a hoarse, cold voice rang out. It was Mole. What are you two pushing? A biao. Brother a biao? The two scavengers were clearly startled. And nothing, it's just a cart of waste cleared from Sector B. Mole had officially taken over the position of a biao, who had been knocked out by Gui, becoming the patrol team's deputy in this area. Waste? Mole sneered and walked to the cart. He didn't flip through the body bag underneath, that would expose him. He just casually poked at the upper layer of trash with his gun stock. Then, as if he smelled something, he suddenly frowned. Incorrect. His voice instantly turned incredibly chilling. This cart of trash smells of nitric oil. Nitric oil? The two men's faces instantly turned pale. Of course, they knew that was the smell of gunpowder. Scarface just gave an order. Mole bluffed without changing his expression. He said that Rat tonight is an expert with explosives. It's highly likely he hid tricks on his escape route. He told us to thoroughly check everything transported out of Sector B. Are you two trying to light up the entire incinerator and watch it as fireworks? No. No, Brother a biao. The two were so scared their legs went soft, they couldn't bear this responsibility. Then what should we do now? What to do? Mole kicked the cart. What the hell else can we do? Of course, it's isolation and inspection. He pointed to a locked alloy storage room nearby, used for temporarily holding high-risk experimental items. Push this cart of stuff into there, exactly as it is. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Deal with it after we catch that rat and confirm it's safe. Yes. Yes. Brother a biao is brilliant. The two, as if granted a great pardon, hurriedly and clumsily pushed the heavy cart. Into that cold storage room, then it clicked shut and locked. Alright, get out. Mole waved his hand. Go patrol elsewhere. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes. The two bowed and scraped as they left. The entire waste disposal area returned to silence. Mole glanced at the tightly shut storage room door. Then turned and melted into the darkness. He knew he had bought Old Man Wang the most precious thing, time. Although that storage room was a cage, it was also the safest shelter for now. Half an hour later. During the shift change of the patrolling guards, Mole appeared again at the storage room door, like a true ghost. He didn't use a key. Instead, he easily picked the lock with a pre-prepared wire and slipped inside. The storage room was pitch black. Senior. He lowered his voice. It's me. A slight rustle came from under the cart. Old Man Wang struggled to crawl out of the pile of foul-smelling trash. Well done, kid. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Mole didn't waste words. He quickly stepped forward and pulled out a first aid kit from his embrace. Inside, there was not only the potent hemostatic agent he had hidden in his teeth, but also bandages and disinfectant he had just borrowed from the slaughterhouse's infirmary. He handed the injection to Old Man Wang, then tore open a bandage and began to treat his bone-deep wound. His movements were professional and efficient. How did you find me? Old Man Wang asked hoarsely while injecting himself. That power outage was my doing. Mole replied without looking up. I sabotaged the electrical circuits in Sector B to create chaos. The purpose was to force you to make a choice. Old Man Wang paused. A choice? Correct. Mole said in a deep voice. A true veteran in that situation only has two choices. Either break out by force amidst the chaos and rush to the nearest exit. Or. He looked up, his eyes hidden in the shadows seemed to see through everything. Do the opposite. Exploit everyone's mindset that you would run out. Instead, infiltrate deeper into the base. Find an absolute blind spot for concealment. And the dirtiest, most chaotic, and most easily overlooked blind spot in the entire underground slaughterhouse is right here, the waste disposal area. Old Man Wang fell silent. Professional, calm, and meticulous. Commander Lin had sent a true expert this time. What's the situation outside? All exits are sealed. Mole said in a deep voice after bandaging his wound. Sister Hong has almost turned the entire underground upside down. We can't get out. Then your plan is? Wait. Mole said only one word. Wait? Yes, wait. Mole stood up and walked to the door, listening cautiously to the sounds outside. This is the most heavily guarded place in the entire underground. At the same time, it's also the place they least expect. I will prohibit anyone from approaching here under the guise of isolation and inspection, but Sister Hong's entire focus is on Sector B right now. She won't think that rat is actually in the evidence room right under her nose. We'll just wait here. Wait for them to search in vain and relax their vigilance. Wait for a real chance to escape. Old Man Wang leaned against the cold wall, feeling the medicinal power repairing his body, and his strength slowly recovering. He looked at this young man in front of him, whose face he couldn't see clearly but who was incredibly reliable. Slowly nodded. He knew. His life was temporarily saved. The next day, 8:01 a.m. Hive Apartment Building B, Unit 703. Inside Squad 7's common room. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like water could drip from it. Lin Xiaoqi sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes red-rimmed. Chen Hao sat at the table, repeatedly trying to dial Old Man Wang's communicator, but all he got was a cold busy signal. Li Fei paced restlessly back and forth in the room. No. I have to go look for him. He suddenly stopped. Uncle Wang must be in trouble. Where will you look? Chen Hao looked up, his voice hoarse. The entire Searing Zone is so vast, are you going to run around like a headless fly? That's better than just waiting here. Stop arguing, all of you. Lin Xiaoqi cried out, her voice choked with tears. Just then. Thump thump. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. The three exchanged glances, seeing a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. Who is it? Chen Hao pulled a wrench from under the table and asked in a low voice. Me, I'm looking for Miss Lin Xiaoqi. A strange, trembling voice, filled with fear, came from outside the door. Lin Xiaoqi was stunned. She looked through the peephole and recognized the missing tooth man who had drunk with old man Wang. She opened the door. It's you? Shoo. Missing Tooth didn't wait for her to finish speaking before he squeezed inside, then slammed the door shut. He leaned against the door, panting heavily, his face filled with the fear of someone who had narrowly escaped death. You? What do you want with me? Lin Xiaoqi was startled by his appearance. Missing Tooth took a long while to compose himself before looking at Lin Xiaoqi and speaking quickly, almost reciting. Old man went fishing. The fishing rod broke by the turbid water river at the slaughterhouse. The compass is pointing home at the old spot. After he finished, he looked utterly exhausted, as if he had completed a monumental task. What? Lin Xiaoqi and Li Fei were completely bewildered. Wait. Chen Hao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His face turned incredibly serious. Say it again. The last sentence. The compass is pointing home at the old spot. Chen Hao's body trembled violently. Xiaoqi, Li Fei. He turned to look at the two, his voice a little dry. Do you still remember? The code the captain used to teach us. Lin Xiaoqi and Li Fei instantly remembered too. Fishing means. Lin Xiaoqi's lips began to tremble slightly. It means executing an infiltration mission of the highest danger level. Fishing rod means. Li Fei took over, his face pale. It means himself. Then. The fishing rod broke. Chen Hao's voice was incredibly strained. The three exchanged glances, seeing the almost overflowing fear in each other's eyes. The captain is in trouble. And the odds are stacked against him. The location is the slaughterhouse. Then, what about the last sentence? Li Fei asked urgently. What does the compass is pointing home at the old spot mean? The old spot is the captain's safe house in the water rat maze. Chen Hao quickly explained. The compass should refer to his brass compass. Home. In our code, home means. He paused, his voice growing even lower. It refers to the place where things are hidden. He wants us to go to his safe house and find that compass. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in the hearts of the three. The captain had a backup plan. Half an hour later. In the water rat maze, old man Wang's dilapidated little house. Gui had also arrived. He had been called by Chen Hao via emergency communication on his way back to the apartment. Now, the four of them were gathered around the old table in the center of the small room. On the table lay the brass military compass, quietly. The needle wasn't pointing south. Instead, it had been fixed by old man Wang using a special method. It pointed to the floor tile covered by a torn rug in the corner of the room. The four worked together to lift the rug and pry open the tile. A cold, waterproof metal box appeared before their eyes. Opening the box, an old voice recorder and a strangely shaped lighter they had never seen before lay quietly inside. Chen Hao pressed the play button on the voice recorder. Old man Wang's steady, hoarse, yet weary voice slowly filled the silent room. Children, by the time you hear this recording, I might not be coming back. Listen carefully, this matter ends here. Do not investigate, and certainly do not think about avenging me. Just assume this old man got drunk and fell into the turbid water river to feed the fish. Forget me, and live well, just like before. This is my final order to you as your captain. The recording paused here. Then Old Man Wang's voice resumed, but this time it was deeper and more serious. The following words are not for you to hear. If you still acknowledge me as your captain, then activate the lighter in the box. It will automatically contact someone you cannot afford to offend. Give him this voice recorder. Let him listen to the rest of the content. He will complete everything that remains for us. Children, take care. The recording abruptly ended. The entire room was deathly silent. Lin Xiaoqi could no longer hold back and squatted on the ground, crying suppressedly. Li Fei punched the wall fiercely, his knuckles instantly bloody and mangled. Bastard! He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. What do you mean forget you? What do you mean live well? What the hell? Do you take us for? Chen Hao also stood blankly, clutching the voice recorder tightly, his knuckles white. Only Gu Yi remained silent. For a long, long time. He took the voice recorder from Chen Hao's hand, rewound the progress bar a little, then continued playing. A brand new report, deliberately lowered in volume and full of military jargon, emerged. Report to Superior, codename Veteran calling command. Preliminary investigation shows that recent disappearances in the searing zone are all related to the slaughterhouse. The target organization is highly disciplined, uses cruel methods, and is suspected of conducting some kind of human experimentation. Behind it, there is likely a larger, religiously oriented secret organization. According to intelligence, there will be an important gathering tonight within the target, related to a certain ritual. I will infiltrate alone to obtain the specific content of the ritual and attempt to identify its high-ranking personnel. Mission risk, highest level. This recording is the final safeguard. If I sacrifice myself, please use this as evidence to immediately elevate the threat level of the slaughterhouse and launch further investigation. End. After listening to this recording, everyone present was completely stunned. Command. Codename Veteran. So Old Man Wang, the man who protected all of them like a father, was actually a secret agent of the Human Alliance? And now, to stop a terrifying conspiracy, he went to that most dangerous place alone. And never came back. Gu Yi turned off the recording. He looked up at his teammates, who were already overwhelmed by shock and grief. Don't tell Aunt Fong yet. He first thought of Lu Fong, who was still recovering from her injuries. She can't handle this shock. Chen Hao and Li Fei both nodded instinctively. So what do we do now? Li Fei raised his still bleeding fist, asking in a hoarse voice. Are we really going to listen to the captain and do nothing? No. Lin Xiaoqi suddenly looked up, wiped away her tears, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. The captain went to stop those bad guys. We can't just stand by and watch him go to his death alone. I agree. Chen Hao pushed up his glasses, a cold glint flashing beneath the lenses. The captain's order was for us to live on. But he didn't say we couldn't find him back in our own way. He pointed to the lighter. Activating it and giving the intelligence to the Human Alliance is the safest method. But by the time they react and send people down, the captain might already be. He didn't finish his sentence. But everyone understood what he meant. I'm going to the slaughterhouse. Gu Yi finally spoke. He looked at everyone and said slowly. I'm going to bring him back. Then he added another sentence. The voice was cold and unyielding. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his body. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his corpse. Gu Yi's cold and resolute voice echoed in the silent, small room. We're going with you. Li Fei was the first to react, grabbing his steel pipe from the corner of the wall, his eyes red like an enraged lion cub. Right. Lin Xiaoqi also wiped away her tears and stood up, her eyes filled with determination. Chen didn't speak, but his action of silently putting the tools from the table into his backpack already showed his attitude. Watching their resolute gazes, a warm current surged in Guyi's heart. But he knew this wasn't the time for impulsive actions. Taking the three of them to storm the slaughterhouse? That wouldn't be a rescue, it would be a total wipeout. But how could he make them stay here with peace of mind? Reason with them? Useless. These guys were now filled with thoughts of family and revenge. The only way was to let them see that he had the capital to go alone. To see the power belonging to the monster world, a power they couldn't comprehend. Guyi took a deep breath. He knew it was time to reveal some secrets. No. Guyi shook his head. You going will only become my burden. What are you saying? Li Fei grew anxious. Quiet. Guyi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable tone that instantly choked Li Fei. He looked at the three of them and slowly said, "We'll split up." He placed the cold, lighter-like human alliance communicator and the voice recorder on the table. These two items left by the captain are our trump cards. Transmitting intelligence to the human alliance and me going to rescue him, these two things must happen simultaneously. He looked at Chen Hao. How, only you can do this. After returning to the hive, immediately try to activate this communicator according to the method in the recording. This is a technical job and the most important mission. Chen Hao immediately understood Guyi's meaning. His emotions quickly calmed down, he pushed up his glasses and nodded. I understand. Then, Guyi looked at Li Fei and Lin Xiaoqi. You two are responsible for assisting Ahao in preparing all weapons and first aid supplies. Once Ahao makes contact with the human alliance, you should be ready to rendezvous at any time. But Li Fei was still unwilling. What about you? You're going alone? Yes. No. Li Fei's stubbornness flared up. I don't agree. Uncle Wang Li Fei. Guyi interrupted him. He raised his head, his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood, quietly looking at Li Fei. Do you think I'm going to die? Before he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand in front of the three of them. Click. Click clack. A faint, ceramic cracking sound came from his hand. In the instantly frozen gaze of the three, his right hand, from skin to fingernails, instantly transformed into a pale, smooth, mannequin-like hand without any palm lines or pores. Immediately after, that mannequin hand began to wriggle and deform. Muscle fibers, skin texture, bone structure. Rapidly restructured in a way that defied physical laws. A few seconds later, a hand identical to Li Fei's right hand appeared on Guyi's arm. Whether it was the size, skin tone, or even the fresh wound left from smashing the wall just now, it was perfectly replicated. The entire room was deathly silent. Lin Xiaoqi instinctively took half a step back, one hand tightly covering her mouth. Her large eyes reflected that hand that didn't belong to Guyi, filled with incomprehensible shock. Li Fei was like he had been petrified, frozen in place. He stared blankly at that hand, then slowly raised his head to look at Guyi. His lips moved, but no sound came out. In his eyes, there was no fear. Instead, it was a complex emotion mixed with sudden realization and intense worry. He thought of his sister, and of the bloody legends about bizarre items and man-made armaments. Those things would turn people into monsters. Only Chen Hao. After his initial surprise, he simply pushed up his glasses sharply. A remarkably sharp light flashed in his usually placid eyes behind the lenses. He had long suspected Guyi had a secret. From the incredible abilities at Scrap Iron Mountain, he knew that Guyi was no ordinary person. You. Li Fei's voice was extremely dry, like sandpaper rubbing against his throat. You. Also fused with that thing? This matter is very complicated. Guyi slowly withdrew his ability, and his hand returned to its original state. He looked at the three of them, their expressions distinctly different yet equally impactful. He calmly said, "When I bring the captain back, I will tell you everything. Now." He picked up the map on the table. "Proceed as planned." At this moment, no one objected anymore. They, for the first time, intuitively understood where Gui's confidence came from. They also understood that this perilous infiltration might truly be something only he was qualified to participate in. After explaining everything, Gui didn't waste another second. He left the small room alone, disappearing into the intricate darkness of the water rat maze. After explaining everything, Gui didn't waste another second, leaving the small room alone and disappearing into the intricate shadows of the water rat maze. On the way, he finally had time to carefully examine his upgraded Bizarre Compendium. Bizarre Compendium LV.2. Upgrade condition: contain and analyze 50 different bizarre entities. Current progress, 10/50. Highest grade of bizarre entities that can be contained, D grade. Fusion evolution success rate, 10%. New function skill solidification: unlocked can solidify the core abilities of contained bizarre entities into a keepable plugins. Current skill slots, 1/1. Note, skills in the skill slot can be reset and changed once daily. 50 types? Gui looked at the new upgrade condition and couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that a level 3 compendium was still a long way off. But the improvements brought by LV.2 were immense. Not only did the containment limit skyrocket, but more importantly, he could finally contain D-grade bizarre entities. Moreover, the mental contamination previously caused by containing the meat cabinet butcher had vanished without a trace after the compendium's upgrade. It was as if the compendium's firewall had upgraded along with it. This was the biggest surprise. Skill solidification. Gui focused his attention on the new function. He found that below each form card, a solidify option had appeared. Below each card, a core skill that could be solidified was extracted. Form card. Blood of contamination solidified skill, liquefaction, passive: when the body is subjected to physical impact, it can slightly liquefy, exempting part of the damage. Skeletal hound solidified skill, stealth step, passive, significantly reduces sound produced while moving. Echobat solidified skill, sonar, active, consumes mental energy to perform a range scan. Thousand-faced model solidified skill, disguise, active, can change the size and color of oneself or clothing for disguise. Meat cabinet butcher solidified skill, hunger for flesh, passive, can restore oneself by devouring flesh and blood. Skeleton butcher solidified skill, ferocity, passive, greatly increases one's explosive power and pain tolerance. Armament card. Hand of rust solidified skill, corrosive touch, active, contacts target, causing it to rapidly rust/decay. Unfettered Iron Legion solidified skill, metal siphon, active, can absorb metal to replenish reserves or attack. Weeping Wall solidified skill, sorrowful aura, passive, continuously emits negative emotions in a small area, weakening enemy will. Looking at this array of dazzling skills, Gui, for this infiltration and rescue operation, he chose solidified skill, sonar. Half an hour later, outside the slaughterhouse back alley perimeter, Gui, like a ghost, lurked on the rooftop of an abandoned building, coldly observing the fortress-like slaughterhouse below. It was morning now. The sky in the searing zone was always that hazy gray. He could clearly see that every exit of the slaughterhouse had doubled its sentries, and the atmosphere was outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense. Clearly, last night's rat had made them extra vigilant. Sneaking in through the front or back gate? Impossible. Gui's gaze slowly moved upward, finally locking onto the labyrinthine sewage and ventilation pipe system of the slaughterhouse's main building. That was the only blind spot of this fortress. Gui took a deep breath. Form card blood of contamination activated. His body instantly liquefied, turning into an inconspicuous, dark red viscous liquid. Then, it flowed silently down the drainpipe along the wall. While the echo bat could fly, it was too large a target and easily exposed. The liquefied form of the blood of contamination, however, was the truly perfect infiltration form. He easily seeped into the slaughterhouse's underground through a crack in a floor drain. Then, adhering to the inner wall of the pipe, he began to move rapidly. Soon, he reached the main sewage pipe on the second basement level. This was the transportation hub of the entire building, connecting all areas. Just then, a faint sound of metal friction came from a fork in the path below. Someone was there. Gui immediately stopped moving, perfectly flattening his liquefied body into a layer of grime on the inner wall of the pipe. He saw two butchered gang patrolmen, hunched over, grumbling and struggling to crawl through a narrow inspection passage that only one person could pass through. Damn it, Sister Hong must be crazy, right? We've been searching all night, and haven't found a ghost. And she's making us crawl through these godforsaken pipes. You're telling me? The other person also complained, I heard that Rat already escaped through the sewers and disappeared. We're just wasting our time here. Alright, fewer words. Up ahead is the initial processing area. It smells the strongest there, let's finish patrolling quickly and go back for a drink. The two spoke as they crawled towards the area directly below Gui's position. Gui held his breath. The two shone their flashlights and crawled past below him, completely unaware that a deadly stain on the inner wall of the pipe directly above their heads was silently watching them. The two's conversation gradually faded into the distance. But the information they revealed was extremely crucial. The captain was still alive. He wasn't dead. Now these people were all looking for him. He had to find the captain as soon as possible. After the two had gone far away, he no longer went to the area he had speculated might be the upper levels. Instead, he changed direction and silently followed behind the two guards, infiltrating towards the unknown initial processing area. The two patrolmen disappeared grumbling down the end of the corridor. Gui followed closely behind him. He pressed his liquid blood of contamination body against the cold inner wall of the pipe, moving cautiously towards the source of the sound and light. Soon, a vast underground space, like a factory workshop, appeared in his vision. Although the blood of contamination had no eyes, he could feel the rumbling machinery below and the pungent, nauseating stench of blood and decay. He flowed out from a gap in a sewage pipe exit, flattening himself into an inconspicuous oil stain on the ground. Then he saw a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The entire workshop was like an efficiently operating slaughter assembly line, but what was processed here were not livestock, but the cheapest garbage in the searing zone. Cart after cart of raw materials were pushed in by scavengers wearing thick masks, then emotionlessly dumped into a huge, mixer-like machine in the center of the workshop. Among these raw materials were black-green mutated moss salvaged from the turbid pool in the West District, squeaking mutated rats caught from the cemetery in the North District. Even Gui's body suddenly contracted. He saw several incomplete human remains also thrown in without hesitation. Rumble! That colossal steel beast, a relic from the Great Fracture, let out a deafening roar. Sharp alloy blades and high-pressure centrifugal rollers began to spin wildly, grinding, crushing, separating, and recompressing all the raw materials thrown in, whether moss, rats, or human corpses, in the most brutal and savage way. Finally, from the exit at the other end of the machine, a viscous, grayish-brown protein pulp with a strange odor flowed out. Gui lay on the ground, watching this hellish scene, his stomach churning. He finally understood. The synthetic meat in the searing zone black market that even Auntie Lufang coveted, and the fried mutated octopus tentacles served at the Clockwork Orange Bar, their source, was this. It was this meat pulp, mixed from garbage, monsters, and even their own kind. An extreme wave of nausea and icy anger instantly filled his chest. But he ultimately held back. Reason told him it was not yet time. Old Man Wang was still missing, and this was not the end. Gui forced himself to calm down. He saw that the flowing pulp was not directly packaged but gathered in a corner of the workshop along a groove, then sucked away by a powerful force. Through an extremely thick pipe hidden underground, to an unknown destination. Gui's heart beat faster and faster. He had a very strong premonition that Captain Wang and the core secret of the slaughterhouse might be at the end of that pipe. He no longer hesitated. Controlling his liquid blood of contamination body, he slid silently like a dark red shadow towards that corner. Then, in the turbid and foul-smelling meat pulp torrent, he found an inconspicuous swirling entrance. Without any pause, he completely merged into it. Inside the pipe, it was pitch black. The viscous meat pulp enveloped him like cold, dead hands constantly caressing his body. Gui could feel the lingering obsessions of the dead within this meat pulp: pain, fear, unwillingness, and endless despair. If it were an ordinary hunter in this environment, this mental impact alone would be enough to drive him completely mad. But Gui was not afraid, because he himself was now a weirdness. He could even draw a faint nutrient from these negative emotions to replenish his depleted mental energy. He did not drift with the flow but switched to the echobat form, which was more suitable for detection. Although he could not fly in this viscous liquid, he could still activate sonar. Buzz. An invisible sound wave spread through the pipe. Although hindered by the liquid, it was enough for him to map out the general direction of this food pipe. Downward, it kept extending downward, passing through the third underground level, finally leading to an extremely vast, huge, spherical space on the fourth underground level. Gui retracted his sonar. He transformed back into the blood of contamination form, allowing the powerful suction to carry him towards that unknown destination. After an unknown period, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. It was the exit. Splash. Accompanied by a sound like a waterfall, Gui, along with the viscous meat pulp, poured out from the end of the pipe, instantly falling into an even larger and more terrifying stomach. He quickly attached himself to a huge, stalactite-like flesh pillar, raised his head, and looked towards this so-called end. Then, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. This was an immense space, like an underground karst cave, almost the size of a hive apartment. The dome of the cave was embedded with countless unknown fungi emitting a pale green fluorescent light, illuminating the entire space like a ghost realm. And in the center of the cave, a huge shrine built from countless bones and steel, like some kind of evil god's altar, stood. All the meat pulp waterfalls pouring down from the pipes above ultimately converged here, then flowed into the bottomless feeding opening in the center of the shrine. In the deepest part of the shrine, Gui saw the thing that the butcher gang worshipped like a god. It was a mass, a slowly wriggling living lump of flesh, over 20 meters in diameter, like some kind of deep-sea giant sea anemone. Its entire body was a translucent, nauseating pink, its surface covered with deep purple, vein-like patterns. It had no facial features, no limbs, only a huge, opening and closing mouthpart in the center of its body, and countless translucent, vein-like tentacles extending from its body. Those tentacles were deeply rooted in the feeding opening, like the roots of a plant, greedily absorbing the nutrients composed of corpses and garbage. And at the other end of this monster's body, another equally thick pipe was connected, continuously flowing out a milky white, seemingly pure and flawless, paste-like protein matrix. Then, it was transported to an unknown area by another pipeline system. Seeing this, Gui instantly connected everything. The expensive synthetic meat in the searing zone black market, those so-called delicacies that countless lower-class people eagerly sought it. Turned out, it all was, this unknown monster's, shit. An extreme wave of nausea. It was like a cold tide instantly drowning Gui's reason. He wanted to vomit. But the blood of contamination form had no stomach. He could only feel his body churning uncontrollably. He remembered Auntie Lufan's satisfied smile when she went to Slaughterhouse Back Alley to buy cheap scraps to save money. He remembered Li Fei's proud expression when he generously ordered that plate of fried mutated octopus tentacles at the Clockwork Orange bar once. He remembered the crispy outside, tender inside synthetic meat patty he ate to reward himself after receiving his first bounty. Ugh! He finally couldn't hold it in. Although nothing came out. But that spasm, originating from the depths of his soul, was more violent than any vomit. After a bout of nausea, Gui forcibly suppressed the physical discomfort. It was replaced by an even colder scrutiny. He thought of the residents on Rust Bone Street queuing for a small piece of synthetic meat. This food chain composed of garbage, corpses, and monster excrement, though utterly disgusting, sustained the fragile, deformed prosperity of the searing zone in an extremely twisted way. Gui could understand the survival logic behind this. But that didn't mean he could accept it now. He probably wouldn't touch this kind of thing for a while. His attention quickly shifted from the chunk of meat back to his original goal. Find Captain Wang. He switched back to the Echobat and activated sonar detection again. This time, he extended the detection range to the entire cave. A black and white, three-dimensional sonar map instantly formed in his mind. The giant shrine, the spiderweb-like pipe system, and the huge, pink meat lump representing energy cluster in the center of the cave. But Gui's heart suddenly sank. None. Still none. Apart from that disgusting lump of meat in the entire cave, there was no sign of any other living thing. Did he search in the wrong direction? Was Captain Wang not here at all? Gui forced himself to calm down. Since he wasn't in the innermost restricted area, it meant Captain Wang was likely still trapped elsewhere in this underground base. He couldn't just run around like a headless fly anymore. He had to switch to a more efficient and safer search method. Without further hesitation, Gui abandoned the idea of returning the way he came. Rush back against that meat slurry like a waterfall? He wasn't that stupid. Gui cast his gaze towards the complex ventilation and maintenance pipes on the cave ceiling. Then he switched to the most agile Echobat form and flew up silently. 10 minutes later. Basement 2, a sewage outlet in an unmanned corner. A puddle of dark red, viscous liquid flowed out silently. Gui successfully used the complex pipe maze to circle back to the upper levels of the base. He found an absolutely safe blind spot in the surveillance. He deactivated the blood of contamination form and returned to human shape. Then, form card thousand-faced model activated. Accompanied by a subtle crackling sound, like ceramic cracking. His figure, appearance, and clothing began to change rapidly. A few seconds later, a man of medium build, ordinary face, and wearing a scavenger uniform stained with grease, appeared in his place. This was the appearance of one of the two patrol members he had overheard in the pipes earlier. Perfect and flawless. After doing all this, Gui, like a true insider, swaggered out of the shadows and began to stroll through this labyrinthine underground base. This was his true exploration of the slaughterhouse. In the huge primary processing area, the roar was incessant. Scavengers with numb eyes, like worker ants, mechanically pushed carts of mixed raw materials towards the steel behemoth. On another production line, the pungent chemical fragrance was overwhelmingly choking. Milky white protein matrix flowed through pipes, injected with various bright red pigments and tenderizing powder, finally pressed into realistic synthetic steaks, emitting a false aroma of meat. A string of vulgar curses and gambling shouts came from a half-open door. The stench of alcohol, sweat, and cheap cigarettes, like an invisible wall, made Gui instinctively hold his breath. He didn't linger too long and continued forward. Immediately after, a suppressed, beast-like whimper caught his attention. He turned his head and peered through the crack of a half-open iron door marked infirmary. A man in a white coat was slowly inserting a probe, flickering with faint electric arcs, into the temple of a person tied to an operating table. The bound person twitched violently but couldn't make a sound. "Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon," the man in the white coat muttered, his tone eerily gentle. Gui retracted his gaze and continued walking forward expressionlessly. This was the daily routine of the slaughterhouse. Guyi's face always maintained the same numb expression as the other scavengers. But his brain was like a precise radar, constantly activating sonar. Again and again. Scanning every room and every passage he passed in a small range. He was searching. Searching for that unique life signal belonging to old man Wang. Basement 2. None. Basement 1. None. Staff dormitory area. None. Just as Guyi was about to turn the entire base upside down, his sonar finally detected a faint but incredibly familiar life echo in an unexpected corner. It was in the most remote, dirtiest waste disposal area on Basement 1. In a locked alloy storage room used for temporarily storing high-risk experimental subjects. Found him. A surge of ecstasy welled up in Guyi's heart. He immediately adjusted his direction and quickly walked towards that location. However, he had just turned a corner in a passage when his steps suddenly stopped. Not far ahead, a muscular man with eyes like a beast was leaning against the wall, smoking. He was followed by two subordinates. Guyi's heart instantly leaped to his throat. He didn't know this person, but he could feel it. That cold, inhuman aura emanating from this man. It was completely different from all the butcher gang members he had encountered before. It was an aura almost of a kindred spirit, belonging to a monster. Guyi immediately lowered his head and moved to the side of the road. He put on a humble appearance, not daring to meet the gaze of his superior. He wanted to slip by unnoticed. The man didn't seem to notice him. He was still talking to his subordinates in a low voice. Guyi held his breath and walked past him step by step. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Just as he was about to brush past the man's bragging voice suddenly stopped. Guyi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't stop, still maintaining his original speed as he walked forward. Stop. A hoarse voice, full of oppressive power, sounded from behind him. Guyi's body instantly froze. He slowly turned around, still keeping his head down. "Boss, what are your orders?" he asked humbly in the most standard scavenger tone. The man didn't answer. He just walked over step by step. He stopped in front of Guyi, staring intently at him. Guyi could feel that gaze, almost tangible, sweeping over his body, as if wanting to see through him, inside and out. "Look up," the man said slowly. Guyi hesitated for a second, then slowly raised his head, revealing the disguised scavenger's face. The man's brows furrowed. His eyes were full of doubt. Something was wrong. The feeling was wrong. The strange core installed in his body was frantically warning him, telling him that this person in front of him was an extremely dangerous anomaly. But his eyes couldn't detect any flaws. "What's your name?" the man asked in a deep voice. This was the final test. However, he had no intention of waiting for Guyi to answer. The moment he spoke to attract Guyi's attention, he moved. His right hand, which had been in his pocket, shot out like a venomous snake. As fast as a black lightning bolt, it fiercely lunged towards Guyi's heart without hesitation. Screech! His 5 fingers completely mutated the moment they struck, turning into 5 claws, half a meter long, like black blades. Strike first, ask questions later. That was the rule of the slaughterhouse. Screech! That bone claw, like a black blade, let out a piercing shriek as it tore through the air. It instantly reached Guyi's chest. Fast. Too fast. This strike, in both speed and angle, was filled with deadly killing intent. Any ordinary scavenger would have been disemboweled on the spot by this attack. But Guyi was not ordinary. Just a second before the bone claw was about to pierce his heart, the thousand-faced model's innate ability, form reshaping, was utilized to its Full list. His disguised body was like a boneless plastic. He suddenly arched backward, in a bizarre, backbend-like posture that no human could possibly achieve, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. The sharp claw tip grazed his nose, and the fierce wind it generated made the black cloth on his face flap wildly. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected this scavenger to be able to dodge. But his offensive didn't slow. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered an even more vicious upward slash, aiming to split Gui from chin to crown. However, Gui's backward arched body didn't fall to the ground. Instead, like a roly-poly toy, he exploded with terrifying core strength, pivoting at his waist. He sprang up violently. At the same time, his right hand, which had been hanging at his side, was instantly covered by a shimmering, liquid metal-like substance. This was form reshaping from the unruly iron mass. That layer of liquid metal instantly reshaped under his will, transforming into a viciously styled, gleaming, bone-chilling, metal claw. Clang! A black bone claw and a silver metal claw collided with a thunderous crash in the narrow alloy corridor, sending out a dazzling shower of sparks. Thump! 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 The man was actually forced back 3 steps by the immense force. He steadied himself and looked up, staring at his slightly numb bone claw, which even had a hairline crack. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in his beast-like eyes. Strength. This anomaly's strength was even greater than his own? Gui, meanwhile, remained standing steadily in place, without even moving his feet an inch. He maintained the appearance of an ordinary scavenger, disguised by the thousand-faced model, but the mutated metal claw looked exceptionally eerie. Who are you? Gui, using his disguised, hoarse voice, couldn't help but ask the man in front of him, who also possessed mutation abilities. Are you also a wicked, Gui? You're asking to die. The man seemed to take Gui's question as an insult. He let out a low growl. His other hand also instantly mutated into a bone claw. Like a completely enraged leopard, he pounced on Gui again. This time, his attack was fiercer and faster than before. The 2 bone claws became 2 black afterimages, sealing off all of Gui's escape routes. Ha! Gui sneered. If he wouldn't talk, then he'd beat him until he did. He no longer held back. The form card for the skeleton butcher was fully activated. Crack! 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 Accompanied by a bone-jarring popping sound, his body instantly began to swell and mutate wildly. The thousand-faced model's disguise shattered like a fragile eggshell. Bleak white bones pierced through his skin, forming a tough skeleton. Dark red muscle fibers, like twisted cables, covered it. In just 2 seconds, a terrifying monster over 2.5 meters tall, with a bone claw for a left hand and a white bone cleaver in its right, completely replaced Gui. A wave of brutality and killing intent, originating from the depths of his soul, began to uncontrollably breed and spread within him. That pure, terrifying aura of the wicked, filled with desires for slaughter and devourment, instantly enveloped the entire corridor. What the hell is this? The 2 butcher gang members nearby, already terrified speechless, watched the horrifying scene of a human transforming into a monster. They finally broke. They screamed and turned to run. But it was too late. Too noisy. Gui's inhuman, cold voice echoed in the corridor. That brutal killing intent urged him to eliminate all superfluous noise. The skeleton butcher casually flicked the bone claw of its left hand. 2 bone spurs, formed from bone proliferation like darts, instantly flew out. Thwack! They accurately pierced through the hearts of the 2 men from behind, pinning them firmly to the wall. Having done all this, the skeleton butcher's eyes, made of pale white soul fire, slowly turned towards the bone claw man who had stopped mid-charge. At this moment, the man who had been so arrogant just now, his face only showed endless fear. He could feel that this monster in front of him was not on the same dimension as himself. He was merely a modified human who had transplanted parts. But the other party was a pure, perfect predator, born for slaughter. Escape! This thought instantly dominated his mind. He turned and ran without hesitation. But how could Gooey give him that chance? The skeleton butcher's bone legs kicked off violently, instantly cracking the hard alloy floor. And its figure, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly caught up with the opponent. Then, the massive cleaver, made of a spine and ribs, carrying enough power to split mountains and rocks, brutally chopped down. At the brink of death, the man unleashed his full potential. He crossed his arms, holding his two bone claws above his head, attempting to withstand the blow head-on. Clang! A deafening roar, loud enough to shatter eardrums, exploded throughout the entire underground slaughterhouse. Sparks flew everywhere. The man's bone claws on his arms were actually bent in half by the incredibly violent force, emitting a mournful wail of being overwhelmed. The powerful impact made his knees buckle, and he fell to his knees with a thump. It's not over yet. Gooey's inhuman voice rang out above him. The skeleton butcher's left bone claw swept down, like a snake striking from its hole, accurately grabbing the opponent's shoulder. Then, its right knee suddenly rose, violently slamming into his chin. Bang! The man's head was violently thrown backward by the fierce knee strike, and his mouth spewed out teeth mixed with blood. He flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Gooey slowly retracted his cleaver, looking at the unconscious bone claw man on the ground, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, which burned with soul fire. I thought he was more impressive. Turns out. That's it? I was too careful for nothing. But the huge noise just now had completely alerted the entire underground base. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder detected in Sector A, Channel 3. Requesting backup. Piercing alarm bells instantly resounded in every corner. Dense, chaotic footsteps were rushing towards this location from all directions. Gooey knew he was completely exposed. It was no longer possible to rescue people silently. That brutal obsession from the skeleton butcher once again surged into his heart. Since he had already been discovered, why hide like a rat? A cold madness flashed in his eyes, which burned with soul fire. Then, let's make a big scene. Meanwhile, in the waste processing zone on the first underground level, in that cold alloy storage room, old Manhwa was also awakened by the sudden loud noise and the piercing alarm. He struggled to get up, pressing against the cold door, listening carefully to the commotion outside. Quick! Go reinforce Sector A. Sister Han's orders. Capture the intruder alive. Damn it, who's the idiot who dares to cause trouble here? That noise just now sounded like a bomb explosion. Outside in the corridor, countless hurried footsteps of butcher gang members and their startled whispers could be heard. Old Man Wang frowned deeply. Intruder? Could it be that friendly force? No, that's not right. His style of action wouldn't be so flamboyant. Who then? Who would use such a near-suicidal method to forcibly break in here? And in another patrol corridor further away, Mole also heard the loud commotion. He immediately halted his original rescue plan, his expression becoming extremely serious. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. A third party had entered the scene. And it seemed their strength was far greater than imagined. This was a crisis, but also an excellent opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Alarm! Alarm! Piercing red lights pulsed like a frantic heart, dyeing the entire underground of the slaughterhouse an ominous blood red. Dense footsteps and furious roars came from all directions. A vast net of gun barrels and blades was rapidly closing in, centered on A-Zone Passage 3. And Gooey stood right in the center of this net. His huge and grotesque figure, formed by the skeleton butcher, under the flickering alarm lights, was like a slaughtering demon god crawled out of hell. That tyrannical obsession, originating from the depths of his soul, belonging to a butcher, was screaming wildly. Kill! Devour! He hadn't been this excited in a long time. He's there. Fire. The first to arrive was a team of 7 or 8 ordinary members of the butcher gang. As soon as they rounded the corner of the passage, they saw the huge monster blocking the middle of the road, and the 2 corpses nailed to the wall, as well as Bone Claw Boss, unconscious and of unknown fate, at the monster's feet. They were terrified by this horrifying sight. But the strict gang rules prevented them from retreating. They could only instinctively pull the triggers of their weapons. A furious storm of metal instantly swept through the entire passage. Countless orange-yellow shell casings clinked in the air. Bullets poured down like an impenetrable rainstorm, slamming into the skeleton butcher's body. Puff 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 puff. High-speed rotating bullets successfully tore through the tough muscle fibers and drilled into his body. Although most of the bullets were stopped by the hard bones, a few still penetrated very deeply, bringing up plumes of dark red blood mist. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ha! However, Gooey laughed. It was an inhuman smile, full of tyranny and madness. The pain, far from frightening him, instead aroused a more primitive, more brutal appetite. My turn. His inhuman voice rang out amidst the hail of bullets. The next second, his figure instantly vanished from its spot. Fast. Faster than anyone's visual limits. His massive body, in this narrow passage, was actually like a white lightning bolt, instantly rushing into the group of already terrified gunmen. Then, a one-sided, bloody slaughter began. Put. That bone cleaver, made of a spine, swept across. The upper body of a gunman flew directly off. Blood and organs gushed out like a burst fire hydrant. No! Another gunman tried to retreat in terror, but was grabbed by the skeleton butcher's left bone claw around his head. Crack! Just like crushing a ripe tomato. Red and white splattered everywhere. Gooey bathed in this warm rain of blood, feeling the rich scent of blood that assailed him. Far from feeling discomfort, he felt a pleasure almost akin to intoxication. That hunger from the depths of his soul surged up once again. He grabbed a gunman who wasn't quite dead yet, pulling the man's face, twisted with extreme fear, close to his own. He opened his inhuman, fanged mouth, ready to bite down on the man's neck without hesitation. Yes, just like that. A cold, deep whisper, like that of a demon, suddenly slowly echoed in his heart. That was the voice of the skeleton butcher. Eat him. Eat it all. Feel the power. Feel the pleasure. This is your true form. Gooey's movements suddenly stopped. He looked at the man in his hand, who was already incontinent from fear, his eyes filled only with pure terror. The fear in those eyes was like 2 sharpest daggers, instantly piercing through his monster shell. What am I doing? Am I going to eat people? Gooey's consciousness was screaming frantically, resisting violently. Shut up! You coward! The voice instantly became incredibly tyrannical and sharp. Without this power, without a golden finger, what are you? And now you're here, hypocritically, overflowing with your pitiful, worthless sympathy? Look at them. Look at those gun barrels. If you didn't have this power, now, you would be the one lying on the ground. You would be the one treated as trash. That cold voice, like a sharp knife, dissected all his false weaknesses. Do you still want to save that old man? Have you forgotten your purpose? These words were like a clap of thunder, instantly shattering all of Gooey's struggles and confusion. Yes. I'm here to save someone. I'm here to bring Captain Wang back. If anyone is to blame, blame yourselves for choosing to oppose me. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be eaten. In his eye sockets, burning with the fire of his soul, the human struggle slowly receded. The fanaticism of the skeleton butcher surged up again. Just as he was about to be completely swallowed by bestiality. Another sentence. A hoarse yet incredibly firm sentence. Echoed in his mind without warning. Those were Old Man Wang's words when he warned him a long time ago. Kid, remember. Once some lines are crossed, you can never turn back. Can't turn back. Can't turn back. These 4 words, like a thunderbolt that transcended time, instantly extinguished the raging flame of madness that was about to spread in his heart. Yes. A bottom line. People need a bottom line. Even if this bottom line is low, even if it's ridiculous, it must exist. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and those beasts? Get lost. Gui roared with all his might in his heart. That tyrannical obsession belonging to the skeleton butcher, which had been whispering in his ear, was actually silenced by this stubborn human will. Gui slowly let go of his hand, throwing the already unconscious gunman to the ground. Then ended the man's life with a single strike. He slowly raised his head. In his eye sockets, burning with the fire of his soul, a hint of rationality was restored. This time, he defeated his inner demon. But he also knew clearly. He didn't have many choices. Since he couldn't eat, then he would switch to a more efficient way of dealing with them. He no longer maintained the form of the skeleton butcher. Instead, with a thought, he switched to the form card he had recently contained, filled with the rules of devour and regeneration. Form card, Meat Cabinet Butcher. Boom! A larger, more bloated meat mountain giant instantly replaced the skeleton butcher. Then he reached out his tentacles, made of countless arms, towards the 7 or 8 fresh, still warm corpses on the ground. Active kitchen, activate. The corpses that should have been dead were as if injected with life. They began to violently squirm, deform, and reorganize. Bones were forcibly broken. Flesh and blood were savagely torn apart. Then, under a more advanced, more bizarre rule, restitched and reassembled. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 flesh puppets, haphazardly pieced together from incomplete limbs and broken organs, slowly stood up, swaying, from the viscous pool of blood. They had no reason, no pain. Only the most primitive attack command given by the meat cabinet butcher. Go! Gui's muffled voice echoed in the passage. He commanded this cannon fodder army he had personally created. Towards the increasing number of figures surging from the end of the passage. Launched a countercharge. Meanwhile, underground level 1, waste disposal area. In that cold alloy storage room, Old Man Wang and Mole were also startled by the sudden alarm and the loud noises from afar. What's going on? Old Man Wang stood up, leaning against the wall. His injuries had been temporarily stabilized. I don't know. Mole pressed against the door, listening carefully to the commotion outside. It sounds like a fight broke out in A-Zone, and it's quite loud. Just then, all patrol teams, attention. All patrol teams, attention. The broadcast in the corridor outside the storage room suddenly blared. It was Scarface's exasperated voice. Immediately abandon your posts. All of you get your asses to A-Zone Passage 3. Sister Hong has given the order. No matter what, you must block that monster. The broadcast abruptly cut off, followed by an even more chaotic sound of footsteps running towards A-Zone. Opportunity. Old Man Wang and Mole exchanged glances. They both saw the same information in each other's eyes. Whoever that monster was, he had created a once-in-a-lifetime defensive vacuum for them. Go! Mole no longer hesitated. He peeked out, confirmed no one was outside, then immediately helped the still weak Old Man Wang slip out. Where are we going? Old Man Wang asked, panting. All exits going up have been sealed. Mole's voice was calm and quick. The only way out is down. Down? Yes. Mole's eyes gleamed with intelligence. All the wastewater and blood from the entire underground base eventually converge in one place, the main sewage valve on underground level 4. That connects to the most complex sewer system in the searing zone. Normally, at least one squad guards it. But now they must have all been transferred to A zone. That's our only door. Old Man Wang understood instantly. This was an extremely risky, but also feasible plan. Good. He nodded. I'll follow you. No. However, Mole shook his head. He stuffed a pre-prepared map with a hastily drawn route into Old Man Wang's hand. You go by yourself. Old Man Wang was stunned. You aren't coming with me? My mission is infiltration. Mole's voice was very calm. I am a nail embedded here. Unless I receive an evacuation order, I'm not going anywhere. He pulled out a small, disposable signal jammer from his and a high-energy nutrition bar. He handed them both to Old Man Wang. There are 3 monitoring points from here to the main sewage valve. The jammer can help you block them for 10 seconds. The nutrition bar can help you regain some strength. The rest of the way is up to you, old senior. Old Man Wang looked at this young man whose face he couldn't even clearly see. In his heart, which had long been as still as an ancient well, an indescribable, complex emotion surged. There was admiration. There was respect. And a hint of the veteran's legacy. Gratification. He didn't say another word. He just heavily patted Mole's shoulder. Then took the items, turned, and like a true ghost, disappeared into the only way out, leading to deeper darkness. Mole watched Old Man Wang's back disappear. Then calmly turned around. Picked up a discarded submachine gun from the ground. And slowly walked towards A zone, where the shouts of battle shook the heavens. He was going to play his role. A loyal patrol team deputy, going to support. Get back, all of you. Get back. Sister Hong's startled and furious scream came through the communication channel. The ordinary gang members, already terrified, scurried backward as if granted a great pardon. The narrow passage was already covered with a writhing carpet of twisted flesh and severed limbs. A dozen companions, who had been alive just moments ago, had now become fearless flesh puppets. And in the center of that group of puppets, a meat mountain giant, over 4 meters tall and composed of countless swollen limbs, slowly turned his headless body. Useless. In the monitoring room, Sister Hong trembled with rage as she watched the godlike figure on the screen. She slammed a communicator in her hand onto the floor. What the hell has been going on these past 2 days? Her usually charming face was now contorted with fury. First, a cunning rat snuck in. And now, a monster has popped up. Since when did our slaughterhouse's underground base become a public toilet anyone can just wander into? She kicked over a nearby chair. Her chest heaved violently. The man next to her, with a centipede tattoo on his face, kept his head down, not daring to speak. After venting, Sister Hong barely managed to suppress her anger. But her gaze remained as icy as if she wanted to kill someone. Sister Hong, centipede face, finally dared to speak cautiously. We can't send ordinary people up there anymore. That's just adding to his numbers. Of course I know that. Sister Hong slammed her hand on the table. Nail. Ghost. And Mirror Woman, she barked into the communicator, you 3, take your toys. Go meet him. Received. 3 brief, cold replies came through the communicator. A zone, passage 3. Gui was enjoying the thrill of commanding an army, much like a necromancer. Although the meat cabinet butcher form's direct combat power was inferior to the skeleton butcher. Its ability to convert enemies into its own soldiers was simply a bug in battle. Just then, he could sense 3 auras much stronger than the previous cannon fodder. They were rapidly approaching him from 3 different directions. Have they arrived? The real appetizer. Gui manipulated his dozen or so flesh puppets to form a rudimentary defense line. He, meanwhile, retreated behind the line. Whoosh! Without any warning, a dark, snake-like shadow shot out from the corner shadow on the left. It didn't attack Gui's main body. Instead, it instantly pierced the core, the controlled heart, of 3 flesh puppets. The 3 puppets merely twitched before collapsing, turning back into a pile of rotten flesh. At the same time, at the corner of the passage on the right, a figure shrouded entirely in a gray cloak silently appeared. He opened the pocket watch in his hand. Buzz! An invisible wave instantly enveloped a woman next to him, wearing a worn-out dress and holding a life-sized mirror. The mirror woman's originally slow-moving body instantly transformed into an afterimage. She held the eerie life-sized mirror. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, she rushed to the very front of the battlefield. Then, she aimed the mirror at Gui's remaining 10 flesh puppets. Kaleidoscope. She uttered 3 words coldly. The mirror's surface instantly split into countless tiny rhomboid mirror shards. Each shard reflected the image of a flesh puppet. Immediately after, those mirror shards began to madly rotate, replicate, and overlap. And those 10 flesh puppets, who should have been obeying Gui's command, were as if drunk. They began to spin wildly in place. Some even attacked each other. Their mental link was completely interfered with and distorted. Clear. Accelerate. Control. The 3 of them, with just a moment of coordination, completely dismantled Gui's seemingly numerous cannon fodder army. After dealing with the cannon fodder, the 3 elites immediately locked all their attacks onto him. Nail shadow spikes, like ground thorns, furiously burst out from all the shadows beneath his feet, restricting his movement. Ghost's pocket watch opened again, this time, it was for slowness. And Mirror Woman aimed her now restored mirror at him. Gui immediately controlled the massive body of the meat cabinet butcher, attempting to dodge and counterattack. But he quickly discovered the greatest weakness of this form. Too slow. And too fragile. Its defensive power simply couldn't compare to the unfettered Iron Legion or the Skeleton Butcher. Put. A shadow spike, emerging from a blind spot, easily tore through a large thigh on his meat mountain, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Although it could quickly regenerate under the active kitchen's effect, the feeling of being constantly bled made Gui extremely uncomfortable. He swung his massive slaughtering knife, trying to hack at the constantly darting ghost. But under the influence of the slowness field, every one of his attacks was like slow motion, easily dodged by his opponent. Damn it! Gui cursed inwardly. He knew that if he continued fighting in this form, he would only be kited to death. Since the mage wasn't working out, then it was time for the warrior to enter the fray. Roar! A roar, even more ferocious and colder than before, erupted from within the meat mountain. Gui no longer hesitated. He directly switched forms. Form card, Skeleton Butcher, activated. The bloated and massive meat mountain rapidly shriveled and contracted, like a deflated balloon. In its place was a skeletal war god, composed of stark white bones and covered in dark red muscle fibers, exuding explosive power. He can transform? This scene momentarily stunned the 3 elites. Their intelligence hadn't mentioned that this invader possessed a second combat form. And Gui seized this momentary lapse. He instantly locked onto the most troublesome mirror woman. Then, his bone-composed legs stomped down hard. Boom! The hard alloy floor instantly cracked. And his figure, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly broke free from the shackles of the slowness field and charged fiercely towards Mirror Woman. The three elites, with their extremely high combat proficiency, reacted instantly. Nail immediately manipulated shadows, attempting to block him. And Ghost raised his pocket watch again. A chaotic battle among monsters officially began. Whoosh! Without any warning, a dark, snake-like shadow shot out from the corner shadow on his left, aiming directly for his ankle. Gui reacted extremely quickly, slamming his huge butcher knife downwards. Clang! He precisely blocked the shadow's sneak attack. It was actually a sharp ground spike made of shadow. However, this was just a feint. The moment he parried, a ghost-like figure shrouded entirely in a grey cloak silently appeared on his right. In his hand, he held an ancient, ticking pocket watch. He opened the pocket watch and, with an emotionless, dreamlike voice, softly said, "Time has slowed." Buzz! An invisible, eerie wave instantly spread out from the ghost. Gui felt his body suddenly sink, as if he had fallen into a sticky mire, every movement becoming incredibly sluggish. But just then, the bizarre compendium imprint on his body suddenly warmed slightly. A more advanced, more overbearing power of rules instantly flowed through his entire body. The slowness effect imposed on him was actually weakened by nearly half. Although his movements were still somewhat sluggish, it no longer affected the battle. Now, Nail's voice came from the shadows. Dozens of sharp shadow ground spikes shot out simultaneously from the shadows in all directions, forming an instant cage that completely trapped the slowed Gui. But that wasn't all. At the end of the passage, directly in front of Gui, the third figure, a woman in a worn-out dress holding a life-sized mirror, the mirror woman, slowly walked out. She aimed the mirror at Gui. The mirror's surface rippled like water. Immediately after, a skeleton butcher, identical to Gui, actually stepped out of the mirror. Wielding an equally ferocious bone butcher knife, it roared and charged at him. Slow down. Surround. Mirror. Three Eerie abilities instantly formed a perfect combo. They aimed to completely annihilate Gui here. Ha! Interesting. Facing this deadly situation, Gui let out a cold laugh full of cruelty. Comparing rules? Comparing bizarre? You've got the wrong person. Armament card, Unfettered Iron Legion, activated. He didn't even bother to switch forms. With just a thought, countless silver liquid metal instantly seeped from his body, transforming into massive metal shields covered with ferocious bone spikes, blocking all those shadow ground spikes. Clang! 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 Immediately after, facing the charging mirror butcher, Gui did not retreat but advanced. The bone butcher knife in his right hand slammed down. Clang! Two massive bone knives collided with a crash, erupting in dazzling sparks. The power of the mirror image was actually on par with the original body. Got you. Just then, Mirror Woman's icy voice rang out. The mirror in her arms glowed brightly, and a powerful suction force came forth, attempting to drag Gui's main body into the mirror world. But she miscalculated one thing. Gui's abilities were far from fully revealed. Armament card, Hand of Rust, activated. Gui's left bone claw suddenly opened. A pale, constantly decaying phantom of a severed hand instantly emerged from the compendium. Then, like a living creature, it directly covered the ferocious bone claw of the skeleton butcher. Click! 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 The two claws of different forms actually merged perfectly in an instant, forming a brand new, even more terrifying monster arm. The arm had the ferocious skeletal structure of the skeleton butcher, and its surface was covered with a pale skin that constantly emitted black mist, like the Hand of Rust. Its 5 fingertips became inky black, as if dripping venom. Compound armament, Grip of Decay. Gui took this newly born arm, filled with the power of decay and death, and slammed it fiercely against the adjacent alloy wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The incredibly sturdy wall was instantly corroded, as if by scorching sunlight, creating a huge gap that exposed numerous wires and pipes. Then Gui chuckled. He suddenly swung the huge bone butcher knife, fiercely striking a very thick, high-pressure steam pipe that had been exposed. Hiss! Hot, white steam, enough to instantly scald a person, surged wildly from the gap like a bursting dam. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage became a high-temperature sauna room where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Ah! My eyes! Damn it! My vision is blocked. The three elites instantly lost their composure. Ghost was scalded by the high-temperature steam and retreated repeatedly. Nail was unable to activate his abilities due to the loss of light and shadow. And Mirror Woman's mirror of imitation also became sluggish due to obstructed vision, and her mirror image butcher instantly vanished into thin air. It's over. Gui's voice, like the Grim Reaper calling for a life, echoed faintly in the vast white steam. His eyes, burning with soul fire, were like two bright ghost lanterns in this chaos, clearly locking onto the three prey who had already lost their footing. However, just as he was about to unleash a massacre, the ghost suddenly crushed the pocket watch in his hand. Time shatter. Bang! A more violent power of rules instantly exploded. Not slowness but teleportation. His body instantly became ethereal, directly disappearing from the spot. On the other side, Nail let out a low growl, and his entire being completely merged into a small patch of shadow on the ground, his presence utterly gone. Only the Mirror Woman was the slowest, letting out a scream as Gui's knife struck her in the back. But her body, at the moment of impact, transformed into a pile of shattered glass. Her true body then appeared at a passage corner a dozen meters away, spitting blood and fleeing without looking back. All three elites saved their lives in their own ways. They ran quite fast. Gui slowly retracted his butcher knife as the steam gradually dissipated. Although he couldn't keep them, this battle also gave him a good understanding of these so-called elites. In the monitoring room, Sister Hong looked at the screen, her subordinates fleeing in disarray, one severely injured and two unable to fight again, her face already extremely grim. Useless. She bit her lip tightly, a flash of extreme unwillingness and heartache in her eyes. But she knew that at this point, there was no other choice. She picked up the red, encrypted communicator, took a deep breath, and pressed the call button. Surgeon. Her voice was filled with a suppressed reverence. A-Zone, Passage 3. There's some very fresh trash there. You'll need to clean it up yourself. Silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment. Then, a hoarse, as if long unspoken, chilling voice replied. All right. Okay. That hoarse, cold voice echoed through the communicator. Although it was just one word, it instantly silenced the previously restless atmosphere in the monitoring room, as if an invisible chill had seeped out. Sister Hong slowly put down the communicator, her expression of fury and unwillingness gone, replaced by a cold expectation that bordered on piety. She looked at the still arrogant skeleton butcher on the screen, a cruel arc forming at the corner of her mouth. She murmured softly. Let you witness it. The true monster of our butcher gang. Area A, Passage 3. Gui still maintained the form of the skeleton butcher. His eye sockets, burning with soul fire, calmly scanned his surroundings. The tyrannical obsession from the skeleton butcher still roared in his heart. But a fatal sense of weakness, born from his mental power being on the verge of exhaustion, was like a bucket of ice water, temporarily extinguishing all his madness. I must retreat. Gui made a judgment in his mind. Staying here any longer was meaningless, it would only lead to his demise. He had already attracted the attention of the entire base. Whatever Captain Wang wanted to do, he had already created the best opportunity. Now it was his turn to escape. That last wave of seemingly fluid 1 versus 3. Corrosive touch, living armor, steam blast. All sorts of abilities were used in succession, looking incredibly cool. But only Gui himself knew. His already limited mental power was drained by nearly half in that instant. Now his mana bar had entered the warning line. If he fought another battle of equal intensity, he would completely exhaust his mental power. At that point, let alone fighting, even maintaining his transformation would become extremely difficult. However, just as he was about to break through the wall to find another exit, an unprecedented, enormous sense of threat slowly approached from the end of the passage. That aura was cold and deathly silent, like a moving, icy tombstone. Gui's eye sockets, burning with soul fire, sharply contracted. The butcher gang's ace was here. I can't stay any longer. He no longer hesitated. The massive bone cleaver slammed down fiercely towards the alloy wall to the side. Boom! A huge opening was forcibly cleaved into the wall. Gui didn't stop for a moment, directly crashing in. He began to forcibly carve a path through the walls in the most barbaric way, charging wildly in the direction opposite to Area B, towards Area D. Trying to run? In the monitoring room, Sister Hong watched the giant figure crashing through the screen and sneered. No trash has ever escaped when the surgeon makes a move. Gui ran frantically through the passage. The powerful burst of the skeleton butcher made his speed like an out-of-control truck. He could feel it. The fatal sense of crisis behind him, like a maggot in the bone, was rapidly closing in. Just as he was about to rush out of Area D into a more complex maze of pipes. On the ground in front of him, a pitch-black, coffin-like shadow rose from the ground without warning, blocking his path. At the same time, a tall, slender figure, wearing a meticulously tailored black suit and a pale ceramic mask on his face, appeared silently behind that black coffin shield as if teleporting. In his hand, he carried an equally pitch-black, old leather case. He was the butcher gang's only executioner. Codename, Surgeon. He gently placed the leather case on the ground. Click. The case opened, revealing rows of neatly arranged, chilling surgical instruments. New ingredients? The surgeon slowly raised his head, scrutinizing the skeleton butcher before him through the pale mask with emotionless, machine-like eyes. A combination of bone and flesh. A very interesting structure. It could make a very good collection piece, thought. His voice was hoarse and filled with a morbid focus like one dissecting a corpse. Gui screeched to a halt. He looked at the man radiating a deadly aura before him. The tyrannical obsession from the skeleton butcher surged up again. But he knew. He had to finish this quickly. Roar! A roar! The massive bone cleaver, carrying the power to split mountains and rocks, slammed down fiercely towards the man in front of him. However, the surgeon neither dodged nor avoided. He simply unhurriedly took out a gleaming scalpel from the leather case. Then, facing the oncoming, violent immense force, he lightly swiped forward. Swoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a soft sound like paper being cut. The invincible bone cleaver, the moment it touched the seemingly fragile scalpel, was actually split in two like tofu. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, the surgeon's figure instantly became ethereal, directly merging into the shadows on the ground. Disappearing. Gui's pupils sharply contracted. A fatal sense of crisis came from behind him. Without thinking, he immediately turned around, holding the half-broken blade across his chest. Clang! The surgeon had appeared behind him at some unknown point. The strange scalpel in his hand was precisely stabbed into the spine of the broken blade. An invisible force of cutting rules instantly erupted. Gui felt a searing pain shoot through his arm. His entire body was shaken back repeatedly by the immense force. He looked down. He saw a bone-deep crack on his incredibly hard arm, made of bone. Before he could even catch his breath, the surgeon's attack arrived again, like a shadow. His footsteps were unhurried, as elegant as if he were strolling in his own garden. But the scalpel in his hand transformed into a silver thread of death, chasing souls. Rip! Another strike. Aimed directly at Gui's heart. Gui sharply dodged to the left. Using an extreme twist of his body, he barely avoided the fatal vital point. But the scalpel still cut through his solid defense, composed of bone and muscle, on his right shoulder, like a red-hot knife through butter. Leaving a bone-deep wound. Gui roared in pain. The massive bone claw, carrying a fierce wind, slammed down towards the opponent's head. However, the surgeon merely sidestepped with an understated movement. Like a bullfighter toying with a bull. He elegantly avoided the powerful blow. At the same time, the scalpel in his hand struck again, a sweeping upward cut. Still targeting Gui's carotid artery. Gui was forced to lean back awkwardly. The blade almost grazed his throat, leaving another hideous bloodstain beneath his ribs. In just 2 exchanges, Gui's formidable bone and flesh body, in front of this bizarre surgeon, was like paper. Utterly fragile. Gui endured the sharp pain and pulled back, creating distance. He gasped for breath, staring intently at his opponent. For the first time in a direct battle, he felt an all-encompassing suppression. That seemingly fragile scalpel of the opponent seemed capable of cutting through all matter in this world. Whether it was hard bone or thick muscle, there was no difference before it. Gui's mind flashed back to the bone cleaver that had been split in 2 earlier. Then he looked at the 2 bone-deep wounds on his own body. A conclusion surfaced in his mind. This guy's bizarre ability. Is defense ignoring? Ignore defense? This thought, like a cold lightning bolt, instantly struck Gui's mind. He looked at the still faintly aching crack on his arm. Then he looked at the surgeon opposite him, who had once again merged into the shadows like a ghost. A long-lost sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. I can't beat him. Gui immediately made a judgment. Whether it was his elusive ability to move by merging into the shadows, or that bizarre cutting power that could ignore defense, both had already exceeded the scope of what he could currently contend with head-on. What's more, it was fatal. He could feel the spiritual energy within his body. His mana bar wouldn't last much longer. Continuing to fight head-on would be a dead end. Must run. Gui no longer hesitated. He fiercely threw the broken half-blade towards where the surgeon might appear. Then he turned and ran. However, he had just run less than 10 meters. A pitch-black shadow silently grew out of the ground in front of him again. The surgeon stood like an insurmountable black mountain, silently blocking his path. The surgery isn't over yet. His emotionless voice slowly sounded. Ingredients cannot run off the operating table by themselves. As he spoke, he once again raised the dissecting knife, which gleamed with a cold light. Gui stopped. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew he couldn't escape. The opponent's speed was far superior to his own. No matter which direction he ran, he would be easily intercepted by his bizarre, shadow shuttle. He couldn't win in a direct fight. He couldn't escape by running. This was a perfect dead end. Ha ha ha. However, just in this desperate situation, a deep, hoarse laugh suddenly came from Gui's huge skeleton butcher head. The surgeon's attacking motion paused slightly, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. He didn't understand. What was this prey, already cornered, laughing about? Do you know? Gui slowly turned around. His eyes, burning with soul fire, stared intently at the scavenger. There was no fear in his eyes, only a look of a gambler bordering on madness. What I hate most. is when others point a knife at me. Because everyone who has pointed a knife at me is already dead. Before he finished speaking, a completely different, bizarre aura, full of playfulness and distorted rules, instantly erupted from Gui. He actually voluntarily dispelled his skeleton butcher form. He reverted to his scavenger disguise, wearing a gray jacket, hood, and black cloth. Then, he poured his remaining spiritual energy into the trump card in the bizarre compendium that he had only used once. Law card, the game of hide-and-seek activated. OM. An invisible law fluctuation, full of malice, instantly locked onto the scavenger opposite him. The surgeon's body suddenly stiffened. In his normally unruffled mind, a childish yet incredibly sinister child's voice unexpectedly sounded. The game is about to begin. If you get found, you'll have to accept punishment. 10. 9. What is this? The surgeon's perpetually icy face showed a hint of dismay for the first time. He didn't know the rules of this game. He also didn't know what the so-called punishment was. But his hands, grafted with the bizarre, were frantically sending him a dangerous signal. Danger. Lethal danger. 8. The countdown in his mind continued. What did you do? The scavenger stared intently at Gui, his voice for the first time carrying a hint of almost imperceptible dread. Just a game. Gui smiled. He smiled like a demon inviting others to hell. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing it at the surgeon. So, now it's my turn to be the it. 7. As he spoke, he switched to his fastest form, his ultimate trump card. The unfettered Iron Legion, living armor. He did not transform into a cumbersome giant form. Instead, he concentrated all the metallic quality on his legs. Click. 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 Silvery liquid metal instantly covered his legs. And under his will, it rapidly reshaped and deformed, forming an exoskeleton-style power armor full of streamlined beauty, with faint energy currents spraying from its joints. 6. Gui assumed a starting pose like a 100-meter sprinter. The leg muscles wrapped in the power bones instantly tensed. An explosive force was rapidly accumulating. The corner of his mouth, hidden beneath the black cloth, curved into a mad arc. His posture suggested that in the next second, he would transform into a silver lightning bolt. Rushing forward to press that hand, with the countdown, fiercely onto the surgeon's face. 5. Facing this rule attack full of unknowns and threats, the surgeon made the choice most consistent with his instincts, and the most correct one. Create distance. He unhesitatingly activated Shadow Shuttle. His figure instantly merged into the shadows, appearing 50 meters away, maintaining what he considered an absolutely safe distance from Gui. However, he waited for a second. But the madman in the sprinting stance didn't rush over at all. He remained crouched in place. The mocking smile on his face seemed even more pronounced. Not good. It was a trick. The surgeon reacted instantly. But it was already too late. 4. Goodbye. Gui said softly. Then, the power bones that had accumulated all their strength erupted with a roar. Boom! The alloy ground beneath his feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb. And his figure transformed into a silver lightning bolt almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. But the direction was not forward, but backward. At a speed that surpassed human limits. He sprinted towards the nearest sewage pipe entrance, which he had secretly planned with his sonar. You dare! The surgeon let out an enraged roar. He had been tricked. Completely tricked by a food ingredient in his eyes. He immediately activated Shadow Shuttle to chase after him. But Gui's explosive speed was simply too fast. 50 meters. Gone in a flash. Just as the surgeon was about to emerge from the shadows, Gui had already rushed to the dark, gaping sewer entrance. He didn't even slow down. He dispelled his living armor form while still in mid-air. Then he activated his most perfect life-saving form. Form card, Blood of Contamination. Splash. His body completely liquefied the moment it landed, turning into an inconspicuous, dark red, viscous liquid, flowing silently into the sewage-filled entrance, completely disappearing into the dark, labyrinthine sewer. The surgeon appeared beside the sewer entrance. He looked at the bottomless darkness and the faint bizarre aura that had long merged with the filth. Ultimately, he did not pursue. He slowly straightened up. The damned child's voice countdown in his mind finally disappeared. He looked down at his empty hands. Then he looked at the distant, shattered passage. In his cold eyes beneath the mask, a hint of an emotion called interesting appeared for the first time. An interesting rat. He slowly said in a voice only he could hear. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Author's inspiration can run dry during creation, so readers who love this book are welcome to submit the anomalies they envision, following the book settings and including 1. Description. 2. Abilities. 3. Weaknesses/rules. 4. Background story, optional. To help everyone better understand, I've listed my anomaly level settings here. Anomaly combat system, pollution spread level. F-class, cannon fodder level. Threat range, a single room, a small alley, inside a car. Manifestation. Physical type, physical capabilities slightly exceed humans, but their core abilities are fatal. They can easily kill 1 to 3 ordinary people individually, but a team of well-trained armed police, after paying a certain price, has a chance to eliminate them. Rule type, rules are extremely simple, with obvious safe zones. For example, you cannot say the word red in this toilet stall. As long as you don't enter, or don't say it if you do, you are absolutely safe. Pollution type, extremely small pollution range, poor transmissibility. For example, touching this rusty fruit knife will make you feel an urge to cut off your own fingers. Official definition, wandering individual threat. They constitute the background noise of world collapse, are the most numerous, and are the primary targets for cleanup by grassroots enforcers. Protagonist's perspective, the perfect beginner's experience pack and synthesis material. E-class, dangerous level. Threat range, an entire floor, a street, a small convenience store. Manifestation. Physical type, physical qualities far exceed humans, and special abilities begin to appear. For example, the shadow lurker, that can teleport in the dark, requires an armed team with special equipment to combat it. Rule type, rules begin to become mandatory and complex. For example, in this apartment building, after 12 a.m., any sound you hear, you must imitate it once, otherwise it will come for you. You cannot avoid it by not participating. Pollution type, possesses active transmissibility. For example, a ghost call ringtone spread via mobile text messages, anyone who hears it will uncontrollably dial the next person in their contact list. Official definition, regional fixed threat. Requires the deployment of a formal enforcer team, 3 to 5 people, for handling or containment. Protagonist's perspective, a formidable enemy that needs to be taken seriously in the early stages. Containment can yield a core skill. D-class, disaster level. Threat range, an entire residential building, a school, a subway station. Manifestation. Physical type, possesses regeneration abilities or multiple attack forms, ordinary firearms are completely ineffective. For example, the waterkin swarm, that lurks in a school swimming pool, composed of countless drowned individuals, can regenerate infinitely as long as there is water. Rule type, forms a rule closed loop, becoming a small, aberration zone in itself. For example, an everlasting cinema, where people who enter are forced to play movie roles, walking towards death according to a twisted script. Resetting after one round, endlessly. Pollution type, pollution begins to affect cognition. For example, a forbidden book that constantly self-replicates, anyone who reads it will firmly believe that the world is fake and begin attacking those around them, helping them find liberation. Official definition, small-scale disaster event. Once it appears, surrounding blocks must be evacuated immediately, and a strike team composed of senior enforcers will handle it, with extremely high casualty rates. Protagonist's perspective, a gatekeeper boss on the path of mid-stage growth, containment can cause a qualitative change in his core combat power. C-Class, city-breaking level. Threat range, a large shopping mall, a community, and urban area. Manifestation. Physical type, gigantic in size, or possesses abilities that affect the environment. For example, a wasteland giant, tens of meters tall, composed of rebar, concrete, and corpses, each step causing small-scale earthquakes. Rule type, distorts reality, creating a stable domain. For example, Mist Town, where the entire town is shrouded in thick fog, its internal spatial structure is completely chaotic, and unique survival rules for this town have emerged. Pollution type, pollution begins to possess meme characteristics, capable of killing through information dissemination. For example, do not think of that red butterfly. Once you conceptualize its image in your mind, it will crawl out of your brain. Official definition, major disaster event. Requires military intervention for large-scale lockdown. Officially referred to as the city's abscess, if handling fails, the entire urban area may be abandoned. Protagonist's perspective, a huge challenge. If successfully contained, he will gain powerful transformations or abilities that can serve as an ace. B-Class, city-destroying level. Threat range, a large city. Core characteristics, phenomenal, irreversible. B-Class anomalies, rather than being monsters, are more like a terminal illness or natural disaster rooted within the city itself. Their existence is deeply intertwined with the city itself. The only way to deal with them is often to excise them along with the city. Manifestation. B-Class anomalies are no longer a monster or a rule, they are a phenomenon, a natural disaster. Physical type, mother of myriad offspring, a gigantic mass of flesh entrenched beneath the city. It does not actively attack, but it continuously produces thousands of D-Class and C-Class anomalies, digesting the entire city from within. Rule type, eternal sunset, locks an area as its domain, plunging the entire city into eternal night, where the power of all anomalies is enhanced tenfold or more. Pollution type, aphasia plague, a pollution spread through the air. All inhalers gradually lose the ability of language, eventually even the thought of thinking disappears, turning them into walking corpses. Official definition, highest level containment protocol. Conventional methods are meaningless, the only thing to do is, before it fully erupts, sacrifice the entire city, using strategic level weapons, such as fuel-air bombs, thermobaric bombs, or more mysterious, containment artifacts to attempt to completely format it. Bystander's perspective, a legendary existence. A-Class, national catastrophe level. Threat range, a province, a region, or even a small country's mobile territory. Core characteristics, mobile natural disaster, uncontainable. If B-Class is a fixed urban terminal illness, then A-Class is a walking super plague. It is no longer confined to a single location but moves and expands. Its very existence constitutes a strategic level threat to a country's core. Hinterland. Conventional lockdowns and quarantines are meaningless against it. Manifestation. Physical type, king of patrol. A giant humanoid silhouette, over 1,000 meters tall, composed of shadows and thunderstorms. It patrols along a fixed route, such as a national highway, a mountain range, at an extremely slow but unstoppable speed. All cities swept by its gaze will see all life signs wither and perish within 24 hours. You cannot attack it because it is itself a climatic phenomenon. Rule type, reflected nation. A rule with no traceable origin begins to spread nationwide. All mirror surfaces, including water reflections, glass reflections, can potentially become the entrance for them. This rule pollutes a concept, not a location. As long as the concept of reflection exists, this A-class anomaly will never be eliminated. It can spread the war to any corner of the country. Pollution type, logic plague. A thought virus spread through networks and information. It has no physical form and does not directly kill people. But all humans who come into contact with its information, whether by reading a piece of text or an image, will have their logical thinking irreversibly tampered with. For example, they will firmly believe that fire is safe and can be touched, or jumping from a height allows one to fly. This pollution will dismantle human social order from within. Official definition: strategic level mobile disaster. Once confirmed, it means the country enters the highest state of emergency. The army's goal is no longer elimination but guidance and evacuation, attempting to lead it to uninhabited areas, or to delay its advance at all. Costs to buy time for large-scale national retreat. Old world approach. Bystander's perspective, a walking deity. At this stage, merely being within its range of influence requires all efforts just to survive. To contain it is simply a pipe dream. S-class, doomsday threat level. Threat range, worldwide. Manifestation. Myth, legend, taboo. Exists only in the highest clearance archives of the RSCP. They are no longer phenomena but the root source of reality rewriting itself. For example, truth fallacy, a rule beginning to spread globally, which randomly alters a universally accepted truth, such as 1 + 1 = 3, or gravity is mutually repulsive. For example, sound of all things silent, an unknown fluctuation. All civilizations that receive it will have all signs of life activity completely disappear within 24 hours. Official definition: humanity's doomsday protocol. Unstoppable, uncontainable, incomprehensible. Time: back to when GUI first caused a stir. The figure of Mole re-merged into the darkness. Old Man Wang didn't hesitate at all, turning to disappear like a true ghost into the path that led deeper underground. The potent hemostatic agent had been working inside his body. A warm and powerful energy spread from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and bones. The coldness and dizziness caused by blood loss had been largely dispelled, although the wound on his arm still throbbed faintly. His condition was rapidly improving at an abnormal rate. The pain persisted, but it was no longer enough to affect his actions. This was a race against death. He didn't know how long that monster in Sector A could hold back the main force. He had to reach the door before the alarm was lifted and the Butcher Gang's patrol teams returned to their posts. The map marked the fastest, but also the most dangerous, route. It required crossing the entire central corridor of the Searing Zone. Old Man Wang pushed his speed to the limit. Every corner, every dodge, was as precise as a textbook example. However, an accident still happened. Just as he was about to rush out of the Searing Zone corridor, a camera monitoring a warehouse ahead suddenly flashed red. Then it aimed at him. He was discovered. Old Man Wang's heart tightened. He didn't hesitate, immediately rushing into a narrower side path. He knew 30 seconds at most. The nearby patrol team would arrive after hearing the news. He had to shake off the pursuit and get back on the correct route within these 30 seconds. He rushed into the side path. But ahead was a dead end. There was only a tightly closed door leading to an unknown room. And a rusty steam pipe above, constantly dripping water. The urgent sound of footsteps from behind was already getting closer. Old Man Wang glanced at the door, then at the pipe above. An extremely risky plan instantly formed in his mind. He didn't try to open the door. Instead, he pushed off the wall with a fierce kick. He climbed onto the steam pipe as nimbly as a monkey. Then he pressed his body tightly into the narrowest shadow between the pipe and the ceiling. And with the fastest speed, he took off his gray handyman's jacket, turning it inside out to reveal a dark gray lining that was almost identical in color to the pipe. Then he perfectly wrapped himself up like a chameleon. Almost the instant he finished all this, two butchered gang members, armed with submachine guns, rushed into this dead end. No one? They shone their tactical flashlights around. They found nothing. Damn it! Could he have gotten into that room? Possibly. Kick the door open for me. The two immediately focused all their attention on the tightly closed alloy door. They began to ram the door with brute force. And neither of them looked up. Just under 2 meters above their heads, a breathing pipe was silently looking down at them. Old Man Wang held his breath, feeling the scorching steam pipe burning his back. Sweat ran down his forehead, dripping into his eyes. It was both stinging and painful. But he remained motionless, like a lifeless statue. Boom! Finally, the door was kicked open. The two rushed in with their guns. Now! Old Man Wang no longer hesitated. He silently slid down from the pipe. Then, like a true ghost, he turned and rushed out of this side path, returning to the main road that led to survival. 5 minutes later, he finally reached the destination marked on the map, the main sewage valve, on the 4th underground level. It was a heavy, circular alloy gate that required a password and a key to open, and there was also a small control room next to it, from which a dim yellow light emanated. Old Man Wang pressed against the cold wall, like a lurking gecko. He could clearly hear the conversation coming from the control room. Damn, what kind of monster is in Sector A? I heard on the intercom that Nail and Ghost, the three of them, were all beaten back in one encounter? Who knows, it's none of our business anyway. We just have to guard this door. Right, come have a drink. Two butchered gang members on duty. Old Man Wang's heart sank. It seemed Mole's intelligence had a slight deviation. This place had not become undefended due to the chaos in Sector A. Force his way in? In his current state, dealing with two armed guards was too risky. He had to outsmart them. Old Man Wang scanned the surrounding environment. The damp ground, exposed wires, and a steam pipe above constantly dripping condensed water. A bold plan, extremely testing of timing and luck, instantly formed in his mind. He no longer hesitated. He pulled out a small nut from his pocket that he had picked up earlier. Then he took a deep breath and threw it hard towards the end of the dark corridor, in the opposite direction of the control room. Clink. Clatter. The nut hit the metal wall, making a series of crisp and loud sounds that were particularly piercing in the silent underground space. Who's there? The two guards in the control room instantly became alert. Damn, could that rat have run over to our side? Go check. One of them cautiously poked his head out of the control room, gun in hand. He moved towards the direction of the sound. Now! Old Man Wang sprang out like a leopard from the shadows. The moment the man walked out of the control room with his back to him, he suddenly erupted. His uninjured right hand, like an iron clamp, firmly held the back of the man's neck and mouth, preventing him from making any sound. At the same time, the military dagger in his hand was like a cold lightning bolt, precisely piercing through the gaps in the ribs, right up to the hilt. Killed in one blow. Old Man Wang slowly and silently laid the still twitching body on the ground. The entire process made no unnecessary sounds. But he didn't immediately rush into the control room, because he knew the other person must have already been alerted. He picked up the man's submachine gun from the ground and glanced at the magazine. Then he made a move that no one would have expected. He didn't rush in. Instead, he fired a short burst towards the dark, empty corridor. Da-da-day. At the same time, he shouted in a completely different, panicked tone. Over here. Hurry. He ran towards the searing zone. The remaining guard in the control room, hearing the gunshots and his companions shout, he instantly made the wrong judgment. He thought the intruder had really appeared at the end of the corridor. Without thinking, he immediately rushed out of the control room. Gun in hand, he was going to support his companion. However, as soon as he rushed out the door, what greeted him was not a companion, but a ghostly figure, already waiting in his blind spot. And a cold, venomous fanged military dagger. Put! The dagger precisely cut his throat. The guard clutched his neck, looking at the blood-soaked old man in front of him in disbelief. He slowly fell down. Clean, swift, and fatal. Old man Wang gasped for breath. Decades of combat experience transformed into the most perfect art of killing at this moment. He walked into the control room and found the key and password to open the main valve. Accompanied by piercing alarms and the roar of massive water flow, he opened the gate leading to survival. Looking at the turbulent, endless turbid flow leading to the searing zone sewer maze, he took one last look back at this sinful underground base. Then he leaped and disappeared into the endless darkness. The sewer was pitch black. Icy, turbid currents, mixed with all sorts of filth, furiously washed over Guyi's body. He was in the liquid form of the blood of contamination. Carried by the ceaseless flow of water, he was swept very, very far. Until he reached a relatively calmer tributary. He barely managed to get stranded in an equally dirty pipe. Splash! The dark red liquid slowly gathered on the ground. Eventually, it reformed into Guyi's disheveled human shape. Cough, cough, cough. The moment he transformed back into human form, he started coughing violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of foul-smelling sewage. Then he collapsed weakly onto the cold, sewage-filled ground, gasping for breath. On the compendium interface, the blue progress bar representing mental power had turned a glaring red. The value was less than 5%. This was his weakest moment since he transmigrated. Every cell in his body screamed exhaustion. Let alone fighting a monster like the surgeon again. He felt like he couldn't even transform into the blood of contamination again. Any low-level F-grade anomaly could potentially take his life? I must find a place to hide. A strong sense of crisis, like countless steel needles, pricked his nerves, forcing him to struggle up from the cold ground. He dragged his leaden legs, stumbling through the labyrinthine sewers, searching for a nest where he could temporarily catch his breath. Fortunately, not long after, at the end of a tributary, he discovered an abandoned, waist-high maintenance tunnel entrance. The entrance was half-blocked by various pieces of trash. It looked like no one had been there for a long time. Guyi's heart rejoiced. Using his last ounce of strength, he pushed aside the trash and laboriously climbed in. Inside was a narrow, square passage, just wide enough for one person. Although the air was still filled with mildew, at least it was relatively dry and sufficiently hidden. He leaned against the cold wall. His tightly coiled nerves finally relaxed a little. A tidal wave of exhaustion instantly swept over him, making him almost fall asleep on the spot. But just then, an extremely faint rustling sound, like something gnawing on moss on the pipe, came from deep within the passage. Guyi's almost closed eyes suddenly snapped open. A terrifying glint instantly erupted from his previously unfocused gaze. It was the look a hunter gets when he smells prey. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he first activated his skill, which was already ingrained in him. Sonar. Buzz. An extremely faint, invisible sound wave, almost exhausting his last bit of mental power, spread out from him as its center. The next second, he saw it. Around a corner, 50 meters from the end of the passage, a faint red light, representing a low-level anomaly, was obliviously gnawing on the wall. That characteristic, slender physique. It was a rat of grievance. One of the weakest, F-grade anomalies with almost no combat power. Ha 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 ha. Gui laughed. Leaning against the wall, he let out an uncontrollable, low laugh. It was a laugh of wild joy and greed, seeing a glimmer of hope in despair. Heaven never seals off all exits. He slowly stood up and drew a military dagger from the holster at his waist. He took off his shoes, went barefoot, and adjusted his breathing to the lightest state. Each step landed on the most stable ground, without making any unnecessary sound. He moved like a top-tier assassin, silently approaching the blood bag that was still obliviously enjoying its dinner. The battle was without suspense. That unlucky rat of grievance didn't even sense danger. When Gui, descending from above, accurately pierced its skull through the back of its neck with a single stab, pinning it firmly to the ground. It only twitched symbolically a few times before becoming completely still. Gui squatted down, looking at the still warm corpse. Detectable target, rat of grievance, F-grade. Containment condition, orally consume its grievance condensate, eyeball, that. The compendium's prompt was cold and direct. Though disgusting, Gui was already used to it. Without the slightest hesitation, he dug out the black glass bead-like eyeball with his dagger, endured the strong physiological discomfort, and swallowed it whole. A cold, fishy energy exploded in his esophagus. Containment conditions met. Containing. Containment successful. Compendium recorded. Reward, mental power limit +5, current mental power fully restored. A vast and pure mental power, like a floodgate opening, instantly flowed back from the compendium, surging madly into his already parched sea of mental power. In just a few seconds, his previously depleted blue bar was completely restored to full. And even its upper limit had increased. Gui slowly stood up. He stretched his neck and wrists, letting out loud cracking sounds. All the previous fatigue and weakness were swept away. He had once again become that monster in peak condition. Feeling the abundant power within him, even stronger than before. The corner of Gui's mouth uncontrollably curled into a cold arc. He was back in business. It even gave him an urge to immediately return the way he came and fight the surgeon for another 300 rounds. However, just as he was about to be dominated by this inflated emotion, another chilling scene suddenly emerged from the depths of his memory. On a night in the hunting zone. How he had underestimated the E-grade corpse-eating vine and been dragged into a death trap. And how he had fled like a stray dog in utter disarray. Damn it! Gui suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a resounding slap. Gui, are you a damn pig? He cursed himself in a low voice. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and you think you're hot stuff again? Sasuke behavior is not allowed. He let out a long, turbid breath. His eyes regained the calm and rationality a hunter should possess. Gui opened the compendium and looked at the newly lit card, glowing with a faint F-grade light, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. Name, Rat of Grievance. Grade, F. Type, Form card. Description, the lowest grade scavenger anomaly, formed by the fusion of dense grievance and a rat. Timid and afraid of light, it prefers to gnaw on all organic matter in dark corners. Ability 1 Dark Vision, after transformation, can see in complete darkness. Ability 2 Gnaw, passive after transformation, possesses powerful biting force, capable of gnawing on most organic matter and absorbing a small amount of energy from it to restore stamina. Weaknesses. 1. Strong light, extremely afraid of strong light. High-intensity illumination will cause it to fall into a temporary blindness and panic state. 2. Cleanliness, cannot survive for long in clean, dry environments, otherwise its body will rapidly weaken. This ability is really convenient. Gui closed the card interface, and a bold, even somewhat crazy idea emerged in his mind. In the future, can I catch a few of these brainless F-grade anomalies? Break their legs and keep them. Then, when my mental power runs out, I'll take one out and eat it. Isn't this like carrying several disposable revival coins? He carefully etched this idea into his mind. This was an extremely effective trump card that could instantly restore his state in desperate situations. However, now was not the time to consider this. The most urgent task was still to find Captain Wang. He straightened his body and poured all of his completely restored, vast mental power, without reservation, into the sonar skill. Maximum range, full power detection. Buzz. An invisible sound wave, many times more powerful than before. Like a silent tsunami. Instantly, with him as the center, it swept in all directions throughout the entire sewer maze. Madly. Buzz. The invisible sound waves were like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake. The ripples they stirred up instantly swept through the underground world for several hundred meters. The next second. An unprecedented, incredibly clear, black and white 3D map unfolded in Guyi's mind. This was sonar at full power. Its detection range and accuracy were more than a notch stronger than before. He saw the direction of every pipe in this labyrinthine sewer. He saw the speed of the water flow and the thickness of the mud. Even the unidentified fungi slowly wriggling on the pipe walls were all clearly visible. At the same time, he also saw several faint red dots representing rats of grievance or corpse bugs. They all stayed far away from him. Apparently, they were scared away by the undisguised predatory aura just now. Guyi temporarily ignored these small snacks. He focused all his attention on the edge of the map, carefully searching for the signal he most wanted to find. Soon, his heart suddenly leaped. Found it! In a wider main pipe about 500 meters northeast of him. A unique, bright green dot representing an ally appeared in the 3D map in his mind, like a marker on a game map. It was Captain Wang. He hadn't moved again. Was he resting? Or had his injuries worsened? Guyi's heart instantly tightened. He no longer hesitated for a moment. He immediately activated the form card most suitable for rapid movement in this environment. Form card, thousand-faced model. He didn't transform into someone else's appearance. Instead, he used the plasticity of the thousand-faced model, which allowed him to change his form at will. He molded his body into a slender and agile physique, most suitable for rapidly traversing pipes. His limbs were elongated a bit, making it easier to climb and jump. Immediately after, he concentrated the power of the unfettered Iron Legion in his legs. Exoskeleton-style power armor covered them again. Double reinforcement. Whoosh! He was like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving a silver-gray afterimage in the dark, complex pipe maze. Towards that green dot, he ran wildly. The 500-meter distance vanished in an instant. Guyi slowly reduced his speed, finally stopping about 50 meters from the corner. He disengaged the power armor on his legs, retaining only the disguised form of the thousand-faced model. Then, silently, he crept step by step towards that corner. He could see Captain Wang was leaning against the pipe behind the corner. His life signal was stable, but very weak. He was clearly resting. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of Guyi's mouth. Captain Wang was fine. He even began to formulate his opening lines for when they met. At the same time, 500 meters to the northeast, in a relatively spacious, abandoned main sewage pipe, Old Man Wang was leaning against a thick, long-defunct pipe, gasping for breath. He had been following the current and his intuition, walking through this damned, labyrinthine sewer for nearly half an hour. The effects of the potent hemostatic agent were slowly fading. Blood loss and prolonged high tension and activity made his no longer young body feel waves of dizziness and exhaustion. He knew he couldn't go on. If he continued, he might collapse here due to exhaustion. Even if there were no pursuers then. Just those little things living in the sewers would be enough to gnaw him until not even bone fragments remained. He had to rest, to replenish his strength. And while he was at it, confirm his location. He carefully pulled something out of his embrace. An old-looking, tightly wrapped military compass encased in waterproof oilcloth. This wasn't the one he left in the cabin, but another one he truly carried with him. An old friend who had accompanied him for decades. He opened the oilcloth and wiped the sewage-covered glass cover of the compass. Then he placed it flat in his palm, watching the needle, which still emitted a faint fluorescent glow in the darkness, slowly turning, finally pointing in a firm direction. North. Old Man Wang looked at that direction with a somewhat complex gaze. Of course, he knew that underground, filled with steel and magnetic interference. The compass had long lost its meaning for direction finding. The reason he took it out was not to find north, but to find his heart. This was a habit he had developed over many years. Whenever he felt lost, tired, or even despair on the battlefield, he would take out this compass, look at the needle that always pointed north, then tell himself home was in that direction. His faith, his troops, everything he had to protect was in that direction. He couldn't fall. And he wouldn't allow himself to fall. Old Man Wang slowly exhaled a turbid breath. His eyes, which had been somewhat unfocused due to fatigue, once again became sharp and firm. He stuffed the high-energy nutrition bar Mole had given him into his mouth, chewing expressionlessly, forcing himself to replenish that precious energy. Just then, an extremely slight sound of footsteps, almost blending with the sound of the water flow, came from deep within the pipe he had come from. Old Man Wang's chewing instantly stopped. His eyes, which had been somewhat unfocused due to fatigue, also instantly became as sharp as an eagle's. He immediately stuffed the remaining half of the nutrition bar into his pocket, gripped his dagger, pressing his body tightly into the deepest shadow of the pipe. Pursuers? No. That's not right. Old Man Wang immediately dismissed this guess. The footsteps were too light, and the rhythm was steady, without a trace of killing intent. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of tension. It didn't sound like someone on a search mission at all. It was more like someone strolling in their own backyard. This, instead, made Old Man Wang even more vigilant. Something abnormal must signify trouble in this damned, perilous sewer. Someone who could walk with such an attitude was definitely not a human, but a more terrifying predator with absolute confidence. Old Man Wang's heart sank to the bottom. He clenched his teeth tightly, his turbid eyes showing no fear, only the final resolve of an old soldier. Come on, beast. If you want to gnaw on these old bones of mine, you'll have to see if you have good teeth. Finally, that figure appeared at the corner of the pipe. It was an extremely slender, ordinary-looking man wearing a gray jacket. He was walking step by step towards him, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. The moment he saw that smile, Old Man Wang's body, which had accumulated all its strength, suddenly burst forth. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He put all his last burst of power, which once belonged to a top-tier special reconnaissance soldier, into this one strike. The military dagger in his hand was like a bolt of lightning going against the current, carrying his most intense killing intent. It fiercely stabbed towards the heart of the monster who was still smiling. Captain, I'm here. As soon as Gu Yi turned the corner, the relaxed smile he had prepared was only halfway revealed. A cold light, carrying the aura of death, instantly magnified in his pupils. Holy shit! He had no time to react at all. He could only watch helplessly as that familiar military dagger fiercely plunged into his chest. Put. However, Old Man Wan's face showed no joy of success. Because the expected sensation of a blade cutting through flesh and bone did not come at all. The feeling from the dagger was more like stabbing into an extremely tough, high-density silicone. Although the blade pierced in, it was firmly bitten by a flexible and powerful force, unable to penetrate another millimeter. Damn! Gui lowered his head, looking at the dagger in his chest, with only the hilt remaining, wincing in pain. Although the non-human body of the thousand-faced model exempted him from most physical damage, this hit was enough to make him suffer. He removed the disguise from his face, revealing the young face Old Man Wan was so familiar with. Then he looked up, with an extremely resentful gaze, at Old Man Wan, who was already dumbfounded. "Captain Wang," he said weakly. "Do we have such a deep grudge between us? You brat." Old Man Wang looked at Gui, then at the dagger still stuck in his chest. His brain completely crashed. He opened his mouth for a long time before squeezing out a few words from his throat. "How are you here? I wanted to ask you that." Gui said grumpily, then grabbed the hilt and, under Old Man Wang's horrified gaze, forcibly pulled the dagger out of his chest. No blood flowed from the wound. Only some white substance like ceramic shards and skin that was rapidly wriggling and healing. "You?" Old Man Wang pointed at Gui, completely speechless. Gui sighed, looking at Old Man Wan's ghost-seeing expression. He knew this matter couldn't be hidden today. "Alright, stop with the you dot," he said, while checking his wound. "Captain Wan, you don't look too good. Let's find a safe place to get out of here first." However, Old Man Wang suddenly seemed to remember something. He suddenly grabbed Gui's shoulder. A terrifying gleam erupted in his turbid eyes. He stared intently at Gui, asking word by word in a tone filled with shock and disbelief. "Kid, tell me honestly. Just now. The commotion upstairs that almost tore down the entire slaughterhouse. Was that you bastard, who caused it?" Time rewound to 10 minutes after Gui left Old Man Wan's shack. Li Fei looked in the direction Gui disappeared, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end, nothing came out. He clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails dug deep into his palms. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and anger at his own weakness gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Uncle Wan's fate was unknown. Gui went alone into the fray. And he, Li Fei, could only stand there like a useless piece of trash, unable to do anything. Shao-Chi, ahau. He suddenly turned to look at the two who were equally shocked and sad. "We can't just wait here." "I know." Chen Hao looked up, a nearly fanatical calmness flickering behind his thick glasses. "Gui is doing what he needs to do. We also need to do what we need to do." He carefully picked up the communicator, which resembled a lighter, from the table. And the recording pen that contained Old Man Wang's last words. "We can't go back to the hive," he analyzed calmly. "There are too many people there, and any abnormal move from us could expose us. And we can't be sure if the Butcher Gang's informants have infiltrated that place. Here," he pointed to the ground, "is the captain's secret base, and currently, I think it's the safest place we can find in the entire searing zone. We'll contact the Human Alliance from here." Lin Xiaoqi and Li Fei were both stunned. They hadn't expected Chen Hao's thoughts to be so clear at a time like this. "The captain's recording made it very clear," Chen Hao continued. "This thing can contact his superior. This is our only channel to solve the problem from an official level. I'm going to try to crack its encryption protocol now. I need to know its communication frequency and the location of the target receiving terminal." Chen Hao's speech was extremely fast. Under extreme pressure, his tech-nerd brain was operating at its peak. What can I help you with?" Lin Xiaoqi wiped away her tears. "I need tools." Chen Hao immediately said, "I need a high-power signal amplifier, a spectrum analyzer, and my universal connector." These things are all in my room in the hive. He looked at Lin Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you're most familiar with the water rat maze routes, and you're least likely to attract attention. Go back and get all these things. Okay. Lin Xiaoqi no longer hesitated, immediately nodding, I'll go right away. With that, she disappeared out the door like a nimble cat. Chen Hao, meanwhile, immediately began setting up a temporary cracking platform using the old shortwave radio in the shack. Li Fei watched the two quickly enter work mode. The anxiety and sense of powerlessness in his heart grew even stronger. He didn't understand any of this. He was superfluous here. No. He couldn't continue like this. He couldn't go to the front lines. He couldn't provide technical support. But he still had one last trump card. A trump card he never wanted to use but now had no choice but to play. How? He suddenly stood up and grabbed his jacket. I'm leaving this to you. I'm counting on you to contact the Human Alliance. He took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I'm going out. Chen Hao looked up at Li Fei's eyes, which were filled with a fanatical flame, and instantly understood what he intended to do. It's useless, Li Fei, he said calmly. Your sister has her rules. She will. Li Fei interrupted him. A defiant belief burned in his bloodshot eyes. She has to. Because that person is Uncle Wang. With that, he gave Chen Hao no further chance to dissuade him, rushing out the door without looking back, disappearing beneath the perpetually gray sunlight of the searing zone. 3 paths. 3 different directions. Gui was like the sharpest dagger stabbing at the enemy's heart. Chen Hao and Lin Xiaoqi were like engineers building artillery emplacements in the rear, trying to call for the most powerful off-field support. And Li Fei was going to seek out an unpredictable force that operated outside all rules. Squad 7, this home that had always been protected under Old Man Wang's wing, for the first time after losing its head of the household, launched its own counterattack against this cruel world in their still somewhat naive way. Behind the One-Eyed Tavern in the South District. There was no hustle and bustle of Rust Bone Street's main road here. Only a few deserted shops selling second-hand parts. And the air that always smelled of engine oil. But in this forgotten corner, overlooked by most, a black, 3-story building, converted from 3 huge shipping containers, stood out conspicuously. The building had no windows. Only a heavy alloy door. There was no sign at the entrance either. But everyone in the know in the South District knew. This was the lair of one of the Searing Zone's top executioners. Razor. At this moment, on the top floor of the attic, Razor stood barefoot on a carpet made of countless weapon parts. There was no bed, no sofa in the room. Only rows of floor-to-ceiling metal weapon racks. And a server running at high speed. This was her home, and her armory. She invested most of the bounty she earned from missions into her few hobbies. She was currently wearing a black combat vest, revealing her strong arms with their streamlined muscles, like a female leopard. In front of her lay a long, thin weapon, wrapped in thick, black linen. That was her bread and butter. A vicious horse-cutting saber, over 1.5 meters long. She was using a strange deerskin, soaked in special maintenance oil. Extremely focused, she wiped the blade inch by inch. As if what was wrapped inside was not a weapon, but her most intimate lover. She was one of the Searing Zone's top executioners. Her blade was only drawn for the most generous bounties. Favors and loyalty were, in her opinion, the cheapest and most useless things. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the attic was violently slammed open from the outside by a huge force. Razor's wiping motion instantly stopped. A bone-chilling killing intent, like a tangible cold current, instantly enveloped the entire room. But after seeing who the visitor was, that killing intent, enough to make an ordinary person wet themselves on the spot, slowly receded. Li Fei. Her voice was without a ripple. Calm like a frozen lake. Did I ever teach you to knock before entering? Sis. Li Fei rushed in. Gasping for breath, his face was filled with anxiety and panic. Please. He looked at his sister, who was always like an iceberg. His voice even carried a hint of pleading. Please save Uncle Wang. Razor put down the deerskin she was holding. She slowly straightened up. She looked at her brother, who had always been fearless. But at this moment, he looked like a child about to drown. His face was filled with an expression she had never seen before, almost like pleading. But her gaze remained as cold as a blade. Wang Zhenghua? She raised an eyebrow. Isn't he your guardian god? What's wrong? Even gods need mortals to save them? Sister. Li Fei's eyes turned red, stung by her mocking tone. Uncle Wang is 4. Is 4? He remembered Captain Wang's agent identity and that terrifying ritual. He knew he couldn't say any of it. Anyway. He's trapped by the butcher gang. Now only you can save him. Me? Razor laughed. Her laughter was filled with cold, undisguised mockery. Why should I save him? He's your captain, not mine. You know my rules. She picked up a towel nearby and wiped her hands. I only take missions, I don't do favors. Favors? Li Fei looked at his sister's cold, unfeeling profile. He also laughed, a laugh uglier than a cry. Sister, you're talking about rules and favors with me? He walked step by step in front of Razor, staring intently into her eyes, asking word by word. Then a year ago. Who was it, when I, like an idiot, insisted on becoming a cleaner? Who was it, who found Uncle Wang? And who was it, who begged him to take me into Squad 7? Do you dare say there was no favor involved? Razor's wiping motion suddenly stopped. A ripple appeared in her usually calm eyes. A flush of annoyance at having her disguise exposed instantly appeared on her cold face. Her voice instantly dropped several degrees. Did that old geezer Wang Zhenghua tell you? Unexpectedly, Wang Zhenghua, who seemed so honest, was a big mouth behind the scenes. That's not important. Li Fei yelled, his neck stiff. He pulled something out of his pocket. A small, flat metal block wrapped in oilcloth. Then he slowly opened it in front of Razor. Inside lay quietly a fragment of a D-class Thunder Beast's electrosensitive spine, worn down beyond recognition. Where did you get that? Razor's gaze sharpened. This was precisely the item of trade she had given Wang Zhenghua back then. She remembered it very clearly. After Wang Zhenghua accepted it, he locked the spine fragment into his metal box right in front of her. Uncle Wang gave it to me. Li Fei's voice was a little hoarse. On the night I officially became a cleaner. He found me and gave me this. He said this was something you originally wanted me to take to the Stitchers to exchange for an arm that could save my life. Li Fei looked up at his sister with a complex expression. Then Uncle Wang told me. Life in the searing zone isn't worth much. Surviving is the only truth. Getting an arm could increase my chances of survival by at least 30%. But if I chose that path, I might never be able to turn back. It would make me less and less like myself. Finally, he gave me the item and let me choose for myself. Razor listened to her brother's retelling. She was stunned. She never expected it. That old geezer Wang Zhenghua. He actually returned the transaction completely intact. And in this way, he gave it to her foolish brother on her behalf. Ha! For a long, long time. She let out a self-mocking laugh. She put down the towel in her hand. That old fox. The rising anger slowly extinguished. Replaced by an even more complex and helpless emotion. She looked at her naive brother. She sighed. You think being a cleaner is a very dangerous job, right? Of course. Li Fei said as a matter of course. No. Razor shook her head. Being a cleaner isn't actually that dangerous. But most cleaners in the searing zone don't last long. They either die, get maimed, or get scared away. Very few people can last a full year. Razor stood up and walked to the window, looking at the perpetually gray sky outside. I know Uncle Wang is amazing. Li Fei said defiantly, his squad has the lowest death rate. People in the searing zone who want to join his squad could line up from Rust Bone Street to the One-Eye Tavern. But do you know, Razor turned around and looked at him, how long has his amazingness lasted? I don't know. 10 years. Razor's voice was firm and decisive. That old man, he worked for a full 10 years. 10 years? Li Fei was completely stunned by that number. He knew Captain Wang was a legend, but he didn't know this legend had lasted a full 10 years. 10 years, for a cleaner, was no longer a resume. It was a myth. Yes, 10 years. Razor turned and looked at him. He moves between all the security companies in the searing zone. He's the golden captain that all companies clamored for. Because as long as it was a team he led. No matter how green the team members were. His squad's death rate was always the lowest among all teams. He's like a damned shepherd. Always able to smell danger before the wolves bite. Then he brings his foolish, lamb-like teammates home unharmed. Squad 7 hasn't lost a single person for a whole year. Do you think it's because you're lucky? No, it's because your captain is Wang Jinghua. Razor walked back in front of Li Fei, her gaze becoming incredibly sharp. She seemed to be deliberately using an even colder tone to regain her composure after earlier. The reason I went to him back then wasn't to beg him, but to make a deal with him. I gave him something. An electrosensitive spine that still retained rule activity. That thing on the black market would make those madmen fight tooth and nail for it. I used it to exchange for a promise from Wang Jinghua. As long as you are still alive in Squad 7 for one day, he must ensure that you, this idiot, also survive. So, Razor slowly said, do you think an old fox like Wang Jinghua? A monster who can survive 10 years in the cleaner position would be easily taken out by those fools in the slaughterhouse who only know how to play with flesh and blood? Li Fei subconsciously shook his head. I don't believe it either. Razor sneered. But... She changed her tone, her cold eyes staring intently at Li Fei. I told him to protect you, but he protected you too well. So well that you've been with him for a year, and you're still this naive, this foolish. You can't even tell when to ask for help and when to use your brain. What I need is a real hunter brother who can survive alone in the searing zone. Not a pet who only wags its tail and begs behind others. Every word she spoke was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into Li Fei's heart. So, she turned around. No longer looking at Li Fei. I'll have to go ask him myself. Ask that golden shepherd. How he's fulfilling our deal. After speaking, she no longer looked at Li Fei. She grabbed the huge Zanmadeo, wrapped in thick linen. Then she equipped herself with rows of specially designed, grotesque weapons. Finally, she put on a metal mask that covered half her face, sharp as a razor. That cold, tangible killing intent, belonging to a top executioner of the searing zone, instantly enveloped the entire room. The slaughterhouse. She turned around, leaving only a cold back filled with the aura of death. That's Butcher's territory. Tell your friend. This isn't rescue, this is accountability. South District, on the outskirts of Slaughterhouse Back Alley. The top of an abandoned, 15-story unfinished building. Under the perpetually gray, rag-like sky of the searing zone, a chilling wind howled, making the rebar on the rooftop wail like ghosts and wolves. Li Fei lay prone on the edge of the rooftop, a frantic fire burning in his gut. He stared intently at the slaughterhouse below, which resembled a war fortress. time passed, second by second. Every second felt like a century to him. He couldn't help but look back at the black figure behind him, which was integrated with the darkness. His lips moved. Finally, with a tone almost of pleading, he cautiously whispered, "Sister. How much longer do we have to wait?" Uncle Wang, he's still inside, I'm afraid. He didn't dare to continue. He was afraid to utter the most inauspicious word. Razor didn't turn around. But her cold voice slowly rang out. Impatient? A little. Li Fei answered honestly. Afraid your immortal captain can't hold on? Also afraid of you. Li Fei's voice was even lower. This is the slaughterhouse, after all. Razor's figure, which had been like a statue, paused slightly. But it was only a pause. Put away your cheap worries. Her voice still showed no ripple of emotion. Another long 5 minutes passed. Razor finally put down her binoculars. She slowly stood up. Her tall and agile figure, against the gray sky, cast a silhouette as sharp as a blade. Idiot. She commented mercilessly, with a hint of exasperation in her tone. Then she didn't explain anything. She just used her hand, clad in a black tactical glove, pointed to the heavily guarded exits below. The front gate, back gate, ventilation shaft, sewer. Then she pointed to her own temple, making a gesture that meant use your brain. Li Fei was stunned. He followed his sister's finger, staring intently at the scene below. Looking at the defensive fortifications that had clearly been strengthened several times over. Looking at the rat holes that had been additionally manned. His brain, which had long been a tangled mess of worry and fear, under Razor's cold, oppressive gaze, began to churn wildly. Uncle Wang had taught him street fighting, stealth, counter-encirclement. If the enemy catches your comrade, what will they do? Shrink defenses, internal interrogation, wait for the rabbit to come to the tree. But now, the slaughterhouse's defensive posture was loose on the outside, tight on the inside, strictly guarding all exits. They weren't waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree. They were closing the door to catch the dog. A hopeful conclusion instantly appeared in his mind. Uncle Wang, he wasn't caught? Li Fei cried out. Razor looked at her brother, who at least wasn't completely stupid. Under her cold mask, her eyes softened slightly. But it was only a slight softening. Then what should we do? Li Fei asked excitedly. Shouldn't we go to those exits to meet him? Hearing this, Razor's eyes, which had just softened a bit, instantly turned incredibly cold again. She didn't even bother to scold him anymore. She just looked at Li Fei with an expression like she was looking at non-recyclable trash. Then she slowly turned around and looked back at the brightly lit slaughterhouse. Her gaze seemed to say, Wang Jinghua, is this the good soldier you trained? Li Fei was so stung by his sister's gaze that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He knew he had said something stupid again. But he really couldn't think of a better solution. Just then, Razor moved. The corner of her mouth, hidden beneath her mask, curved into an arc filled with cruelty and madness. She no longer bothered to give Li Fei any explanations. Instead, she used the most direct action to answer his foolish question. She reached out and gently stroked the huge horse-slaying saber wrapped in thick linen on her back. Then her entire body, like a bow drawn to its absolute limit, suddenly leaped from the top of this 15-story unfinished building. Down. Sister! Li Fei let out a suppressed cry. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. He saw Razor's figure, in her rapid descent, suddenly pull out a specially made grappling hook gun from her waist. Bang! The grappling hook accurately struck the wall of a building opposite. Her agile figure traced a breathtaking arc in midair, like a black hawk spreading its wings, landing precisely on the roof of a low building less then 50 meters from the slaughterhouse's main gate watchtower. Immediately after. She didn't hesitate for a moment. She pulled out 3 highly adhesive bombs made from exploding beetle bodily fluid from her tactical pouch at her waist. Then, with an extremely professional posture, she threw them forcefully towards the main gate watchtower, which was the most heavily defended and had the strongest firepower. 3 black beetles traced 3 deadly parabolas in the air, accurately sticking to the watchtower's supporting pillars and the heavy machine gun. The guards in the watchtower hadn't even reacted to what was happening. Razor had already pressed the detonator in her hand. "Dinner is served, bitches." Her cold, crazed voice echoed faintly amidst the explosion's fire. Boom! A massive explosion instantly ignited the entire sky of Slaughterhouse Back Alley. Tell me honestly. That commotion just now, which almost tore down the entire slaughterhouse. Was it you, goddammit? Old Man Wang's voice was hoarse, filled with extreme disbelief. Gui looked at his ghost-like expression, then down at the wound on his chest that was slowly wriggling and healing, knowing that this matter couldn't be hidden. He sighed. Old man. If I said that commotion upstairs wasn't caused by me, would you believe it? Old Man Wang fell silent, staring intently at Gui, his cloudy eyes filled with extremely complex emotions. You brat. After a long while, he squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. What the hell are you, exactly? Gui gave a bitter smile. That's a long story. Shouldn't we find a safer place first? He pointed to the foul-smelling sewage around them. I don't want to have a heart-to-heart with you while taking a bath. Old Man Wang finally reacted and nodded. Follow me. Relying on his veteran's intuition and judgment of water flow direction, he led Gui through the maze-like sewers, eventually finding a relatively dry and sufficiently hidden abandoned maintenance platform. The 2 slumped onto the cold, rust-covered platform, both exhaling a long, turbid breath in unison. Now can you tell me? Old Man Wang pulled out the half-eaten nutrition bar from his and took a bite with a blank expression. Gui knew he couldn't reveal the entire secret of the bizarre compendium. He needed a half-truth that could explain everything. Captain Wang. He organized his thoughts and slowly said. Have you ever heard the rumors of humans and bizarre compendium coexisting? I have. Old Man Wang's chewing on the nutrition bar paused, and his eyes became somewhat profound. Gui was stunned. No, I just made that up. Does it really exist? But I haven't seen it. 30 years ago, during the Great Fracture, there were similar rumors. They said that there was a group of people who didn't turn into monsters but instead gained the power of the bizarre compendium. Why are you asking this? Old Man Wang's sharp eyes looked at Gui. It's possible that I'm one of them. Gui didn't admit it directly. The first time I went out of the city for a mission, I almost died. It was then that something drilled into my body. He held out his right hand. Then, in front of Old Man Wang, he activated the armament card, Unfettered Iron Legion. A layer of silvery liquid metal instantly covered his arm, quickly reshaping into a ferocious metal claw. It, parasitic on me. It gave me the ability to imitate and devour other bizarre compendium. But Gui's eyes became somewhat dim. It also comes with a price. I must constantly feed it with the flesh and energy of other bizarre compendium. Otherwise, one day, I will be devoured by it. This explanation was half-true, showing power while also providing a reasonable cost. Old Man Wang looked at Gui's inhuman claw and remained silent for a very long time. He didn't press further, just took another bite of the nutrient paste in his hand, and then said faintly, It's good that you're alive. Gui paused, then smiled. He knew that whether Captain Wang believed him or not, he had at least accepted him, this monster, for now. Alright, my story's done. Gui retracted his metal claw. Your turn, Captain Wang. A secret agent of the Human Alliance? Code name veteran? And what about the secret organization and human experiments you mentioned in your recording? When it came to serious matters, Old Man Wang's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He looked at Gui, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He shouldn't have involved Gui, this child, in such a deadly vortex. But on second thought, this child in front of him had just turned the underground base of the slaughterhouse upside down. He was no longer the lamb that needed his protection. He was already a young lion, stronger and more deadly than himself. He had the right to know all of this. Having understood this, Old Man Wang no longer hesitated. He told Gui all his previous investigative findings, the missing scavengers, the drained corpses, and what he had just overheard in the slaughterhouse's basement, in full detail. I suspect, Old Man Wang said in a deep voice, the butcher gang is cooperating with an extremely dangerous cult. They are using these missing people from the searing zone as consumables to conduct some kind of inhumane human experiments. And that Ma Wenbin is their informant planted among us. Gui fell silent after listening. Then, he told Old Man Wang about the terrifying, huge, wriggling mass of flesh he had seen deeper underground, and the Hell's Kitchen system that converted meat paste into synthetic meat. When he heard the truth about synthetic meat, Old Man Wang's face showed no surprise, but when Gui described in detail the form and size of that huge mass of flesh, his weathered face instantly became extremely solemn. Over 20 meters in diameter? Old Man Wang interrupted him, his voice carrying a hint of suppressed shock. Yes. Gui nodded, it might even be larger, that's just my estimate. Old Man Wang fell silent. He slowly stood up and paced back and forth on the small platform, his face so grim it looked like it would drip water. Old man, what's wrong? Gui frowned, that thing. You know it? I do. Old Man Wang stopped, looked at Gui, and said word by word. Its code name is the Flesh God. In the Human Alliance's archives, its designation is E074. It's an E-class bizarre compendium secretly kept by the Human Alliance in the Searing Zone. A long time ago, the Human Alliance tacitly allowed the Butcher Gang to exist, using them to feed the Flesh God various biological waste. Then they would recover its purified protein as strategic material reserves for the Searing Zone. The stability anchor field of the high wall can suppress its aggressiveness and contamination to the lowest level. Old Man Wang's eyes became cold and sharp as he spoke. But in the last assessment report I saw before I left the army, it was clearly written. The diameter of the Flesh God, under the suppression of the stability anchor's field, was strictly controlled within 5 meters. This is an absolute safety redline that must not be crossed. He stared intensely at Gui. And now you're telling me it has grown to 20 meters? This is no longer just an oversight. This is serious dereliction of duty. With its current size and energy signature, it's already a genuine D-class disaster. Old Man Wang began to connect all the clues. He looked at Gui, less explaining than speculating to himself. It seems now that the Butcher Gang is no longer content with just being feeders. They're feeding it. They are trying to break the stability anchor's field suppression and make the Flesh God break through to C-class. C-class. Old Man Wang chewed on the word, and a hint of fear appeared in his cloudy eyes. A city-level disaster. A C-class disaster, while not enough to cause catastrophic damage to the entire Grey Millstone, is enough to create an unprecedented level of chaos and panic in the Searing Zone. He stopped, his brows tightly furrowed. But why? His eyes were filled with deep confusion. What is their ultimate goal in doing this? Is it merely to create a disaster capable of destroying the Searing Zone? With the exchange of information complete, both saw the almost overflowing solemnity in each other's eyes. The seriousness of the situation had far exceeded their imagination. We have to find a way to get out of here. Gui stood up, and then report the information to the Human Alliance. He activated sonar once again, and a clearer map of the sewers unfolded in his mind. Found it. He quickly pinpointed the most likely exit. Follow this main pipe, heading northeast. About 1 kilometer away, there's a flood discharge outlet leading to the surface. Let's go. Old Man Wang no longer hesitated. The priority was to report the information. The two wasted no more time and began to move towards the only way out. On the way, Old Man Wang looked at Gu Yi's radar-like precise detection ability, and then recalled the terrifying armed form and almost instantaneous healing of his wounds that he had displayed earlier, his heart filled with unspeakable shock. This kid's symbiotic bizarre compendium. He thought to himself, what exactly is its origin? It can devour, fight, imitate, detect, and even self-repair. And the side effects don't seem to be significant? Near an abandoned cannery on the edge of the South District. Accompanied by a harsh metallic screech. A rusty, circular floodgate grating was forcibly bent and torn from the inside by brute strength. Two figures, covered in filth and stench, crawled out of the dark hole one after another. It was Gu Yi and Old Man Wang. As soon as they emerged, they immediately found cover and warily looked around. It was very secluded here. All around were collapsed factory buildings and towering piles of scrap. There was hardly any trace of living people. Only after confirming there were no potential threats did they both, by unspoken agreement, let out a long sigh of relief. They were safe. For now. We're finally out. Old Man Wang leaned against a broken wall, the nauseating stench from the sewer making him frown. He glanced towards the southeast, at the perpetually gray sky. He tried to discern the way back. However, just then, a very dense burst of gunfire, like popping beans, suddenly came from that direction in the distance. Immediately following. Boom! A dull, but extremely penetrating, violent explosion. It made the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. A huge fireball, mixed with black smoke, shot up into the sky from that direction, dyeing half the sky an ominous dark red. What's going on? Gu Yi frowned, instantly entering a combat state. That direction, if he remembered correctly. It was the area where Slaughterhouse Back Alley was located. Old Man Wang's face also instantly became extremely solemn. Follow me. Let's go to higher ground to see. The two, one after another, quickly rushed into the tallest building nearby. They sprinted up the half-collapsed stairs. When they breathlessly reached the rooftop, they were stunned by the sight before them. On the rooftop of this building, and all the surrounding high places with open views, were surprisingly packed with people, either standing or sitting. Those people were locals of the searing zone. There were scavengers, members of small gangs, and even a few daring prostitutes. Each of them held a bottle of black water liquor or a pack of cheap cigarettes. As if watching a grand, open-air fireworks show. Their faces were all filled with excitement and schadenfreude. Damn! Another one exploded. Is Razor that crazy woman on dynamite today? You're telling me. This is already the third watchtower, right? The butcher gang's face must be swollen from all the slaps. Serves them right. For being so arrogant normally. Hopefully, they'll light up that broken meat grinder of theirs too. Gu Yi and Old Man Wang exchanged glances. They both saw a sense of absurd helplessness in each other's eyes. After all that, this was a VIP viewing area for onlookers, for crying out loud? The two walked towards the crowd without a sound. Before they even got close, the scavengers who were originally crowded together to watch the show scattered to both sides as if they had seen a ghost, pinching their noses and making way for them, creating a broad road. Damn! Did these two just crawl out of a septic tank? Stay away! Stay away! You're suffocating me! I can't, I'm going to puke, ugh. Gu Yi and Old Man Wang, amidst the disgusted stares of the crowd, walked unimpeded to the edge of the rooftop with the best view. Then, they too were awestruck by the scene below. The perimeter of the Slaughterhouse Back Alley had now completely turned into a battlefield. 3 iconic watchtowers had become 3 burning torches. Innumerable members of the butcher gang, like hornets whose nest had been poked. rushed out frantically from various buildings with guns, carrying out a futile suppressive fire towards the center of the battlefield. And in the center of that hail of bullets, a petite figure, like a black lightning bolt, was wielding a huge zanmadeo that was completely disproportionate to her size. Every swing would stir up a gray air current, tearing apart the bullets shot at her, and the enemies charging at her, all at once. She would occasionally draw the twin pistols from her waist for precise single shots, blasting one hidden strongpoint after another. And sometimes she would throw a few beetles from her body that stuck to buildings, then trigger an even more violent explosion. She, by herself, had forcibly suppressed the entire armed force of hundreds of butcher gang members, firmly at their own doorstep. Who else could it be but Razor? What's gotten into this crazy woman today? A scavenger nearby, who was eagerly eating fried mutated cockroach legs, spoke to Old Man Wang. Although she used to be at odds with the butcher gang, but she never directly attacked them like this today. Old Man Wang pulled a crumpled packet of mint cigarettes, soaked by sewage, from his pocket. He offered one and asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother, how long has she been at it?" About half an hour." The scavenger didn't mind their smell, took the cigarette, and lit it contentedly. His chatterbox opened. Just now, she suddenly came charging in. Without a word, she blew up a watchtower directly, then a single slash at their main gate. She split their pure steel gate in half. Of course, the butchered gang members weren't having it, so they rushed out to fight her. And what do you think happened? The more she fought, the fiercer that crazy woman seemed to get. Look at her blade. It wasn't that big at first. Now the blade is glowing red. The more she fights, the stronger she gets. Look, it's almost the size of a door now. Old Man Wang and Gui listened to these words. Once again, they exchanged glances. Then they both saw a common name in each other's eyes. Li Fei. Besides him, no one else could make Razor act so wildly. That idiot, Gui cursed softly, but there was a hint of warmth in his tone. He immediately activated sonar. He began to search for that familiar figure among the dense crowd of onlookers around him. Soon, he found him. Diagonally across from them, about 200 meters away. On top of another taller unfinished building. A figure pacing back and forth anxiously, consumed by worry. Who else could it be but Li Fei? Captain Wang. Gui nudged Old Man Wang's arm. Found him. Let's go. Old Man Wang nodded. The two quietly exited the viewing area and crept towards Li Fei's position. Sister! Sister! Be careful! Li Fei was lying on the edge of the rooftop, watching his sister fighting below in a hail of bullets. His heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He couldn't help at all. He could only watch helplessly from here. Every time the flash of an explosion lit up, his heart would be fiercely clutched. He even started to regret it. Regretting whether he was too impulsive, dragging his only relative into this damned quagmire. Just as he was distracted and lost in thought, two large hands, one on his left and one on his right, pressed on his shoulders. Who? Li Fei was startled, a shiver running through him. He suddenly turned his head. Then, he was completely stunned. Uncle Wang. He looked at that face, which, though covered in blood and exhaustion, was incredibly familiar. His eyes instantly reddened. Gui? You, how did you? He excitedly lunged forward, wanting to give them a big hug. However, as soon as his nose got close, an indescribable ultimate stench mixed with decay, fermentation, and various chemical wastes violently assaulted his olfactory nerves. Ugh! Li Fei, who was teary-eyed a second ago, was now directly on the ground, throwing up all the nutrient paste he had eaten at noon. Gui and Old Man Wang looked at Li Fei, who was throwing up violently, and fell into an awkward silence. "What are you yelling for?" Gooey gave him a displeased slap on the back of the head. "Afraid the butcher gang won't hear you? This is great, this is great," Li Fei said incoherently while throwing up. "You guys are all fine. This is really great." Old Man Wang looked at him like this, a warmth in his heart, and patted Li Fei's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, "You did very well." Then, he turned to Gui. "Where are Shao-Chi and Ahao?" "They're at your secret stronghold," Gui replied. "Ahao is trying to contact the Human Alliance." Hearing this, Old Man Wang's face showed a relieved expression, which was then instantly replaced by the decisive look characteristic of a soldier. "No," he said emphatically, "we can't delay any longer. I must rush back immediately. To speak personally." He looked at Gui and said, "Kid, I'm leaving this to you. Find a way to inform that crazy girl Razor. Tell her the rat has left its hole. There's no need to tear down their roof anymore. Tell her to retreat immediately. I heard from one of those onlookers nearby that the garrison force's quick reaction team is already on their way. They'll be here in 10 minutes at most. Tell her not to get trapped here. Understand?" "Understood." Gui looked at Old Man Wang's eyes, full of trust and entrustment, and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Captain Wang. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished." Gui looked at Old Man Wang's eyes, full of trust and entrustment, and nodded heavily. Old Man Wang didn't say another word. He just patted Gui heavily on the shoulder. Then he turned and stealthily made his way towards the secret base leading to the water rat's maze. His steps were still a bit unsteady, but his back was as straight as ever, like a pine tree. Gui watched him leave. Only when that figure completely disappeared around the corner did he turn his head to look at Li Fei, who was already so anxious he looked like he might explode on the spot. "Gui! My sister, she..." Gui cut him off. "What is the retreat signal you agreed upon with her?" "Yes. Yes." Li Fei, as if waking from a dream, quickly pulled something out of his worn backpack. It was another item that looked like a flare gun. But the craftsmanship was clearly much finer. It even had a razor blade symbol engraved on it. "My sister said that as soon as she sees this signal, she'll disengage from combat within 3 minutes. "Good, very good." Gui nodded. He glanced at the battlefield in the distance, ablaze with fire. He then estimated the time Old Man Wang had been gone. Then he said to Li Fei, "Wait 5 more minutes. After 5 minutes, you'll fire the signal into the sky from here." "Why wait?" Li Fei was a bit confused. "To let Captain Wang get a little further away," Gui explained concisely. "Once the signal goes off, Razor will retreat. The butcher gang's pressure will instantly decrease. At that time, they will definitely send people to search this area. We must buy enough time for Old Man Wang to completely leave this troubled place." Li Fei understood instantly. He nodded heavily. "Okay. I'll listen to you. Remember." Gui gave a final instruction. "After firing the signal, immediately follow me and retreat the way we came. Don't delay for a second. Understand?" "Understood." 5 minutes later. An extremely dazzling flash signal shot up into the sky from the top of this unfinished building, like the brightest star in the dark night. And at the moment the flare ascended, Gui had already pulled up Li Fei, who was still in a daze. "Let's go." The two no longer hesitated, disappearing rapidly into the shadows of the rooftop like two agile civet cats. Meanwhile, in the water rat's maze, Old Man Wang's secret stronghold, Chen Hao was sitting in front of the old terminal. His fingers were moving so fast on the keyboard they almost left after images. Countless complex data streams, enough to make any hacker's scalp tingle. were scrolling wildly across his screen. He was trying to track the signal emitted by the lighter communicator. He wanted to know who this so-called superior truly was. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqi was holding a small, exquisite hand crossbow, nervously guarding the entrance. Although not very powerful, its silence and precision made it her only self-defense weapon. Lin Xiaoqi was currently listening vigilantly for any sound outside. Just then, creak! The old wooden door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Who? Lin Xiaoqi instantly tensed up. The dark crossbow bolt immediately aimed at the doorway. However, when she clearly saw the figure emerging from the darkness, she froze. Uncle! Uncle Wang? Her voice was filled with joy. Chen Hao also abruptly stood up from the terminal, looking at the man who, though battered and bruised, was still alive and standing before them. In his usually placid eyes behind thick spectacles, a layer of hot mist welled up for the first time. Captain! I'm back. Old Man Wang looked at the two startled children before him. His heart, which had long been as hard as steel, also softened immensely at this moment. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a weary smile. What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Looking at you two, it seems you were preparing to hold my memorial service early? Wah! Lin Xiaoqi couldn't hold back anymore. She lunged forward and hugged Old Man Wang tightly, crying loudly. A foul stench almost made her pass out on the spot, nearly taking her breath away. But she didn't let go. Instead, she hugged him even tighter, as if to vent all her worry and fear through this fragrant embrace. It's great, Uncle Wang. Ugh. You're okay. It's really great. Ugh. She cried while suppressing the physiological nausea that shot straight to her head. She looked both heartbroken and a little comical. All right. Old Man Wang was both amused and helpless by her state, awkwardly patting her back. You're a grown-up, stop crying. Let go quickly. If you hug me any longer, your Uncle Wang will make you pass out from the smell. Chen Hao didn't smile. He just quietly walked forward, took clean bandages and disinfectant from the first aid kit Lin Xiaoqi had brought. Then, without a word, he began to treat Old Man Wang's still bleeding wounds. Old Man Wang looked at these two children who had worried for him for a day and a night. His heart was filled with warmth and an unspeakable sense of guilt. He knew his agent identity had completely drawn them into a storm that didn't belong to them. Ahau! He looked at Chen Hao, who was bandaging him, and asked in a low voice. Did you use that lighter? Yes. Chen Hao nodded. Just half an hour ago. Activated according to your recorded instructions. It's not instant communication. Instead, it sent a short message containing meeting time and location coordinates to an encrypted channel that we cannot track. He glanced at the record on the terminal. The content of the message is: 1 hour later, under Bridge No. 3 on Iron Dragon Road in the East District. 30 minutes. Old Man Wang's eyes instantly sharpened. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Xiaoqi, help me up. He struggled to stand up, ignoring Chen Hao's pleas. Captain. Your injuries. I won't die. Old Man Wang said decisively. I must go personally. He knew the seriousness of this matter. The recording was just evidence. But only he, a living person, reporting directly to Commander Lin, could raise the threat level of this matter to the highest, and allow the human alliance to make the correct response in the shortest possible time. Ahau, Xiaoqi. He looked at the two in front of him and said in a commanding tone. You two stay here, don't go anywhere. Wait for news from Gu Yi and Li Fei. He walked to the door, took a clean, spare jacket from the hanger in the corner, and put it on. He also haphazardly wiped his face with water. cleaning off the bloodstains and the foul smell of the sewer from his face. Finally, he turned back and gave a deep look at these two team members, who were like his own children. Wait for me to come back. Having said that, he once again melted into the deep night. And this time, he was no longer a veteran fighting alone. Slaughterhouse back alley. The war intensified. Razor had completely entered her battle state. A layer of gray aura ignited on the blade of her massive horse-slaying saber. Each swing carried terrifying power capable of melting steel. Just as she once again cut a watchtower in half. An extremely dazzling flash signal shot up into the sky from the top of the tallest unfinished building in the distance. Razor's already reddened pupils contracted. The rat was out of its hole. She no longer hesitated. She fiercely aimed the tip of her blade at the pursuing soldiers who still dared to charge forward. Then, she unleashed the gluttony energy accumulated within the blade without reservation. Roar! A terrifying gray energy breath, covering the entire street ahead, instantly erupted, pushing all enemies and buildings back fiercely, creating a vacuum zone lasting 5 seconds. And she used this opportunity. Suddenly turned. Fired her grappling hook gun at a distant high-rise building. She shot up instantly like a black hawk, about to disappear into the steel jungle. However, just as she was about to swing into the darkness, a pitch-black, ghostly figure appeared without warning on the wall in front of her. It was a tall, thin man, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with a pale ceramic mask on his face. The surgeon. He lightly slashed his seemingly fragile scalpel at Razor's taut grappling hook, made of special alloy. Hiss. Without any resistance. The grappling hook, strong enough to lift a truck, was silently severed like a fragile spider silk. Losing her point of support, Razor plummeted rapidly from a height of over 10 meters towards the ground. But she was, after all, the top executioner in the searing zone. She twisted her body in midair, her feet tapping against the wall several times to absorb most of the impact. Finally, she landed steadily in a semi-crouching posture. She raised her head, her eyes icy, looking at the surgeon who was slowly descending from the shadows of the wall, blocking all her escape routes. The surrounding butcher gang members, who had originally been afraid to fight, all fell silent and instinctively retreated backward like mice seeing a cat after this man appeared, clearing a large open space. Razor slowly stood upright, resting the huge horse-slaying saber, which was burning with gray aura, on her shoulder, and tilted her head, scrutinizing this uninvited guest. A cruel and excited arc formed on her face, half hidden by the metal mask. Oh? Isn't this the butcher gang's best cleaning watchdog? What's wrong? Finally decided to crawl out of your doghouse? The surgeon ignored her taunts. He looked at Razor with emotionless eyes. And slowly spoke. Do you think this place is somewhere you can come and go as you please? Oh, it isn't? Razor grinned. East District, Iron Dragon Highway, under bridge number 3. This was one of the most desolate corners of the searing zone, with a massive shadowed area beneath the bridge, piled high with construction waste and domestic refuse. Old Man Wang leaned alone against a graffiti-covered bridge pier, looking like an ordinary day laborer waiting for an employer to assign work. After an unknown amount of time, an inconspicuous black, old-style four-wheeled commuter vehicle slowly drove into the shadow under the bridge, stopping less than 10 meters from Old Man Wang. A tall man, also dressed in plain clothes, stepped out of the car. It was Commander Lin. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming there were no potential threats did he take steady, quick steps towards Old Man Wang. There was no superfluous small talk between them. Time was pressing. How are your injuries? Commander Lin asked in a deep voice, looking at Old Man Wang's pale face. I won't die, Old Man Wang replied hoarsely. The item? Old Man Wang didn't answer, simply pulling the voice recorder, which held all the information, from his pocket and handing it directly to the other man. Commander Lin took the voice recorder, immediately inserted it into his personal encrypted terminal, and put on a single earbud. Old Man Wang's horse report, filled with military jargon, began to play in his ear. Reporting to Superior, codename Old Soldier. The slaughterhouse, human experimentation. Behind it, there exists a larger, religiously oriented secret organization. Rituals. Bishop. Listening to the shocking words in the recording, Commander Lin's face grew increasingly grim, and a storm began to gather in his hawk-like eyes. When he heard Old Man Wang's deduction that the flesh god had already grown to D-class and was being fattened to C-class, the veins on his hand, gripping the terminal, bulged. The recording finished playing. Commander Lin removed his earbud, his gaze as cold as the Siberian permafrost. He looked at Old Man Wang, his voice carrying an undeniable command and a hint of lingering fear. Old Wang, you've truly rendered a great service this time. I know. You're coming back to B-Zone with me right now. Commander Lin said decisively, leave the rest to us. No, Old Man Wang shook his head, my family is still in the searing zone. Until this matter is completely resolved, I'm not going anywhere. Commander Lin looked at his stubborn and resolute gaze, knowing he couldn't persuade this old mule. He took a deep breath and heavily patted Old Man Wang's shoulder. All right. Then you better survive. I'm going back to mobilize the quick response force right now. Within half an hour, I will completely seal off the slaughterhouse. Having said that, he no longer hesitated, turning and quickly walking back to his car. The black commuter vehicle let out a low growl, instantly vanishing into the darkness. Searing Zone, Southern District. Inside a somewhat dilapidated but very clean children's education institute called Morningstar. The afternoon sun streamed through the gleaming clean windows, bringing a rare warmth to this gloomy apocalyptic city. In the classroom, a dozen children in clean but old clothes sat upright, listening intently to the gentleman on the podium. So, we see. The old world is very interesting. It tells us that every step of civilization's progress is accompanied by sacrifice. Just as we can now use stable anchors, it's because countless predecessors 30 years ago paved the way for us with their lives. They are great. The man wore a faded white shirt and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His face always held a gentle, encouraging smile. His voice was gentle and magnetic, like the best scholar, always able to make the most tedious knowledge lively and interesting. He was one of the teachers at this education institute, and the children's favorite and most respected. Teacher Xia. All right. Teacher Xia smiled as he closed the book. That's all for today. Everyone take a break and prepare for the next craft class. Yay! The children cheered happily. Teacher Xia looked at the children's innocent smiles, and the smile on his face became even gentler. He slowly walked out of the classroom and went into the office at the end of the corridor. He closed the door, the smile on his face unchanged. He pulled something from his. It was a lifelike black cicada carved from the chitinous shell of an unknown creature. He placed the black cicada on the desk and rhythmically tapped its wings with his finger. No sound was emitted. But a mental fluctuation, which only Kindred could receive, instantly spread out. A few seconds later, he received a reply. An equally silent mental fluctuation, filled with anxiety and warning, came from the distant B-zone. The cicada's wings trembled slightly. Teacher Xia, the bishop, silently decoded the message. Human Alliance, troops have been dispatched. Target, the slaughterhouse. Plan B, exposed. The bishop's finger, tapping the cicada's wing, stopped. The smile on his face remained gentle, but his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Exposed? He was somewhat surprised. In his plan, the slaughterhouse, this most useful front, should have bought a little more time. However, it didn't matter. What a pity. He looked at the hazy sky outside the window, softly muttering to himself. The flesh god's growth potential is better than expected. And there's that loyal group of tools, the butcher gang. I had originally wanted to use them for a bit longer. However, A gentle and compassionate smile reappeared on his face. Since the chessboard has been disrupted, then let's just stir the waters a bit more. After all, the experimental data has been mostly collected. It's time for them to play their final part. He picked up the black cicada again, no longer in a hurry, but with a strange elegance, as if playing a lullaby. That invisible mental fluctuation penetrated layers of walls and steel, accurately transmitting to the distant, deepest part of the slaughterhouses. Underground. Cleanup command. The table is dirty. Pour out all the kitchen waste. Don't let the guests' clamor disturb the preparation of the true banquet. Having completed all this, the bishop placed the black cicada back into his. Then he turned and walked to his desk, calmly beginning to prepare the materials for the next craft class. Colored cardstock, safety scissors, and a can of non-toxic glue. He picked up a red piece of cardstock, and the gentle, encouraging smile returned to his face. Today's lesson is folding morning glories, he said softly. The children will surely love it. Slaughterhouse, 4th underground level. In the grotto where the flesh god was enshrined, a man in a white lab coat stood in an isolated control room. He was the biological bishop, a madman who had long since dedicated his soul to evolution. Just now, he received the gospel from the archbishop. Pour out all the kitchen waste. As you wish, my archbishop. He bowed respectfully to the air, his face showing a morbid excitement. He looked at the huge meat mountain in the center of the grotto. His eyes were like those of someone admiring a work of art. What a pity, he muttered with some regret. Give it another month. It could even truly break through the C-class barrier. Then, we would be able to collect even more valuable evolution data. However, his smile became even more insane. Since it is the archbishop's will, then let's have a grander, more spectacular opening fireworks display for the upcoming banquet. He no longer hesitated. He pulled out a black flute from his, seemingly polished from the spine of some creature. He put the bone flute to his lips and played a silent tune. A strange thought instantly spread out. Buzz! The entire grotto trembled. The massive flesh god in the shrine suddenly shuddered. Then, like an inflated pig's bladder, it began to expand wildly. Bang! 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 The steel chains and bone altars that bound it. The iron chains locking it snapped one by one like hemp ropes. In a matter of seconds, it grew from 20 meters to over 50 meters. And it was still growing. Roar! A roar, utterly unlike anything a living creature could produce, filled with hunger, erupted from its body. Its massive maw, located in the center of its body, opened to a terrifying angle. A huge suction force instantly erupted. It was no longer passively absorbing the meat paste from the pipes. Instead, it actively began to devour everything around it. Walls, pipes, iron frames, and even the butcher gang members still scurrying underground were swallowed whole. No! Help! Ah! The screams lasted for a few moments before ceasing. Countless mournful wails echoed in every corner of the underground base. But they were quickly drowned out by the even more terrifying sounds of flesh being torn and devoured. The Butcher Gang, an underground kingdom that had lorded over the searing zone for nearly a decade. In front of the god they had personally fed and nurtured. They didn't even have the right to struggle. They were treated as an appetizer. And the biological bishop, who had caused all this, had already activated a one-time spatial jump artifact and vanished from the spot. Only his ecstatic and morbid laughter slowly echoed in this collapsing underground world. Enjoy, mortals. This is the salvation granted to you by God. Slaughterhouse, 3rd underground level. In the secret room accessible only to the highest echelons. The atmosphere, however, was not as austere as usual. Instead, it carried a hint of fawning slipperiness. A giant man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles like iron lumps all over his body, was personally pouring wine for a fat man in a suit. He was the undisputed king of the butcher gang. The controller of all meat in the searing zone. Butcher. And the fat man who could make him act so respectfully was naturally Manager Ma Wenbin. Manager Ma, rest assured. Butcher respectfully handed over a glass of old world white wine worth over 1,000 credit points. His voice buzzed like two millstones grinding together. That rat won't escape. I've already sent the surgeon to deal with him. In 10 minutes at most. I'll definitely twist off his head and give it to you to use as an ashtray. Humph. Ma Wenbin snorted coldly, took the wineglass, but did not drink. Although he was only an outer member of the organization. Years of dealing with these people had given him an air of superiority. Butcher. He spoke slowly, his tone full of warning. His Excellency the Bishop attaches great importance to this ritual. He personally promised me. As long as this ritual goes smoothly, he will introduce me to the inner circle and make me a true chosen one. He glanced at the giant man beside him, who was like an iron tower, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Of course, you won't be left out either. At that time, the entire underground world of the searing zone will be under your control. A greedy glint instantly burst forth from Butcher's eyes. Thank you, Manager Ma, for your promotion. Thank you, His Excellency the Bishop. He quickly bowed his back, which was like a bear's. However, just as Ma Wenbin was still painting a grand picture of the illusory future, a terrifying tremor that made their souls tremble suddenly came from beneath their feet. Buzz. The entire room shook violently. The wineglass on the table fell to the ground with a clatter. What's going on? Ma Wenbin's pampered body was shaken off the sofa, landing on his backside. His face showed a look of panic. Is it an earthquake? No. That's not right. Butcher's face instantly turned deathly pale. He knew better than anyone. The source of this tremor was right beneath their feet. It was in the place they were most familiar with and most feared, the shrine. Roar. A roar filled with extreme hunger. Penetrated layers of alloy and rock. Like an invisible giant hammer, it slammed heavily into the hearts of the two men. Put. Ma Wenbin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. And Butcher was no better off. He knelt on one knee, his eyes, which were like those of a hungry wolf, now filled only with endless terror. No. Impossible. He muttered, his face full of disbelief. His Excellency the Bishop, why would he? He hadn't finished his sentence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A more terrifying roar, like the sky and earth collapsing, came from below. The solid alloy floor beneath their feet, like fragile biscuits, cracked inch by inch. Countless hideous fleshy tentacles, like hellish vines, frantically drilled out of the cracks. One of them immediately wrapped around the already terrified Ma Wenbin. No! Save me! Boss Butcher! Save me! Ma Wenbin let out a pig-like shriek. Butcher, however, was already in dire straits. He was also tightly bound by several thicker tentacles, his limbs restrained. The two were like two insects stuck in a spiderweb. Amidst a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering, they were forcibly dragged into the constantly expanding, bottomless crack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground began to shake wildly. As if there was an earthquake. Slaughterhouse back alley. The onlookers, who were still watching the excitement, were now completely dumbfounded. Earthquake? Run! The crowd instantly erupted. Screams, cries, and curses filled the air. Countless people scrambled to run out, fearing that the ground would crack open and swallow them. The Butcher gang members, who had just recovered from Razor's attack, hadn't yet figured out what was happening. When they saw with horror that the solid concrete ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch like fragile biscuits. Deep, bottomless fissures spread frantically in all directions. And at the center of the battlefield, the surgeon, who was being suppressed by Razor, also suddenly stopped. The ground beneath his feet was rising and falling, and cracking like waves. He looked back in disbelief. His home was gone just like that? And his opponent, Razor, also stopped. She did not flee with the people around her. She simply, slowly, raised her head. Her face, half hidden by a metal mask, showed no expression. But her eyes, always as cold as blades, were now terrifyingly bright. Like two burning coals in the dark night. She didn't look at the surgeon again. All her attention was drawn to the center of the collapsing ruins. A majestic, pure flesh aura was rising into the sky from there. That aura was doomed for ordinary people. But for her and the demonic blade in her hand, named Hungry Ghost, it was an unprecedented feast. Buzz. The massive Zamadeo in her hand began to emit a low hum like a hungry beast. The dark red patterns on the blade, which had lit up due to prolonged continuous fierce battles, began to glow like a hot iron. A layer of gray, mist-like aura, steamed up from the blade, scorching the surrounding air, making it slightly distorted. The form of the blade was also undergoing visible changes. On the originally relatively straight spine of the blade, a row of hideous barbs, like shark's teeth, slowly grew. The entire blade became larger and more violent. And Razor, who was symbiotic with it, was also undergoing the same terrifying changes. Dark red patterns, identical to those on the blade, began to appear on her exposed skin. Something seemed to be pushing up beneath the metal mask on her forehead, changing the mask's contour. Even her exhaled breath carried a trace of scorching gray mist. She stared intently at the colossal creature about to burst out of the ground, with a look of appreciating delicacies. Then she slowly uttered two words. Dinner time. Immediately after. Under the terrified and despairing gazes of everyone, the massive slaughterhouse building, which served as the butcher gang's headquarters, collapsed with a roar from its foundations. Then, under everyone's ghost-like stares, a living meat mountain made of rotten flesh, broken iron pipes, and countless tormented human faces mashed together, forcibly grew out of the ground. Like a gigantic, bloody tumor appearing under the searing zone sky. A terrifying aura of filth and hunger instantly rushed in all directions. It forcibly squeezed out of the ground, completely exposed under the gray sky of the searing zone. Searing zone, Garrison Force Patrol Headquarters, top floor office. Zhao Chengping stood with his hands behind his back by the window. He wasn't looking at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, but rather down at the chaotic patrol cars below. Just now, the Bering District Command Center had sent a notification, ordering the Quick Response Force to cross the border and clear out the slaughterhouse. He knew that the butcher gang had been noticed, and part of the plan had been exposed. So, he calmly reported all this to the bishop. Now, looking at the flesh spectacle soaring into the sky in the distance, his square face showed no surprise. Only a calm, almost fanatical, gaze as if looking at a work of art. As if the countless lives devoured were, in his eyes, merely pigments sacrificed for the birth of this great art. At the same time, within the Human Alliance's high wall, Bering District Garrison Force Command Center. Alarms representing high threat levels instantly blared throughout the entire building. Warning! Warning! Detected, ultra-high-intensity pollution source reaction in the slaughterhouse area of the South District. Energy readings are climbing exponentially. Has broken through the D-class threshold. Is approaching C-class. Repeat. This is not a drill. Threat level, quasi-C-class disaster. The command center was silent. Commander Lin stared intently at the light spot on the screen that instantly turned from green to dark red, his eagle-like eyes full of fire. He knew he was still a step too late. But now was not the time for self-reproach. He was the overall commander here and had to be responsible for the entire city. He stepped forward, picked up the red, highest authority communicator. took a deep breath, and issued the order in an iron-like voice. Connect to the Central Quick Response Force, White Raven dedicated line. The signalman's hand trembled, but he immediately connected. White Raven. Commander Lin's voice went directly to a secret hangar above the high wall. Mission start. Target, South District Slaughterhouse. Threat level, Quasi-C class. Permission to use Snow Country. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, then an equally cold, young reply came. Received. Commander Lin put down the communicator and picked up another channel. Order. All quick response force squads on the outskirts of the searing zone. Immediately establish a quarantine zone around the disaster area. Block all sewers and traffic intersections. Be ready to rendezvous with White Raven at any time. The next second. Above the high wall, a secret hangar disguised as a weather station slowly opened. A pure white, sci-fi styled vertical takeoff and landing fighter jet. Like a awakened raptor, it soared into the sky from the darkness, instantly exceeding the speed of sound, leaving a white contrail towards the South District, which was already completely engulfed in blood and chaos. It flew over. Time rewound to when Captain Wang and Mole parted ways. Old Man Wang's figure disappeared into the dark pipe leading to the path of survival. Mole calmly turned around. He picked up a discarded submachine gun from the ground. He slowly walked towards Zone A, where the sounds of battle shook the heavens. He was going to play his role. A loyal patrol team deputy who was going to support the battle. He did not walk in a straight line. Instead, he chose a more secluded maintenance tunnel that would allow him to flank the battlefield. Soon, the corner of A-Zone Channel 3 was visible in the distance. However, before he could get close, a pure, brutal monster aura. It crashed into his senses like an invisible wall. Mole's footsteps stopped instantly. He pressed himself against the cold wall. Only half of his head peeked out. The channel was littered with corpses. And in the center of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a monster over 2.5 meters tall, made of chilling white bones and dark red muscle fibers, wielding a white bone cleaver. It was bathed in the red light of the alarm. It impaled a still-twitching enemy onto the wall with its huge bone knife. Then, it allowed the gushing blood to cover its entire body. What is this thing? Mole's pupils suddenly contracted. He was certain. This was definitely not any known modified human from the Butcher Gang. Those mad dogs that Sister Hong had hidden away like treasures. Although they were also very strong. Compared to this one, they were like unweaned puppies. This was a pure, wild abomination, born for slaughter. He immediately understood. The intruder who had disrupted the entire slaughterhouse tonight was not human. But this monster, who had come from who knew where. Crazy. Mole silently gave his assessment in his heart. A monster among veterans. A true monster. Did this slaughterhouse poke a monster's nest tonight? He immediately made the most correct judgment without hesitation. Run. This level of divine battle was no longer something he, a mortal, could get involved in. Forcibly joining would only result in being torn to shreds by the monster. He immediately turned around. He silently returned the way he came, at a faster speed than before. Then, in the communication channel, he reported in a tone full of fear and lingering dread. Report, Boss Scarface. Zone A. Zone A can't hold out. That's a true monster. All the brothers are dead. I'm injured. Requesting to retreat to the outer perimeter and redeploy. The other end of the communicator was in chaos, and no one paid attention to him, the deserter. This was exactly what Mole wanted. He legitimately left the most dangerous center of the battlefield. He returned to his most familiar post. East Gate 3, in the most remote watchtower responsible for monitoring the cargo channel. Here, the view was wide and far from the battlefield. It was the perfect observation point. Mole leaned against the corner of the wall and lit a cigarette, his expression returning to numbness. As if the bloody encounter just now was just an illusion. But his brain was rapidly working, analyzing the information he had just received. That monster came from outside. And the timing is so coincidental, coming the day after Wang Jinghua was trapped. So, could he and Wang Jinghua be working together? Just as he was thinking. Boom! A giant roar, even more violent than the underground explosion just now. It came from the direction of the slaughterhouse's main entrance. The entire watchtower shook violently. Damn it! What now? Mole frowned tightly. He immediately picked up the high-powered binoculars in the watchtower and looked in that direction. Then, he saw a madwoman he found incredibly troublesome. Razor. She was like a black pantheress, causing destruction on the outskirts of the slaughterhouse. Mole immediately understood. Another third party had entered the fray. And it seemed they were also targeting the butcher gang. But he observed for a while and quickly noticed something was wrong. Razor's attacks were wild and brutal. But she hardly ever actively attacked the ordinary gang members who were already terrified. Her target was extremely clear. Watchtowers, generators, surveillance cameras, armories. These were all facilities that could cause the greatest damage to the butcher gang's defense system. She was tearing down their home. She's attracting attention. Mole instantly saw through Razor's tactical intent. A bold guess emerged in his mind. This timing, the similar, creating chaos mode of operation, could this madwoman, the skeleton monster underground, and Wang Jinghua, be working together? He couldn't be sure. But that didn't stop him from making the judgment most favorable to himself. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whether they were working together or not. At least when it came to bringing down the slaughterhouse. Their goals were consistent. Since someone was openly flipping the table. It would be too unreasonable for him, the rat hidden in the dark, not to give it a push. Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Mole's eyes. He quietly left the watchtower. He did not go towards the center of the battlefield again. Instead, like a true shadow, he circled to the flank of the slaughterhouse. That was where the power core of the entire building was located, the backup generator room. He knew that to cope with the extremely unstable power supply in the searing zone. The slaughterhouse's basement was equipped with 3 high-powered diesel generators. And this generator room on the ground was their fuel tank. It not only had complex control lines, but also stored several tons of highly flammable diesel. He did not choose to infiltrate. The risk was too great. He just hid in a ruin 100 meters away. He pulled something out of his pocket. A small, disposable magnetic adhesive remote detonator. This was one of the insurances specially made for him by the technical department of the Kyushu Intelligence Agency before he entered the searing zone. Its power was not great, but it was enough to start a large fire. He glanced at Razor, who was causing destruction in the distance. Then he looked at the cold toy in his hand. Then he smiled. Since it's going to be lively, let's make it even livelier. He activated an extremely faint thermal sensing mode on the detonator. Then, with an extremely precise throwing technique, like throwing a flying knife, he threw this small iron piece towards the half-open louver of the generator room, used for ventilation. He threw it. Click. The detonator silently adhered to the inside of the louver, perfectly hidden in the shadows. Having done all this, Mole turned and left without looking back. He knew. In 5 minutes at most. When the heat emitted by the generators from long-term high-load operation reached its critical point, this little surprise would automatically detonate. He had to leave this place of trouble completely before the real fireworks show began, above ground. Just as Surgeon appeared and confronted Razor, drawing everyone's attention. No one noticed. The generator room on the flank of the slaughterhouse, which should have been heavily guarded, suddenly let out a dull bang. Immediately after. Boom! A chain explosion, even more violent and terrifying than all the explosions Razor had created before. It boomed. A huge fireball, like a lotus of death blooming on the ground, instantly swallowed half of the generator room and the connected fuel depot. Black thick smoke mixed with scorching flames shot into the sky, forming a dozens of meters high beacon of war, like the end of the world. Mole stood in the shadows far from the butcher gang, looking at his masterpiece and nodding with satisfaction. Then, he silently left this place of trouble, which had already become a complete mess. He felt that tonight's events revealed an eerie sense of loss of control. Whether it was the mysterious skeleton monster, or this suddenly crazed Razor, they both exceeded his original expectations. He needed to find a safe place immediately, to organize all the intelligence he had collected these past few days, including the scavenger's work content, Sister Hong's red room, the drained corpses, and the suspicious behavior of gang members going out at night. With spraying equipment, everything. Then report it to Commander Lin. However, just as he had left the slaughterhouse by less than 500 meters, a terrifying vibration that made all the hairs on his body stand on end. It came from the ground behind him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That was not an explosion, but the sound of something much larger, much heavier, arching out from underground. Mole suddenly turned his head. Then he saw a scene he would never forget. The slaughterhouse, which had just been brightly lit. Its foundation actually bulged upwards like a biscuit crushed by an invisible giant hand. Countless fragments of reinforced concrete flew in all directions. Immediately after. No, not one, but hundreds and thousands of enormous fleshy tentacles, made of pure flesh and tumors, like hellish vines breaking through the earth. They tore through the ground and pierced the gray sky. They writhed madly, entangled, and merged. Finally, in the center of that ruin, they converged into a constantly expanding, nauseating living meat mountain. Mole was completely dumbfounded. He stood there, staring blankly at the constantly expanding meat mountain. His mind was blank. Undercover, and the target exploded right in front of him? What the hell was this? Mission failed? No. He quickly reacted. Looking at the completely destroyed slaughterhouse, where not a single intact brick could be found, a cold phrase instantly appeared in his mind. Destroying the evidence. Above the ruins of the slaughterhouse, the living meat mountain made of pure flesh and blood was still expanding and writhing. Its diameter had already exceeded 50 meters. And its height was over 30 meters. Like a bloody small hill rising from the ground. The remnants of the once tall slaughterhouse buildings looked like children's building blocks in comparison. Countless thick, python-like flesh tentacles stretched out from its surface, wildly lashing at everything around it. Each swing carried terrifying force, enough to easily smash concrete walls into fragments. Under the hazy sky of the searing zone, it was as if a storm of flesh, blood, and wails had descended. Run, run, quickly! What the hell is that thing? The scavengers who had been excitedly watching from the rooftop earlier were now completely terrified. They threw away their liquor bottles and scrambled down from the building, screaming and crying, wishing they had 2 more legs to run faster. Some of the outer guards of the slaughterhouse, who were closer and hadn't yet understood the situation, became the first ingredients. They didn't even have time to raise their guns. They were instantly ensnared by flesh tentacles descending from the sky. Then, amidst a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering, they were forcibly dragged into the main body of the meat mountain and disappeared. Panic spread like a plague through the entire rear section of the slaughterhouse. Countless residents living nearby were awakened by the earthquake-like roar. They peered out of their windows in horror. And then they saw the terrifying Meat Mountain, like a doomsday beast from mythology. For a time, the entire South District was in chaos. But in this doomsday-like escape, one person was an exception. Razor. Even the Butcher Gang surgeon, upon seeing this thing, reacted by retreating first out of respect. But she didn't run, instead, she advanced. She stood on the roof of a low building less than 50 meters from the Meat Mountain. No expression could be seen on her face, half covered by a metal mask. Then she moved. She leaped from the rooftop like a cannonball fired from a barrel. The horse-slaying blade in her hand, the demonic blade named Hungry Ghost, let out an unprecedented, excited hum like a hungry beast. The gray aura on the blade instantly surged, enveloping the entire blade into a ferocious energy great blade 3 meters long. Roar! The Meat Mountain seemed to have noticed this little bug daring to challenge it. Over a dozen huge, flesh-formed tentacles, like battering rams, slammed down viciously towards Razor with a scream that tore through the air. Razor wasn't foolish enough to confront it head-on. She darted and weaved at high speed among the deadly tentacles flying everywhere. Her target was not the main body of the Meat Mountain, but those tentacles that had smashed to the ground and couldn't be retracted in time. Just as a tentacle, having missed its attack, smashed to the ground and exposed a 0.5-second weakness, Razor's figure instantly appeared beside it. The great blade in her hand carved a deadly arc in mid-air. Screech! That flesh tentacle, thicker than her waist, was like hot butter being cut by a knife. It was easily severed in half. The severed tentacle writhed wildly on the ground. But before it could be retracted by the Meat Mountain's main body, the hungry ghost blade was already like a shark smelling blood. The gray aura on the blade surged violently, instantly enveloping the severed tentacle, which weighed several hundred kilograms. Then, amidst a bone-chilling chewing sound, it was completely digested, turning into the purest flesh and blood energy that was entirely devoured by the greedy demonic blade. Razor could clearly feel waves of vast and violent energy continuously pouring into her body through the hilt connected to her. The feeling was like someone on the verge of starvation plunging into a granary full of food. Refreshing. Unprecedentedly refreshing. Every cell in her body was cheering, roaring. She could even feel her strength, which had long reached its bottleneck, showing faint signs of loosening. But such snatching was not without cost. Boom! Just as she had finished eating one tentacle, another tentacle, silently attacking from behind her, slammed into her back. Put! Razor was sent flying as if hit by a speeding truck. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. She flew out like a broken doll, crashing heavily through a broken wall. However, before the Meat Mountain could let out a triumphant roar, the woman, who should have been severely injured, slowly stood up from the ruins. Her back, where she was struck, was a bloody mess, even revealing stark white bones. But the massive energy she had just devoured was frantically repairing her body. The grotesque wounds were writhing and healing at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, only a shallow scar remained. Not only was she not severely injured, instead, because of the stimulation of this life and death situation and the rush of that vast energy, the beast within her was completely awakened. Ha 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 ha. She let out an uncontrollable laugh, full of madness and pleasure. The dark red patterns that had previously only appeared on her skin due to the intense battle, now, they were deeply branded into her flesh and blood like a red-hot iron, becoming deeper and more demonic. As if they were no longer patterns, but new blood vessels frantically pulsating within her body. The small bone horns on her forehead, which had already pushed against the outline of her mask. Under the catalysis of this energy, they cracked and pierced through the hard metal mask. 2 jet-black demon horns, curved like antelope horns and covered with bizarre patterns, were completely exposed to the air. Her already crimson eyes were now even redder, like 2 rubies about to drip blood. Even the shape of her pupils elongated from round to cold, beast-like vertical slits. Her entire aura underwent a complete qualitative change at this moment. From a powerful human, she transformed into a demon in human skin. Not enough. Still not enough. She let out a beast-like growl. After clearing the first wave of tentacles, she didn't stop. She charged directly into the main body of the meat mountain like a black meteor. She wanted to eat more. 1 kilometer from the battlefield, in the shadow of another unfinished building, Gui was firmly holding down Li Fei, who was already so scared his legs had turned to jelly, preventing him from making any sound. Is that my sister? Li Fei's voice trembled as he looked at the godlike figure frantically hacking at the meat mountain in the distance. Is that really my sister? It's her. Gui's expression was equally grave. He stared intently at the battlefield, his mind working rapidly. Let's rewind 20 minutes earlier. After firing the signal flare, he and Li Fei immediately evacuated from that building. But they didn't run far, because they soon discovered that although Razor had received the signal, she didn't retreat immediately. Instead, she confronted the suddenly appearing surgeon. The two of them hid in another building, observing from a distance. They witnessed the brief but intense clash. And they also saw the explosion secretly triggered by the mole. Holy shit! The slaughterhouse blew itself up? Li Fei was dumbfounded at the time. But Gui keenly noticed that the location and timing of the explosion were too coincidental. So coincidental it seemed someone had deliberately caused it. This was followed by the meat mountain's arrival, which caught everyone by surprise. At that moment, Gui understood. The butcher gang was finished. Go! The moment he saw the meat mountain appear, Gui immediately made the correct judgment. He hoisted up Li Fei, who was still in shock, and frantically retreated in the direction away from the battlefield. This was not a battle they could get involved in. The aura emanating from that thing had already far exceeded the E-class range. That was a true natural disaster. But my sister, she'll run herself. Gui growled, we'll only be a burden to her if we stay here. Though Li Fei was anxious, he knew Gui was telling the truth. He could only grit his teeth and follow him in their escape. And now, looking at his sister, who not only didn't run but actively charged up to eat, Li Fei's worldview was completely shattered. Is my sister crazy? No, she's not crazy. Gui slowly shook his head, looking at the increasingly violent figure in the distance and the increasingly ferocious Greatblade. After observing for so long, he instantly understood Razor's intention. Razor's strange horse-slaying blade had the ability to devour and strengthen, and as the battle progressed, Razor's aura became stronger and stronger. Razor was grinding experience. She intended to treat this rampaging disaster as an upgrade package for herself and that demonic blade. The Flesh God's direct offensive capability was not top tier. As long as one wasn't drawn into its core, engaging in guerrilla warfare on its periphery, fighting and eating at the same time. For a berserker like Razor, who possessed super mobility and recovery abilities, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime gluttonous feast. Let's go first. Gui made his decision. Go find Ahao and Shao-Chi and meet up with them. Your sister is much smarter and stronger than we imagined. She knows what she's doing. After saying that, he gave Li Fei no chance to object, half dragging and half pulling him, disappearing completely from this chaotic area. He knew Razor didn't need him to save her. She was happily eating right now. All units, attention. All units, attention. This is frontline command. Order change. Abandon the blockade mission for the slaughterhouse. Repeat. Abandon blockade. All squads immediately spread out 500 meters from the meat mountain and establish a Tier 1 isolation zone. Mission objective: evacuate all civilians. Suppress the expansion of the meat mountain. Await the arrival of the sentinels. In various corners of the searing zone, the Human Alliance Rapid Response Force squads, who had just received orders and were preparing to deploy to the slaughterhouse, All received this new order at the same time, which made their hearts sink. They are the Human Alliance's experts in handling anomalous events. Every member is an elite veteran selected from the garrison force, 1 in 100. They are accustomed to life and death and have dealt with countless difficult anomalous events. But they know even more clearly. When the word Sentinel appears in the mission briefing, that means something. Damn it, jackpot. Inside a black riot armored vehicle speeding along. The captain, Hammer, looked at the dark red dot on the terminal representing the constantly expanding meat mountain. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Boss, are the Sentinels coming? Rookie, a young team member next to him who was reloading his assault rifle, asked nervously. He loaded a special type of bullet with a translucent crystal tip, the stabilizing Anchor 7, armor-piercing extended range, standard equipment for the Rapid Response Force. Nonsense. Hammer took a square black metal box, like a compass, from his tactical vest. He clicked it onto his belt. For command to release even White Raven, he said in a deep voice, it means that blob of meat is no longer something we can handle. Are anomalies really that powerful? Rookie looked at the metal box with complex patterns engraved on its surface on his captain's waist, his eyes full of awe and curiosity. That box was codenamed the Gravity Well Portable Force Field Generator. It was the only mass-produced equipment derived from an anomaly in their squad. It was said that activating it could simulate the supergravity force field of Anomaly's zero-G core within a small range, greatly restricting the target's movement speed. However, each use would cause a huge burden on the user's bones and internal organs. Powerful? Hammer's face showed an extremely complex expression upon hearing this. It was like a sneer and like a sigh of emotion. Kid, remember this. He glanced at the increasingly close, apocalyptic flames outside the window, his voice becoming incredibly solemn. That thing isn't described with the word powerful. He tapped the gravity well on his waist. Just think of this thing as a switch. A switch that can temporarily make the gravity in a small area like that on Jupiter. You press it, and it works. This is a rule. It doesn't reason with you, nor does it talk physics with you. That's just how it's used. Hammer then pointed to the raging meat mountain outside. And that pile of shit out there. Its rules are eat and grow bigger. It doesn't reason with you either. So? He turned his head and stared into Rookie's still somewhat naive eyes. What we need to do now is use this unreasonable switch in our hands to hold down that unreasonable madman. Make it run slower, grow slower. Understand? Understood. Rookie shivered under the captain's oppressive gaze and quickly nodded. As for the Sentinels, Hammer sighed, his expression becoming even more complex, with both admiration and a hint of reluctance. They are not like us. We are the ones who press the switch. And they... He paused, explaining in a way that Rookie could understand as much as possible. They are the switch itself. They have turned themselves into a walking anomaly. So don't you dare describe them as powerful. That's an insult to them. 5 minutes later. The first batch of Rapid Response Force arrived on the scene. They did not attack the still raging mass of flesh. Instead, they dispersed in a well-trained manner. They began to establish the isolation zone at the fastest speed. They set up gravity well force field generators to form a constantly expanding supergravity field, delaying the meat mountain's expansion speed. They fired grenades loaded with webweaver's silk, another anomaly derivative, pulling up incredibly tough spider web walls between buildings to intercept the flying debris and flesh. They used stabilizing Anchor 7 bullets to precisely target the flesh tentacles attempting to break out of the isolation zone, suppressing their regeneration ability. The entire process was orderly, professional, and efficient. Just then, someone noticed an incredible scene. Boss! Look over there! Rookie pointed to the base of the meat mountain in the center of the isolation zone, exclaiming. What is that? Hammer raised his binoculars. Then he, too, was stunned. He saw that under the siege of countless flesh tentacles, like a mountain collapse and a tsunami, a tiny, yet incredibly violent black figure was wielding a giant blade taller than herself, madly hacking and charging on the meat mountain. Each swing of the blade tore a large chunk of flesh from the meat mountain. Then it was instantly devoured by the burning gray flames on the blade. Her wounds constantly appeared and constantly healed. Her form, which should have been human, was constantly mutating into a more ferocious Oni form. It's Razor. Hammer lowered his binoculars. Just as everyone was shocked by this insane scene, the sky suddenly darkened. No. It wasn't dark. Something was obscuring the already dim light of day. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then they saw it. They saw the pure white vertical takeoff and landing fighter jet flying rapidly from the direction of the high wall. It made no jet engine roar. Like an elegant and silent giant bird soaring through the sky. The cockpit door slid open silently. A similarly pristine white figure leaped down from several hundred meters high. No parachute. No wings. She just let her body freefall. The white special combat suit drew a straight, divine punishment-like trajectory in the air. And behind her, glistening, illusory snowflakes began to fall from the gray sky without warning. The temperature plummeted. A chill filled with silence and ending instantly enveloped the entire land. She's here, Hammer murmured. He lowered the gun in his hand. All members of the Rapid Response Force stopped firing at the same time. They silently watched the falling white figure. Their eyes filled with a complex emotion mixed with awe and pity. Sentinel White Raven has arrived on the battlefield. Boom! White Raven crashed heavily into the center of the isolation zone like a meteorite. The ground cracked. But she slowly stood up from the human-shaped crater, completely unharmed. Her bird-beak-shaped white mask turned towards the wildly roaring meat mountain. Without any superfluous movements. She just slowly extended her slender right hand, clad in a white glove, palm facing upwards. In her palm, a small crystal ball was quietly suspended, with snow falling inside it. Anomaly B43, Silent Snow Country. Unfold. Her voice, clear and ethereal like ice crystals, rang out. The next second, the world lost all sound. Razor, who was frantically feeding, suddenly stopped her movements. For the first time, an extremely displeased expression appeared on her face, which was almost completely Onified. She could feel it. An irresistible, incredibly overbearing rule was forcibly overriding this area. The meat mountain, which had been frantically wriggling and proliferating, was as if a slow-motion button had been pressed, its movements becoming incredibly sluggish. The deafening roar also disappeared. The whole world was left with only a deathly silence. And the swirling, icy heavy snow. Razor looked up. She watched the pristine white figure slowly walking towards the meat mountain. She let out an extremely displeased tisk. The human alliance's white dove arrived so quickly. She glanced at her demonic blade, which had only just evolved halfway. And the all-you-can-eat buffet that was within reach. Her eyes were filled with heartache and extreme displeasure at being interrupted while eating. I haven't eaten my fill yet. But she knew. The feast was over. White Raven ignored this diner who exuded an ominous aura. She walked step by step to the massive mass of flesh that had been completely suppressed by the rules of low temperature and silence. Then she raised the crystal ball in her hand. Contain. The small crystal ball burst into light. An irresistible suction came from within. The meat mountain, as massive as a small mountain, actually began to shatter inch by inch, turning into primitive, crimson energy, and was completely absorbed into the small crystal ball. A few seconds later, the snow stopped. The sound returned too. Only the meat mountain that had originally occupied the ruins had disappeared. In its place was a crystal ball, like crimson amber, held in White Raven's palm. White Raven put away the amber. Her bird-beak-shaped mask turned towards the woman below, who was carrying a giant blade and exuding an aura of gluttony. The two looked at each other from 100 meters away. Ultimately, neither spoke. White Raven turned, her toes touching the ground, and she shot into the sky like a weightless feather. She was picked up by the fighter jet that had already been hovering in the air. Razor looked at the messy battlefield and her demonic blade, which had returned to its normal form. She licked her lips, still unsatisfied. Then she also turned and disappeared into the intricate city shadows after a few leaps. All evidence was completely buried by this natural disaster. But some people profited handsomely from this disaster. Night fell. When the sun set below the horizon, Slaughterhouse Back Alley no longer belonged to the slaughterhouse. Dozens of pitch-black Human Alliance riot armored vehicles, like steel beasts, completely sealed off all entry and exit points in the area. The constantly rotating red warning lights on their roofs cast a ghastly white glow on the face of every scavenger who tried to approach. The air was filled with a pungent smell, a mix of disinfectant and burnt protein. Today's Meat Mountain descent, like a natural disaster, and the white angel falling from the sky, like divine retribution, had already become the hottest topic of conversation in all the taverns in the Searing Zone. But at this moment, no one dared to approach this forbidden area, designated as a Level 1 restricted zone by the Human Alliance. They could only watch from afar. Watching the Human Alliance research personnel, clad in heavy white protective suits, moving in and out of the massive ruins, which resembled a meteorite crater. They used high-precision pollution detectors to scan every inch of land stained with blood and flesh. They used portable cutting machines to slice through the twisted reinforced concrete, trying to find a useful clue from the wreckage of this disaster. Bering District Garrison Force Temporary Command Center. Commander Lin expressionlessly looked at the almost blank field report that his subordinate had just handed him. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desktop. His gaze was as cold as a knife about to be drawn. Nothing? He spoke slowly. Yes, sir. The young officer responsible for the report wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The residual contamination at the scene is very strange. The energy spectrum does not match any known anomalies. And apart from the bodies of some Butcher Gang peripheral members, we haven't found any trace of core personnel. Neither Sister Hong nor Butcher are neither alive nor dead. It's as if they were evaporated along with the meat mountain. Evaporated? Commander Lin sneered. Nothing in this world evaporates into thin air. He stood up and walked to the large electronic map. Turning around, he looked at the officer, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. What about Ma Wenbin? That manager from Jingchen Security Company. According to the preliminary verbal report from the informant, this person was explicitly mentioned as extremely suspicious. Reporting, sir. The young officer immediately pulled up another file, his expression somewhat grim. We haven't found Ma Wenbin. Nan. Commander Lin's brows instantly furrowed into a knot. Swallowed? Highly likely. The officer nodded and then continued, but we searched his apartment and company office. We found some very strange things. Speak. His apartment and office both looked very normal. The officer's voice was a little hesitant, there were no signs of a struggle, and no signs of destroyed documents. We checked all his electronic devices and communication records, and also reviewed all his work logs and financial transactions from the past 6 months. The result? Nothing found? Commander Lin's eyes grew cold. No, sir. The officer shook his head, his expression becoming even more peculiar. It's too normal. So normal. It's perfect. He's like a most dedicated, most ordinary, and even slightly petty mid-level manager. All records are seamless. There are no suspicious financial transactions. There are no illogical itinerary arrangements. Even the reason for his visit to the slaughterhouse last night, as reported on his itinerary, was to conduct business negotiations with the largest supplier in the searing zone to secure more favorable raw material prices. From the archives, he's practically a model employee. A manager who could conduct business negotiations in a place like the slaughterhouse. A manager who was just coincidentally on site moments before the catastrophe struck. All his archived records were as clean as a blank sheet of paper? This was not normal at all. This meant a highly skilled mastermind had already tailored a perfect disguise for Ma Wenbin long ago, making him appear as the most harmless, most inconspicuous ordinary person within the human alliance system. If Commander Lin hadn't trusted the intelligence provided by Captain Wang, he would have suspected that the informant's intelligence was flawed, and this person was just an unlucky fellow who happened to be caught up in the incident. Sacrifice a pawn to save the king. After a long pause, these four cold words appeared in Commander Lin's mind. He looked at the hazy sky outside the window, feeling an invisible, malicious, and insane net silently enveloping the entire Grey Millstone. And the slaughterhouse in Ma Wenbin, who was likely already considered a pawn and buried beneath the ruins with it, were merely two insignificant threads on this net that they had actively cut? The next morning. The usual spot. Under Bridge No. 3 of that Iron Dragon Highway in the East District. Old Man Wang leaned against a graffiti-covered bridge pier. Soon, Commander Lin, also in plainclothes, quickly walked over. Commander Lin got straight to the point. Ma Wenbin has disappeared. The slaughterhouse has also become a blank slate. All clues have been cut off again for now. Old Man Wang fell silent. An organization capable of orchestrating such a large-scale operation. Its decisiveness and ruthlessness far exceeded imagination. But it's not entirely without clues. Commander Lin looked at him and suddenly said, "At least your intelligence proved one thing to us. Behind the slaughterhouse, there is indeed a larger and more dangerous shadow hidden. You detonated this bomb for us in advance, preventing a greater disaster." He pulled out a velvet box from his pocket, inside which lay a metal made of alloy, with gears and wheat ears carved on its edges. Second-class pioneer metal. 30 years ago, when the Great Wall disbanded, everyone's files were sealed. Commander Lin's voice carried an indescribable complexity. According to regulations, you are considered deceased, and I cannot restore your military status. This second-class pioneer medal is the highest honor I could apply for you under the name of a civilian with special contributions. It represents that the human alliance has never forgotten you. The unsung heroes who built the first high wall for us. Old Man Wang looked at the medal, and a ripple of intense emotion appeared in his usually unperturbed eyes. He extended his hand, calloused and scarred, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it, clutching it tightly in his palm. Now, to business. Commander Lin put away his rare display of warmth, resuming the decisive demeanor characteristic of a soldier. Ma Wenbin's disappearance makes Jingchen Security the best cover right now. I need the most reliable pair of eyes and the most stable nail to continue to hold down the searing zone for me. Old Man Wang looked up at him. What do you want me to do? My plan has already been approved by the higher-ups. Commander Lin said word by word. From today onwards, you, Wang Jinghua, will officially take over Ma Wenbin's position, becoming the new regional manager of Jingchen Security. Deep within the subway line 3 tunnel, in the South Ring wasteland. The air was thick with the rich scent of blood and char. Over a dozen echo-bat corpses, resembling vultures, lay scattered haphazardly on both sides of the tracks. And in the center of the tunnel, a humanoid monster, nearly 2 meters tall and made entirely of gleaming silver metal, stood silently. It was Gui. At his feet, a 3-meter-long spiral bone spear, an extension of his arm. had firmly pinned a giant beast to the ground, a creature nearly 5 times larger than a regular echo bat. That was the Echo Bat King, the only E-grade lord in this area. Its tough bat wings were now mostly torn, its body riddled with holes from the bone spear. Only its scarlet eyes still flickered with a faint, unwilling light. Damn it! Gui's voice, hidden beneath the metal faceplate, was filled with the excitement of a job well done. I finally cornered you. The last few times I came, I fucking drew a blank. Made me run in vain several times. He grumbled while mercilessly increasing the force on the bone spear. Put. The Echo Bat King's last breath was completely crushed. Only then did Gui sigh in relief. He disengaged from the unfettered Iron Legion form and reverted to his human shape. He walked over to the Echo Bat King's corpse and crouched down. Then, he switched to the Bone Butcher form, which was more suitable for feeding. He used his sharp bone claws to precisely cut open the Bat King's chest cavity. From within, he extracted a slightly vibrating, black crystal-like object. An ultrasonic sonar sac. This was his true objective for this trip. He didn't hesitate, directly stuffing the sonar sac into his fanged mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Like chewing on the hardest gem. A pure energy, imbued with the concepts of sound waves and flight, instantly exploded within his body. The bizarre compendium shone brightly. The F-grade form card belonging to the Echo Bat began to vibrate and reorganize violently. Detecting homologous superior core. Beginning absorption and evolution. Evolution successful. A brand new card, its edges burning with E-grade energy flames, slowly took shape. Form card, Echo Bat King. Grade, E. Type, entity/living creature. Description, the Echo Bat monarch that hunts in darkness and sound. It is no longer satisfied with simple echolocation but has learned to turn sound into its sharpest fangs. Ability 1 High Altitude Cruise, transforms into the Echo Bat King form, possessing faster flight speed and stronger hovering ability. Ability 2 Shriek Impact, can emit a highly compressed ultrasonic shockwave from its mouth, causing physical damage and mental deterrence to targets. Ability 3 Precise Target Acquisition, passive sonar detection range and accuracy are greatly enhanced, allowing it to mark and track multiple targets in complex environments. Ability 4 Bat Swarm Lord, in areas where other Echo Bats are present, it can exert a certain degree of command and control over them through sound waves. Weaknesses, 1. Strong light environment. Strong light severely interferes with its vision and sonar system, significantly reducing its combat effectiveness. 2. Absolute silence. In an environment with no sound reflection, its proud sonar will become completely ineffective. 3. High-frequency interference. Strong noise at specific frequencies can cause it to fall into confusion or even temporary deafness. Not bad. Gui nodded in satisfaction. Not only did he gain a powerful E-grade card. More importantly, it was the Bat Swarm Lord ability. This would allow him to experience the joy of having subordinates in future battles. He stood up. He picked up a large burlap sack he had specifically brought along from nearby. He began to load the relatively intact Echo Bat corpses from the ground, one by one, into the sack. Although these were just F-grade junk. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. While the slaughterhouse was gone, the small workshops in Rust Bone Street that collected raw materials were still there. These items were enough for him to exchange for a considerable amount of credit points. If all else failed, he could keep them as emergency rations for the Bone Butcher. While skillfully packing his spoils of war, his thoughts drifted back to 2 days ago. That day, he brought a nearly terrified Li Fei back to Old Man Wang's secret hideout. When Shen Hao and Lin Xiaoqi saw both of them return safely, the joy of surviving a disaster was, of course, immense. And naturally, there was an interrogation filled with lingering fear. Gui didn't hide anything. He used almost the same explanation he had given Old Man Wang. living bizarre compendium symbiosis. He attributed his incredible abilities to a non-existent parasite. He expected to be met with looks of shock, fear, or even repulsion from the three. However, he was wrong. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Xiaoqi only walked up to him with red eyes and softly asked, Will it hurt a lot? Chen Hao, meanwhile, pushed up his glasses and looked at him. Is this symbiosis stable? Does it cause irreversible damage to the host's mind? As for Li Fei, this naive young man, who had witnessed his sister's ghostification firsthand, was surprisingly the most accepting. He even reached out with an envious expression, carefully touching Guyi's arm, which had just reverted to human form and still retained a hint of metallic texture. Holy shit, you're so fucking cool? Much cooler than my sister, who turns into a madwoman as soon as she transforms. Not a single person shunned him. Not a single person treated him like a monster. They simply, in their own ways, expressed their clumsy yet sincere care for their family. At that moment, Guyi's heart, which had grown increasingly cold from constant killing and fusion, felt a touch of something called warmth. Time moved to noon the next day. Captain Wang, who had left early, returned. He brought back news that stunned everyone. He, Wang Jinghua, had become the new manager of Jingchen Security. And their entire Squad 7 would all receive official positions and legal working status to enter the Biring district. In that instant, the entire small house erupted. Awah! Li Fei was the first to let out a beast-like howl. He hugged old man Wang's leg, then Chen Hao, Lin Xiaoqi, and even Guyi were infected by this ecstatic atmosphere, rushing forward together. The four of them worked together to toss old man Wang, this old bone, into the air like a hero, again and again. Insubordinate! Insubordinate! You brats! Old man Wang laughed and cursed in mid-air, quickly put me down. My bones are going to fall apart. That night, the Clockwork Orange Bar was booked by Squad 7. Even Auntie Lu Feng, who was still recovering, was brought over. Everyone drank themselves into a stupor. They sang off-key songs. They laughed and talked about unrealistic dreams for the future. As if they wanted to out all the suppression, fear, and despair of the past year. Along with the spicy black water wine. Phew! Guyi tied up the last burlap sack, pulling himself out of his memories. He hoisted the heavy sacks onto his shoulders and strode out of the tunnel. Back in the Sea-Ring district, he quickly sold these raw materials to black market vendors, exchanging them for nearly 1,000 credit points. Although the raw material market had been somewhat chaotic recently due to the demise of the slaughterhouse, there was always a buyer for this most basic biomass. After finishing all this, he returned to the hive apartment, reeking of blood. As soon as he pushed open the door to the common room, he saw Li Fei, Chen Hao, and Lin Xiaoqi already dressed and standing at the doorway like three wooden posts. Their faces were etched with the word anxious. You're finally back. Li Fei was the first to rush over, looking as if he was about to drag Guyi away. What are you waiting for me for? Guyi asked, a little puzzled. To report to our new workplace, of course. Lin Xiaoqi also chimed in, her tone full of urgency and a hint of imperceptible excitement. Look at the time. Are we going to be late on our first day of work? Work? Guyi paused, then realized. He had been so busy grinding and leveling up that he almost forgot about this. Where are Captain Wang and Auntie Lu Feng? He asked. They already left. Chen Hao pushed up his glasses and explained concisely. Captain Wang is the manager now, and he was called to a meeting for handover by the Human Alliance people early this morning. Auntie Lu Feng also went to the logistics department to familiarize herself with the environment. Captain Wang specifically instructed before he left. Li Fei mimicked old man Wang's gruff voice, "You brats better be quick. Don't you dare embarrass me on the first day." He also said, Lin Xiaoqi added, that the company's shuttle bus is waiting for us outside the Changdong purification station. If we're late, we'll have to run there ourselves. Alright, I get it. Gu Yi felt a splitting headache from their chatter. He looked at the three of them, their eyes bright with a new life look. His heart couldn't help but be infected by this atmosphere full of hope. Give me 5 minutes. He turned and walked back into his room. I'll change my clothes. An hour later. As the brand new shuttle bus, part of Jingchen Security's manager fleet, drove into the Biring district. Looking out the window at the clean streets and the children in school uniforms chasing and playing, Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This is really good. From now on, we're also half people inside the wall. Yes, Lin Xiaoqi also leaned by the window, her eyes sparkling like stars. Although we still have to go back to the hive at night, at least during the day at work, we no longer have to worry about anything crawling out from the corners of the walls. Shenhao didn't speak, but his usually tense lips also curved slightly upwards. Gui looked at them, and his heart was also filled with emotion. Life seemed to have finally gotten on track, entering a paradise they had never dared to dream of before. Jingchen Security Headquarters. It was still that 3-story gray building on the edge of the Biring district, with some peeling paint on its walls. But the atmosphere here today was completely different from before. Gone was that capitalistic indifference and oppression. Instead, there was a noisy excitement. The company's briefing room was packed with people. Aside from a few internal staff from the logistics department, archives department, and maintenance department. The rest were the captains of all the field teams under Jingchen Security. From Squad 1 to Squad 6. 6 burly men, their faces etched with the marks of hardship. Like Old Man Wang, they were all old hands who had lived dangerous lives for years. At this moment, they all, without prior agreement, turned their gaze to the familiar figure standing in front of the briefing table. Wang Jinhua. Beside them, Gui, Li Fei, Lin Xiaoqi, Chen Hao, and Auntie Lu Feng, who had specially rushed over from home. Squad 7 was all present. As the direct subordinates of the new manager, they stood in the foremost position, enjoying the envious and benevolent gazes from around them. ****. Old Man Wang cleared his throat. He was still wearing his faded old jacket. He looked nothing like a manager. But just by standing there, that aura of an old soldier who had climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was enough to make all the unruly men in the room instinctively shut their mouths. Everyone, I won't say too many pleasantries. Old Man Wang scanned the crowd, his voice as hoarse and powerful as ever. Ma Wenbin, that son of a bitch, embezzled funds and ran away. The Human Alliance has asked me, this old man, to temporarily take over his position. Everyone can still call me Old Wang, just like before. A wave of good-natured laughter rippled through the room. Ma Wenbin, that stingy and mean fat man, already had a terrible reputation in the company. His escape was a matter of great satisfaction for everyone. And Wang Jinguo was a renowned legend in the entire Ring district's outsourced cleaner community. Capable, loyal, and protective of his own. No one would object to him being the boss. Everyone is clear about the company's structure. Old Man Wang continued. Our outsourcing company is just a transit station. Above us, we have 2 big bosses, the Human Alliance and the RSCP. We retrieve contaminants and anomalous materials from the field. Sort and package them, then hand them over to the Human Alliance's research department. Or sell them to the RSCP, who offers a higher price. We earn our money through hard work and risking our lives. I know how that bastard Ma Wenbin used to deduct everyone's bonuses. Today, I'll lay it all out for you. He held up a finger. Starting next month, the commission for all field teams retrieved items will be increased by 10%. Whoa! The entire briefing room instantly erupted. Holy shit! Is that for real? Old Wang is awesome. Damn it! Finally, we don't have to be exploited like dogs by that fat bastard anymore. Genuine joy appeared on the faces of all the captains. 10%. This was enough to increase their monthly income by hundreds, or even thousands, of credit points. That could be exchanged for real meat and stronger weapons. Old Man Wang raised a hand to quiet them. When the noise gradually subsided, his expression became serious again. However, I've given you the money. But the rules must also be re-established. His hawk-like gaze swept over the face of every captain. I don't care how you used to carry out missions. From today onwards, all teams must conduct double risk assessments before taking action. The company will bear the cost of equipment wear and tear for all team members. Every mission must be undertaken in optimal condition. And the intelligence for every mission must be absolutely shared and transparent. I don't want to see any more foolish incidents where lives were almost lost due to missing intelligence. Under Wang Jinghua, I don't raise lone heroes. Only brothers who can come home alive with money. Do you understand? Understood. This time, his answer was a unified roar, filled with admiration and conviction. Good. Old Man Wang nodded. Then his gaze fell upon his own team members, who were looking at him with expressions of adoration. Next are personnel changes. The original Squad 7, due to a series of serious injuries to its members in recent missions, with contamination values all at warning levels, is no longer suitable for high-risk tasks. After company deliberation, it has been decided to temporarily reassign them from the front lines for internal recuperation. He looked at Auntie Lu Fong. Lu Fong. Yes. Captain. Oh, no. Manager. Auntie Lu Fong stood up straight nervously. From today onwards, you are transferred to the Logistics Support Department. Old Man Wang's voice softened. You will be responsible for warehouse management and material distribution, and you won't have to go out on field missions anymore. Auntie Lu Fong's eyes instantly reddened. She knew this was her old captain looking out for her. Yes. Thank you, manager. Then he looked at Chen Hao and Lin Xiaoqi. Chen Hao, Lin Xiaoqi. Here. Chen Hao, you will be the deputy supervisor of the technical maintenance department. From now on, you'll be in charge of equipment maintenance for everyone in the company. Lin Xiaoqi, you will go to the archives management department to organize and file all mission intelligence. Chen Hao pushed up his glasses, his eyes shining remarkably under the lenses. And Lin Xiaoqi was so excited she almost jumped. Finally, he looked at Li Fei, his expression darkening. Li Fei. Here. You have repeatedly disobeyed orders and acted recklessly during missions. The company has decided to fine you with half a month of paid leave. Go home and reflect on yourself properly. If there's a next time, get out. Yes. Manager. Li Fei puffed out his chest and shouted louder than anyone. After everything was arranged, the meeting ended. All the captains gathered around, smiling and congratulating Old Man Wang. The members of Squad 7 were also enthusiastically pulled away by their respective department colleagues to get acquainted with their dreamlike new positions. Only Gui remained where he was. Gui, come with me. Old Man Wang said to him. Then he turned and walked into the spacious manager's office that once belonged to Ma Wenbin. In an abandoned warehouse in the eastern district of Si Ring District, disguised as a second-hand recycling station. Mole met with Commander Lin, who was also in plain clothes. That's how it happened. Mole handed over an encrypted datapad, which contained all the intelligence he had gathered during his undercover period and his own deductions. The destruction of the slaughterhouse was too deliberate, he said hoarsely, as if to cover something up. Moreover, from what I observed, every few nights, a small team from within the butcher gang would secretly leave with some never-before-seen spraying equipment, their destination unknown. I originally wanted to continue investigating this lead, but before I could act, they were gone. Commander Lin quickly scanned the contents of the datapad, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Spraying equipment. He chewed on the word, connecting it with the ritual and breeding ground that old man Wang had mentioned, and a terrifying conjecture formed in his mind. I agree with your assessment. He put down the datapad and looked at Mole. A special investigation team has already been established by the higher-ups. Commander Lin's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. The flesh god's loss of control has been classified as a major supervisory negligence incident. All departments and individuals who had a record of cooperation with the Butcher Gang are now undergoing the strictest scrutiny. Mole listened without speaking. He knew these were just pleasantries. Indeed. Commander Lin's eyes instantly turned icy cold. But you and I both know. This kind of routine investigation simply cannot uncover the deepest hidden fox. The other party was able to react the moment they received intelligence, decisively sacrificing a part to save the whole. This indicates that there is definitely an insider with a high-ranking position within our ranks. Especially in the C-Ring district. Commander Lin's fist involuntarily clenched. With such a huge commotion at the slaughterhouse, the C-Ring District Security Patrol Headquarters didn't receive any warning, and their response was ridiculously slow. This in itself is the biggest point of suspicion. So, Commander Lin looked up, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Mole. I need you to change battlefields. He handed over a brand new dossier. Zhao Chengping is the head of the Human Alliance's C-Ring District Security Patrol Headquarters. I have already applied to him for a batch of new recruits transferred from the B-Ring District, under the guise of strengthening grassroots security forces. And you, he paused, will be one of them. Your new identity is Chun Mo, a retired corporal from the garrison troops. You have only one new mission. Commander Lin stared intently at him. Start investigating from the C-Ring District Security Patrol Headquarters. Find me that insider hidden within our own ranks. Understood. Mole took the dossier. The next morning. Human Alliance C-Ring District Security Patrol Headquarters. A group of new recruits transferred from the B-Ring District arrived to report. Most of them carried that unique sense of scrutiny towards the C-Ring District, characteristic of B-Ring District residents, and a barely perceptible air of superiority. Among them, a man who appeared to be in his early 30s, with a tall stature and ordinary features, seemed somewhat different. Although there was no expression on his face. His eyes were calm, carrying a hint of curiosity about the new environment. His face was clean, without any scars. It was Mole, after a simple disguise. His current identity was Chen Mo, a retired corporal from the garrison troops. The person responsible for helping these new recruits familiarize themselves with the environment was a civilian employee who still looked a bit young but had exceptionally firm eyes. It was Wang Xiaoming. After the last lesson, he was temporarily transferred from the core archives room to experience grassroots work on the front lines. Next, Chen Mo. Wang Xiaoming looked up from the file in his hand. Here. Mole immediately stepped forward, stood at a standard military posture, and spoke loudly. That crispness, emanating from his bones, belonging to a retired soldier, made him stand out among all the new recruits. Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then a benevolent smile appeared on his face. He naturally had a good impression of people with a military demeanor. Welcome to the team. He extended his hand proactively. We're colleagues now. My name is Wang Xiaoming, and I'm responsible for helping you all get familiar with the environment here. Mole looked at his benevolent, clean eyes. A simple and enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on his face. Completely devoid of the gloom and numbness he had displayed when he was with the Butcher Gang. He extended his hand, calloused and scarred from holding a gun, a soldier's hand, and firmly shook Wang Xiaoming's relatively fair, civilian hand. Hello, Brother Wang. My name is Chen Mo. His voice was loud and full of enthusiasm. I'll need you to look after me a lot in the future. Manager's office. It was still the same office, but the furnishings inside were completely different. Ma Wenbin's cigar humidors and wine cabinets, which he used to display his status, had all been cleared out. In their place were rows of metal cabinets filled with repair parts and tactical manuals. The entire room exuded an aura of simplicity and efficiency. Old Man Wang sat in the leather chair that originally belonged to Ma Wenbin. There was no joy of promotion on his face, only a deeper solemnity. He poured a glass of Bering District purified water for Gu Yi and himself. Then he pushed a brand new document in front of Gu Yi. Take a look. Gu Yi picked up the document. The cover bore the Human Alliance emblem. The title was Secret Directive regarding the appointment of Comrade Gu Yi as Special Advisor for Jingchen Security in the Xirang District. The document's content was simple: effective immediately, Gu Yi would receive a secret external designation from the Human Alliance, administratively subordinate to Jingchen Security Manager Wang Jinghua, and would have the authority to investigate and handle special situations in the Xirang District. In essence, it was an official license to operate permit issued by the Human Alliance. This is the greatest authority and freedom I could secure for you. Old Man Wang took a sip of water and said slowly. You're different from them. He glanced out the window at the former Squad 7 members, who were excitedly familiarizing themselves with their new posts. Their strength isn't enough yet. Whether it's their psychological fortitude or combat skills, they're still too far behind. He turned his head to look at Gu Yi. But you, kid, are different. You have the capability, and you've already been drawn into this. Instead of letting you run around aimlessly like a headless fly, I'd rather give you a legitimate identity. At least in the future, if those brats from the garrison troops try to check your papers, you can flash this document at them, and no one will dare to bother you again. Gu Yi put down the document. He knew that behind this seemingly light piece of paper was Old Man Wang's guarantee, made with his own credibility. He didn't offer any sentimental thanks, just nodded. I understand, Captain Wang. From now on, if there's any work you need me to do, just say so. Good. Old Man Wang smiled. That's exactly what he wanted to hear from Gu Yi. There are two things right now. First, although the slaughterhouse was destroyed, not all of the Butcher gang members died. According to Human Alliance intelligence, on the day of the incident, at least 5 patrol teams were out and not at their base. These people are now like homeless mad dogs, hiding in the gutters of the Xirang district. Find them and make them talk. I want to know the true background of the church behind them. Second. His gaze became incredibly solemn. Help me keep an eye on the entire Xirang district. I have a feeling that the destruction of the slaughterhouse is not the end, but just the beginning. Since the other side could abandon such a large chess piece without hesitation, their scheme must be even greater than we imagine. Gu Yi understood, this was both trust and responsibility. Okay. He only replied with one word. That afternoon, the South District Orphanage. Everything was getting back on track. But a stone always weighed on Lin Xiaoqi's heart, those children at the orphanage. She carried a large bag of candy and snacks she had bought, and came to the orphanage again. When she pushed open the familiar large door, she was stunned by the sight before her. The inexplicable oppression and eerie atmosphere from before were completely gone. The entire orphanage was filled with the happy laughter of children. Everything had returned to normal, even more so than before. Sister Xiaoqi. A sharp-eyed little girl was the first to spot her. Immediately, she let out a joyful cheer of surprise. Instantly, a dozen children, like a flock of happy birds, chirped and ran towards her, surrounding her completely. Sister Xiaoqi. You're finally here. We missed you so much. Sister. Look. The drawing I did last time is on the wall. Sister. Are you going to teach us to sing today too? Lin Xiaoqi was a little overwhelmed by this enthusiasm. She looked at the innocent, sunny smiles on the faces before her. The memories of eerie nursery rhymes and blood-red circles in her mind. seemed to have all turned into an unreal nightmare. Is everyone doing well? She knelt down and gently stroked a little boy's head, asking softly. That song you all were singing before. Oh. You mean that? Before she could finish asking, the little boy waved his hand with a look of disdain. Sister Xiaoqi, that song you mentioned before was so awful, we don't sing it anymore. Lin Xiaoqi looked at the children's pure eyes, without a trace of gloom. Then she looked up. At the wall that had been wiped clean. Her heart, which had been hanging, finally completely settled down. Perhaps she had been too tense recently. And had some terrifying delusions. No matter what. The children were fine. This was more important than anything else. She let out a long sigh of relief. A brilliant smile, like the sun, reappeared on her face. All right. All right. We'll talk about singing later. First, let's see what good things Sister brought you today. She opened the bag full of snacks. Amidst the children's thunderous cheers, she distributed the hard-won sweets into everyone's hands. Dusk. The setting sun dyed the sky of the Sea Ring district a warm orange red. Morning Star Children's Education Institute. The day's classes were over, and Teacher Xia was playing eagle catching chicks with the children in the yard. Teacher Xia. Teacher Xia. The game ended, and a breathless, innocent little girl ran up to him, looking up with anticipation. Teacher, the red, morning glory-like flowers you talked about in your story. When will they truly bloom all over the city? It must be beautiful then, right? Teacher Xia stopped walking. He squatted down to be at eye level with the little girl, a gentle smile on his face as always. He reached out and gently stroked the little girl's head. And spoke slowly in a tender voice. They will, child. As long as there's enough sunlight, rain, and fertilizer. Then the most beautiful flowers. He looked into the girl's innocent eyes and smiled. Will surely bloom quietly at the most opportune time. It was already afternoon when Gui emerged from the gray building of Jinshan Security. Gui walked alone on the way back to Sea Ring District. The sky in B Ring District was just as hazy as in Sea Ring District, but at least the air didn't carry that familiar stench of industrial waste mixed with putrid matter. Instead, it had a suffocating calm called order. Gui wasn't in the mood to appreciate this hard-won tranquility. His mind was still replaying the brief skirmish with the surgeon. His bone butcher strength and defense were already quite high. But in front of the opponent's scalpel, which could ignore defense, he still suffered a great loss. The weird world truly cannot be judged by stats alone, Gui thought to himself. The surgeon's power didn't lie in his physical prowess but in his elusive movement and true damage. But if it came down to a desperate fight, he might not be unable to kill him. Whether it was the ultrasonic waves of the Echo King or the law card for the game of hide-and-seek that he hadn't used yet, both could potentially create miracles at a critical moment. But Gui didn't dare to gamble. Because his biggest problem at the time was lack of mana. His mental energy reserves were severely insufficient, and his sustained combat ability was too poor. Once he got into a prolonged battle, or if the opponent had other trump cards, he would surely die. This was also the fundamental reason he chose to flee rather than risk a counterkill. He touched the well-maintained revolver at his waist and couldn't help but laugh at himself mockingly. Things really do change over time. Not long ago, he was excited just to own a gun. But now, this former partner seemed no different from a burning stick to him. A simple increase in firepower was no longer enough for him. He needed a more weird weapon. At this thought, a word surfaced from the depths of his memory. The Stitcher. Perhaps it's time to go see him. Gui made a decision. He no longer hesitated, turning around and heading towards the heart of the South District, the One-Eyed Tavern. It was evening, on the first floor of the One-Eyed Tavern. The atmosphere was as desolate and grim as ever. Gui, wearing his signature hooded jacket and black cloth, walked directly to the bar. This time, the one-eyed boss finally wasn't wiping his new wineglass. He looked up when he heard footsteps. The moment he saw Gui, a hint of unconcealed amusement flashed in his single eye. "I heard Captain Wang got promoted?" Apparently, the news of Captain Wang becoming the new manager of Jingchen Security had already reached this local snake through certain channels. One-eyed. Gui pulled out a high stool and sat down, getting straight to the point. "I want to see the Stitcher." The one-eyed stopped wiping his glass. He looked at Gui's eyes hidden in the shadows, and the smile on his face became somewhat playful. Big talk. He didn't seem surprised at all that Gui knew about the Stitcher. Many people in C-Ring District want to see them, but few actually can. "I can provide what they need," Gui replied calmly. The one-eyed smiled and didn't press further. He knew that this seemingly naive young man had many secrets. "All right." He took something from under the bar and placed it on the table. It was a black chip made of cold metal, engraved with a bizarre emblem of gears and tentacles. "Take this." The one-eyed slowly pushed the chip towards Gui, "and go to a place." "Where?" Behind the casino district in the South District, a meaningful light flickered in the one-eyed's single eye. "Rosemary's Dream." Rosemary's Dream? The most upscale red light district in C-Ring District? Gui's brows furrowed slightly. Didn't Mantis mention the West District? Their base is there? "I'm only responsible for showing the way," the one-eyed shrugged. "As for what's behind the door, you'll have to see for yourself." Gui put away the chip. "Thanks." Then he stood up, turned around, and left. Night fell. The entire C-Ring District plunged into a boisterous and dangerous carnival. Gui moved through the chaotic casino district, not deliberately avoiding trouble as he used to. Ever since he earned more than his own salary from those unlucky butcher gang members last time, he felt like he had opened a whole new door. He suddenly understood why so many people in C-Ring District enjoyed being bounty hunters. This feeling of directly monetizing one's strength. It really was addictive. Just then, a fierce clang of metal and a barrage of foul curses came from a narrow alley ahead. Gui stopped. He knew it was time for today's righteous internal strife. He pulled down his hood and turned into the alley. Inside the alley, 7 or 8 members from 2 different small gangs were fighting fiercely. Machetes, steel pipes, wrenches. All sorts of common cold weapons in C-Ring District flew wildly through the air. But it was a chicken fight. After a long time, no one had actually drawn blood. Gui shook his head. It seemed to be small fry today, probably not much profit. He didn't even bother to find cover. He just swaggered to the alley entrance. Then he switched to his thousand-faced model disguise. His body began to grow taller and expand. Muscles bulged like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bald, tattooed, muscular giant over 2 meters tall. "All of you, stop right there," he roared in a deliberately imitated, incredibly rough voice. The 7 or 8 people who were fighting so intensely instantly froze. They turned to look at the giant who had appeared out of nowhere at the alley entrance. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. "Who the hell are you?" a yellow-haired punk asked, feigning bravery. "Your grandpa." Gui grinned, revealing a mouthful of chilling white teeth. Then his figure moved. Boom! In just one encounter, he kicked the closest yellow-haired punk, man and knife, flying out. Bang! 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 What followed was a purely numerical, devoid of any skill. The dull thud of fist against flesh and the crisp crunch of breaking bones were incessant. In less than 30 seconds, silence returned to the alley. Only 7 or 8 unlucky ones lay on the ground, groaning. And the giant who was contentedly dusting off his hands. Gui whistled. He began the process he had become incredibly skilled at over the past few days. Frisking. Like a diligent farmer, he went through each of these crops. Nothing at all and you go out? Poor bastard, bah. Oh. Half a pack of menthol cigarettes, not bad. This dagger is decent, good steel, I can keep it. This is a fragment of a corpse shellworm's carapace? Syringe seems to be collecting these, they're worth some money. He muttered as he expertly tossed all valuable items, weapons, supplies, and those scattered weird materials into his backpack. As for the ordinary machetes and steel pipes he didn't care for. He couldn't be bothered to pick them up. These past 2 days, he had been specifically carrying a huge sack to shop. After he was done, he would take everything to the black market to fence it. But today he had serious business, so he'd skip it for now. Alright, job done. Gooey had turned the last person's pockets inside out. He stood up, satisfied. He looked at the victims on the ground, who were glaring at him with a mix of shock and anger. He grinned. Humming a tune, he turned and left gracefully. As night fell, the entire C-Ring district plunged into a boisterous and dangerous carnival. Gooey moved through the chaotic casino district, not deliberately avoiding trouble as he used to. Ever since he earned more than his own salary from those unlucky butcher gang members last time, he felt like he had opened a whole new door. He suddenly understood why so many people in C-Ring district enjoyed being bounty hunters. This feeling of directly monetizing one's strength. It really was addictive. Just then, a fierce clang of metal and a barrage of foul curses came from a narrow alley ahead. Gooey stopped. He knew it was time for today's righteous internal strife. He pulled down his hood and turned into the alley. Inside the alley, 7 or 8 members from 2 different small gangs were fighting fiercely. Machetes, steel pipes, wrenches. All sorts of common cold weapons in C-Ring district flew wildly through the air. But it was a chicken fight. After a long time, no one had actually drawn blood. Gooey shook his head, it seemed to be small fry today, probably not much profit. He didn't even bother to find cover. He just swaggered to the alley entrance. Then he switched to his thousand-faced model disguise. His body began to grow taller and expand. Muscles bulged like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bald, tattooed, muscular giant over 2 meters tall. All of you, stop right there. He roared in a deliberately imitated, incredibly rough voice. The 7 or 8 people who were fighting so intensely instantly froze. They turned to look at the giant who had appeared out of nowhere at the alley entrance. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. Who the hell are you? A yellow-haired punk asked, feigning bravery. Your grandpa. Gooey grinned, revealing a mouthful of chilling white teeth. Then his figure moved. Boom! In just one encounter, he kicked the closest yellow-haired punk, man and knife, flying out. Bang! 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 What followed was a purely numerical, devoid of any skill. The dull thud of fist against flesh and the crisp crunch of breaking bones were incessant. In less than 30 seconds, silence returned to the alley. Only 7 or 8 unlucky ones lay on the ground, groaning. And the giant who was contentedly dusting off his hands. Gooey whistled. He began the process he had become incredibly skilled at over the past few days. Frisking. Like a diligent farmer, he went through each of these crops. Nothing at all and you go out? Poor bastard, bah. Oh. Half a pack of menthol cigarettes, not bad. This dagger is decent, good steel, I can keep it. This is a fragment of a corpse shellworm's carapace? Syringe seems to be collecting these, they're worth some money. He muttered as he expertly tossed all valuable items, weapons, supplies, and those scattered weird materials into his backpack. As for the ordinary machetes and steel pipes he didn't care for. He couldn't be bothered to pick them up. These past 2 days, he had been specifically carrying a huge sack to shop. After he was done, he would take everything to the black market to fence it. But today he had serious business, so he'd skip it for now. Alright, job done. Gooey had turned the last person's pockets inside out. He stood up, satisfied. He looked at the victims on the ground, who were glaring at him with a mix of shock and anger. He grinned. Humming a tune, he turned and left gracefully. After traversing this battlefield he had just cleaned up, Gui finally arrived at an area that was strikingly out of place with the surrounding chaos. Rosemary's Dream. If Rust Bone Street was where people in C Ring District who still wanted to survive by their own hands gathered, a place that, though chaotic, at least had rules, commerce, and a defiant vitality, then this place was where the people of C Ring District came to burn their desires. There was no survival here. Only the most naked desire and debauchery. This was an entire, massive, sunken circular street district. It was distinctly different from the steel jungle style of Rust Bone Street, which grew upwards wildly, with every inch of space utilized to the extreme. Here, a large amount of useless space was deliberately preserved, making it appear extravagant and unreal. It was more like a sleepless city ripped directly from an old-world cyberpunk movie, filled with decadence and psychedelic colors. As soon as he stepped into this area, the din and blood smell of the casino district seemed to be cut off behind him by an invisible wall. In its place was a lazier, more ambiguous atmosphere. Countless pink, purple-blue, and emerald-green holographic advertising signs flickered and morphed like ghosts on both sides of the street. A holographic Eastern woman in a cheongsam elegantly blew a smoke ring towards him, which transformed in midair into enticing text, Red Dream Tower. Imperial enjoyment awaits you. On another billboard, a beast girl with fox ears playfully winked, with a simple and crude slogan next to it, Forest of Fairies, fulfill your wildest fantasies. The streets were bustling with people shoulder to shoulder. There were bounty hunters who had just struck it rich, laughing loudly with two scantily clad women on their arms. There were numb-faced gang enforcers, using this place as their only outlet for stress and hormones. There were even a few well-dressed customers wearing masks, cautiously mingling in the crowd, seeking thrills unattainable within the walls. And on both sides of the street were exquisitely decorated, three-story retro buildings, full of exotic charm. Each building's balcony was adorned with alluring silk drapes. Behind the drapes, graceful and suggestive figures appeared and disappeared. Seductive women, dressed in minimal fabric, leaned languidly at the entrances of their shops or by the second-story windows. Some held slender ladies' cigarettes between their long fingers, exhaling smoke into the crowd below. Others directly draped their pale, long legs over the railing, openly appraising every potential customer passing below with eyes that could melt bones. Gui pulled down his hood, burying his face deeper into the shadows. He could feel countless gazes, full of scrutiny and valuation, falling upon him. But they quickly lost interest. His faded gray jacket and his obviously poor attire were clearly unwelcome here. He walked through the streets filled with temptations and whispers. He even saw a very peculiar shop. At the entrance of that shop, there were no human women standing. Only a giant, holographic advertising sign. It was continuously playing a scene that would make most men in C Ring District's blood boil. A woman with an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a pair of pitch-black bat wings on her back was making various highly seductive gestures towards the camera. Below the billboard, a line of text in crimson font, full of taboo and danger, read: Invitation of the Night Demon, want to experience dancing with the otherworldly? Consequences at your own risk. This was the rumored highest-tier service of Rosemary's Dream. As long as you could afford the price and signed a life and death waiver, you could spend a night with humanoid weirds, beauties in appearance but monsters in essence, tamed by the madam through unknown means. Gui merely glanced at it before retracting his gaze. He had no interest in such extreme sports that involved risking one's life. He walked past the women who, despite his shabby attire, continued to flirt with him. Finally, following the address given by the one-eyed, he arrived at what appeared to be the most luxurious and quiet three-story building. This building had none of the flashy holographic billboards. Nor were there scantily clad women at the entrance soliciting business. Only a grand door carved from precious blackwood. And above the door, an artistic sign made of elegant purple neon tubes, Rosemary's Dream. This was his destination. The heart of the entire Rosemary's Dream. The Madam's shop. Gooey stood before the large door carved from precious blackwood. Elegant purple neon tubing spelled out its name on the door. Rosemary number 3. He pushed the door open without hesitation. The door was unlocked. A warm breeze rushed out, completely different from the air outside, which was mixed with cheap perfume and the smell of hormones. Outside, there was the blatant hawking of desire, but inside, it was a meticulously crafted cocktail, emanating a dangerous fragrance. It was quiet here. Lazy jazz replaced the external clamor, wrapping around everyone's nerves like a soft blanket. The lighting was a warm orange-yellow, emanating from vintage floor lamps in the corners and crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, shrouding everything in a hazy, ambiguous atmosphere. The sickly sweet scent in the air was richer and more complex. Aside from expensive old-world perfume and floral notes, Gooey also detected a faint hint of blood and disinfectant hidden beneath all the other fragrances. This scent was like an invisible hand, gently teasing your nerves, making you drop your guard, and causing your most primal desires to stir. Gooey's gaze swept across the hall. It looked more like a top-tier private club from an old-world movie. There were deep crimson carpets that muffled every step, bold oil paintings hanging on the walls, and a bartender in a vest elegantly shaking a cocktail shaker behind a circular bar. Guests sat in 2s and 3s on velvet sofas, conversing in low voices. Their clothing and demeanor were completely out of place in the C-Ring district. Some even wore ornate metal masks, clearly respectable people from the B-Ring district. Gooey's appearance immediately drew several glances. His faded gray jacket stood out sharply in the luxurious setting. But those gazes lingered on him for less than a second before losing interest and returning to their drinks and female companions. A pauper dressed in cheap clothes had no value here, not even enough to warrant a second look. Gooey was about to walk toward the bar when a figure silently appeared before him. It was a man handsome to the point of unreality. He wore a well-tailored black tuxedo and sported an impeccable smile, yet the smile was so standardized it felt somewhat artificial. Every one of his movements was too perfect, giving off an inhuman eeriness. Gooey's heart stirred, and he heightened his vigilance toward the man before him. "Good evening, sir." The man's voice was steady and emotionless, like a programmed response. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" Gooey did not speak, merely taking out the metal chip engraved with the gear and tentacle emblem from his pocket and placing it on the man's white-gloved hand. The man glanced at the chip. The smile on his face remained unchanged, but the scrutiny in his eyes vanished. He bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. "Sister Rose is waiting for you on the second floor. Please follow me." The man turned and led the way. The distance of every single step he took was precise, as if measured with a ruler. Gooey followed behind him, crossing the hall. He could feel the curious glances from the masked guests, mixed with jealousy and apprehension. Clearly, being ushered up to the second floor represented a special status. They ascended the carpeted spiral staircase to the second floor. The second floor was quieter and more private than the first. It was divided into several separate areas, partitioned by dark curtains embroidered with gold thread. Gooey could hear suppressed, suggestive gasps and laughter coming from behind the curtains. Finally, the attendant brought him to a door at the end of the corridor. It was a plain, dark red door, devoid of any decoration. "Sister Rose is inside." Having said this, the attendant turned and silently departed, like a true automaton. Gooey took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The lights in the room were off. The only source of illumination came from a massive floor-to-ceiling window. The neon light from outside filtered through the thin sheer curtains, casting dappled light and shadow across the room. In the center of the room was a large, soft, curved sofa. A woman was languidly reclining on the sofa. She wore a deep purple, high-slit, tight-fitting cheapao that perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. One long, snow-white leg rested casually on the armrest of the sofa, startlingly pale in the dim light. On her face was a subtle, playful smile. She held a very thin, diamond-studded lady's cigarette between her fingers. The scarlet glow of the tip flickered in her grasp. Curled up by her feet was an entirely black cat. The cat seemed to sense Guyi's arrival, slowly raising its head to reveal 3 gently swaying tails. Another little moth tricked into coming here by that old cyclops. The woman spoke, her voice possessing a unique huskiness and magnetism, like a glass of aged strong liquor. Just listening to it was enough to make one slightly intoxicated. She did not get up, nor did she look directly at Guyi, merely using the corner of her eye to casually observe the unwelcome guest standing in the doorway, shrouded in the shadow of his hood. "Speak, little one." She took a drag of her cigarette and slowly blew out a smoke ring. "What do you want to buy from me? A beautiful dream that lets you forget your pain? Or information that will send your enemy straight to hell?" Guyi closed the door behind him, cutting off the last of the light from the corridor. He replied calmly, "I came to see the Stitcher." "Oh?" Rose seemed slightly intrigued. She finally turned her head and looked directly at Guyi. "That's quite a boast." She chuckled softly, the sound exceptionally clear in the quiet room. "But the Stitcher's time is precious, they don't meet just anyone." As she spoke, the hand holding the cigarette gently waved. An even richer, sweeter aroma instantly wafted from her, filling the entire room. Guyi felt the invisible fragrance, like a living entity, follow his breath, drill into his body, and race straight toward his brain. In an instant, the most primal fears and desires that his rationality had desperately suppressed were instantly ignited and magnified tenfold. First came the fear. It was the fear of this mad world. The fear of the unreasonable rules. The fear of watching Auntie Lufang and Shenhao fall before him while he was powerless to help. And the deepest fear of his own alienation, of the monster cards within him constantly eroding his humanity. Following that, was hunger. The insatiable craving for flesh and blood originating from the meat cabinet butcher was utterly detonated by the fragrance. He could almost smell the sweet flavor of the fresh blood beneath this woman's skin. A voice screamed maniacally in his mind, "Eat her. Devour her. Turn her strength into your own." And the most primal possessiveness belonging to a male creature. The woman before him was like a ripe fruit, exuding deadly temptation. A voice screamed maniacally in his mind, "Possess her. Conquer her. Make her wear a different expression beneath you." For a moment, Guyi's breathing grew heavy. He saw that Rose's smile on the sofa had become even more playful. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy watching her prey gradually lose control and expose their ugly side in the face of her power. But, in the very next second, Guyi's eyes regained their cold calm. The bizarre compendium, deep within his soul, gently turned a page, and a cold, absolutely rational power instantly rose like a firewall, completely isolating the foreign pheromone. The fear and hunger did not vanish, they still roared in his mind. But Guyi could now watch them with the indifference of an observer. He understood. This woman had just launched an attack on him. His gaze turned completely cold. He was no longer the rookie who had crossed over into the C-Ring district and had to tolerate everything. Without any warning. Clank! A grating sound of metal rapidly proliferating and restructuring rang out. Guyi's right arm, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, was instantly covered by a torrent of liquid metal. The silver substance flowed, extended, and solidified, transforming in the blink of an eye into a savage arm blade that shimmered with cold light. Metal tendons coiled around his forearm like pythons, embodying a primitive and violent beauty. Myriad armaments. His movement did not pause. The moment the arm blade formed, he sharply raised his wrist. Shing! A cold flash crossed the air. The incredibly sharp arm blade was now silently pressed against Rose's pale neck. The tip of the blade was less than a centimeter from her skin. If he pushed forward even slightly, he could easily slice open that fragile artery. The temperature of the entire room seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees in that moment. I came here to do business. Gui's voice was much deeper than before, carrying a texture like grinding metal. If you like playing these little tricks, you can find customers willing to pay to play with you. Next time, my blade won't stop this steadily. The smile on Rose's face froze. A genuine, undisguised look of astonishment flashed in her seductive eyes. She slowly sat up straight on the sofa. This movement fully displayed her breathtaking curves to Gui. But at this moment, the allure emanating from her had been completely washed away by the killing intent brought by the cold arm blade pressed against her throat. Rose extinguished the cigarette in her hand, crushing it out in the ashtray. She stared at the arm blade, which was only 1 centimeter away from her but held as steady as if welded to the air. Then she smiled. This time, it wasn't the playful, condescending chuckle. Instead, it was a genuinely interested smile, tinged with excitement, as if she had discovered something novel. Interesting. She licked her scarlet lips and whispered. It seems that old Cyclops has sent me a very different kind of new toy this time. The arm blade glittered with chilling cold light, the metallic chill of its tip almost touching the warm skin of Rose's throat. Yet, there wasn't a trace of fear on Rose's face. She didn't even lower her gaze to look at the lethal weapon capable of slicing open her throat in an instant. Her seductive, seemingly speaking eyes remained fixed on Gui with keen interest, as if she were admiring a piece of art, full of savage texture, that had just been presented to her. A playful smile slowly bloomed at the corner of her crimson lips. Instead of retreating, she leaned forward. Her lacquered fingernail, carrying a hint of provocation, lightly touched the cold arm blade. Clink. A faint sound of metal striking metal. She even slowly slid her fingertip back and forth along the sharp edge, as if testing the quality of this toy. Finally, her 2 fingers gently pinched the tip of the blade. With a gentle yet undeniable force, she pushed the arm blade away from her neck, inch by inch. TSK. Her red lips parted slightly, letting out a soft hum that sounded like both a reprimand and enjoyment. Little one, such a temper. Her voice carried a hint of laziness, as if the deadly confrontation just now had merely been harmless foreplay. But your big sister, can get scared, you know. As she spoke, she leaned back into the sofa, the slit of her cheongsam revealing a larger expanse of snow-white skin. She stretched out like a lazy Persian cat, assessing her prey with those mesmerizing eyes, radiating a fatal allure. Sit, she said, patting the sofa beside her, her eyes holding an ambiguous invitation. We can discuss your business in a more civilized manner. Gui stared at her silently for 2 seconds. He could feel that this woman was like the Rosemary dream itself, dangerous, yet exuding an irresistible attraction. Clack! A faint sound of metal retracting rang out. The ferocious arm blade reverted into a torrent of liquid metal, retracting beneath his sleeve and restoring his arm to its normal shape. But he did not sit next to Rose. Instead, he sat down on a single armchair opposite her. He maintained a distance from which he could instantly launch an attack. Rose watched his movement, the smile at the corner of her lips deepening. Good vigilance. She clapped her hands softly. Clap. Clap. The dark red door to the room silently slid open, and the impossibly handsome male attendant from before walked in carrying a tray. On the tray were a set of exquisite, old-world-style tea implements and 2 white porcelain teacups. The attendant placed the tea set on the low table between them, poured 2 cups of steaming, fragrant black tea, then bowed again and silently backed out. Try some, Rose said, picking up a cup and gently blowing on the steam. It's brewed with the stamen of the soothing flower. In the black market, a single petal costs 50 credit points. It can help loosen those tightly wound nerves of yours a little. Gui did not touch the tea. He wasn't here to sample luxuries. My time is limited, he said coldly. All right. Rose shrugged, seemingly helpless, put down her teacup, and finally got down to business. A bounty hunter looking for the Stitcher usually only means a few things, she said, tapping the table lightly with her finger, beginning her Interrogation. To repair parts damaged in battle? Or perhaps, you want to acquire something new for yourself? I want quality goods, Gui stated succinctly. Quality goods? Rose chuckled, as if hearing an amusing phrase. That word is too vague, little one. In the C-Ring district, a well-maintained revolver counts as quality. But here. She paused, her gaze turning sharp. The only things that can be called goods are those that can turn you from a man into a monster. She stared at Gui, seemingly trying to discern something from his reaction. So, tell me, her voice filled with temptation, where are you from? That old fox One-Eye wouldn't just hand his chips over to some unknown nobody. Just as she spoke, her left eyelid, which had been half-lowered, twitched almost imperceptibly. Deep within the pupil, which was originally brown, a faint light flashed and disappeared, instantly transforming into an amber vertical slit before reverting to its original state. A subtle smile, unnoticed by anyone, curled Rose's lips. In her eyes, the subsequent conversation would hold no secrets. Gui was completely unaware of this. He remained calm and replied with a rehearsed explanation, I'm just a bounty hunter who got lucky and lived a little longer. I recently took on a few E-rank jobs, earned some money, and want to upgrade my tools of the trade. What he said was half true, half false. He was indeed a bounty hunter and did want new gear. However, the source of his money and his true strength were completely concealed. Rose smiled non-committally after hearing this, picked up her teacup, and prepared to enjoy the sight of this little one's predicament, now that he was completely exposed in her eyes. However, the moment she activated her ability, attempting to read the truth or falsehood of Gui's words, she saw that the man beneath the hood did not exhibit the white aura representing truth, nor did he exhibit the gray mist representing lies. Neither appeared. What appeared around him was a mass of pure black mist, deep and constantly churning like an abyss, fundamentally incapable of being defined. That mist seemed like a hole connecting to some unknown world. Deep within the mist, Rose seemed to hear thousands upon thousands of eerie roars and wails she had never heard before. She seemed to see a microcosm of a world more despairing and terrifying than the wasteland itself, a world of corpses strewn across the fields and 100 ghosts roaming at night. That sight had already surpassed the limits of what her cat's eye stone could analyze. It was not something that could be described as true or false. It was something far more chaotic, more fundamental, encompassing countless possibilities. The unknown. Ugh. An uncontrollable groan of pain escaped Rose's throat. A searing, intense pain suddenly exploded from deep within her eye. She slammed her eyes shut. Almost the instant the severe pain hit, she instinctively forced her ability to shut down. But even so, it was too late. A warm, bright red liquid slowly trickled from the corner of her tightly closed left eye, leaving a shocking streak of blood on her fair, jade-like cheek. Gui was about to open his mouth to question her, but suddenly froze. He saw that the woman before him, who had been seductive and in control just moments ago, was now weeping blood from her left eye. What did she just do to him? Gui instantly realized what happened, and his gaze turned cold and dangerous. And Rose slowly opened her eyes. Her left eye had returned to its normal brown color, but a trace of lingering terror remained in her gaze. The way she looked at Gui had completely changed. It was no longer the look reserved for a moth or a toy. That look was a mix of apprehension, fanaticism, and an intelligence broker's nearly uncontrollable possessiveness toward an unknown secret. Gui's cold voice broke the silence. Was that fun? He pointed to the streak of blood on Rose's face. It seems some things are not meant for your eyes to see. Upon hearing his warning, Rose did not get angry, instead, she laughed. She extended her fair thumb and slowly wiped away the streak of blood on her cheek. Then, in front of Gui, she put the blood-stained fingertip into her mouth and gently sucked it clean. The action was full of savage seduction. Indeed. I shouldn't have looked. She licked her lips, not hiding the excitement in her eyes. But, precisely because of that, it's all the more interesting, isn't it? I'm no longer interested in your business. She stood up, the hem of her cheongsam sliding down to cover the tempting expanse of white skin. One Ice Chips can certainly grant you one audience with them. Like an elegant cat, she silently walked up to Gui. Before Gui could react, she reached out and gently adjusted the brim of his slightly messy hood with her fingertips, obscuring his face even more. Deeply. Her movement was quick, light, and full of irresistible dominance. Gui's body instantly tensed up. If he hadn't sensed no malice from this woman, he would have transformed and attacked on the spot. But now. Rose leaned down, bringing her mouth close to Gui's ear, and a warm breath mixed with perfume and the scent of blood drifted into his ear. I'm more interested in you. After speaking, she straightened up, giving Gui no time to react, and turned toward a wall deep within the room. Come with me. I'll take you to meet my artists. Rose turned and walked towards a wall deeper in the room, where a large oil painting hung. The painting was very strange, it had no concrete image, just a patch of crimson and black interwoven colors. Staring at it for too long would cause a dizzying and nauseating feeling from the depths of one's heart. She walked to the wall, extended her right hand, which was not stained with blood, and lightly pressed an inconspicuous corner of the frame. Click! The painting rippled like water. The crimson paint contracted and pulsed like living blood vessels, emitting a faint heartbeat sound. Immediately after, the entire wall silently split open from the middle, slowly sliding apart to both sides, revealing an elevator shaft made of cold alloy. Let's go, my guest. Rose turned her head and gave Gui a meaningful smile. Gui stood up and followed her expressionlessly. The elevator doors closed behind them and began to descend smoothly and quickly. The ambiguous and luxurious atmosphere from before was completely cut off. Inside the elevator, there were only cold metal walls and a single light fixture above, emitting a pale white glow. The temperature was rapidly dropping at a rate that could be clearly felt on the skin. In the air, the sweet scent of Rosemary's Dream gradually gave way to another, more pungent and real smell. It was the scent of disinfectant, machine oil, and a faint, cleverly concealed smell of blood in the ventilation system. Gui's gaze became serious. He knew he was entering the B-side of this paradise of desire. Ding! The elevator reached the bottom, emitting a crisp chime. The doors slowly slid open. The sight before him made Gui's pupils involuntarily constrict slightly. Outside the door was an extremely wide, pure white corridor that stretched as far as the eye could see. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of some seamless white polymer material, dazzlingly bright. This didn't look like a basement. It was more like a laboratory belonging to a madman. And the most terrifying aspect of this corridor was the rows of enormous glass cultivation tanks on both sides, extending from the floor to the ceiling. Each cultivation tank was filled with a murky, pale yellow nutrient solution. And immersed in the nutrient solution were various forms of completely distorted creatures. The one on the left, designated 003. Rose's voice was exceptionally clear in this silent corridor, where only the hum of the ventilation system could be heard. Like an excellent museum curator, she led Gui, walking and introducing her collection. He was a bounty hunter who lost both arms on a mission. He came to me, saying he wanted a new pair of hands that would allow him to wield a knife again. We implanted mantis-type bone blades. Post-surgery, large-scale biological rejection occurred, and thoracic tissue proliferation went out of control. The surgery was declared a failure. Gui followed her gaze. In that cultivation tank, a naked male body was immersed. A pair of enormous, grotesque blades, composed of metal and flesh, like those of a mantis, were implanted into his shoulders. But his entire chest had undergone a terrifying pathological change. His skin looked as if it had been boiled, covered in fist-sized, constantly festering and oozing tumors. What a pity! There was no trace of pity in Rose's tone, only regret. His body couldn't withstand the rejection, ruining this piece of work. She then pointed to another cultivation tank. Designated 007, a small gang leader. He was very afraid of death, so he wanted a bulletproof armor. We recommended the full body coverage package with a cadaver beetle exoskeleton. However, post-surgery, due to excessively low willpower, he was unable to suppress the implant's instincts, leading to the nervous system being reverse eroded and his personality overwritten. The experimental subject was discarded. In that tank was a monster that no longer resembled a human. His skin had been peeled off in large chunks, replaced by a pitted, black exoskeleton, seemingly composed of countless insect carapaces. But those exoskeletons had clearly not perfectly fused with his body. Countless thick fleshy tendrils wildly sprouted from the gaps in the carapace, like entangled, constantly wriggling earthworms. She continued to lead Gui, admiring them one by one. Those who wanted to implant wings, those who wanted 3 heads and 6 arms, and even those who wanted to completely merge themselves with a motorcycle. Each cultivation tank contained a wild dream, consumed by its own desire. Gui remained silent throughout. There was no expression on his face. He just listened attentively, observed, analyzed, and diligently collected this valuable intelligence. Rejection, genetic collapse, willpower erosion. It seemed these were all the prices that had to be paid on the gambler's path of the Stitcher. Every failed specimen was like a bloody warning. Warning all who came after, are you truly prepared? Passing through this oppressive corridor of failures. Ahead, a wider, circular hall, as vast as an aircraft hangar, appeared. Here, there were no longer those failed specimens immersed in nutrient solution. Instead, there were living, active, successful specimens. In the center of the hall was a bright circular platform. A tall woman with a delicate, angelic face, yet with a pair of huge, pitch-black bat wings extending from her back, stood in the center of the platform. Her appearance was identical to the female protagonist of the Invitation of the Night Demon advertisement Gui had seen outside, but she was clearly not the same person. She was wearing a black leather outfit and was cooperating with several researchers who were adjusting the wings on her back. The wings were clearly just decorative, but each time an electric current passed through the metal interface connected to her spine, the wings would subtly twitch. Just then, one adjustment caused her body to tremble violently, and a suppressed moan escaped her throat. She seemed to sense Gui's gaze, slowly raised her head, and from a distance of over 10 meters, her eyes, which should have been unfocused from pain, precisely locked onto Gui. She curved her lips into an extremely slow, provocative smile at him. Then she extended her crimson tongue, slowly licking her lips, which were somewhat dry from the electrical stimulation. Finally, she even blew Gui a silent kiss. In another corner, on a more luxurious platform covered with velvet cushions, a young girl with fluffy cat ears and a black tail was lazily curled up. Like a real cat, idly filing her modified, claw-like nails with one finger. Gui's brow furrowed slightly. His bizarre compendium had no reaction. Neither the night demon who was teasing him nor the seemingly harmless cat girl were, without a doubt, human. Your outdoor advertisement says they are anomalies. Gui's voice broke the silence. Rose seemed to have anticipated his question. She let out a light laugh, a hint of mockery for a young boy's naivety in her voice. Oh, little one, you didn't actually believe it, did you? She looked at Gui with interest. If it really were a wild bizarre compendium with only murderous desires in its head, what kind of customer do you think would dare to buy a ticket to come in and play? This is business. We sell titillation, fantasy, a little bit of carefully controlled danger. Not a one-way ticket to the slaughterhouse. As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes towards the other side of the hall. It's not just them, we also have fox spirits, elves, all kinds of styles, everything you could want. As long as the customer can afford the price, we can tailor the wildest dream for him, her. Rose turned her head and winked her intact right eye at Gui. How about it? Interested? After your business is done, I can let you experience it for free. Consider it my welcome gift, from your big sister. Gui did not respond to her teasing. His gaze had already passed over the merchandise and was directed towards the end of the hall. There stood a heavy, silver-white alloy door. The door had no superfluous decorations. Only a cold emblem deeply etched by laser. Gear and tentacle. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, Rose also found it uninteresting. She put away her smile and led him through this living exhibition hall, finally arriving at the large door. Alright, sightseeing time is over. Before pushing the door open, Rose stopped one last time. She turned around and cautioned Gui in a lazy yet slightly serious tone. A piece of advice for you, little one. The man inside is a true artist. And artists, well, you know, they're all a bit crazy. She reached out and tapped Gui's chest. Don't get yourself killed. She leaned closer to Gui, her eyes holding an undisguised intensity. After all, I'm really looking forward to you, my new toy. When you're done, come find me in my room. With that, she no longer looked at Gui's reaction, turned around, and placed her palm on the identifier in the center of the door. Hiss. The sound of hydraulic gas being released echoed. The alloy door slowly slid open to both sides. The thick alloy door slowly slid open. Behind the door, there was no scene of a slaughterhouse with blood and parts everywhere, as Gui had imagined. This place was more like a painter's studio. A slightly abnormal painter's studio. The space was large, but the lighting was dim, with only a few spotlights from the ceiling illuminating the central area of the room. The air was mixed with turpentine, paint, disinfectant, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of rust. The walls were covered with various paintings. Some were normal human figure sketches, but the body structures of the figures were marked with red lines indicating various possibilities for modification. More numerous were highly finished oil paintings depicting various half-human, half-machine, or half-human, half-monster creatures, their poses. Twisted yet possessing a bizarre sense of beauty. In the center of the studio, a man stood with his back to them. He wore a loose linen shirt stained with paint and unknown smudges, his hair was a bit messy, and he stood before a huge easel, holding an industrial spray gun, performing the final coloring on a thing tightly bound to the easel with iron chains. That thing once seemed to be a person. But now, half of its body was replaced by a growth of twisted bones, exposed tendons, and rusted metal fragments forcibly stitched together. At the junction of the growth and the flesh, fresh, coarse sutures were exposed. Rose. The painter didn't turn around, and his hands didn't stop moving, he just casually greeted her. Put him down, you can go. Rose seemed accustomed to this attitude. She threw a flirtatious glance at Gui's back, whispered, good luck, and then turned to leave. The alloy door slowly closed behind Gui. Click. With a soft sound, only Gui and the painter, who still had his back to him, remained in the entire studio. The sound of the spray gun stopped. The painter put down his tools, seemingly satisfied with his work. He took off his goggles, casually tossed them onto the nearby workbench, and turned around. He looked younger than Gui had imagined, around 30, with an ordinary, even somewhat delicate appearance. If not for the dirty shirt and the hint of madness, he would be indistinguishable from an ordinary office worker on the streets of the B-Ring district. New here? The painter pulled out a crumpled pack of mint cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and then tossed the pack to Gui. Gui shook his head. Don't smoke? The painter shrugged and took back the cigarette pack. Introduced by One-Eyed, so you must not be a small-timer. Tell me, what do you want? He pointed to his work behind him, which was still twitching slightly. Do you want to add opponents for yourself, or replace a leg? His tone was like a Tony from a street barbershop asking if you wanted a crew cut or a messy cut. I'll take a look first, Gui said. All right. The painter pointed to a table next to him, piled with blueprints and parts. There's a compendium there, take a look. Tell me which one you like. If you're a returning customer, I'll give you a 20% discount. Gui walked to the table and picked up the booklet with a faux leather cover. Path of Evolution, a Hymn of Flesh and Steel. He opened the first page. A strong smell, a mix of formalin and ink, wafted out. On the title page, there was no superfluous text, only a preface written in a cold and fanatical tone. Welcome to the next stage of evolution. Here, you will understand that contamination is not a curse, but a gift. Your weak human body will become the most beautiful canvas in our hands. Remember, your contamination value is the only fuel to drive this power. And the synchronization rate between your body and the implant determines how strong a power you can unleash. The higher the synchronization rate, the closer you are to God. Embrace it, utilize it, become it. Below the title page, there was also a line marked in red, Shop Rules. All prices are for surgery fees only. If a client can provide fresh, highly active bizarre materials, a 40% discount will be applied. Our material inventory is limited, and we cannot guarantee that all packages are always in stock. Want to become stronger? Go hunt for yourself. Guyi's eyes showed no fluctuation as he turned directly to the main text. The booklet was clearly divided into 3 parts. Phase 1, Implantation Period. This is your first step towards greatness. In this phase, we will implant a single F-grade bizarre tissue into you, allowing your body to taste evolution for the first time. You will feel pain, you will feel rejection, but it will all be worth it. Remember, any surgery carries a risk of failure. If you die on the operating table, it only proves that you are not qualified to be chosen by evolution. Below were several beginner packages recommended by the painter. Package, Nightwalker. Illustration, a close-up of half a man's face. His left eye has been replaced by an insect-like compound eye, emitting a faint red glow. Content, do you long to see through the darkness? We will implant the visual nerves of an F-grade, thermal worm, into you. You will gain basic thermal sensing, allowing you to easily find those prey hiding in the shadows of the ruins. Price, 1 pair of complete, thermal worm, nerve bundles, surgery fee 3,000 credit points. Maintenance advice, your new eyes will be sensitive to light and cause periodic migraines. It is recommended to take our special immunosuppressant long-term, only 500 credit points per month. Guyi's fingertips lightly traced the page. He recalled the bounty hunters he had easily pinpointed in the dark ruins with his Echo Bat sonar. So, this was their most primitive cheat code. Package, Gunslinger. Illustration, a close-up of a man's forearm, with the skin completely cut open. Half of the muscle tissue inside has been hollowed out and replaced by a large, grayish-white, maggot-like sac that is subtly pulsating. Embedded on the surface of the sac are several inch-long, needle-sharp, pale bone spikes, poised to strike. Content, tired of the risks of close-quarters combat? We will implant the living armor bone spike sac of an F-grade, bone spike worm, into your forearm. Through specialized muscle compression, you can launch regenerated bone spikes like bullets. Turn your body into the most concealed, most deadly bone gun. Price, 1 living armor bone spike sac of a bone spike worm, surgery fee 4,500 credit points. Friendly reminder, you will develop an irresistible craving for calcium. You will find yourself starting to enjoy gnawing on bones, whether animal or other. At the same time, to sustain the regeneration of bone spikes, your metabolism will become abnormally vigorous, leaving you perpetually hungry. Oh, and your fingernails will also begin to ossify and proliferate uncontrollably, so remember to file them daily, otherwise, they will pierce your own palms first. Package, Scorched Earth. Illustration, a man extends both hands, his palms covered with pores like volcanic rock. Black, steaming liquid drips from the pores, corroding small pits into the ground. Content, let your enemies wail in flames. The high-heat glands of an F-grade, scorched earth beetle, will be transplanted into your arms. You will be able to secrete a liquid that burns violently upon contact with air. Whether it's creating a wall of fire or turning your fists into bombs, it's all up to you. Price, 1 pair of scorched earth beetle glands, surgery fee 4,000 credit points. High-risk warning, your body temperature will permanently remain around 40 degrees Celsius. Your glands are extremely unstable, any violent external impact could cause them to detonate prematurely within your arms. Oh, and you will hopelessly fall in love with the beautiful sight of flames burning. Gui quickly flipped through a few pages. There were dozens more F-grade modifications, such as transplanting, acid sacs, or hardening skin to grow bone spikes, or reinforcing bones with the carapaces of hardened barnacles. These were all trades that exchanged a huge cost for a single ability. He directly turned to the next stage. Phase 2, Symbiosis Period. Congratulations, Survivor. Your body is no longer pure, which means you are qualified to bear more gifts. In this phase, we will implant more powerful E-grade tissues, or perform linked modifications of multiple F-grade tissues. You will become stronger, but also less human. Warning, the mortality rate for secondary modifications exceeds 50%. Please ensure your will is written. The packages here were clearly more powerful and more insane. Package, Scrap Crusher. Illustration, a brawny man with bulging muscles, whose shoulders and back have broken through the skin, growing a layer of massive, ferocious exoskeleton armor made of a mix of metal and bone, making him look like a humanoid rhinoceros. Content, Power. Infinite Power. We will connect the power spine of an E-grade, Scrap Brute, to your spinal system. You will gain an unstoppable charging ability. As long as you start running, your strength and defense will increase exponentially, and pain will be completely blocked. You will become an unstoppable living armor siege tank. Price, 1 power spine of a Scrap Brute, surgery fee 16,000 credit points. Driving instructions, once in a charging state, your brain will no longer be able to precisely control your body. You will be like an out-of-control truck, difficult to stop and difficult to turn. Furthermore, after the charge ends, you will fall into a state of exhaustion lasting several minutes. Remember, either your enemies are crushed into meat paste by you, or you become meat on someone else's cutting board. Package, Banshee. Illustration, a woman's profile, her mouth open in a silent scream, visible ripples appearing in the air before her. Tired of letting your fists do the talking? An E-grade, Howling Spirit's vocal cords will be your best gift. You'll be able to unleash a mental shockwave strong enough to terrify your enemies, making your prey's guts churn in fear. Price, 1, Howling Spirit, vocal cord, surgery fee 13,000 credit points. Disclaimer, your voice will become permanently hoarse and distorted. Furthermore, when emotional, your singing may indiscriminately attack listeners around you, including your teammates. Our shop is not responsible for any consequences arising from this. Package, Regenerator. Illustration, a man's chest is cut open, and a faintly beating, fleshy, non-human heart is implanted into his chest cavity. Content, death will no longer be your greatest fear. We will symbiotically graft an E-grade, Swamp Hydra, heart fragment with your heart. You will gain super-fast cellular regeneration. As long as you're not instantly headshot, even if your limbs are severed or your heart is pierced, you can regrow them in a short time. This is the top-tier insurance in the C-Ring district. Price, E-grade heart fragment, 3A grade activity, surgery fee 15,000 credit points. User feedback, your metabolism will become extremely terrifying. You will need to consume at least 10 kilograms of biomass, i.e., meat, every day to sustain the consumption of your regenerative ability. Once you are hungry, your new heart will start eating you from the inside out. Also, we cannot guarantee that your newly grown hand will still have 5 fingers. Gui's gaze lingered on Regenerator and Scrap Crusher for 2 more seconds. He had to admit, these abilities were indeed powerful. If he were an ordinary bounty hunter, seeing this, he would probably already be calculating if the credit points in his pocket were enough for a down payment. But Gui saw another side. The power was indeed strong, but the cost was turning himself into a caged beast driven by instinct. Forever hungry, forever angry, forever unable to stop. Such strength was contrary to what he pursued. At the end of this section, a brand new, specially highlighted section with a red border appeared. Artist's Masterpiece, Symphony Series. A single note can never become a movement. This is my true art. Forget those minor fixes. Here, I will perform a symphony for you from head to toe. Every bone, every inch of muscle, will sing for a common purpose. This is no longer modification, this is rebirth. Of course, you must first prepare enough tickets for art. Symphony Chapter 1, War Machine. Illustration, a deformed giant, nearly 2.5 meters tall. It no longer has skin, instead, there is a layer of dark red carapace fused tightly with its muscle tissue. Its arms have been replaced by two enormous battering rams made of bone and metal, with spiral-shaped keratin at the hammerheads. Its chest cavity is like an open furnace, revealing a massive second heart inside, pumping black liquid. Artistic concept, born for pure destruction. Abandon all superfluous thought, you only need to advance, destroy, and crush everything in front of you. You are a tireless living armor battering ram. Modification list. 1. E-grade, armored earth dragon, back carapace, forcibly fused with spine and ribs. 2. E-grade, battering ramworm, head ram, replaces both arms. 3. F-grade, raging heart, as a second engine, implanted in the chest cavity. 4. F-grade, iron stomach, digestive system modification, can directly consume metal for energy. Ticket price, full surgery fee 35,000 credit points, materials self-provided. Artist's warning, your brain will become as useful as your fists, that is to say, basically useless. Your emotions will be permanently locked in a state of rage. You will lose most of your pain sensation and all fear. Oh, and by the way, you need to eat at least half a ton of scrap metal every day, otherwise, your second heart will start eating your bones. Symphony Chapter 2, Night Shadow. Illustration, a black shadow, its limbs stretched to their limit, like a spider, silently hanging upside down from a ceiling pipe. Its skin has a translucent, optical camouflage-like texture. All 10 of its fingers have transformed into bone spikes, half a meter long and glowing with an eerie green light. Its face has been replaced by a hideous chitinous mask with only 3 red compound eyes. Artistic concept, dancing for ultimate predation. Shadows are your stage, silence is your step, fear is the last mercy you bestow upon your prey. Modification list. 1. E-grade, phase spider, neural cord, fused with the central nervous system, gaining short-distance blink ability. 2. E-grade, neurotoxic scorpion, venom gland and stinger, finger bone modification. 3. F-grade, mute moth, sound sac, vocal cords completely removed. 4. F-grade, thousand-eyed fly, compound eyes, overall facial modification. Ticket price, full surgery fee 32,000 credit points, materials self-provided. Artist's warning, you will completely lose human 5 senses and instead perceive this world in a whole new way. You will no longer be able to communicate with anyone. You will uncontrollably develop an urge to track, dismember, and collect prey that interests you. You will be very lonely, but you will also greatly enjoy this loneliness. Gu Yi's fingertip stopped on the page. He had to admit, these synergistic modifications were very strong. The artist wasn't exaggerating, these were indeed miracles that could allow an ordinary person to ascend to E-grade peak, or even quasi-D grade. Combat power, in one step. But this was not evolution. This was a beautifully packaged suicide. No matter how crazy or dangerous his transformation was, he could turn back into a human after the battle. But these people, once they stepped onto the operating table, could never come back. Gu Yi expressionlessly turned to the last page. Phase 3, Saturation Period. This page had no packages. There was only an invitation from the artist himself, full of fanaticism and incitement. This is the ultimate art. And it is my lifelong pursuit. To achieve perfect resonance of multiple E-grade cores, or even D-grade fragments, within a single body. To create a walking natural disaster. To this day, no canvas has reached this stage. But this does not mean it cannot be achieved. It only means that previous canvases were too weak. And you, will you be the special one? Come, embrace this greatness. Become my most perfect masterpiece. Even if you fail, your corpse will be the most dazzling star in my gallery. Below the invitation was a huge illustration that occupied 2 entire pages. That was no longer human.
It was just a monster, retaining a vague human outline, haphazardly stitched together from countless twisted flesh, carapaces, metal, and overgrown
bones.
On its body, one could see the shadows of all previous packages: insect compound eyes, arthropod appendages, bull bone armor, pulsating blood
Vessels.
At the bottom of the illustration, there was also a line of official-sounding warning.
Note, this is a theoretical stage, with a 0 success rate.
Our shop assumes no responsibility for any accidents that occur to the canvas in pursuit of art, such as instant explosion, melting into a puddle of
goo, or turning into a constantly screaming me tree. Gooey slowly closed the booklet. He completely understood now.
This path was a one-way express train fueled by one's own sanity and body.
A shortcut to hell.
Compared to the bizarre compendium, it was too weak, and the cost was too great.
This was Gooey's most direct assessment in his mind. How was it?
The artist took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke blurring his ordinary face.
Have you decided? I'm not interested in these. Gooey placed the booklet back on the table. The smile on the artist's face faded. Not interested? He frowned. Then why did you come here? To chat with me?
I heard. Gooey pointed to the various mechanical arms and exoskeletons scattered on the floor behind the artist, that you also make external things.
Here. The artist's expression became a bit strange.
He looked Gooey up and down, as if re-evaluating him.
External armaments?
He blew out a smoke ring, his tone carrying a hint of an artist's disdain for mass-produced goods.
Can those things even be called artworks? Just a pile of soulless scrap metal. I just want to buy weapons. Gooey's tone was firm.
The artist looked at him, silent. In the studio, only the suppressed groans of the half-finished, modified human remained, caused by pain.
After a full half-minute, the artist suddenly laughed. Ha! Ha 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 ha!
He laughed loudly, even somewhat hysterically.
Interesting, truly interesting.
He stubbed out his cigarette, looking at Gooey with the eyes of someone who had discovered something new. Rejecting a miracle that could make oneself ascend in one step, yet insisting on picking up those stones by the roadside.
He shook his head, seemingly finding Gooey's choice foolishly endearing. All right then.
He sighed, as if compromising.
The customer is God, even if this God's taste is as rotten as a pile of shit. He turned and walked into the deeper shadows of the studio. Since you only want to buy a few toys, then follow me.
The painter led Gooey deeper into the shadows of the workshop.
I heard that the Stitcher's headquarters isn't in the West District? Gooey asked casually as he walked. Headquarters?
The painter didn't stop, nor did he turn his head, merely letting out a disdainful snort from his nose.
That's for those who need to report to the old-fashioned fuddy-duddies. I'm just a craftsman, not an office worker.
He casually pushed open an oil-stained iron door, stepping aside to let Gooey enter.
Wherever I am, that's where my workshop is.
He paused, as if remembering something, a strange smile playing on his lips.
Besides, don't you think it's great here?
Rosemary is the richest and freshest source of raw materials in the entire C-Ring district. Every day, countless people whose bodies and wallets have been emptied by desire cry and beg me to add something exciting for them. Rose is a smart businesswoman. She introduces clients to me, and I help her maintain her merchandise.
Since partnering with her, my business has more than tripled. He patted a blueprint of a mechanical heart on the wall.
Even my craftsmanship has improved significantly.
Gooey didn't speak.
He finally understood. This guy was a top butcher who had opened his slaughterhouse next to a pigsty. The two passed through a narrow corridor filled with various discarded prosthetics and metal parts. Just as they passed the entrance to a lower-level cellar, sealed by a huge cross-shaped iron lock, Gooey's mind suddenly buzzed. The bizarre compendium deep within his soul began to flash wildly at that moment.
Detected collectible target. Threat level, low. Quantity, multiple.
The compendium's notifications flooded his mind like snowflakes.
Guyi's steps unconsciously slowed by half a beat. He glanced at the cellar entrance. It was locked. There were things inside, alive. He understood everything in an instant. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. When he read Path of Evolution earlier, he found it strange. Since the Stitcher offered so many modification packages that required bizarre materials, and many surgeries explicitly stated a need for highly active organs, they absolutely couldn't rely solely on the sporadic materials brought by bounty hunters, who worked inconsistently. They must have their own inventory. A mobile refrigerator specifically for storing live bizarre creatures. A bold idea instantly formed in Guyi's mind. He had originally only intended to buy a weapon this time. But now he felt that he might be able to negotiate a bigger deal. A deal that could completely solve his endurance problem. Do you sell live ones here too? Guyi's voice suddenly rang out. The painter, who was about to open a door ahead, stopped. He slowly turned his head, looking at Guyi with an extremely strange expression. What did you say? I said, live bizarre creatures. Do you sell them? The painter was stunned. He had worked here for so many years and seen all sorts of strange customers. Some came to sell their own arms and legs, some came to sell the heads of their enemies, and even more came to sell various bizarre materials they had salvaged from the wasteland. But this was the first time he had heard someone wanting to buy a live bizarre creature from him. Because usually, that line was his. As a stitcher with an enormous demand for bizarre materials, he typically issued tasks to recover them. But now, what the hell was this guy doing? Buying a pet to play with? Ha! The painter couldn't help but laugh. I say, buddy, did you get something wrong? This isn't a pet shop. Everyone who comes here sells materials. But you want to buy stock from me in reverse? What do you want to buy that thing for? Could it be you're also someone who likes to do things yourself? He looked at Guyi, a hint of curiosity for a kindred spirit in his eyes. I have my own uses. Guyi didn't explain. All right then. The painter shrugged. But unfortunately, this really isn't for sale. These things are all my reserves for research and for performing surgeries on clients. Every single one has a purpose. He paused, as if he felt that a direct refusal was too abrupt, and added, however. If you really want one, it's not impossible. I don't sell, but I accept bartering. Oh? Guyi's heart stirred. My live samples here are consumed in large quantities. If you can provide me with fresh materials of equivalent value that are on my list, I can consider trading with you, the painter said. Understood. Guyi's reply was crisp and decisive. For him, this deal was like a pie falling from the sky. The most abnormal thing about the bizarre compendium was that each transformation would reset the form to the peak, most complete state of that bizarre creature. This led to a problem. Every time he transformed, he was essentially generating out of thin air a brand new, intact bizarre shell. And this shell itself was the highest grade bizarre material. Previously, when he sold the Echobat corpses to the butcher gang, it felt like selling gold bars from the old world at the price of scrap metal. His heart bled from the loss. Now, he had finally encountered a discerning, seemingly well-off big buyer. How could he let this opportunity slip by? The materials I can consistently provide are. He looked at the painter, calmly listing the stock in his fishery. Blood of Contamination, Grudge Rat, Skeletal Hound. And the Echo Bat King. The painter's originally playful expression paused slightly at the last name. At first, he thought he had misheard. Blood of Contamination? Although that stuff was low-grade, because it was liquid, it was extremely difficult to preserve, and there was rarely highly active stock on the black market. Grudge Rat and Skeletal Hound were the most common materials in the C-Ring district, but consistently provide? This meant that the other party had an extremely efficient hunting channel. As for the last one, Echo Bat King? That was an E-rank bizarre creature. And a tribal leader. To kill one would require at least a well-equipped bounty hunter squad, paying a certain price, to even be possible. Yet, the man before him spoke of these as casually as a butcher in a market reporting how many caddies of pork he had brought in today. He raised his eyes and re-examined the man whose face was obscured by a hood. Echo Bat King? He confirmed, the E-rank one? Yes. The painter's gaze became somewhat meaningful. He silently raised Gui's threat level in his mind by another notch. A supplier who could consistently provide E-rank bizarre materials was probably unparalleled in the entire C-ring district. The painter finally couldn't resist asking, what exactly do you do? A supplier who wants to cooperate with you long-term. Gui replied calmly. The painter stared at him for a long time, seemingly trying to read something from his face. But Gui's face remained hidden in the shadows of his hood, making it unclear. Finally, the painter gave up. He knew that every skilled hunter had their secrets. Prying was a major taboo in this industry. The painter's tone returned to its emotionless steadiness. But, business is business. I want all the things you mentioned. However, I need to inspect them to ensure their activity meets my standards. No problem. He nodded. Later, I'll give you a list. As long as you can get the items on it, you can exchange them for any of my stock. Since it's a collaboration, Gui took the opportunity to propose his second request, then I need a container to hold things. This request was his biggest goal today, besides a weapon. Ever since he instantly recovered his status by devouring that grudge rat in the sewer, an idea had been swirling in his mind. He needed a portable lunchbox. A mobile blood bag that would allow him to pull out a piece of bizarre material anytime, anywhere, and stuff it into his mouth to replenish his mental energy. And since this painter could safely store live bizarre creatures here, it meant he must have mastered some technology that could effectively suppress the bizarre creature's activity and isolate the spread of contamination. This technology was exactly what Gui needed most at the moment. I need a container that can isolate contamination. Gui looked at the painter and added, I can't always come to trade with you carrying a bloody bag. That's too inefficient and not good for either of us. The painter thought about it and felt that the request was reasonable. A supplier who could guarantee the freshness of materials was far more valuable than one who only delivered corpses. No problem. He nodded. I'll take you to the warehouse to pick one out later. With that, he stopped talking nonsense, turned, and pushed open the only seemingly normal wooden door at the end of the corridor. Here we are. Welcome to my armory. Behind the door was a huge room, 3 times larger than the workshop outside. This was the artificial armaments display room, which the painter had scornfully called iron lumps and toys. The entire room was like a madman's weapon museum. The walls were covered with firearms, knives, and armor of various bizarre shapes. Each piece exuded the unique, rugged, violent, and reckless style of the C-ring district. This way. Although he complained, the painter, once in work mode, was very professional. Like a patient salesperson, he led Gui to a shelf hung with various shotguns. Vengeful Marksman, the best-selling entry-level model. He picked up a rugged-looking double-barrel shotgun and skillfully pulled the bolt. The barrel is engraved with the hatred runes of the grudge rat, and their tooth powder is mixed into the pellets. When fired, it can cause a slight mental shock to the target, with a chance of inducing 1 second of fear. As for the side effect, he pointed to a small hole on the gunstock that constantly oozed black viscous liquid. If you fire it too many times, you'll hear someone cursing in your ear. You'll get used to it. He casually tossed the gun back onto the shelf and then dragged out a tattered-looking riot shield from a nearby corner. The shield's surface was covered in scratches and bullet holes, but in the center of the shield was embedded a crystal-like substance that shifted with light, displaying bizarre colors. The Crybaby Riot Shield is a good defensive item. The painter flicked the crystal with his finger. This thing is skin stripped from an F-grade bazaar called the masochistic gargoyle. That thing has a nasty habit, the more you hit it, the harder it gets. So, this shield is the same, he grinned. Bullets and claws hitting it will instantly harden the impact point, multiplying its defense several times. The only drawback. His smile turned a little malicious. The gargoyle gets off on being hit. So, every time you successfully block an attack with this shield, it will transmit that pleasure directly into your arm through the grip. Use it too much, and you might just fall in love with the feeling of being beaten. Without waiting for Gui to ponder, he pulled out several palm-sized metal discs from a drawer and tossed one to Gui. The Pathfinder induction mine is for scouting, not a bomb. Gui caught the disc. It was cool to the touch. In the center of the disc was a glowing yellow glandular body, like amber, encased within it. It contains the gland of a guiding fireflies. Break open the safety catch on the back, throw it out, and it will start emitting a faint glow that attracts low-level Bazaar, the painter explained. When something approaches within 3 meters of it, it will emit an extremely piercing shriek. It's a decent early warning system and lure. As for the side effects, he pointed to his temple. The core power of the guiding fireflies is deception and misdirection. After you use it, for the next hour, your own sense of direction will be a mess. You might walk into walls, or even get lost on a straight road. The painter introduced each item one by one. Each weapon had bizarre and powerful effects that made one covet them. And similarly, each had side effects that made one's scalp tingle. Gui listened intently, but he didn't make a decision immediately. Do you have a list? He asked. Here. The painter pulled out a greasy, 3 times thicker than evolutionary path binder from a dusty box beside him and tossed it to Gui. Look for yourself. When you find something you like, just note down the number. Gui took the binder and began to carefully flip through it, page by page. The weapons inside were dazzling and far more numerous than what the painter had introduced. He quickly found what he needed. It looked like a pulsating heart made of dark red metal and some kind of hypertrophic tissue. Below the heart, several thick tubes with sharp needles were connected. Living blood pump? Item description: a high-risk biological medical device. It can convert swallowed flesh into a regenerative solution containing powerful life energy. Item effect: when in use, the input needle must be inserted into the user's body. The device will begin to consume the user's flesh, and after 30 seconds, a dose of type A regenerative solution will be generated from the output. Needle. This solution can quickly heal most puncture wounds, lacerations, and accelerate bone healing. Item side effect: each dose of regenerative solution generated consumes approximately 1 pound of the user's flesh tissue. This process is irreversible, cannot be interrupted, and does not include hemostatic function. Gui's eyes lit up when he saw the phrase, consumes approximately 1 pound of the user's flesh tissue. He immediately looked up at the painter. Tell me more about this thing. The painter followed his gaze, a mixed expression of admiration and regret on his face. The living blood pump. He smacked his lips, as if savoring a work he was very satisfied with but had received a lukewarm market response. Oh, this is a good thing. A true miracle. He walked to a sealed glass cabinet, took out the slightly pulsating metal heart from inside, and held it in his hand. See? This little gadget is practically a mobile spring of life, he said with an almost reverent tone. No matter how badly you're injured, even if you lose limbs, as long as you're not instantly dead, one injection will have you bouncing back. Then why doesn't anyone buy it? Gui asked directly. Because it's fair, the painter grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. It saves your life. You have to feed it. He flicked the metal heart with his finger. 1 pound of meat for 1 tube of medicine. A very fair trade, isn't it? But the problem is. His smile became full of malice. Which of these guys in the C-Ring district, who live by the blade, has a few pounds of meat to trade? After a fight, you give yourself 2 injections, and sure, your wounds are healed,
but you've also gone into shock from excessive blood loss.
Before the enemy can even act, you've already drained yourself dry.
The painter put the living blood pump back into the cabinet and said to Gui in a tone of sharing an industry secret. So, no one usually buys this thing for their own use. Those who buy it are truly smart people.
For example, some gang leaders.
They wouldn't bear to feed it their own flesh.
They'll catch a few disobedient, unlucky souls and lock them in the basement. They'll keep this thing plugged into those blood bags 24 hours a day.
Whenever they need medicine, they'll just draw some.
Convenient, fast, and without any side effects. But Gui wasn't scared after hearing this. 1 pound of flesh? Forced sacrifice?
For others, using it once was like walking through the gates of hell. But for him, Gui's mind instantly conjured the meat cabinet butcher's massive, meat mountain-like, infinitely regenerating body.
The one thing he didn't lack was flesh.
This was simply a blood bag tailor-made for him. Just as he was about to close the binder and decide to buy it, his gaze inadvertently swept to the last category on the list, marked as
miscellaneous. Then, his gaze fixed on one of the items. It was an extremely cool-looking electric guitar with a black and red color scheme. Next to the item's illustration were its name and effect. Heartbeat Reverb Electric Guitar.
Item effect: no external power or amplification equipment required. When played, it automatically captures the player's strongest emotions and transforms them into an emotional force field, which spreads through the music, affecting all who hear it within a small range.
Note, the stronger the emotion, the better the effect.
Gui stared at the description, stunned.
Lin Xiaoqi's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. That was after the slaughterhouse incident.
Old Wine, to soothe everyone's nerves, had splurged and treated everyone to a real home-cooked meal at Auntie Lu Fang's house. At the dinner table, Li Fei, for some unknown reason, joked that Lin Xiaoqi listened to all that clanging and banging rock music like a tomboy. Lin Xiaoqi, pouting, seriously retorted that rock wasn't noise, it was a shout. It was the shout of people who refused to accept their fate. Shouting at themselves and at this messed up world. She also said that her biggest dream was to one day save enough money to buy a real electric guitar that could actually make sound and hold a concert. He still owed her a birthday present.
Gui silently noted down the guitar's number.
He closed the binder and handed it back to the painter. "I'll take the living blood pump." Then, he pointed to the last page of the binder.
Also, what does this miscellaneous category mean? Why is there no price? The painter took the binder, flipped to the last page, and glanced at it.
Miscellaneous means exactly what it says, he said somewhat helplessly. They're all scraps I made during experiments, or little trinkets I picked up from outside.
Their functions are quite interesting, but they're useless for fighting. My customers here are all people who live dangerously. Who would spend money on a trinket that can't kill anyone? He looked at Gui as if he were looking at a kindred spirit with equally peculiar tastes. After a while, these things just piled up. I couldn't sell them, and I couldn't bear to throw them directly into the furnace. So, I just put them all in the miscellaneous section. He looked at Gui, then suddenly grinned. What? Did you find something you like? Never mind, since it's your first time here, and if what you say is true, you'll be a big client of mine in the future. He waved his hand generously. Pick anything you like, it's on me.
A flicker of imperceptible amusement crossed Gui's eyes.
Then many thanks. He pointed to the illustration of the heartbeat reverb. I'll take that one. The painter led Gui to retrieve the slightly pulsating living blood pump from the glass cabinet and then took a black metal briefcase with a biohazard symbol from nearby. He skillfully placed the blood pump into the groove in the case, securing it, and then threw in a few disposable sterile needles. Here, your spring of life. When you go back, use it sparingly. Don't accidentally suck yourself into a jerky. He then turned and retrieved the black and red heartbeat reverb electric guitar from the corner, along with a worn canvas strap. And this, your complimentary gift. He handed the guitar to Gui, his eyes filled with the curiosity of someone looking at a freak. I really don't understand you anymore. First, you come here wanting to reverse purchase Live Bazaar, then you buy something that all smart people use to drain their enemies dry. And in the end, the complimentary gift you pick is a broken guitar that can't even kill a mouse? I've seen madmen who crave power. I've also seen artsy youths who want to die clutching a musical instrument. But someone who wants both. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Gui ignored his teasing, silently took the briefcase, and then slung the electric guitar onto his back. Alright, you've got your things. The painter clapped the dust from his hands. Let's go. It's time to pick a better container for you. The painter led Gui and pushed open an iron door hidden behind a shelf. Behind the door was an even narrower, more oppressive staircase leading downwards. The walls were no longer clean white, but rough concrete stained with water. The smell of disinfectant had completely vanished from the air, replaced by an intensely thick stench of blood, formaldehyde, and the putrid odor of some biological internal organs. The smell made Gui frown involuntarily. What? Can't stand the smell? The painter seemed to notice his reaction and chuckled without turning his head. This is what fresh smells like. He seemed to enjoy the smell, even taking a deep breath. The things upstairs are just merchandise for outsiders, this is where I work. At the end of the stairs was another heavy iron door. The painter didn't use a key, he simply raised a foot and, with a loud clang, violently kicked the door open. An even more intense foul odor assailed them. This was the painter's material storage room. The room was smaller than Gui expected, and much more chaotic. Rather than a warehouse, it looked more like a discarded slaughterhouse backstage. Bones still clinging to flesh and nameless biological internal organs were strewn haphazardly on the floor. In the corner, several huge, slightly wriggling chunks of meat were piled up, with tubes inserted into them in unknown liquids. The most striking feature in the entire room was a row of large glass refrigerated cabinets, like specimen displays, lined against the wall. Through the glass, various bizarre organs and tissues preserved in formaldehyde could be seen inside. Just take a look around. The painter was accustomed to all of this. He walked to a relatively clean shelf and began searching for something. Don't touch anything randomly, some things look dead but are actually still alive. Gui didn't admire the exhibits, his objective was clear. The painter quickly took a silver-gray metal box, about the size of a briefcase and looking somewhat worn, from the shelf and tossed it directly to Gui. Take it. Gui caught the box, it was cold and heavy in his hands. F-grade biological specimen standard containment unit. The painter lit a cigarette, leaned against the shelf, and began to explain, the box walls are made from RSCP. Scrapped stable anchor casing material, melted down and recast. It can suppress the activity of low-grade materials to the greatest extent. He pointed to the clasps on the box with his chin. Open it and take a look. Gui placed the box on the ground and opened it. Inside, it was divided into 6 equally sized independent compartments, each filled with a translucent, gel-like substance. Each compartment can operate independently, the painter explained. As long as you put those materials in, the stabilizing gel inside will make them temporarily dormant. As long as it's not anything E-grade or above, they'll stay put. Gui nodded in satisfaction, this item was incredibly useful to him. He closed the box and picked it up. Pleasure working with you. Not so fast. The painter exhaled a smoke ring and then pulled out a folded checklist, sealed in waterproof plastic, from his pocket, tossing it to Gui. Take this, this is our long-term cooperation procurement list. Gui took the list and unfolded it. It was densely filled with hundreds of bizarre materials he had either heard of or not. From the most basic, grudge rat's tail, and cork shell insect carapace, to some he had never heard of, such as whispering vine spores, and mirror man fragments.
Next to each material, simple origin information and characteristic descriptions were noted in handwritten, extremely messy script. Gui noticed that some extremely rare F-grade bizarre materials with special rule attributes, such as a bizarre tongue named Tongue of Lies, had an
exchange value 3 times higher than a common E-grade Echobat King's Core. He understood instantly.
In the eyes of a technical professional like the Stitcher, the functionality of a material was far more valuable than its mere combat grade. This also gave him a clearer plan for his future hunting targets. He carefully folded the list and put it in his pocket. The value of this list was immense.
All right. The painter extinguished his cigarette. You've got the goods, time to settle up. He held up 2 fingers.
A living blood pump, 1 price, 15,000 credit points.
This box is on me. After all, you'll be using it to deliver goods to me in the future. 15,000. But Gui nearly pulled out his black credit points terminal without changing his expression. Beep. With a soft sound, the transfer was complete.
The painter looked at the long string of numbers that instantly appeared on his terminal and whistled.
Ha, a rich man.
He looked at Gui, and the curiosity in his eyes, like seeing a kindred spirit, returned.
I'm getting more and more curious about what you actually do. A regular bounty hunter.
Gui picked up the briefcase and the guitar from the ground, replying indifferently.
All right then.
The painter shrugged.
Anyway, I only care about money and materials. He grinned at Gui. Come again often, my big supplier. Gui said nothing more, just nodded.
Then, carrying his spoils, he turned without hesitation and walked out of this warehouse filled with blood and madness. As he passed through the studio again, filled with artworks, and walked past the modified human tied to the easel, who was now completely
unconscious.
As he once again walked through that oppressive corridor of failures, past the twisted monsters immersed in jars, there was only one thought in his mind, clearer than ever before.
Get stronger as quickly as possible. Get stronger at all costs. He must not become one of them.
When Gui walked out of Rosemary's Dream's grand door, carved from precious blackwood, it was already late at night. He carried the black briefcase containing the living blood pump and the brand new electric guitar on his back, walking quickly down the now somewhat
deserted street.
He felt as if he had forgotten something. But his mind was entirely focused on how to use the living blood pump and the hunting targets on that procurement list. As for what he forgot, he thought about it, decided it probably wasn't important, and stopped thinking about it, quickening his pace back to the hive. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Rosemary's Dream,
in Rose's room,
she had changed into a more seductive black silk nightgown. On the table was an opened bottle of old-world vintage red wine and 2 crystal-clear stemmed glasses. She was leaning languidly on the sofa, toying with an empty red wineglass in her hand. The impossibly handsome male attendant appeared silently behind her.
Sister Rose. That guest has already left Rosemary's Dream. Rose's hand, toying with the wineglass, paused. The smile on her face slowly vanished. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a long while,
she suddenly let out an extremely faint, almost inaudible chuckle, filled with pleasure and danger.
Ha! Sea Ring District. It was the first time a man had dared to stand her up. Interesting. Truly. More and more interesting.
When Gui returned to the hive, carrying his box and guitar, he was met not by the usual silence, but by a lively atmosphere bordering on a
celebration.
The small living room at the hive, which the team collectively rented as a lounge, was brightly lit, and every single member of Squad 7 was present. Even Shen Hao, the usually reclusive tech guy, had, for once, emerged from his server room. Although he was still clutching a terminal, he was at least physically present.
Ai, you're finally back. Li Fei was the first to spot him.
The young man's face was flushed red, and he was so excited he looked like a child who had just received New Year's money, his speech slightly
slurred. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We have amazing news.
Several bottles of Blackwater wine were uncharacteristically placed on the central table in the living room, and Auntie Lu Fan was cheerfully
distributing food to everyone.
Lin Xiaoqi's face was also graced with a brilliant, heartfelt smile. Meanwhile, Wang Xinghua, the supposed most steady patriarch, was leaning back on the sofa, a bottle of liquor in his hand. He had also just returned shortly before.
What's going on? Gui put down his items and asked, slightly confused. Did we get a bonus? It's better than a bonus. Li Fei excitedly wrapped an arm around Gui's shoulder. We're moving. Moving? That's right.
Old man Wang took a swig of his drink and explained with his booming voice, I went to the company today for the handover, and the
Human Alliance approved a merit reward apartment for us. It's in the Eastern District. 3 rooms, 1 living room. With a separate bathroom. Damn, it even has a small balcony. The Eastern District? Gui's heart skipped a beat.
Although the Eastern District of C Ring District was still outside the wall, it was the area closest to the B Ring District Purification Channel and
had the best security.
Most residents there were official employees of companies with official backing, like Jingchen Security. For ordinary people in C Ring District, it was already considered a rich neighborhood. What Old Man Wang means is, Lin Xiaoqi's eyes were sparkling, filled with anticipation for the future. Squad 7, all of us, are moving there.
Together. We won't have to squeeze into this broken place anymore. Auntie Lu Fang added with a laugh.
I heard there's a small fresh market in the Eastern District.
From now on, Auntie will cook you real meals. So that was it.
Gui watched the teammates in front of him, who were joyfully discussing like family what flowers they would plant on the balcony and what kind of
lamp they would install in the living room.
His heart, which had become somewhat cold and hardened after witnessing the madness of the Stitcher, involuntarily softened.
That's right.
For them, a place they could call home was more important than any weapon or any supernatural power. His gaze fell upon Li Fei, who was grinning foolishly while looking at Lin Xiaoqi, and then he looked at the canvas guitar bag slung over his own
back.
A thought suddenly popped into his mind. He waved at Li Fei, come outside for a moment.
Huh? Oh.
Li Fei followed Gui out to the dim corridor outside the door, utterly confused.
What is it, i.e.? Gui didn't speak, he just handed the brand new canvas guitar bag to him. This is for you. For me? Li Fei was even more bewildered. I don't know how to play this thing. It's not for you to use. Gui looked at him and gave an unmistakable glance toward the room inside. It's your chance. Didn't Xiaoqi always want a guitar she could play? Li Fei's breathing instantly hitched. He looked at the guitar bag in his hands, then glanced at the girl inside who was smiling like the sun, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Of course he knew. He knew better than anyone how much Lin Xiaoqi loved music, and how much she loved that thing called rock and roll. He had always dreamed of giving her a real guitar. This thought struggled wildly in his mind. If he just nodded, he could take this guitar inside and give it to his favorite girl in his own name. He could imagine how surprised and happy Xiaoqi would be. But Li Fei's hand, gripping the guitar strap, turned white at the knuckles. In the end, he slowly shook his head and pushed the guitar back into Gui's hands. His voice was hoarse but unusually firm, I appreciate the thought. But I can't do this. He looked up at Gui, his eyes showing no hesitation. This is a gift you want to give. I can't take your thoughtfulness and use it to win her favor. I do like Xiaoqi. But if I have to lie even about the gift I give her, then I'd look down on myself. Gui looked at him, looking at this young man who, in a dog-eat-dog place like C Ring District, still retained a degree of innocence. Gui smiled. He reached out and clapped Li Fei hard on the shoulder. All right. He didn't try to persuade him further. Some things were more precious than any assist. The two walked back into the living room, where the lively atmosphere hadn't diminished at all.
Gui walked straight up to Lin Xiaoqi and handed her the guitar bag under the curious gazes of everyone present. Here. Ha! Lin Xiaoqi was stunned. I forgot your last birthday, Gui said in his usual concise manner. This was a free gift I casually picked up from a client. It's useless to me, so you take it. He deliberately emphasized the word gift to ensure this sensitive girl wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. Lin Xiaoqi looked at the guitar bag in front of her, then at Gui's expressionless face hidden beneath his hood, and hesitated. This is too valuable. What's valuable about a free gift? Gui said flatly. If you don't want it, I'll just take it to the black market later and trade it for 2 bottles of blackwater. Oh, Xiaoqi, just take it. Auntie Lufang mediated with a smile. This is a rare display of thoughtfulness from Ai. Li Fei also watched her from the side with an encouraging look. Lin Xiaoqi finally stopped refusing, carefully accepted the guitar bag, and a smile 100 times brighter than before slowly bloomed on her face. Thank you, brother Ai. She eagerly pulled open the zipper. When the brand new, black and red electric guitar, full of rock and roll spirit, appeared before everyone, stars seemed to twinkle in Lin Xiaoqi's eyes. She reached out and carefully hugged the guitar to her chest, in a posture bordering on pilgrimage. Her fingers gently stroked the cold body of the instrument and plucked the 6 shimmering metallic strings. Zhun. Without being connected to any equipment, the guitar emitted a crisp, full chord. Lin Xiaoqi froze. She had only subconsciously pressed a few of her favorite chords from memory. Then, a miracle happened. The guitar seemed to sense the uncontrollable excitement and joy currently surging within her. A passionate, powerful electric guitar intro suddenly burst forth from the instrument's body. The sound was loud and clear, as if connected to an invisible, top-tier sound system cranked up to maximum volume. Tommy used to work on the docks, union's been on strike, he's down on his luck, it's tough. So tough. A vibrant male voice from the old world, accompanied by fierce drum beats and bass, reverberated throughout the entire lounge. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Li Fei was the first to shout. This thing sings by itself? Lin Xiaoqi, hugging the guitar, was completely frozen. She could clearly feel that the song wasn't being played by the guitar itself, rather, the guitar was translating her current emotions, the feeling of not giving up hope and desperately yearning to live on even in the despair of C-Ring District, into musical notes. We're halfway there. Oh. Livin' on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh. Livin' on a prayer. The passionate chorus brought the atmosphere of the entire living room to a climax. Although they didn't understand the lyrics, they felt as if the song was singing about themselves. The song ended, and the echoes faded. The living room was first met with a deathly silence, which was immediately followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers and whistles. That's awesome, old Gu. Where did you dig up a treasure like this? Li Fei forcefully pounded Guyi's shoulder. Lin Xiaoqi hugged the slightly vibrating guitar, her face flushed with excitement, unable to utter a single word for a long time. However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, Lin Xiaoqi, holding her guitar, couldn't help but recall another melody in her mind. A melody that was completely opposite to the hopeful rock music playing before her. It was the monotonous, eerie song she had occasionally heard a few children humming in a corner when she visited the orphanage some time ago. The smile on Lin Xiaoqi's face slowly faded, replaced by a deep, unconcealed worry. This subtle change did not escape the eyes of Old Man Wang and Gui. What's wrong, Xiaoqi? Old Man Wang put down his wine bottle and asked with concern, aren't you happy even after receiving a gift? Lin Xiaoqi held her guitar and remained silent for a long time. She glanced at her family around her, and ultimately, her worry for the children at the orphanage overcame her desire not to trouble anyone. She took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Captain Wang, and everyone, her voice trembled slightly, regarding the orphanage, I have something I want to tell you. The living room instantly fell silent, and all eyes focused on Lin Xiaoqi. She didn't exaggerate, simply recounting the scattered anomalies she had observed. Just a while ago, when I went to see the children, I noticed a few kids always like to huddle together, humming a very strange song, with only a few
repeated lines.
And another time, I saw a girl named Shoya drawing many strange red circles on the ground in the courtyard with chalk. As she spoke, her voice became somewhat uncertain.
But, the strangest thing is, I went again this afternoon, wanting to deliver the leftover candies from last time. As a result, there were no anomalies at all. The children were all playing games normally, very happy.
No one was humming that song anymore, and the red circles drawn on the ground had all been erased. Lin Xiaoqi scratched her head in frustration. I even started to wonder if I've been too tired lately, too sensitive, treating children's random.
Humming is something significant.
Before she finished speaking.
Red circles? Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. One was Old Man Wang. The other was Gui.
The temperature in the previously lively living room seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. Old Man Wang's face, flushed from drinking, instantly turned pale. He stared intently at Lin Xiaoqi, his eyes filled with an unbelievable horror. And Gui, though still hidden in the shadow of his hood, Li Fei could feel that the man sitting beside him had instantly tensed his entire body, like a steel plate stretched to its limit. Red circles. Old Man Wang's voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing. Xiaoqi, are you sure you saw red circles? Yes, Lin Xiaoqi was startled by their reactions. It was just a very ordinary circle, drawn with red chalk.
What's wrong?
Old Man Wang did not answer her. He and Gui, opposite him, exchanged glances simultaneously.
Why didn't you say this earlier?
Old Man Wang's tone carried a hint of stern reprimand for the first time.
I was afraid. Lin Xiaoqi's eyes reddened again. I was afraid of troubling everyone.
Foolish.
Old Man Wang slammed the table. We are family. Do you understand, family?
He stood up and paced back and forth in the living room, his expression so grim it could wring water. Finally, he stopped in front of Lin Xiaoqi. He reached out, intending to ruffle her hair as usual, but lowered his hand halfway, only saying in a tone full of weariness and lingering fear.
Remember, Xiaoqi. And all of you, remember this.
His gaze swept over everyone present. In this messed up world, we survive not by guns, not by fists.
It's because we know better than others when to say what. Information. Intelligence. That is our only weapon.
From now on, no matter what you yourselves feel is wrong, no matter how small it seems,
you must speak out immediately. Let's discuss it together. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Old Man Wang let out a long sigh.
He looked at Lin Xiaoqi again, his tone softening, but with an unquestionable command. Xiaoqi, from now on, you are not allowed to go to the orphanage alone.
He then looked at Li Fei. Li Fei. Here.
Li Fei subconsciously straightened his body. From now on, if Xiaoqi wants to go to the orphanage again, you go with her, Old Man Wang commanded. Just say you're going to help move things.
Volunteer.
Don't reveal your purpose, observe more, listen more, speak less.
Yes.
Li Fei replied loudly, his eyes filled with determination. A celebratory dinner, which began with moving into a new home, thus ended abruptly in a heavy atmosphere.
Returning to his small room on the top floor, Gui closed the door.
He carefully placed the box containing the living blood pump under the bed, then sat cross-legged on the cold floor. The strangeness of the orphanage weighed heavily on his mind like a huge stone. He felt that this matter was not over, as if something was still looming over the Sea Ring district, and he felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. He needed greater power. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness deep into his soul. Cards emanating an ominous aura slowly emerged before him. He began his daily, unwavering compulsory course, attempting fusion. Ever since he fused the Bone Butcher last time, he had been making new attempts every day, but each one ended in failure. He was already accustomed to the emptiness of having his mental power instantly drained. Tonight, he did not plan to make any more random combinations. His gaze was fixed on two cards he had pondered for a long time. One was the highly functional Blood of Contamination. The other was one of his current trump cards, the Meat Cabinet Butcher. One was an invisible entity with liquefaction and corrosive properties, the other was a giant with flesh regeneration.
Their compatibility, perhaps the highest among his current cards? Gui no longer hesitated.
He extended both hands, slowly bringing the two ominous-looking cards together, then urged his mental power to surge wildly into them.
Buzz!
This time, the cards did not repel and spring apart violently as usual. Instead, after an extremely intense tremor that felt as if it would tear his soul apart, a dense, profound, deep purple light suddenly burst forth.
The light instantly engulfed the entire room.
When the light dissipated, a brand new card, emanating a terrifying and unsettling aura, lay quietly in Gui's slightly trembling hand, which was
weak from exhaustion.
The surface of the card was no longer a single monster image, but a mass of pale bone spikes and faintly visible blood vessels, forming a constantly
wriggling deep purple flesh. Form card, Corrupted Tyrant. Level, E-Class. Type, Entity/Living Organism.
Ability 1, Corrupted Flesh Control. Active, you can freely manipulate your own flesh and blood tissue for deformation, proliferation, and hardening. You can instantly grow sharp bone spikes, tough flesh shields, or more extensive corrosive tentacles from within your body. Ability 2, Acidic Backlash Blood. Passive, your blood contains strong corrosiveness. When you are injured in this form, all splashed blood will cause continuous corrosion damage to surrounding enemies. Ability 3, Flesh Minions. Active, you can separate several small flesh minions from your main body, which you can directly control. Minions can perform simple commands such as reconnaissance, harassment, or self-destruct attacks. Note, the more minions separated, the more the main body's own volume and strength will be weakened accordingly.
Weaknesses. Fears dryness and high temperature. Dry environments will reduce its activity and inhibit its regenerative ability.
High temperature can carbonize its tissue, causing irreversible damage.
Mental power limit increased. 811. Gui looked at this new card and let out a long sigh of relief. Corrupted Tyrant.
The first card in the true sense that could bring its own subordinates. Of course, just by looking at the description on the card, he could imagine how much further he had strayed from the concept of human when he
transformed into that rotten, muddy form.
But he didn't care. Tomorrow, whether it was the unknown song in the orphanage or the prey waiting for him in the wasteland, he now had a brand new trump card. The next day, before dawn, Gui woke up. His coffin-like metal shed on the top floor of the hive had no windows, so he could only judge the changing sky outside through the cracks in the
wall's ventilation.
He didn't have a habit of lingering in bed. After a simple wash-up, he put on his backpack, carrying the tactical backpack containing the living blood pump, and held the silver-gray containment box in one hand as he pushed the door open and walked out.
Today, he was going out hunting.
He walked down the narrow metal stairs, and as he passed the public lounge on the 4th floor, he saw Lin Xiaoqi, Auntie Lufang, and Chen Hao gathered there, seemingly preparing to go to work.
Auntie Lufang was rambling on to the two young people about moving.
I have to take my iron pot that I've used for several years. And Xiaoqi, have you packed all your bottles and jars?
There won't be anywhere for you to buy these at the new place.
Chen Hao was as silent as ever, merely nodding silently while holding his terminal. Lin Xiaoqi, however, seemed a bit distracted. She tightly hugged the electric guitar Gui gave her yesterday, unwilling to put it down even when going to work, and was silently practicing chords on the strings with her fingers. Her loving embrace made her glow with a kind of illuminated radiance. Gui didn't disturb them, he just nodded as a greeting and continued downstairs.
He didn't see Li Fei.
That kid was probably being trained to death by Razor in some abandoned training ground right now. Old man Wang had been promoted and no longer had time to personally mentor him as before. To pass the garrison troops assessment, Li Fei could only beg his own sister, who never knew what showing mercy meant. Gui could almost imagine that tonight, that kid would return to the stronghold covered in bruises. As for old man Wang himself, Gui guessed he might have already gone to the company before dawn. The manager's position was not easy, and just re-recruiting new members for the 7th squad would give him a headache for a while. Everyone was working in their own way for the new life that was about to arrive. And Gui also had his own way of working hard. He quietly walked out of the stronghold and merged into the gray morning light of the sea-ring zone.
6 in the morning, the One-Eyed Tavern.
It was just barely light, but the tavern was already quite full. There was no 9 to 5 in the sea-ring zone, only jobs that could start at any time and nerves that needed to be numbed by alcohol at any moment. When Gui pushed open the creaking wooden door, a murky air mixed with cheap alcohol, body odor, and overnight cooking fumes rushed towards him.
The entire tavern was enveloped in an extremely oppressive and irritable atmosphere.
The air was filled with the strong smell of black water wine and an indescribable resentment.
Gui pulled down his hood and walked to an unoccupied corner at the bar to sit down.
He could hear the bounty hunters drinking in silence and some guys who looked like small gang members whispering and cursing about something.
Damn it!
It's only been a few days. A burly man with a full beard slammed his glass on the bar and growled in a low voice, "I'm fucking close to forgetting
what meat tastes like."
A man next to him, as thin as a bamboo pole, smiled bitterly and picked up the conversation.
"Isn't that right?
Without the butcher gang, now even a fucking piece of the cheapest synthetic meat patty on the black market has risen to 30 credit points.
Is this a fucking price for people to eat? 30?
That was 2 days ago," another voice interjected, full of sarcasm. "Last night, some water rats on Butcher Backstreet secretly got a batch of goods.
Guess how much they sold it for? 50. And you had to fucking fight for it."
"Fuck," the bearded man cursed again. "Those officials from the Human Alliance sitting inside the wall, besides sealing things off, what else can they
do? They did take down the butcher gang, but what about our dinner? Who the fuck cares?"
A man who had been silently drinking suddenly sneered.
"Speaking of which, I actually think the butcher gang was pretty good back then."
His words caused the surroundings to fall silent for a moment.
Yes, they were scumbags, human trash.
But at least back then, we could still spend 10 credit points to buy a meat patty that could fill our stomachs. Who cared what that meat was made of? At least it was fucking meat. These words were like a needle, bursting the festering wound in everyone's hearts.
No one refuted him because he spoke the truth.
The sea-ring zone was never black and white. People here didn't care what was justice or evil, they only cared if there was meat on their plates. Gui listened to all this quietly, without participating in the discussion or showing any expression. His goal today was very clear. He glanced at the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, where A-rank missions were accepted. But he shook his head, directly abandoning the idea. Although A-rank missions offered high rewards, they were too troublesome to deal with. Most targets were entrenched deeper in the South Ring wasteland, and the round trip alone would consume a lot of time. Moreover, after the mission was completed, the tavern needed to send special personnel to verify it, making the credit points payout cycle very long. His main purpose today was to contain a few more anomalies and, while he was at it, procure items for the painter's shopping list. Frankly, one containment box was not enough, so Gui planned to get the painter's supplies first, then acquire another containment box, one for use as a revival coin, and the other specifically for supplying goods. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked directly to the old, operating terminal in the corner of the tavern. He swiped his black box ID card in the sensor area, and the scratched screen lit up, displaying rows of mission information. He took out the shopping list the painter had given him and began to carefully compare them.
Search, wrench from Rustbone Street has lost a box of copper-cased firing pins. Reward for recovery, 400 credit points. Current status, acceptable? This one wouldn't do, it was pure legwork, a waste of time. Cleanup, a colony of greasy worms has appeared near Valve No. 7 in the South District sewers. Recover worm gel after cleanup. Reward, 500 credit points. Current status, acceptable? This one was good. Gui remembered that the painter's list included this worm gel, which was a good biological adhesive. Bounty, scavenger Gaptooth found a rare fluorescent mushroom on the edge of the core meltdown zone, but he's entangled with a pack of stone-skinned hyenas there. Whoever can help him distract the hyenas, he's willing to share half of the mushrooms. Estimated value, 800 credit points. Current status, acceptable? This one was even more interesting. The hearts of stone-skinned hyenas were ingredients for hardening agents, also on the list. 2 birds with 1 stone. Recovery, Blackwater Brewery needs a batch of swamp moss as fermentation raw material, located downstream of the turbid water river. Reward, 350 credit points. Current status, 3 people accepted. He'd skip this one, too many people, no need to fight for it. Gui expressionlessly and quickly filtered and planned the most efficient hunting route on the terminal. He accepted the 2 missions, greasy worms and stone-skinned hyenas, using his ID card. After doing all this, he put away his ID card. But he didn't leave immediately. He walked to the bar, took out the metal chip engraved with the gear and tentacle emblem from his pocket, and placed it in front of the one-eyed boss. Thank you. Gui's voice was calm. He didn't say many words of thanks, but in the C-ring zone, these 2 words sometimes carried more weight than any lengthy speech. He knew very well that his smooth meeting with Rose last night, and even connecting with that crazy painter, owed at least half of its success to this small chip. It was a pass, and also a gesture of goodwill from One Eye. One Eye paused in his action of wiping a glass. He glanced at the chip on the table, then raised his single eye and looked deeply at Gui, and then he smiled. Ha! It was a genuine laugh, with a hint of appreciation. Looks like your date last night went pretty smoothly. He unhurriedly put the chip back under the bar, and his tone was a bit more familiar than usual. He knew that the young man in front of him understood what he wanted to convey. Dealing with smart people was effortless. How was it? One Eye asked casually, that crazy painter, he didn't turn you into a painting on his wall, did he? Almost, Gui replied, half-truthfully. That kid just has that bad temper. One Eye shook his head, but his craftsmanship is indeed unique in the entire South District. The fact that you walked out of there in one piece and got what you wanted means you satisfied him. He paused, then seemingly casually added, I heard old man Wang is preparing to move you guys to the East District? You're well informed. Gui didn't deny it. In this Rustbone Street, there's nothing I don't know. One Eye smiled, picked up a glass, and poured himself an unknown liquor. Tell that old guy congratulations for me. He raised his glass and gestured to Gui from a distance, and I wish you a successful hunt today. Gui also nodded slightly at him. The entire process was devoid of unnecessary words, but a tacit understanding based on strength had quietly formed between the two. After leaving the tavern, Gui didn't immediately leave the city. He turned into the alley of Syringe Doctor, which was always filled with the smell of disinfectant and herbs. The clinic was the same as usual. The doctor, who always looked half asleep and uninterested in anything, was dozing in his chair. Hearing footsteps, he reluctantly opened one eye. Oh, it's you, clean boy. He recognized Gui and yawned lazily. What? Here to measure your contamination value again? Buying things, Gui said concisely. Get me 30 of the largest sterile blood storage bags. And 5 vials of the highest concentration coagulant. The doctor's perpetually half-closed eyes finally opened completely. He looked Gui up and down with some surprise. While blood storage bags weren't contraband, buying such a large quantity at once was unusual, except for gangs preparing for a big deal or doctors like himself who needed them for experiments. There was no one else. 30? The doctor's tone carried a hint of teasing. Clean boy, are you planning to perform a full blood transfusion on an armored giant jaw? Gui ignored his teasing, merely urging him with his eyes to hurry. The doctor also found it uninteresting, so he lazily pulled out a dusty medical box from a cabinet behind him, counted out several large packs of
brand new blood storage bags and 5 vials of blue liquid, and tossed them onto the table.
1,000 credit points, no bargaining. Upon hearing this quote, Gu Yi's face instantly darkened. 1,000 credit points. That was enough for him to buy a well-maintained 4-hand revolver on the black market. Now, it only bought him a pile of plastic bags and a few vials of medicine? He finally experienced firsthand the exorbitant medical prices in the C-ring zone. What? Too expensive? The doctor looked at his darkened face, seemingly amused. My goods here are all genuine products from the B-ring district hospital. Clean and sanitary. If you want to save money, you can also go to Butcher Backstreet and find those water rats, they can get you cheaper ones. But his smile turned a bit malicious. Then, when you use those bags to store blood, and the next day you find some green mold growing in the blood, don't come back crying to me for an antidote. Gu Yi was silent. He knew the doctor was telling the truth. In a place where human lives were cheaper than dogs, safety was the most expensive commodity. He took a deep breath, and finally, expressionlessly, made the payment. Beep. With a soft sound, 1,000 credit points were gone just like that. As Gu Yi stuffed those incredibly expensive medical supplies into his backpack, his heart was secretly calculating. No, he had to find a way next time. Whether it was finding a way to make safer blood storage containers himself, or simply kidnapping Syringe Doctor back to his stronghold. In short, this feeling of being treated as a fat sheep to be slaughtered was extremely unpleasant. He put on his pack and turned to leave. Syringe Doctor watched his displeased back, stroked his messy beard, and a playful glint appeared in the corner of his mouth. Everything was ready. Gu Yi carefully tucked the living blood pump and the absurdly expensive medical supplies he had just bought into his backpack. Then, holding the silver-gray containment box in one hand, he walked out of the rusty south gate of the C-ring zone alone. He once again stepped into the familiar South Ring wasteland, full of danger and opportunity. This time, his mindset was completely different from before. No longer was he cautiously searching for a glimmer of hope in the ruins just to survive. Today, his goals were clear: complete the cleanup mission taken from the tavern, procure items for the painter's shopping list, and thoroughly fill this still empty containment box. And, while he was at it, contain a few more small, F-class anomalies to use as fusion material. South Ring Wasteland, noon. Pale sunlight pierced through the gray clouds, casting a cold glow on the rubble-strewn wasteland. This was a forbidden zone for life, but a paradise for hunters. Woo! Woo woo! A faint, intermittent cry suddenly came from an overturned van next to an abandoned gas station. Mommy! I hurt so bad. Is anyone there? It was the voice of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, trembling with despair, enough to stir pity in anyone who heard it. However, the response to this cry for help was not gentle comfort. Instead, it was a heavy thump. A pale, bony foot stomped heavily on the gravel next to the van. Following it was a massive shadowy outline, blocking all sunlight from the car window. The crying in the van abruptly stopped for a moment. The next second, screech! A teeth-grinding sound of tearing metal exploded. The rusty van door was ripped off the body like fragile tissue paper by a giant hand covered in blood and sinews. Dust flew everywhere. It revealed a disgusting, wrinkled pink mass of flesh, adhering to the seat inside the cabin. The lips of the flesh mass, split in the center, were still trembling slightly, seemingly not having reacted yet to the sudden violent dismantling. It lifted its head and saw only the butcher's face, with a single eye glowing crimson. At this moment, hiss! The flesh mass let out a terrified shriek, opening its mouth to spray acid. But the pale, bony hand, whistling through the air, had already clamped down on it. Hiss! Hiss! The flesh pupa struggled violently, emitting ear-piercing screams. But this was exactly what Gu Yi wanted. Discoverable anomaly, F-class anomaly mimicry flesh pupa. Containment condition: when it screams, peel and devour its mimicry sac. Put. without any hesitation or unnecessary words. The bone butcher, under Gui's control, suddenly clenched its 5 fingers. The F-class anomaly, which had just been disguised as a little girl, didn't even let out a final shriek before its outer skin was forcefully crushed. By this brute strength, foul-smelling fluid splattered. Gui, expressionless, precisely plunged his other hand into the rotten flesh and pulled it out. A walnut-sized, frantically vibrating pink flesh sac was bloody extracted by him. He opened his mouth and, in this dead silent wasteland, in front of the mutilated corpse, swallowed the still-beating core whole. Crunch! With a horrifying crunch, the flesh sac burst between his teeth. A surge of icy energy instantly washed over his entire body. Containment successful. Mental strength limit increased, slightly. Form card, mimicry flesh pupa. Grade, F. Type, entity/living creature. Description: a disgusting, tumor-like parasitic flesh mass. They like to adhere to dark corners of ruins or inside abandoned vehicles, disguising themselves as a harmless mass of flesh. Ability, perfect mimicry. You can perfectly reproduce the sound of any creature you have heard in your memory. The source of the sound will emanate from your flesh, making it highly deceptive. Weakness: vocal sac resonance. The core organ of this form, the mimicry sac, is extremely delicate and fragile, highly sensitive to high-frequency sound. Waves: if subjected to screaming attacks, the mimicry sac will instantly resonate and burst, causing this form to immediately deactivate and inflicting severe mental backlash on the main body. Restricted movement. Movement speed will drop to extremely low when transformed into a flesh pupa, and there are no physical defensive measures. Gui licked the residual fluid from the corner of his mouth. Tastes good. He didn't waste the rotten flesh in the car, collecting it into a recycling bin, thinking it might serve as bait for hunting. After finishing the cleanup, Gui left the abandoned gas station and continued deeper into the wasteland. Half an hour later, deep within a withered forest covered in grayish-white mycelium, Gui stopped. The sight before him made him narrow his eyes. This giant dead tree was covered with countless cocoons of varying sizes. Some cocoons contained withered branches and fallen leaves, but more often, they held the skeletons of various small creatures. What was most unsettling was that these cocoons were not hanging randomly, they were stitched together with some extremely tough silk, like sewing clothes. Between those silk threads, countless spiders, only thumb-sized, entirely pale, with patterns on their backs resembling a screaming human face, were rapidly moving. F-class group anomaly, ghost-faced weaving spider. Gui glanced at the painter's list. Active silk sac of ghost-faced weaving spider, high-priced. Note: the silk of this thing contains neurotoxin, don't get bitten. He didn't approach rashly. Although these things were small, their overwhelming numbers, combined with the neurotoxin that could instantly paralyze, meant he would be made into a specimen if encircled. He hadn't expected to use the rotten flesh he just cleaned up so soon. Gui forcefully threw the bloody flesh from the containment box towards the edge of the spider web. Splat! The flesh hit the web, causing a violent tremor. The spider swarm, which had been quietly stitching corpses, instantly went into a frenzy. The human faces on their backs seemed to come alive simultaneously, emitting a subtle, teeth-grinding shriek, similar to fingernails scraping a blackboard. Hundreds of ghost-faced weaving spiders, like a white tide, frantically swarmed the bloody flesh, instantly engulfing it. Now! Gui moved. Facing such an overwhelming number of spiders, he showed no arrogance, directly moving his thoughts. Form switch, putrid tyrant. Gurgle. Accompanied by a nauseating sound of flesh squirming, Gui's body instantly collapsed and expanded. He transformed into an amorphous monster composed of dark purple rotting flesh, pale bone spurs, and strong acid pus. He pressed down on the dense spider swarm like a living swamp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spiders enveloped beneath him struggled frantically. Their proud paralyzing fangs pierced deeply into the tyrant's body, but it was like stabbing into a mass of strong acid mud. Before the toxin could spread,
their mouthparts sizzled and corroded by the acidic backlash blood, turning into wisps of smoke. Gooey controlled his body to extend some tentacles, scooping up a large cluster of spiders that weren't quite dead, trapped in mucus, and roughly stuffing them into the containment box he had set aside before transforming, completing the procurement for the painter. Immediately after, he looked at the remaining white spider balls still frantically struggling inside his body, and the compendium vibrated with desire.
Containment condition: single consumption of 10 or more live adult insects. Then it's mealtime.
The putrid tyrant's wide, fanged mouth, split to its ears, suddenly opened, and then it swallowed the wriggling spider swarm on its body hole. There was no chewing, just direct engulfment and digestion. The bursting sensation, accompanied by a pungent, spicy venom taste, exploded within his body. The spiders attempting to spin webs and resist inside him were instantly decomposed into the purest biological energy by the tyrant's furnace-like
digestive system. Containment successful.
A new card slowly appeared in his mind. Form card: Ghost-Faced Weaving Spider.
Grade: F.
Type: Entity/living creature. Description: a group of miniature butchers with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder.
They are keen on dismembering their prey and then sewing them back together with venomous silk into shapes they like. Ability: Corpse Silk Traction, can spray high-strength sticky spider silk.
It can be used to entangle and restrain enemy movements, or shot upwards as a three-dimensional mobility device for rapid movement. Neuroparalysis: your attacks, including spider silk, carry a weak paralyzing toxin.
Weakness:
Fire: both the spider silk and the body are extremely flammable, fire is their nemesis. Extreme cold: in low-temperature environments, their movements become extremely slow, and their silk becomes brittle, losing its stickiness.
Gooey deactivated his transformation, returning to human form. Phew!
He exhaled a foul-smelling breath, subconsciously rubbing his wrist. He wasn't sure if it was because he had swallowed too much just now, but he felt as if something was subtly pulsating under the skin of his wrist, as if a silk sac had truly grown there, and he had an urge to raise his hand and shoot something out. He knew, of course, that this was impossible. This was just the limb hallucination brought on by the residual contamination value to his brain after containing a new anomaly.
The hunt continued.
But he hadn't forgotten the most important test of the day.
Gooey did not continue to wander aimlessly in the wasteland. After containing 2 small anomalies, he found a relatively safe, not yet fully collapsed, underground bank vault. Clang!
The heavy security door closed, isolating the sandstorm and prying eyes outside.
Gooey did not rest.
He threw his backpack on the ground, took out the black briefcase containing the living blood pump, and then pulled out sterile blood bags he had bought at a high price from Syringe Doctor. It was time to verify the true value of this perpetual motion machine.
Phew! Gooey took a deep breath, and with a thought.
Form switch: meat cabinet butcher. Accompanied by the rapid growth of bones and the proliferation of flesh, he instantly transformed into that terrifying 2.5-meter tall butcher. Without hesitation, he grabbed the input needle of the living blood pump and plunged it fiercely into his thick thigh, which was like a concrete
pillar. Buzz. The machine started, and a teeth-grinding sucking sound echoed in the empty vault. Intense pain struck.
Gooey looked down, watching the muscles on his thigh shrivel and wither at a visible speed, as if their soul had been drained. But immediately after, the meat cabinet butcher's abnormal regeneration ability was passively triggered.
Although it wasn't devouring new flesh, the butcher's body itself stored astonishing biological energy.
The withered muscles had barely sunken in when new flesh buds frantically wriggled and grew, instantly filling the void. On one side was the machine's greedy extraction, on the other was the monster's violent regeneration.
In just 30 seconds. Ding!
The blood pump stopped operating. Gooey pulled out the tube connected to the output, and in his hand was a bulging blood bag. It was filled with golden red liquid, exuding a rich life essence.
Regenerative Original Solution, Type A. Gooey reverted to human form, looking at the heavy bag of medicine in his hand,
thinking. If that old man syringe knew I could mass-produce this stuff, his eyes would probably pop out. In the black market, a tiny syringe of this stuff could sell for an exorbitant price. And he had only used a bit of regenerative monster meat to get this whole bag. Following that, he conducted several more comparative experiments. He tried connecting the blood pump to the severed anomalous limbs he had hunted earlier. A red light came on, and the machine ran idly. He then tried connecting only some of his detached tentacles after transforming. Still a red light. Sure enough. Gooey looked at his experiment records, his eyes deep. The key is not the flesh itself, but the living circulation. This machine had to be connected to a living creature with a circulatory system, to extract its life force and convert it into medicine. This also put an end to his idea of infinitely farming potions for money by cutting off pieces of flesh. But for himself, this thing was already a divine artifact. No wonder recovery potions are so expensive on the black market and always out of stock. Gooey thought of what the painter had said, understanding a dark industry chain in this world. The blood bottles circulating among gang bosses were probably backed by living people imprisoned in basements, hooked up to tubes, or low-level anomalies with regenerative abilities, kept in captivity. They were living blood bags. As long as they weren't dead, they were drained to death. What a man-eating world. Gooey shook his head self-deprecatingly, putting away the blood pump. He looked at the few remaining empty slots in the containment box and took out the painter's shopping list. Among the materials listed at the top were complete spine of skeletal hound and vocal venom sac of echo bat. He had both of these things on him. Gooey subconsciously touched his back and throat. If he transformed into a skeletal hound, could he pull out his spine and sell it? If he was ruthless enough with himself, found pliers, pulled out his spine, or cut out his vocal cords. Gooey shivered. He glanced at the compendium's rules description. Warning: if the form card's main body suffers severe damage, such as limb loss, organ absence, it will enter a forced repair period. Normal damage repair time, 1 to 3 hours. Core component missing, repair time, 24 hours. During this period, the form card cannot be used. 24 hours. Gooey immediately dismissed that crazy idea. For a few thousand credit points, to disable his main displacement and reconnaissance cards for an entire day? In a place like the wasteland, where death could strike at any moment, this was no different from suicide. No matter how he calculated, it wasn't worth it. It definitely wasn't because he was afraid of pain. Better not entertain such twisted ideas. I should still find a way to catch a few economically viable anomalies to fill the gaps. Gooey closed the list and continued to draw 20 more blood bags for himself, stopping only when he felt that the meat cabinet butcher's own stored biomass was insufficient and continuing might lead to a forced repair period. After packing everything, Gooey pushed open the vault door and glanced at the sky outside. It was still early. The afternoon sun scorched the earth, and Gooey stopped at a derelict construction site. Among a pile of rubble, something that made one's spine tingle at a glance, completely defying physiological structure, was aimlessly wandering. It was a wheel composed of pale human spinal bones forcibly bent and interlocked head to tail. It rolled rapidly through the ruins like a white tire, emitting a series of bone-grinding and wet-crushing sounds that set one's teeth on edge. And in every joint of the spine, sharp bone spurs grew, which were its teeth. F-class anomaly, wheel of spine found. Containment condition, dismember it. Simple, brutal. Gooey didn't waste any words, his thoughts moved. Crack. His figure instantly shot up, and pale bones proliferated wildly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the Bone Butcher, wielding an exaggerated bone greatsword and exuding a tyrannical aura. The wheel of spine sensed the aura of a living being and instantly accelerated. It was like a frantically spinning flesh saw, rushing towards Gooey's legs, cutting with a whistling wind and splashing gravel. In Gooey's hollow eye sockets, a blue soul fire suddenly flickered. He didn't dodge at all. Facing this F-class anomaly, E-class anomaly power was the absolute truth.
Just as the bone wheel was about to cut into his shin, Gooey suddenly lifted a giant bone foot and stomped down hard. Bang! A dull thud. Dust flew everywhere. The rapidly spinning wheel of spine was directly stomped into the ground by that kick. It spun wildly, its bone spurs grinding out a string of sparks on Gooey's hard leg bone armor, emitting a piercing shriek, yet it couldn't budge this bone demon in the slightest. Too noisy. Gooey coldly looked down at the struggling monster beneath his foot. The bone greatsword in his hand was raised high, and then, without any fancy movements, purely relying on brute force, it chopped down heavily. Crack! The first cut, the spine broke, and the wheel splayed open. Crack! Crack! The second cut, the third cut. Gooey chopped like he was butchering ribs, each strike accompanied by a heart-stopping whoosh. Bone fragments splattered, and the anomaly that had been so arrogant just moments before was completely chopped into a pile of scattered bone. Fragments by this violent assault within seconds. Containment successful. A pale card appeared. Armament card, Wheel of Spine. Grade, F. Description: a section of spine that broke from running too fast in life, and after death, refused to stop due to obsession. It envies all creatures that can walk upright, and its only pleasure is hearing the sound of ankles shattering. It is tireless and never stops. Ability: Mad Roller, summons a tireless spine roller. It will automatically lock onto ground targets, chasing, crushing, and cutting at enemies' lower bodies like a mad dog until destroyed. Gooey reverted to human form, looking at the pile of motionless bone fragments on the ground. He picked up a few relatively intact spinal vertebrae and put them into the containment box. With this, when encountering troublesome enemies in the future, he could directly release a wheel to bite people's legs, which would be perfect for annoying people and restricting movement. After dealing with this wheel, Gooey did not stop. He kicked away the gravel at his feet and proceeded towards the lower-lying mass grave. About an hour later, the dry heat in the air was gradually replaced by a damp, cold stench. This was a tributary of the turbid water river, and also a submerged mass grave. Gooey stopped by a murky puddle. On the water's surface, a dark, seaweed-like entangled mass floated. It wasn't plants at all, but a large, wet, and continuously growing mass of dead hair. F-class anomaly, drowns resentment found. Containment condition, let it take root in your stomach for 10 seconds. Facing such insidious things, Gooey once again switched forms. His body swelled, flesh piled up, transforming into the 2.5-meter-tall meat cabinet butcher. He stretched out his large, fan-like hand, scooped up the wet black hair, and like eating a clump of kelp shreds, directly stuffed it into his fanged maw and swallowed it whole. The hair slid into the giant, furnace-like stomach, immediately attempting to pierce the stomach wall and take root. But how terrifying was the meat cabinet butcher's regeneration ability? That insignificant sting was even less than a mosquito bite. Gooey calmly counted to 10. Then, he controlled the muscles in his throat, and like ruminating, effortlessly spat out the hair, which had already been half dead from stomach acid. Containment successful. Armament card, drowns resentment. Grade, F. Description: it is the resentment that grew from the scalp of a bloated corpse. Don't mistake it for waterweed, it's a shroud that wants to drag you to the bottom to keep it company. In this thing's perception, warmth is a sin, and damp cold is eternal belonging. Ability: hair strangulation, grows tough black long hair from cuffs or collars, coiling and tightening around close-range targets like a python. The hair's toughness doubles when wet. After leaving the mass grave, Gooey continued along a collapsed wall. Along the way, he contained several other minor anomalies, putting useful scraps into the containment box. As he passed a dark corner, a chilling sensation of being watched crept up his spine. He stopped, using his peripheral vision to pinpoint the source of the gaze deep within a wall crack. A bloodshot eyeball was frantically rolling. F-class anomaly, peering eyeball found. Containment condition, lick its pupil until it closes. Likes to watch? Gooey's figure instantly collapsed and liquefied, transforming into the deep purple putrid tyrant. He had no tongue,
but he could be all tongue. A slimy tentacle, composed of strong acid mucus, slowly extended from his face. The eyeball watched this unspeakable terrifying substance approach, trembling violently in fear, wanting to retract, but with nowhere to retreat. Sizzle. The tentacle gently brushed the surface of the eyeball. That wasn't licking, it was corrosive coverage. The eyeball received extreme chemical stimulation, instantly spasmed, its pupil contracted to the extreme, then completely rolled back, petrified, and sealed itself shut. Containment successful. Armament card, peering eye. Grade, F. Description: an eyeball that fell out from seeing too much. It hides in the darkest crevices, greedily recording all privacy and secrets. It has no eyelids because it can't bear to blink, fearing it will miss any dirty moment. Ability: visual link, active, you can summon an eyeball and stick it to any object's surface. The eyeball will enter an invisible state and establish a link with your optic nerve. Gui reverted to human form and threw the petrified eyeball into the box. The sun gradually set in the west, and the shadows on the wasteland began to lengthen. In these few hours, Gui was like a tireless harvester, utilizing the characteristics of different forms to maneuver across this wasteland. Besides these three more troublesome ones, he also casually caught F-class anomaly small fries like jumping bones and moldy nails. When the last glow of the sunset completely disappeared below the horizon, Gui reverted to human form, standing on the barren slope. He looked at the containment box in his hand, whose 6 compartments were already full to the brim, almost unable to close the lid, and then looked at the pile of parts in his backpack, disassembled from various anomalies, that met the painter's list requirements. Full. He patted the box contentedly. This procurement trip, whether for the blood vials for himself or the materials for trading with the painter, was complete. Next, he could go back after finishing the bounty mission. He turned around, looking at the distant area that appeared especially desolate in the night, the edge of the core meltdown zone, where the scavenger Gaptooth was located, about 10 kilometers from here. There was also a valuable fluorescent mushroom and a pack of stone-skinned hyenas. Crack! A sound of bones rubbing echoed. Gui's figure instantly hunched and elongated. In a flash, a skeletal hound, covered in pale bone armor, appeared in the ruins. Roar! He let out a low growl, pushing off with all 4 limbs, and like a white lightning bolt, he sped through the rubble of the wasteland. This feeling of rushing like the wind was far more exhilarating than human legs. Half an hour later, as Gui climbed over a huge hill made of construction debris, he suddenly stopped. The skeletal hound's instinct made him feel the ground beneath his feet shaking violently. The gravel on the ground trembled slightly with the vibration, and a dull, thunderous roar came from afar. He immediately lowered his body, crouched behind a pile of rocks, and through his pale bone eye sockets, looked at the old era relic a few kilometers away that traversed the entire wasteland, the Iron Dragon Highway. Rolling dust obscured the sky. A vast, suffocating steel torrent was speeding by. That was not an ordinary convoy, it was a moving war fortress. Leading the way were several heavy armored engineering vehicles, each the size of a 2-story building. They were equipped with giant alloy shovels and rotating crushing hammers at the front, flattening all ruins, roadblocks, and even low-level anomalies that couldn't escape in time, like bulldozers leveling sandcastles. Following closely were dozens of heavy transport vehicles dragging extra-long flatbeds. On each flatbed, a 4 to 5 meter tall humanoid mech was secured. They knelt on the flatbeds like sleeping steel giants. There was no streamlined beauty, only the raw power of industrial violence. Exposed hydraulic pipes, thick reactive armor, and shoulder-mounted multi-barrel rotary cannons and chainsaw swords silently declared humanity's firepower. In the center of the convoy were hundreds of military troop carriers fully loaded with supplies and armed soldiers. On the vehicle bodies, the gear and wheat ears symbol, representing the human alliance, still appeared hard and cold in the dust. Gui also keenly noticed that amidst this dusty steel torrent, there were a few vehicles with a completely different aesthetic. These were several black, streamlined special armored vehicles with no visible seams. They looked much more advanced than the bulky behemoths around them, and their roofs were equipped with some kind of humming instrument. Imprinted on their bodies was the white scale symbol, the RSCP logo, which commanded the awe of all outsourced workers. Even from such a distance, Gui could still feel the unsettling aura emanating from those black vehicles. The Human Alliance Annual Expeditionary Force. In Gui's mind, the original owner's vague memory surfaced. Every year before winter, the official forces of Grey Millstone would organize such a large-scale operation, heading into the deeper forbidden zones. No one knew their specific mission. They only knew that when they returned months later, the things they brought back in sealed containers could keep the factories and greenhouses in the Ring district running at full capacity for an entire year, feeding the city's population. Gui lay on the hillside, watching all this. In front of the rolling dust and sleeping mechs, his current proud strength, even if transformed into an E-class anomaly bone butcher, would be nothing more than a single large-caliber shell. The convoy roared past, gradually disappearing at the horizon's end. The shaking subsided. Gui shook the dust off himself and turned to re-enter the shadows of the ruins. That was his battlefield. In the corners overlooked by that expeditionary force, his prey still awaited his harvest. Roar! The white bone dog let out a low growl and sped towards the core meltdown zone. South Ring Wasteland, on the edge of the core meltdown zone. Night fell. The nights here were even more eerie than elsewhere. Due to the residual radiation from the nuclear leak decades ago, the air was always filled with a visible green dust. Behind a natural shelter formed by a collapsed overpass, the one with the missing front tooth, old Zhao, was hunched, shivering from the cold. He clutched a dirty spray bottle tightly, his eyes fixed on the luminescent mushroom in the distance, which emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness. It was the only bait, and the only light source in this pitch-black wasteland. His already gaunt face, shriveled from years of malnutrition, now looked even more wretched due to tension and a twisted excitement. He pressed the old communicator on his collar, lowering his voice to curse, "Baldy, Big Bear, you two aren't asleep, are you? Damn it, I'm freezing to death. Shut up." A burst of static came through the communicator. It was Baldy, Old San, who was ambushed in the ruins on top of the overpass, holding a homemade sniper crossbow with a tranquilizer-coated arrow. "One more word, and I'll shoot that arrow right into your ass. Damn it, I'm just feeling faint from hunger." The one with the missing front tooth licked his chapped lips, revealing his crooked yellow teeth. "Ever since those butchers from the butcher gang were wiped out, I haven't smelled meat for almost 3 days. If we pull this off today, will the parts from that fat sheep be enough for us to have a good meal? But what time is it already?" The one with the missing front tooth glanced at the dark sky, complaining, "Is that newcomer, Black Box, coming or not? My terminal showed he accepted the mission at 6 in the morning, and it's been over a dozen hours. Did he crawl here? I'm wondering too." Another muffled voice spoke up. It was the burly man, Big Bear, hiding in the side ruins. Usually, rookies who take a mission rush over immediately. This kid. He's been dragging his feet all day. Could he have died on the way? Damn it, if he really died on the way, I've spent the whole day drinking the northwest wind for nothing. The one with the missing front tooth licked his chapped lips, and his stomach let out a loud rumble. Ever since the butcher gang fell, they had been without meat for several days. This hyena perfume trap was their livelihood for acquiring meat. The spray bottle in the one with the missing front tooth's hand was not some beast repellent. He had paid a hefty price for it, buying it from a madman specializing in biological extraction in the black market, high-purity stone-skinned hyena estrus hormone, mixed with concentrated human blood extract. This stuff had a nice name in the black market, widow's perfume. Just a tiny spray on oneself, and hyenas within a few kilometers would come rushing over like mad, drawn by the scent. They wouldn't kill the prey directly, instead, they would be driven to a frenzy by the hormone, tearing and dragging the prey back to their dens to slowly enjoy it. This was their script. First, they would trick the fat sheep into thinking they were a kind person who just needed help luring monsters. Then, they would give him this bottle of perfume as a beast repellent, telling him to spray it on himself. Once the fool confidently rushed out and was half dead from being attacked by the frenzied beasts, old San, hiding above, would finish him off with a tranquilizer arrow. After the hyena pack had bitten the person half to death, Big Bear would throw their specially made chili incendiary bottles to scare off the dogs. By then, the equipment would be theirs. And the half-dead hunter would be enough for them to enjoy for several days.
This isn't murder at all.
The one with the missing front tooth looked at the luminescent mushroom in the distance, glowing faintly blue in the
shadows, and mused, this is simply, what's it called?
Oh, right, the rational recycling and utilization of resources. They had pulled this trick 3 times before. If the butcher gang hadn't fallen, and the 3 of them hadn't developed a craving for meat, they wouldn't have thought of this method. Just then, 2 soft taps came through the communicator.
He's here.
Baldy's cold voice suddenly sounded in the communicator, interrupting the one with the missing front tooth's fantasy.
Black Box is here. Looks well equipped. The one with the missing front tooth's spirits lifted.
He immediately pulled out a blood-stained bandage from his embrace, haphazardly wrapped it around his thigh, then lay on the ground, adjusted his posture, and put on a show of painful groans.
Ouch. Help. Is anyone there?
His acting, honed by real combat, was perfectly natural.
Guyi's figure slowly emerged from the darkness.
He carried a heavy tactical backpack, held the weighty silver-gray containment box in one hand, and had a revolver tucked into his waist. That outfit, though a bit old but extremely well-maintained, looked like a walking pile of credit points to an old hand like the one with the missing
front tooth.
Especially that containment box.
That must be high-grade stuff discarded by the RSCP, right?
The one with the missing front tooth's eyes widened.
This kid, he's a rich one. He cried out even more pitifully. Brother! Over here! Here! Guyi stopped.
He didn't approach immediately, but stood a dozen meters away, coldly observing the man lying in the ruins with a bloody bandage wrapped around his
leg.
Then, his gaze swept past the man, looking into the depths of the ruins. There, several large stone-skinned hyenas with rough, grayish-white, rock-like skin were circling a glowing mushroom. They seemed to have caught the scent of a living person and were growling restlessly, but for some reason, they hadn't attacked yet. Guyi's gaze finally, almost imperceptibly, swept over a few shadowy corners on top of the overpass and to the side. To the naked eye, there was nothing there but silent ruins. Without hesitation, he suddenly activated the preset sonar detection skill with a thought. A high-frequency, invisible sound wave instantly spread out from him, hitting surrounding objects and then accurately reflecting back into his mind.
In an instant, his previously dark vision transformed into a clear sonar image in his mind.
2 conspicuous human-shaped outlines were immediately highlighted. One was sprawled on a beam on top of the overpass, holding a crossbow. The other was crouching behind a wall in the side ruins, clutching something that looked like a snare net.
As expected. Guyi's lips curved slightly. That made sense. You're the one who posted the bounty? Guyi asked, his voice sounding particularly cold in the night. Yes. It's me.
The one with the missing front tooth grimaced in pain, pointing at the mushroom in the distance.
Brother, you took the mission, right? Hurry. The mushroom is right there.
That's good stuff. If you can just help me lure those dogs away, we'll split it 5-5.
No, 4-6. You get 6, I get 4.
Guyi slowly walked over, stopping 5 paces away from him.
How do I lure them? I have a way. I have a way.
The one with the missing front tooth tremblingly pulled out the spray bottle from his embrace and handed it over with a pained expression.
Take this. This is a powerful beast repellent I bought.
Just spray it on yourself, and those dog-like creatures will be disgusted by the smell. They won't dare to bite you, only chase after you. He swallowed, his eyes so sincere he could have been nominated for C Ring Zone's top 10 outstanding young people.
You just Just spray it on, and lead those beasts on a run. I'll take the opportunity to pick the mushroom, and then we'll meet up outside. Don't worry, the effect lasts for half an hour, absolutely safe. Gui took the bottle. It was slightly warm to the touch, and the bottle felt a bit greasy. He looked down at the pale pink liquid. At that very moment, deep within his soul, the form card belonging to the skeletal hound suddenly stirred without warning. An extremely intense feeling of excitement, stemming from the innate instincts of a canid, surged up his fingertips, directly to the crown of his head. It wasn't a repulsion to bad smell. It was the most primal, most insane craving for a mate, for reproduction, for flesh and blood. The feeling was like an addict who had been hungry for 3 days suddenly smelling the purest form of their drug. Gui's lips under his hood began to twitch. Bro, where does a skeleton like you get this kind of craving? However, Gui also figured it out. Beast repellent? This was clearly Viagra prepared for hyenas. Good stuff. Gui said calmly, his fingers gently caressing the bottle. Such a valuable item, you trust me with it so easily? The one with the missing front tooth felt his heart tighten, terrified that this kid would spot the flaw. He quickly forced a smile. Oh, brother, what time is it now? We're about to lose our lives, and you still care about this bit of money? Hurry up and spray it. Those dogs are coming over. You're right. Gui nodded. He held the bottle, slowly raising it, seemingly preparing to spray himself. The one with the missing front tooth stared intently at his movements, and Baldy, positioned high up, gripped the trigger, his crosshairs locked onto Gui's knee. Just as everyone thought the prey was about to fall into the net, Gui's hand suddenly stopped. He turned his head, glanced at the stone-skinned hyenas approaching in the distance, drooling, then looked down at the expectant face of the one with the missing front tooth. However, a hint of mockery entered Gui's voice. I think, since it's such a good thing, it's better if you keep it for self-defense. Before he finished speaking, Gui's wrist flicked sharply. PSHHH. He precisely aimed the nozzle of the spray bottle at the face of the one with the missing front tooth, which was etched with shock, and forcefully pressed it several times in quick succession. A large cloud of pale pink mist, emitting a strong, sickly sweet, bloody scent, instantly sprayed the one with the missing front tooth's face. Ah! Cough, cough, cough. The one with the missing front tooth was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He instinctively covered his face and coughed violently, the cloyingly sweet scent choked his windpipe, making him gag. Wah! What are you doing? He screamed in terror, still unable to grasp what had happened. But the next second, he understood. Oh whoa! The few, stone-skinned hyenas, in the distance stiffened as if electrocuted, their coarse fur standing on end, and their normally green eyes instantly became bloodshot and crimson. That scent that made their very genes tremble. Roar! Without any hesitation, 5 or 6 stone-skinned hyenas, the size of small calves, launched a suicidal charge toward the one with the missing front tooth like mad beasts. Baldy! Big Bear! Save me! This kid is crazy! The one with the missing front tooth smelled the scent on himself, watched the red-eyed beasts rushing toward him, and roared in despair. At the top of the overpass. Go to hell! Baldy cursed under his breath and immediately pulled the trigger. Clang! A barbed crossbow bolt sliced through the night sky, flying straight for Gui's back. However, Gui didn't even turn his head, nor did he attempt to dodge. Ding! A crisp, metallic clang that set teeth on edge echoed throughout the ruins. The heavy, powerful crossbow bolt did not pierce Gui's body as Baldy had expected. Instead, it was deflected as if it had struck an indestructible plate of alloy steel, flying off, spinning in the air, and falling limply to the ground. Before he even stepped into these ruins, he had already secretly activated his living armor underneath his loose jacket. The active metal mass named Unfettered Iron Legion was currently acting like a layer of form-fitting powered soft armor, tightly protecting his back. and all vital points.
This was the confidence that allowed him to walk into the trap alone. After being hit, Gui spun around abruptly and waved his hand. A card printed with a pale white spine pattern shattered in his palm.
Armament card, Wheel of Spine. Buzz.
A bizarre wheel, assembled from several sections of ghastly white vertebrae and lined with bone spikes, appeared out of thin air on the
ground.
It made a grating, teeth-setting friction sound, like a self-aware mad dog, instantly locking onto Baldy high above.
Go!
The bone wheel spun wildly on the ground, ignoring the terrain, and shot up the nearly vertical concrete pillar of the overpass as if traversing
flat ground. What the hell is that?
Baldy was still reloading his crossbow when, by the faint moonlight, he saw the white nightmare had already rushed right
in front of him. Crack!
The bone wheel slammed viciously into Baldy's shin, the sharp bone spikes instantly shattering his tibia.
Ah!
Baldy screamed, lost his footing, and plunged directly from the overpass, a height of over 10 meters.
Bang! He crashed heavily into the ruins below, landing right next to the pack of frenzied hyenas.
At this moment, the one with the missing front tooth had already been tackled by a hyena and was struggling desperately. The other two red-eyed hyenas were immediately drawn to Baldy, who had fallen from the sky. In the ruins off to the side, the muscular man named Big Bear was holding a hunting net and was about to rush out, but upon seeing this scene, his legs turned to jelly, and he immediately turned to run.
Trying to run? Gui sneered. He didn't pursue, but instead activated the command for the Wheel of Spine, again.
The bone wheel that had just shredded Baldy's shin arced through the air, landed without stopping, and, carrying the bloodstains, whistled toward the
fleeing Big Bear like a guided missile. Ah!
A miserable scream came from the darkness in the distance. Big Bear had also had his ankle severed by the maniacal wheel and collapsed onto the
ground.
At this point, in the center of the battlefield, the few aroused stone-skinned hyenas had completely lost their minds and were preparing to tear apart and vent on the one with the missing front tooth and Baldy.
Gui watched this scene, his brow furrowing slightly. If he didn't intervene now, these two men would be torn to shreds within seconds.
Then they would just be dead meat.
Dead meat couldn't be used for blood packs, and it wasn't worth any money. Troublesome. Gui sighed.
He slowly raised his right hand. Under the faint moonlight and the illumination of fluorescent dust, his arm, which was originally human, suddenly emitted a grating crunch of metal.
Squeezing bone. Kacha boom. A large mass of pitch-black metal, like liquid mercury, instantly surged out of his sleeve, rapidly growing and hardening. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm vanished, replaced by a cluster of several incredibly sharp, cold-gleaming, black iron spears. Myriad armaments.
This scene completely exceeded the cognitive scope of the three bandits. Baldy and Big Bear, who had been wailing moments before, even forgot the intense pain in their bodies. Their eyes were wide, their mouths agape, and they made panicked, gulping sounds in their throats, as if they had seen a ghost.
What? What was that thing? Cybernetic implant? No. No implant could grow out of thin air like water.
Before they could recover their senses, Gui swung his arm.
Whoosh! 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 3 black metal spears shot out instantly, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound in the air. The stone-skinned hyena's proud rocky hide, which could deflect ordinary bullets, was as fragile as paper in the face of this terrifying metal. Penetration. PSHHH. A dull piercing sound rang out. 3 hyenas that were about to bite didn't even have time to scream before the thick iron spears pierced straight through their chests. The immense kinetic energy sent their bodies flying backward, pinning them brutally against the concrete pillar behind them. The remaining hyenas were terrified by the sudden, bloody slaughter. Although still in a state of arousal, their survival instincts finally overcame their desire when faced with the terrifying aura of a higher level predator, and they tucked their tails and howled as they fled into the darkness. The world fell silent. Only the wind whimpering through the ruins remained.
Gui deactivated the transformation, and the terrifying metal spears reverted to liquid form, retracting back into his body. Gui strode forward. His silhouette was stretched long in the moonlight, like the shadow cast by the god of death. He kicked away a still-twitching hyena and stood before the one with the missing front tooth, whose face was covered in blood and terror.
Don't kill me. The one with the missing front tooth's teeth chattered violently.
His lower body instantly became soaked, and the stench of urine filled the air.
Gui did not speak.
He merely pulled the black, living blood pump briefcase, marked with a biohazard symbol, from his backpack with an expressionless face.
Click. The case opened.
Illuminated by the faint moonlight, the sight of several thick, cold gleaming blood collection needles reflected in the desperate eyes of the three
bandits.
A kind smile, one that froze the soul of the one with the missing front tooth, appeared on Gui's face.
Don't worry, I won't kill you.
He picked up a syringe and lightly flicked it. The night wind howled, carrying the characteristic gritty feeling of the wasteland, scraping painfully against the cheeks. In the shadow of the collapsed overpass, Gui was squatting on the ground, searching through the backpacks the three robbers had thrown down. Inside were several packages of dried, blackened jerky, casually wrapped in oil paper. Gui picked up a piece through his gloves and examined it under the faint moonlight. The texture of the jerky was very fine, and on the edge of one partially eaten piece, he clearly saw a segment of a human finger bone with half a charred fingernail still attached. Ha! Gui gave a cold laugh and casually tossed the package into the foul ditch nearby. He stood up and turned to look at the three men. The one with the missing front tooth, Baldy, and Big Bear, who were tightly bound together in a triangle shape with a metal snare, like dead pigs. The three men had long since lost their previous arrogance. Looking at Gui's eyes, which were utterly devoid of emotion in the darkness, they felt like cattle being inspected by a butcher.
Eating people?
Gui's voice was soft, yet it struck them like an ice pick driven straight into their skulls.
That was a corpse we found on the road. We didn't kill anyone. We really didn't kill anyone.
The one with the missing front tooth was terrified, snot and tears streaming down his face as he desperately argued.
Gui ignored his nonsense. He set up the black briefcase between the three men. Buzz.
The living blood pump started. The grating sound of the machine operating was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the night.
Gui unhurriedly took out a handful of brand new, empty sterile blood storage bags and waved them in front of the three men. I have 10 bags that need to be filled.
He picked up a thick phlebotomy needle, the tip gleaming coldly under the moonlight. He sat down on a broken concrete block nearby and methodically connected the needle to a blood bag.
Now, we'll play a game. I ask, you answer.
The rules are simple: whoever answers fastest, whoever tells the truth, and whoever can prove someone else is lying, avoids the needle this round. Conversely, the one who performs the worst,
Gui pointed to the humming blood pump,
contributes 1 bag of blood.
Do you understand?
The three men stared at the needle, nodding frantically, muffled pleas escaping their throats.
Very good.
Gui's voice was perfectly level.
First question.
He pointed to the crossbow he had searched out from Baldy's possessions. This thing, although homemade, uses high-carbon steel specific to the B-Ring District garrison troops, and the scope is military grade.
Trash like you couldn't afford it or manufacture it.
Gui's gaze turned cold. Where did it come from?
We found it.
Just as Baldy was about to speak, the one with the missing front tooth screamed out, we found it near Black Pine Forest. A severely wounded garrison troop soldier died there, and we stripped him of his gear.
Bullshit. Big Bear instantly sold out his teammate to save himself.
You went up and stabbed him while he was still breathing.
Baldy killed that soldier. You're lying.
Baldy's eyes were bloodshot with panic. Gui said nothing, only silently picked up the needle and drove it straight into Baldy's thigh.
Ack! A shrill scream echoed.
The living blood pump began to roar, and Baldy's face visibly turned ashen.
Very good, honesty is a virtue.
Gooey pulled out the needle, tossed the bag of warm fresh blood into a sack, and said, "Next question."
None of you have a vehicle or a mount. How could you possibly avoid the anomalies along the way and penetrate this deep into the core meltdown zone just using your legs?
This was a critical piece of intelligence. The South Ring wasteland was fraught with danger. If they had taken the main roads, these three novices would have died 100 times over. They must possess some kind of safe secret route.
The sewers. This time Big Bear answered fastest. We used the old world sewage network.
There's a manhole cover in Rust Alley. Go down and walk 3 kilometers south. There's a dry underground riverbed that leads straight to this area.
Where's the map? Gooey held out his hand. It's in old Zhao's underwear pocket. Big Bear pointed at the one with the missing front tooth. Gooey raised an eyebrow and looked at the one with the missing front tooth.
The one with the missing front tooth's face froze. Before he could react, Gooey's needle was already plunged into his arm.
Another bag of blood filled up.
Gooey, suppressing his disgust, put on his gloves and retrieved a foul-smelling, hand-drawn map from the one with the missing front tooth's crotch.
Area.
Although the smell was memorable, it meticulously detailed a winding underground route, even marking several relatively safe rest stops and water.
Sources. This was good stuff. With it, the efficiency of entering and exiting the wasteland could double in the future. Third question. Gooey put away the map, his eyes growing sharper.
Recently, some people have been looking for several survivors who escaped from the Butcher Gang's stronghold. You've been operating in this area, doing this kind of murder and robbery business.
Have you seen any suspicious people?
As soon as the question was asked, the three men clearly hesitated. Although they didn't know how deep the waters behind this were, they instinctively felt that getting involved would lead to major trouble. But looking at the blood-dripping needle in Gooey's hand, fear conquered everything.
We saw them.
This time it was Baldy. He had just had a bag of blood drawn and was extremely weak, but to save his life now, he was screaming with all his might.
3 days ago. Right at the exit of that underground riverbed.
I saw a black modified off-road vehicle pick up a few people. The driver was a woman wearing a gas mask, and among the people picked up was Golden Tooth, who used to manage the Butcher Gang's warehouse.
Where did they go?
The needle in Gooey's hand paused slightly as he pressed on coldly.
West. They went toward the turbid pool.
Baldy's voice was hoarse from screaming, his eyes showing an instinctive fear of that place. That's the most chaotic hellhole in the West District. Even scavengers like us don't dare go near it.
I saw the vehicle drive right in. Gooey narrowed his eyes. West District, turbid pool. That was the central convergence point of Wenchuan City's entire sewage system, and a true no-man's land where pollution levels were constantly off the charts. It seemed Captain Wang was right, the Butcher Gang had fallen, but these stray dogs hadn't been completely wiped out. Instead, they had fled into deeper darkness. The next half hour was nothing short of a spectacle of human collapse. Where did the induction spray you have come from? We bought it from Old Scorpion.
The formula leaked out from the Butcher Gang.
There's a lot of this stuff on the black market now. Besides One Eye, where do you usually fence the stolen goods?
The general store on Rotten Mud Street.
The old man pays little, but he never asks where the goods come from. Where did you bury the people you killed before? Do you have any goods on you that haven't been fenced yet? Buried in the pit ahead. There's a box buried in the pit ahead. Inside are 2 old-world mechanical watches and half a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. Big Bear wanted to keep that for himself. 10 questions were asked. The grading machine finally stopped humming. Gooey nodded in satisfaction, looking at the 10 blood storage bags filled with golden red liquid, neatly stacked at his feet. But looking at the 3 men on the ground, they were now so weak they resembled 3 dead dogs whose spines had been removed. The living blood pump didn't just draw blood, it forcibly liquefied and extracted human muscle tissue directly through the needle. Big Bear and the one with the missing front tooth, who had been relatively sturdy, now looked like 2 broken rag dolls whose stuffing had been pulled. Out.
The muscles on their thighs and arms had extensively collapsed and atrophied, their skin hanging loosely over the bones. They had both shrunk an entire size, and their breathing carried a rasping sound, like a broken bellows. The most miserable, however, was Baldy. Because he had performed the worst in the initial attempts to lie and betray his comrades, he alone had contributed 5 full bags of blood. At this moment, he could barely be called human. He was curled up on the ground, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets, his cheekbones protruding, his entire face resembling a skull wrapped in thin
skin.
His right leg and left arm were completely withered, reduced to 2 bony sticks covered only by skin. He didn't even have the strength to scream, only opening his mouth to emit faint, intermittent gasps from his throat. Only the almost imperceptible rising and falling of his chest proved he was clinging to his last breath.
Gooey expressionlessly cleaned up the scene.
He hung the crossbow on his waist, checked it. It was in good condition.
A useful tool for ambushing people.
He also confiscated Big Bear's metal snare. The thing had extremely high tensile strength and could even briefly trap a stone-skinned hyena, making it
highly practical.
There was also the remaining bottle of induction spray, and the priceless but smelly Wasteland secret route map. Finally, he emptied the large canvas bag that originally belonged to the 3 men and was used to hold their victims' belongings. Then he stuffed the 10 heavy bags of fresh blood, along with all the spoils, into it.
That's enough. Gooey zipped up the bulging canvas bag, slung it over his shoulder, and stood up. He looked down at the 3 ruined men on the ground, who were staring up at him with eyes full of hope. Big brother. The blood has been drawn. We've talked. We gave you the money and gear.
The one with the missing front tooth weakly raised his head, his voice trembling.
You should let us go now, right? Gooey looked at them, a faint smile curving his lips. Of course. He nodded.
I said I wouldn't kill you.
I am a man of my word.
The 3 men were overjoyed.
But just then,
Gooey pulled out the spray bottle from his pocket, the one that was only half full of pale pink liquid.
Seeing that bottle, the pupils of the 3 men instantly shrank to pinpricks.
Despair instantly drowned the fragile hope that had just arisen.
No. No. You can't. Baldy let out a pig-like shriek. Don't panic. Gooey held the bottle, his tone as calm as if he were fertilizing crops. This is a good item you bought yourselves. I don't like taking advantage, so I'll return it to you.
Before he finished speaking,
TSS, TSS, TSS. A pink mist spread out in the night.
Gooey, without hesitation, sprayed half a bottle of the enhanced induction hormone evenly over the 3 men. A strong, sweet, and bloody scent, potent enough to drive beasts mad, instantly enveloped the entire ruin. Having done all this, Gooey stepped back a few paces and checked his watch.
I wish you good luck.
He picked up the spoils, left a peeping eyeball on a rock, and turned to melt into the darkness. Only 3 living men, emitting a deadly fragrance, were left in the dead, perilous wasteland night, crying out in despair.
The night was thick, like ink that refused to dissolve. Gooey had not gone far.
He was like a patient vulture, crouching atop an abandoned water tower 100 meters away. He closed his left eye, his right optic nerve connected to the F-grade armament card he had just contained, the Eye of Peeping.
That invisible eyeball, like an HD camera, transmitted the horrific scene there directly into Gooey's mind.
The image was a silent film, but Gooey could imagine the agonizing screams. The intense pheromone scent had driven the stone-skinned hyenas completely mad. They were not simply feeding, they were venting. The 3 living people, drenched in perfume, were, in their eyes, mates and food radiating fatal attraction. Tearing, attacking, and the rhythm of instinctual urges. The trio of the one with the missing front tooth struggled in despair, but their movements restricted, they could only watch helplessly as they became
tools for the beast's frenzy. Gradually, the struggling ceased.
Beneath the ruins, only a pack of panting beasts remained, their vigilance lowered due to excessive excitement and release.
That's enough. Gui opened his eyes, disconnecting the visual link.
This pack of hyenas was now heavily exhausted, making it the perfect time to harvest them.
Who?
He took a deep breath from his high vantage point, and his figure instantly elongated and mutated in the night wind.
Form switch, Echo Bat King.
Broad, membranous wings spread out behind him.
Gui pushed off with his feet, and his entire body, like a giant black glider, silently skimmed across the night sky, diving toward the ruins below. He was still 20 meters from the ground.
Just then, the compendium deep within his soul vibrated.
Containable target detected, stone-skinned hyena. Containment requirement, swallow 1 complete heart raw. The hyenas, still busy following their instincts on the pile of decaying flesh, finally noticed the unusual airflow above them.
They raised their heads, but before they could roar, Gui's mouth, which had transformed into a bat's muzzle, snapped open.
Screech! An invisible, high-frequency ultrasonic shockwave, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, slammed into the center of the pack in a fan shape. A transparent ripple even appeared in the air.
The 5 stone-skinned hyenas below instantly went rigid, blood spurting from their mouths and noses, collapsing painfully onto the ground as if their
heads had been struck by a heavy hammer.
However, 2 hyenas on the periphery reacted extremely fast. Although they were shaking violently from the shock, their survival instinct made them tuck their tails and turn to flee into the crevices of the
ruins. Running? Gui, still in midair, scoffed.
He retracted his wings and plummeted like a meteor. A card in his hand had already shattered.
Armament card, Wheel of Spine.
The wheel, made of ghastly white bones, appeared out of thin air. It landed with a grating, teeth-aching sound, and like a rabid dog, accurately locked onto the 2 fleeing prey.
Snap! Crack!
The speed of the bone wheel was astonishing. It instantly caught up to the 2 hyenas, who hadn't yet recovered, and its sharp bone spikes violently severed their Achilles tendons.
At the same time, Gui landed. Boom! Dust flew everywhere.
The moment he touched the ground, he switched forms again, and black liquid metal instantly enveloped his entire body.
Form switch, Unfettered Iron Legion.
Gui transformed into a steel monster over 2 meters tall, covered in flowing black metallic luster. Without the slightest pause, he violently swung both arms forward.
Put! Put! Put!
Several thick, spear-like black metal spikes shot out from his arms and back. The stone-skinned hyenas, who were just struggling to get up from their dazed state, were precisely pierced through the skull by these metal spears and pinned to the ground before they could even scream.
Gui cancelled the transformation, returning to his human form.
He did not rush to deal with the corpses but first walked toward the gap in the ruins beneath the collapsed overpass.
In that dark, damp pile of rubble, the fist-sized luminescent mushroom was silently emitting a faint blue light.
This item was extremely sensitive to its growing environment and would wither if not handled carefully. Gui rummaged through the filthy backpack left behind by the one with the missing front tooth and found a specialized collection bag lined with lead
sheeting.
Since these people came for this mushroom, they had prepared quite thoroughly.
Thanks.
He said this indifferently to the pile of rotting flesh, then carefully dug up the luminescent mushroom along with its soil and placed it into the
professional bag.
Next came the most important part, looting the corpses. Gui glanced at the 7 stone-skinned hyena corpses pinned to the ground.
These things were thick-skinned and tough, an ordinary knife couldn't cut through them. But he didn't need a knife. Crack! His arms instantly turned into white bone. Form switch, Bone Butcher.
He walked up to a corpse. The ghostly white bone claw easily tore through the hard, stony skin, and with a teeth-grinding sound of bone snapping, he skillfully cut open the
chest cavity.
A grayish-white heart, still faintly beating, was pulled out by him.
This was the stone-skin heart, hard currency on the painter's list.
Gui looked at the organ in his hand, which was as hard as granite, still stained with warm blood and emitting a strong earthy stench. He didn't hesitate at all.
Crunch!
The bone butcher's large mouth allowed him to chew the heart into pieces in a few bites, as if crushing a piece of hard candy. His teeth grated against the rock-like heart muscle, producing a chilling crunch. Gooey chewed expressionlessly, forcing down the sickening texture that felt like eating raw meat mixed with concrete.
Containment successful.
A grayish-white card slowly appeared in his mind.
Form card, stone-skinned hyena. Grade, F.
Type, entity/living creature. Description, a canine species that mutated due to prolonged life in mining areas and radiation zones. Their fur has keratinized, forming a natural stone armor.
This defense allows them to dominate the lower echelons of the wasteland ecosystem, but it also makes them heavy and sluggish.
Abilities. Rock-hard skin, passive. Your skin hardness is significantly increased, acquiring a granite-like texture.
It can effectively resist small-caliber bullet fire and cuts from ordinary sharp weapons. Carrion scent, sense perception of rotten and bloody smells is increased by 300%. Weaknesses. Soft abdomen, the abdomen is not covered by rock and is a blind spot for defense.
Blunt force trauma, extremely fearful of heavy strikes from blunt weapons like sledgehammers, the rock skin is prone to shattering when subjected to
shock. After containment was complete, Gooey continued his work.
He followed the same procedure, using his bone claw to extract the hearts of the remaining 6 hyenas completely intact. At this point, the silver-gray containment box was already filled with the various small fry he had caught earlier.
Gooey frowned and opened the box.
He unceremoniously pulled out the less valuable materials inside that didn't require strict preservation and stuffed them into the large canvas bag he had snatched from the trio. This freed up 2 premium compartments equipped with stabilizing gel. Then, he carefully placed the 6 precious stone skin hearts inside.
Click. The box closed. Now, he was truly loaded. Gooey first secured the heavy tactical backpack and tightened the shoulder straps. Then, he used his left hand to lift the silver-gray containment box and his right hand to carry the bulging canvas bag filled with blood packs and miscellaneous items. All this gear weighed at least 50 kilograms. For an ordinary person, just carrying it a few steps would be difficult, let alone traversing dozens of kilometers of wasteland back to the city. But Gooey had a cheat. Form switch, Echo Bat King. Black mist surged. Gooey once again transformed into the giant bat. The instant he transformed, both the backpack on his back and the 2 heavy bags he was carrying instantly softened and merged into his body, following a strange distortion of rules. This was the most convenient aspect of the bizarre compendium, anything he possessed and that the compendium recognized as his private property would be judged by the rules to be part of his body during transformation, undergoing form conversion with him, making transport infinitely easier. Whoosh! The Echo Bat King flapped its wings, whipping up a gust of wind, and ascended from the ground. It circled once in the air, let out a sharp shriek, fixed its direction, and sped toward the massive city emitting a faint glow in the distance, the Gray Millstone. 2 hours later. See Ring Zone, South District, the dark alley behind Rosemary's Dream. This was the discharge point that the glamorous red light district would never show its customers. The air was filled with the stench of sewage and the acrid smell of certain chemical agents. The corners were piled high with discarded household trash and some medical waste. A black shadow silently landed deep in the alley. The black mist dissipated, and Gooey emerged from the shadows, carrying the silver-gray containment box. He didn't go to the front entrance to find Rose, who inexplicably seemed intent on sleeping with him, but walked straight to the end of the alley, stopping before a heavy, unremarkable iron door covered in rust. This was the private passage the painter had specifically told him about when he left last time. From now on, when you bring goods, use the back door. Rose is a shrewd businesswoman, there's no deal she doesn't want a cut of in this world. If she knew I secretly acquired this many good materials, she would undoubtedly find a way to either suppress my price or raise my rent. Besides, don't walk around the main hall carrying these bloody items. If you truly scare off her distinguished guests, I can't afford that loss. That's what the painter had said at the time.
Gooey liked this style of underground transaction, safe, hidden, and free of unnecessary chatter. He reached out and knocked 3 times rhythmically on the iron door.
Dong, dong, dong. 2 seconds later, the palm-sized observation window on the iron door slid open with a shhhk. A bloodshot eye appeared behind the window. It was the painter's eye. He seemed to have pulled another all-nighter conducting experiments, his gaze reflecting a fervent fatigue. He saw Gooey standing outside the door, and he also saw the containment box in Gooey's hand, which seemed to be oozing the smell of blood even through its metal casing. The painter's eyes instantly lit up. Click, clack. The heavy door lock was opened.
The iron door slowly slid inward, and a blast of cool air mixed with an even stronger scent of formalin rushed out.
Come in.
The painter stepped aside, allowing Gooey entry. He looked at the box, unable to resist licking his lips.
That smell is fresh enough.
He closed the door, shutting out the foul odor of the alley.
Let me see, what good things have you brought me?
South District, back alley of Rosemary's Dream, underground private passage. In that warehouse filled with the smell of formalin and blood, the air seemed to solidify. The painter stood before the stained metal dissection table, holding a grayish-white heart that was still faintly beating. His eyes were no longer indifferent but filled with a fervent zeal.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
He let out a series of admiring clicks of his tongue, like a gourmet seeing the finest Wagyu beef, or a pervert seeing the most perfect lover. Look at this texture, look at this vitality. With his rubber-gloved fingers, he gently stroked the gradually hardening rocky cuticle on the surface of the heart.
The stone skin heart. This is the main ingredient for hardening potions.
Usually, what hunters bring is either already mangled or has been dead for too long, hard as real stone, with most of its medicinal properties lost. He looked up at Gooey, who stood in the shadows, a genuine look of approval in his eyes.
But these few.
It's as if they were still beating in that beast's chest just moments ago. Perfect removal technique, perfect timing for preservation.
He glanced again at the open silver containment box beside him.
Besides the most prominent hearts, the other compartments of the box were also packed full. The painter used tweezers to pick up a cluster of white spiderlings, still twitching slightly and entangled together.
Oh, ghost-faced weaving spider?
The painter's eyes lit up. The silk sacs of these things contain neurotoxins, making them excellent for paralyzing sutures. Usually, what's brought in is charred black. It's rare to see such a complete living colony. He then poked at the neatly bundled razor grass rhizomes nearby, and the large bag of translucent amber-colored worm jelly. And this luminescent mushroom, with its roots intact and no spores lost.
Not yet.
Gooey expressionlessly threw the heavy canvas bag, still seeping blood, from his back onto the iron table with a thud. As the zipper opened, a strong, fishy stench wafted out. It was filled with dead hair resembling kelp, handfuls of salt-soaked thirsty leeches, and various bizarre limbs and organs he had casually cut off
along the way, which, though not highly active, were plentiful.
Some things don't need to be kept fresh, so I just packed them casually, Gooey said indifferently. The painter looked at the feast on the table, couldn't help but take a deep breath of the air mixed with formalin and blood, and showed an intoxicated
expression. Professional. So professional.
He put down the tweezers, took out a calculator from his pocket, and his fingers tapped rapidly, the clattering sound particularly pleasant in the
silent basement. 7 highly active hearts, I'll give you 4,200.
This nest of ghost-faced weaving spiders and luminescent mushrooms are hot commodities, totaling 2,500.
That bag of jelly and razor grass is 1,000. He glanced at the canvas bag.
Although this bag is full of scraps, it's a large quantity, so I'll take it for 800. The painter finally pressed the equals sign firmly, and a red number appeared on the screen.
He looked up and gestured to Gooey. A total of 8,500 credit points.
He paused, then added, or, you can exchange it for equivalent internal points from the stitcher.
If you have surgery or buy equipment from me in the future, you'll get a 30% discount. This is VIP treatment. Gooey shook his head.
No rush to settle the bill. He looked directly into the painter's eyes, stating his true intention. Last time you said that as long as I could provide high-quality materials, all your stock here would be available for trade.
Gui pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Now, do I qualify to see that seller?
The painter was startled, then grinned.
Ha, so you haven't forgotten about that.
He tossed the calculator onto the table and clapped his hands to dust them off.
All right. Rules are rules.
The quality of this batch of goods from you is indeed up to par. He turned and walked to the wall, taking down 2 extremely heavy sets of equipment from a row of hooks, which looked like a combination of an
explosion-proof suit and a diving suit. Put them on.
The painter threw one set to Gui and began to put on the other himself. Gui took the clothes. They were extremely heavy, seemingly lined with thick lead plates.
It's different down there than up here.
The painter explained with a muffled voice as he struggled to pull the helmet over his head. To keep those little darlings alive, and to prevent those detached organs from necrosing, I've set the stable anchor's field suppression power to the
lowest possible setting down there.
The contamination value there constantly stays above 50%. It's even higher than the hunting zones outside the wall. If you go down without wearing this, you won't last 10 minutes before the flesh on your body starts growing hair, and you'll start hearing people
singing in your head. Gui nodded, didn't ask further, and skillfully put on the protective suit. This professional attitude further increased the painter's estimation of him. Click, clunk.
As the huge cross-shaped iron lock was opened, the heavy iron cellar door was pulled open with a grating, teeth-aching sound. A faint green mist, visible to the naked eye, drifted out through the crack in the door. That wasn't poison gas, it was the materialized product of high-concentration contamination.
Stay close, don't touch anything randomly.
The painter's voice came through the helmet's communicator, with a slightly distorted electrical sound.
Although they are all small things, getting bitten is still very troublesome. Gui, carrying the half-empty containment box, followed the painter down the stairs leading underground.
The further down they went, the thicker the air became, an oppressive sensation brought by high-concentration contamination.
Gui could feel the bizarre compendium within him becoming active, like a hungry ghost smelling a buffet. Finally, they reached the bottom.
It wasn't as cluttered here as the warehouse above, instead, it was neatly arranged. Rather than a cellar, it was more like a dark, damp, underground aquarium filled with mad imagination. On the surrounding walls, there were metal grids of varying sizes, emitting a faint blue glow. These were small force field cages, modified by the painter from abandoned stable anchor cores. This force field could, like amber, confine the creatures inside in a relatively static state, maintaining their vitality while preventing them from
going berserk. Gui's gaze swept over the grids.
The inhabitants here were indeed, as the painter said, small in size but extremely rare or bizarre.
In a grid on the left, there was a transparent glass jar.
The jar contained no water, only a mass of white, soft-bodied organisms resembling rotten mud. If you looked closely, you would notice that a tormented human face would occasionally surface on the mud surface, letting out silent screams.
Human-faced maggots. A parasitic bizarre entity.
In the grid on the right, there was a palm-sized object resembling a reishi mushroom but with the texture of fresh red flesh. A corner of it had been cut off, but the wound was growing granulation tissue at a visible rate.
Flesh fungus.
A rare regenerative plant bizarre entity. There was also a jar of what looked like green jelly, but which would frantically crash against the glass trying to suck blood if anyone approached.
Blood-sucking moss.
This was the painter's treasure trove, and also his living spare parts library for those insane modification surgeries. Look around, the painter said, pointing to the grids, a hint of boastfulness in his tone.
Gui didn't speak.
In the painter's eyes, these were expensive materials. But in Gui's eyes, these were rows of revival coins displayed on shelves. His gaze swept quickly, and the compendium in his mind began to scroll wildly. His selection criteria were very clear.
First, the volume must be small. Easy to carry, one bite each. Second, the containment condition must be devour.
This way, combined with gluttonous regeneration, he could simultaneously complete containment, health recovery, and mana recovery the moment he ate it.
Third, the vitality must be strong. It couldn't die after being in the box for 2 or 3 days.
Soon, he stopped in front of a grid in a corner.
It contained a yellowish-brown, translucent gelatinous mass, looking like a large blob of sentient fat, slowly wriggling in the grid. Corpse oil slime.
The compendium prompted, "Devour raw."
Gui narrowed his eyes.
Although this thing was disgusting, it seemed to contain extremely high biothermal energy, and in Gui's eyes, it was simply a living, high-calorie
compressed biscuit.
"I'll take this one," he said, pointing at the glass. Immediately after, he pointed to a container full of water nearby.
Inside, a completely crimson jellyfish floated.
It had no stinging tentacles, and its body was entirely composed of highly concentrated active plasma, expanding and contracting in the water.
Plasma jellyfish. The compendium prompts, drink. Gui nodded.
This thing was a pure aggregate of life energy. Drinking it would probably feel like chugging a bottle of energy drink. Finally, his gaze fell upon a crab no bigger than a fist. But instead of a conch shell, this crab carried a small, pale human skull on its back. Its 2 claws were not typical crab claws, but several nimble human fingers, which were tapping against the glass wall with a clicking sound.
Polydactyl hermit crab. The compendium prompts, chew and swallow.
Although the shell was a bit hard, its portability was a plus, and those fingers looked like they had quite firm flesh.
And this crab. Gui retracted his finger and looked at the painter. Just these 3 things.
The painter looked at the items Gui had chosen, and his expression turned slightly odd.
"Are you sure?" he couldn't help but ask.
Aside from being used as auxiliary ingredients for certain special potions, these items are almost useless. That crab can't even be used in surgery. I only collected it because I found it amusing. I have a use for them, Gui said concisely.
Fine, the painter shrugged. The total is 3,100 credit points.
I'll give you a discount, take them for 3,000. Also, Gui looked at the containment box in his hand, which already held the stone skin heart, and then pointed at the few lively rations. This
box can't hold any more. Do you have a bigger one here? Are you planning to open a zoo?
The painter grumbled, but he still turned and walked to the corner, dragging out a large object.
It was a large, double-layered containment box made of dull black metal. It looked somewhat like the delivery boxes used by old-world takeout couriers, a Wasteland reinforced edition. Double-layered biological stasis box, the painter patted the lid. The top layer is for materials, and the bottom layer is for living organisms. It comes with a miniature stabilizing force field. Although it's not as good as the cages here, as long as you don't let them out, they're guaranteed not to die. How much?
Since you brought so much good stuff today, I won't profit off this box.
Just give me the cost price of 1,500. Deduct it from your bag of goods. Gui nodded.
He carefully transferred the resurrection coins into the lower compartment of the new box, watching them settle quietly in the gel, feeling an
unprecedented sense of security well up inside him.
This was his mobile blood spring. Having finished all this, Gui was not in a hurry to leave. He pulled out several bags of golden red liquid from his backpack and placed them on the counter.
I have another business matter. Do you buy this stuff?
The painter did not rush to inspect the goods. Instead, he sized Gui up and down first. He saw that although Gui was travel-worn, his complexion was rosy and his steps were steady, showing none of the weakness typically caused by blood loss after having just used a living blood pump. It seems you have completely mastered the use of that blood pump, the painter smiled meaningfully. He picked up a bag of blood and shook it against the light. The golden red liquid looked exceptionally tempting under the light, pure like a ruby.
Ho! The presentation is good.
The painter opened the cap and leaned in to smell it. The next second, his brow furrowed slightly.
This smell is a bit pungent.
He put down the blood bag, looked at Gui, and his eyes became professional and serious. Although it has been processed cleanly, that rank, fishy smell can't be masked.
This wasn't drawn from a person, was it? It was squeezed out of a living bizarre entity or some kind of mutated creature, right? Gui nodded.
These were a few experimental samples he had self-produced and self-marketed in the wasteland using the regeneration ability of his meat cabinet. Butcher form, combined with the blood pump. As for the 10 bags squeezed from the bandits, they were still lying safely in his bag.
Is there a difference? Gui countered. Does the effect change?
You hit the nail on the head, the painter pointed to the bag of blood.
The effect is the same, it can save a life.
But the cost is different.
He held up one finger.
Blood drawn from a living person, we call pure blood. The side effect of drinking it is merely residual emotional fragments, some fear and anger.
From the original owner.
Using it too much might make you irritable and prone to anger, and at worst, you'll have nightmares for a few days.
He held up a second finger.
But blood drawn from a bizarre entity is called turbid blood. The side effects of this stuff are more than 10 times greater than human blood. While treating injuries, it causes the user's contamination value to instantly skyrocket. Furthermore, the bizarre entity's chaotic and insane will directly assault your brain. If an ordinary person chugs a bag of this, their injury will heal, but their mind will immediately become clouded, they'll hear hallucinations and
develop an uncontrollable urge to kill. The painter sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. The worst part is, look. He held up the bag of turbid blood. From the outside, it looks almost identical to pure blood. Unless you're an expert like me, who deals with flesh and blood every day, an ordinary person couldn't tell the difference. This has led to a crisis of trust in the black market. The buyer never knows whether the life-saving medicine in their hand will pull them back to the human world or push them into the abyss. Therefore, the price of this stuff never goes up. People are unwilling to gamble their lives. Gui nodded thoughtfully after hearing this.
No wonder the medical kits sold by Dr. Syringe were so expensive, the cost lay in the guarantee of authenticity. He patted his backpack, which contained the 10 bags of precious bandit specialty brew. Now that he knew the value and side effects of the blood, he naturally intended to keep the pure blood, which had fewer side effects, for his own use. Although he had the compendium to suppress contamination, minimizing trouble was always better.
As for the ones on the table. Do you buy this turbid blood? Gui asked. Buy them?
Of course, I buy them, the painter reverted to his merchant persona. Even if it's poison, it's still medicine.
When some dirt-poor hunters are about to die, who cares if they might mutate? Living for one more second is better than nothing. He quoted a price. For pure blood, I can give you 300 credit points per bag. But for these bags of turbid blood, 50 per bag, no more. Gui nodded. Deal. With the transaction complete, Gui looked at the empty blood collection syringes in his hand and recalled the painful experience of spending 1,000 credit points on plastic bags.
One more thing, he asked, frowning.
Those blood storage bags are too expensive. Black clinics sell them for about 50 credit points each, it's practically robbery.
If you plan to buy from me long-term, I need a cheaper method of storage.
Ha!
That old devil Syringe really is a black-hearted bastard, the painter burst out laughing, seemingly well aware of his colleague's unscrupulous
nature.
He turned and walked to the corner, kicking a wooden box piled high with debris.
If you don't mind slightly poorer portability, I have plenty of alternatives here.
He took out a glass test tube, about the thickness of a thumb, sealed with a rubber stopper. Industrial-grade sealed test tubes, previously used for chemical reagents. Although they aren't as light or large as those plastic bags, and you can't squeeze them for transfusions, the advantage is that they are cheap and
can be washed and reused.
The painter grabbed a handful of test tubes and shoved them into Gui's arms.
This stuff is worthless, it's a gift.
Next time you bring pure blood, remember to separate it properly for me, don't mix it with this turbid blood.
Gooey took the cold glass tubes and nodded in satisfaction.
With these, the cost of his infinite blood vial plan had finally dropped.
Thanks. He lifted the 2 heavy containment boxes and adjusted his backpack. I'm leaving. 10 minutes later. Gooey walked out of the rusty iron door. Although his appearance was somewhat bizarre at the moment, he was armed to the teeth. He carried his tactical backpack, held the silver containment box filled with precious materials in his left hand, and the large, black double-layered box containing the resurrection coins in his right.
This trip, he not only didn't spend any money but actually earned over 5,000 credit points thanks to the batch of stone skin hearts and blood bags.
This was truly sustaining war with war. Gooey took a deep breath of the turbid sea ring zone air, didn't stop for a moment, and quickly blended into the night. All preparations were complete.
Next, it was time to return to the hive, close the door, and properly enjoy the fusion frenzy that belonged only to him. Back in the small room on the top floor of the hive, Gooey locked the door. Finally, the whole world was quiet. He shoved the black briefcase containing the living blood pump under the bed, then placed the 2 containment boxes on the floor. The silver-gray box on the left was now light. The valuable stone skin hearts and luminescent mushrooms inside had already been sold to the painter. The large black box on the right, however, was heavy, with 3 newly acquired revival coins at the bottom.
Phew! Gooey let out a long breath and sat down cross-legged. Although his body wasn't tired, the mental tension couldn't be eliminated. Tonight was not a time for rest. It was time for a gamble. Gooey closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deep into his soul. The pitch-black bizarre compendium slowly opened, the rustling of its pages echoing in his mind, as if urging him to place his bets quickly. Compared to when he first transmigrated, the compendium was now much stronger, filled with powerful cards. In addition to the main cards he had already contained, such as the Skeletal Hound, Meat Cabinet Butcher, and Putrid Tyrant, he had acquired a large batch of F-class anomaly new goods today. Mimic Flesh Pupa, Ghost-Faced Weaving Spider, Wheel of Spine, Drowned Man's Grudge, Peeping Eye, Stone Skin Hyena. And the 2 extras he had casually contained to complete the painter's order. F-class armament card, Bouncing Bone, it's a frog leg bone that can never stay still and is constantly twitching. Ability, when parasitic on the leg, it can instantly burst out a recoil force, doubling your jump height or allowing for a clumsy double jump in mid-air. F-class armament card, Moldy Fingernail, a fingernail covered in long green hair and emitting a foot odor. Ability, when embedded in the fingertip, your scratching attacks will carry a strong bacterial infection effect, causing wounds to quickly fester and necrose. Although not fatal, it's truly disgusting. More than 20 cards now. Gooey looked at the dazzling card pool, his inner hoarder syndrome greatly satisfied. But he also knew that these F-class anomaly small cards, if used alone, were just a scare tactic. To deal with tough opponents, he needed the E-class anomaly big cards after fusion. Moreover, while the current card pool was full, it was too messy. With so many fragmented materials in hand, if he didn't convert them into real combat power, they would just be a pile of pretty data. Gooey rubbed his hands, a fanatical glint igniting in his eyes. It was the look of a seasoned player who had accumulated enough resources for a 10-pull and was about to open the box. I've stocked up enough, he licked his lips. It's time for an exciting fusion upgrade. The compendium hummed with desire, as if also anticipating the coming evolution. First try, just to test his luck. Gooey's gaze shifted between 2 cards. One was his initial companion, the F-class Grudge Rat, and the other was the Echo Bat King, which had already evolved to E-class anomaly. They're both rodents. Although one has wings and the other doesn't, their biological structures should be similar, right? Gooey thought that if he could fuse the rat's reproductive ability and burrowing skills with the bat, creating something like Earth Listening or Rat Swarm Control, then his reconnaissance capabilities would be even more comprehensive. Fuse. With a thought, the 2 cards slowly approached each other.
however, the moment they touched Buzz,
a strong sense of repulsion instantly struck him.
The two cards were like magnets with the same polarity, unable to stick together no matter what. Gui felt as if his brain had been pricked by a needle, and his mental power was instantly repelled.
Fusion failed, incompatible.
The light of the two cards instantly dimmed, turning gray and unusable.
Cooldown, 24 hours.
Tisk.
Gui rubbed his temples, a bit speechless.
It seems those with wings and those that crawl on the ground really aren't from the same family. A bad start, his main reconnaissance card was banned for a day. Fortunately, he now had the peeping eye, so he wasn't too worried.
Second try, let's go for something functional. Gui learned his lesson and this time chose two cards with a similar art style.
F-Class 1000-faced model, can change muscle and bone structure to mimic any body type and face.
F-Class mimic flesh pupa, can mimic any sound.
This was very reasonable. One changes faces, the other changes voices.
Fuse.
This time, there was no repulsion.
The two cards blended together like milk and water, instantly becoming one.
A soft white light flashed, and a brand new card appeared in the compendium.
Fusion successful.
Form card, 1000-faced performer.
Grade, F.
Description: it is the most perfect actor on stage, and also the most dangerous disguised person in the crowd. It has no face of its own, nor its own voice, because it possesses all faces and voices. Ability: perfect disguise. Not only can it freely change appearance and body shape, but it can also perfectly replicate the target's vocal cords and intonation. Combined with ventriloquism techniques, it can even create the illusion of two people talking.
Not bad. Gui nodded with satisfaction.
Although this card wasn't strong in combat, it would definitely be a divine skill in situations requiring infiltration, assassination, or intelligence.
Gathering.
It was much stronger than the previous simple face-changing ability.
Third try, strike while the iron is hot.
Because of the successful fusion just now, the compendium provided a warm current, instantly replenishing his depleted mental power, and even giving him a slightly bloated feeling. He looked at the two E-Class anomaly trump cards in his hand.
E-Class Putrid Tyrant and E-Class Meat Cabinet Butcher.
One was a rotten mud, the other a meat mountain. If he stacked these two behemoths together,
what kind of monster would that be? A mobile biochemical fortress? Let's try. Gui gritted his teeth, manipulating two massive streams of mental power to forcefully press the two E-Class anomaly cards, emanating terrifying aura, together. Boom! At that instant, Gui felt as if a grenade had been stuffed into his brain and then had its pin pulled. That wasn't repulsion, that was conflict. Two equally domineering forces, belonging to the same core level, were clashing wildly. Neither would yield to the other. Put. Gui felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, and he fell backward, hitting the floor heavily, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. In his mind, the system's crimson warning message flashed frantically. Fusion failed miserably. Warning, severe conflict. Cannot stack cores of the same rank. Penalty, mental shock, two material cards forcibly locked for 48 hours. Damn. Gui lay on the ground, taking a full 5 minutes to recover before the feeling of his head splitting apart slightly receded. This time, he played big. Both main combat cards were banned, and for a full 2 days. This meant that for the next 2 days, he would lose his strongest offensive means and regeneration ability. As expected, greed has no good outcome. Gui smiled bitterly as he got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't have many usable cards left. Reconnaissance was gone, his main tank was gone, and 2 output cards were also gone. He glanced at the remaining cards. F-Class Skeletal Hound and F-Class Stone-Skinned Hyena. Both of these are canines. Can he combine them into something with high defense and high speed? Gui tried it. Buzz. Again, repulsion.
Although not as violent as before, it still signaled failure.
Fusion failed. Gui looked at the pile of grayed-out cards in his hand, feeling a bit frustrated.
This was the price of card gambling. When luck was good, he felt like a European emperor. When luck was bad, he lost everything, even his underwear. Now, he only had the newly fused thousand-faced performer and the ghost-faced weaving spider that were lit up. Besides that, the compendium still had the Wheel of Spine, as well as the Drowned Man's Grudge, Unfettered Iron Legion, Hand of Rust, and a whole bunch of other fragmented armament cards.
Looking at this motley collection of equipment, Gui couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a pang of regret. What a pity.
Although the bizarre compendium had currently leveled up to LV.2, it seemed to only unlock the fusion permission between form cards. These armament cards could only be used individually and couldn't be molded together like clay figures. This made his current combat style somewhat like a juggler, throwing wheels, then hair, then a severed hand. Although he had many tricks, he lacked the decisive explosive power. If only I could fuse all these scraps and create a divine weapon. Gui glanced at the compendium's experience bar, which was still slowly increasing, and secretly made a mental note. He hoped that when the compendium reached LV.3, a similar function would be unlocked.
Shaking off these distractions, Gui took a deep breath. One last time. Gui took a deep breath. If he lost again, he would have to hide in the hive like a timid turtle for the next few days. He looked at the thousand-faced performer. This card was for infiltration. If he were discovered, escaping would be a big problem. And the ghost-faced weaving spider's ability was to spray spider silk for three-dimensional maneuvering. What if he added the spider's mobility to this card? To give a master of disguise the ability to move like Spider-Man?
This sounded like a perfect assassin template.
Go big or go home. Gui concentrated his last remaining mental power, slowly pushing the ghost-faced weaving spider towards the thousand-faced performer. Buzz. The two cards touched. No repulsion. No violent conflict either.
The card depicting a swarm of spiders transformed into strands of silvery white silk, gently wrapping around the faceless performer card, then
slowly seeping into it. The next second, a dazzling deep purple light erupted in Gui's sea of consciousness. It worked. E-class anomaly. The light faded, and a brand new card floated quietly. Fusion successful. Form card, thousand-faced performer, evolved. Grade, E.
Description: it is a phantom in the night, an uncatchable ghost. It not only possesses 1,000 changing faces but also has the bizarre agility to freely move through the urban jungle. Ability 1, Perfect Disguise.
Retains original ability. Can freely change appearance, body shape, and vocal cords. Ability 2, Corpse Silk Traction.
New, invisible silk sacks have evolved under your wrists and fingertips. You can spray high-strength sticky spider silk for rapid movement, suspension, or setting up invisible traps in the dark. Gui looked at this new card, somewhat surprised. The image on the card hadn't changed much. It was still the faceless humanoid silhouette, but now there were some faint, silvery silk-like patterns on its wrists and ankles. This wasn't turning into a new monster, but an ability upgrade. This opened a new line of thought for him. Fusion doesn't necessarily create a new species, it can also add new energy to existing forms. Just as Gui was delighted by the successful fusion, suddenly, crack! A crisp sound, as if an invisible shackles had been broken, echoed deep within his soul. Immediately after, an unprecedented feeling of coolness instantly swept through his entire body. The feeling was like someone who had been suffocating in a high-altitude, oxygen-deprived environment for a long time suddenly returned to a plane where every breath was filled with the sweet richness of oxygen. Gui suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't feel any explosive physical changes, but he could clearly sense that the air around him, which had always been thick and heavy like glue, had become lighter. The world seemed to have become a bit friendlier to him. All along, whenever he was within the high walls, he always felt a faint sense of nausea and oppression. That was the Devouring district's massive reality anchor force field, instinctively repelling and suppressing the bizarre power within him. But now, that cling film seemed to have been punctured. Before he could ponder further, the bizarre compendium in his mind suddenly vibrated, and several clear lines of text appeared. Mental power limit breakthrough, 156/156. Detected that the host's mental power has broken through the first threshold, 150 points. Obtained passive trait, beginner reality anchor resistance. Description: your soul strength is now sufficient to resist some of the reality anchor rule suppression.
Effect: when using bizarre abilities in safe zones, within high walls, the mental power consumption multiplier is reduced from 200%, double penalty,
to 120%, slight burden, ****.
Obtained passive trait, contamination tolerance level 1.
Description: soul container expanded, greatly reducing rejection reactions to rules. Effect: significantly increases resistance to mental contamination and rule erosion. At the same time, the upper limit for the number of low-tier, F-class anomaly, bizarre materials that can be contained within the body is increased.
And no obvious physiological rejection reactions will occur.
Obtained passive trait, low-tier exemption. Description: the rule power of F-class anomaly is now as natural as breathing to you. Effect: when maintaining F-class anomaly form cards/armament cards, mental power consumption is almost zero, only consumed when activating special
skills.
Gui looked at these two lines of prompts, his eyes instantly lighting up. This is the real qualitative change.
He immediately tried it.
With a thought, the blood of contamination activated. Previously, transforming in the room felt like a faucet of mental power was gushing out, and the heavy feeling of being repelled by the world made it
hard to breathe. But now, the consumption bar barely moved.
Although the oppressive feeling was still there, it had changed from running with a stone on his back to walking in thick clothes, completely within an acceptable range. This meant that in the future, if he encountered unexpected situations in the city, he would no longer be restricted and could even keep some F-class
anomaly abilities as permanent buffs.
Immediately after, the compendium popped up one last message, which was like a splash of cold water. Warning: low-tier energy saturated. Description: the rule fragments of F-class anomaly can no longer provide nourishment for your soul's growth.
Guidance: please contain E-class anomaly and above bizarre entities to continue increasing your mental power limit.
Has the novice village
forced graduation?
Gui clenched his fists, feeling the abundant and calm power within him. The hive in the early morning was, for once, not enveloped by its usual musty and oily smell. Instead, there was a scent mixed with dust, old newspapers, and something called farewell. In the public lounge on the second floor, a crumpled blueprint of a floor plan was spread out on the scratched wooden table. Wang Jinghua, Lu Feng, Li Fei, Lin Xiaoqi, Chen Hao, and Gui, 6 heads huddled together, staring at the thin paper, the atmosphere subtly awkward. How do we divide this? Li Fei scratched his head, his finger tracing back and forth on the blueprint, unable to figure out the math.
There are only 3 rooms.
Captain Wang gets 1, and Lu gets 1, and Xiaoqi is a girl so she definitely needs her own room.
So what about the 3 of US men? Sleep in the living room? Or convert the kitchen?
It was a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment located in the New Hope community in the East District.
For a typical family of 3, it would be a mansion.
But for Squad 7, with its 6 members, this place wasn't much more spacious than the hive. Old Man Wang held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his brows furrowed into a character. He genuinely wanted to bring everyone along to enjoy a better life, but the reality of physical space, like resources in the C-ring zone, became tight.
With even a slight division. How about I sleep on the balcony? Li Fei tentatively suggested. I'm tough anyway. Forget it, and Lu Feng rolled her eyes at him. There are many rules in the East District. If the patrols see someone living on the balcony, we'll be kicked out before we even move in.
Just as everyone was at a loss, Gui, who had been silent, spoke up.
I'm not going.
His voice was calm. Everyone was stunned, looking at him in unison.
I.e., you. Li Fei was anxious. Didn't we agree to go together?
It's too crowded there, I'm not used to it.
Gui shook his head, offering an irrefutable reason.
Besides, I've taken on a lot of private jobs recently and often have to go to the black market and the wasteland. The East District has strict entry and exit controls, which is too troublesome and inconvenient.
He was telling the truth.
He currently had a living blood pump, a pile of contraband bazaar materials, and a large box containing resurrection coins hidden on him. If he really moved to the East District, which was full of informants and rules, he wouldn't even dare to conduct his nightly fusion experiments.
I'll stay too.
Before everyone could fully digest Gui's words, Chen Hao in the corner also pushed up his glasses and raised his hand.
The civilian voltage in the East District is stable, but the power is too low and it's time limited. It can't power my modified equipment.
Chen Hao pointed to the pile of messy instruments at his feet.
And it's too far from the mechanic's alley. It would take me half a day to travel just to buy a screw. For me, that's exile.
The two people who most needed independent space and a gray environment voluntarily chose to withdraw.
Old Man Wang looked at Gui, then at Chen Hao.
He was an old hand and naturally understood the thoughts of these two young men.
Gui had too many secrets, and Chen Hao was a tech fanatic. Squeezing them into such a stable but rigid dormitory building would indeed be an injustice. All right. Old Man Wang nodded, no longer forcing the issue.
He pulled a string of keys from his pocket, the keys to his own room.
Since that's the case, so be it. He tossed the keys to Gui. My room is yours. It's on the 3rd floor, south-facing, with an independent bathroom.
Although the shower head is a bit clogged, at least you can take a hot shower. I also just had someone fix the window, so it doesn't leak air. Old Man Wang spat out his cigarette butt and grinned.
I've paid the rent until the end of the year, so it's a waste not to live there. It's better than your coffin room with only an exhaust fan.
Gui caught the keys, which felt cool to the touch. The room on the 3rd floor was the best location in the entire hive. He used to only pass by enviously, now, this place belonged to him.
Thanks, Captain Wang. Gui did not decline. What about Chen Hao?
Old Man Wang then looked at the techie. I'll just stay in the basement warehouse. Chen Hao pointed to the ground.
It's soundproof there. I won't bother others, and others won't bother me.
The division of labor was clear, and everyone was happy. Although they didn't live together, the feeling of home had not dispersed.
All right. Don't just stand there.
And Lu Fang slapped her thigh, regaining her usual enthusiasm.
Even though you two aren't moving there, today is a big day for our squad. Everyone has to go. Help move things and warm up the new house. Half an hour later.
The dark gray commuter vehicle of Jingshan Security, originally used to transport cleaning samples, and occasionally corpses, stopped at the entrance
of the hive.
Although the vehicle's exterior was mottled and carried an indelible smell of disinfectant, it was spacious and sturdy. Everyone, like ants moving house, stuffed their bags and luggage into the car. Aunt Lu Fang's large iron pot, which she had used for several years, was tied to the roof rack, making a clanging sound as the vehicle started.
Gui sat by the window, watching Rust Bone Street gradually recede outside.
The familiar shops with various neon signs, the fierce-eyed thugs squatting by the roadside, and the ever-present smell of oil and decay in the air
were slowly fading away.
The car drove eastward. As they moved further away from the South District, the road surface became smooth, and the surrounding buildings changed from haphazardly constructed dangerous structures to uniformly arranged concrete buildings. Roadside checkpoints began to increase. Not only were there uniformed garrison soldiers, but even automatically patrolling drones could be seen,
hovering at low altitudes.
This was the East District of the Sea Ring Zone, the East Gate.
It was the throat of Wangchuan City and the last line of defense for order.
Suddenly, the moving commuter vehicle braked sharply.
Screech! The driver poked his head out and looked ahead, then helplessly pulled the handbrake. Traffic jam. Traffic jam? Li Fei curiously leaned forward. Can the C-ring zone have traffic jams? There aren't many private cars here. Not private cars. Gui looked out the window, his gaze slightly narrowed. It's the Iron Dragon. Less than 100 meters ahead of them, an unusually wide black road, completely different from ordinary roads, lay before their eyes. This was the Iron Dragon Strategic Highway. A steel artery that stretched directly from the first purification station, ran through the entire East District, and led straight to the deep pollution zone outside the wall. At this moment, a heart-pounding, low rumble emanated from this highway, which was usually strictly forbidden to approach. Even the commuter vehicle Gui and his companions were trembled slightly with the ground's vibrations. Rumble. The ground was trembling, and the car windows rattled. At the end of their vision, the massive black convoy, like a steel dragon, slowly drove past them, carrying a chilling, murderous aura. Leading the way was a heavy-duty clearing vehicle, 5 or 6 meters tall. Its huge V-shaped plow was covered in scratches and dents, clearly having just experienced something. Following closely were 5 fully enclosed armored personnel carriers, their roof-mounted automatic turrets flashing red, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The trailers were tightly wrapped with thick lead plates and black cloth, and their bodies were covered with yellow and black nuclear radiation and biohazard warning signs. Even from such a distance, Gui could feel the eerie oppressive force emanating from those trailers. Those were truly high-level anomalies. It's the routine rotation of the 3rd Heavy Regiment. Old Man Wang looked out the window, his eyes deepening. He didn't exclaim like the others, but instead pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. He didn't light it, just held it in his mouth. Looking at the serial numbers on the vehicles, they should have just withdrawn from the No. 1 defense line in the withered zone. He pointed to the mottled hammer symbol on the side of one of the armored vehicles. That's the Hammer Battalion. When I served in the Great Wall Brigade, I dealt with these tank-driving guys a lot. If it weren't for their suppressing fire back then, my old bones would have been buried outside the wall long ago. Those were the memories of an old soldier, tinged with the smell of gunpowder and a hint of irretrievable melancholy. Gui said nothing. He activated his eye of peeping, trying to see through the black cloth into the trailers. But as soon as his vision approached the highway, it was repelled by an invisible strong magnetic field barrier, even causing a sharp pain in his right eye. Interference field. Gui retracted his gaze and rubbed his eyes. The security level of this convoy was terrifyingly high. This was the disparity in power. In front of this absolute steel torrent, the C-ring zone hunters who relied on self-made weapons and scavenging for a living, were indeed like ants by the roadside. It took a full 10 minutes for this steel dragon to completely pass. The red light at the intersection turned green, and the stopped vehicles were able to proceed. The car restarted, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated considerably. Old Man Wang withdrew his gaze, and the old soldier's sense of vicissitude instantly vanished, returning to his usual boisterous form and self. All right, stop looking. That's the regular army's path, we'll stick to our own narrow bridge. The car turned a corner and entered a relatively quiet and cleaner street. The surrounding buildings became denser, and occasionally, children in school uniforms with backpacks could be seen by the roadside. That's the Morning Light Education Center ahead. Old Man Wang pointed to the huge school campus outside the window, surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. Gui turned his head and looked at the large iron gate, painted with the words Morning Light, slowly receding. The original owner's memories surged up. At the age of 15, he was kicked out of this gate with a thin graduation certificate, and from then on, he drifted to the South District, becoming a stray dog on Rust-Bone Street. It was break time for exercises, but on the vast playground, there were only a few thousand children sparsely running laps, making it seem exceptionally empty. There are far fewer children than when I was there, Gui said casually. Yes, old man Wang sighed.
In this world, fewer and fewer people dare to have children.
Plus, that damned pollution.
The car continued forward, passing through the street where the education center was located.
We're here. Li Fei excitedly pointed ahead. Gu Yi followed his finger. Several pale yellow dormitory buildings, their outer walls modeled but neatly arranged, appeared at the end of their vision. New Hope. Gu Yi silently repeated the name in his heart.
The gray commuter vehicle, fully loaded with Squad 7's belongings and hopes, finally chugged to a stop.
We're here, get off.
With the driver's shout, the door opened. What greeted their eyes was a community composed of over a dozen six-story, matchbox-like buildings. The pale yellow paint on the exterior walls, which once represented hope, had long since peeled and faded due to years of acid rain erosion and
exposure to sun and rain, revealing the grayish-black cement underneath. New Hope Community.
These 5 gilded characters hung on the archway at the community entrance, missing 2 radicals, making them look somewhat comical.
Although dilapidated, this place was fundamentally different from the southern district.
The ground was a hardened cement road, with no overflowing sewage or mountains of accumulated trash. Though the flower beds were planted with plastic greenery that didn't need watering, at least they looked green. Most importantly, it was quiet here. There was no roar of gang members riding customized motorcycles through the streets, only the occasional muffled
broadcast from afar. Building 3, 402. That should be the one. Old man Wang held the allocation sheet in his hand, pointing to a building not far away.
Everyone started unloading like ants moving house.
Gu Yi didn't speak, silently shouldering the heaviest wooden crate.
Chen Hao followed behind, carrying a pile of incredibly heavy electronic items. Although they didn't live here, according to the old rules of the C-Ring Zone, for a housewarming, someone had to help ward off evil.
The group grandly entered the stairwell.
There was no unique urine smell or musty odor of the southern district in the stairwell. Instead, there was a pungent smell left by years of spraying cheap disinfectant. The walls were covered with various Human Alliance propaganda slogans and photocopies of official red-headed documents. No unauthorized wiring, saving water is everyone's responsibility, report suspicious individuals, build a safe community together. These slogans were like invisible fences, tightly confining the people living here. Because there was no elevator, everyone could only climb the stairs step by step. Just as they reached the middle of the 3rd floor, before even reaching the door of 402, a middle-aged man in gray work clothes, carrying a bag of trash, suddenly walked down from the staircase above. When the man saw this group of people with large and small bags, completely blocking the narrow staircase, his brows instantly furrowed into a shape. He stopped, fanning his hand in front of his nose as if shooing away flies.
Hey, move aside. You're blocking the way.
His tone carried an undisguised sense of disdain and superiority. Li Fei was carrying a large package, sweating profusely from the effort. Hearing this, he instinctively squeezed to the side. The man did not relent because of Li Fei's politeness. Instead, he snorted, becoming even more aggressive.
Moving in? What's going on with the Human Alliance these days, bringing just anyone here?
He scrutinized Li Fei's faded work uniform, then caught the smell of oil and rust from the southern district that clung to everyone, a smell that no
amount of washing could remove. The disdain on his face deepened.
I'm telling you, you can move, but don't pile that dirty trash in the stairwell. Our building is a civilized building. If we attract rats and cockroaches, or if that smell of poverty doesn't go away, I'll complain to the community administrator.
As soon as these words were spoken, the originally joyful atmosphere instantly chilled.
Li Fei's smile froze, and his fists slowly clenched. Old man Wang's expression also turned grim, but he was an old hand who had seen many such situations.
He was about to pull out a cigarette pack to offer one and smooth things over. After all, they would be neighbors, and he didn't want to sour relations. But just then, Gu Yi raised his head.
He stood on the step below, carrying the box, and slightly turned his face. His eyes, hidden in the shadow of his hood, coldly swept over the man.
There were no unnecessary movements, nor did he release any strange aura. Just a glance.
The gaze of a hunter who had just slaughtered a dozen hyenas and 3 living people in the wasteland, his hands stained with blood. The middle-aged man's throat felt as if it had suddenly been choked by an invisible large hand. The half-finished sarcastic remark was stuck in his throat. He felt like a frog targeted by a poisonous snake, a chill running up his spine to the top of his head.
"Excuse me." Gui uttered 2 words faintly.
The man shivered, his arrogance, characteristic of an Eastern District resident, instantly vanishing. He practically scrambled past, clinging to the corner of the wall, not daring to utter a single sound, rushing down the stairs as if fleeing for his life. "TCH, what a piece of work." Li Fei spat at the man's retreating back. "That's enough." Old Man Wang patted Li Fei's shoulder, looking at Gui with a somewhat complex expression.
"Don't cause trouble.
This is the Eastern District, there are plenty of people like him. They're not bad, they just live too strictly by the rules and look down on us wild types." This was probably the biggest difference between the Eastern and Southern districts. People in the Southern District were like wild dogs, fierce and direct, willing to fight for a bone. While people in the Eastern District were like caged livestock, stable and numb, their greatest skill was barking at the wild dogs outside the cage, thereby seeking that pitiful sense of superiority. Finally, the door to 402 was opened. A stale, dusty smell, indicating it hadn't been lived in for a long time, wafted out. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 80 square meters. Although the paint was peeling and the floorboards were slightly warped, for those accustomed to the pigeonholes of the hive, this place was simply luxuriously spacious. Everyone put down their belongings and excitedly began to plan out the rooms.
"This big one faces south, with good lighting. Lu Feng, you take this room."
Old Man Wang looked at the window that let in the sunlight and made the
decision. "Oh, why would an old woman like me need such a big place? What a waste."
Auntie Lu Feng quickly waved her hand to decline, pulling Lin Xiaoqi next to her.
"Give it to Xiaoqi.
Girls have lots of things, and she needs a spacious place to practice her piano."
"Oh no, I can't."
When Lin Xiaoqi heard this, she shook her head like a rattledrum. She hugged her guitar and ran directly to the smallest secondary bedroom at the end of the corridor, peeked inside, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face.
"I want this room.
Although it's small, it's far from the stairwell and quiet. I won't have to worry about disturbing neighbors when I practice my piano inside."
And
she turned around, looking at Old Man Wang, her eyes full of thoughtfulness and seriousness. "The biggest room must go to the captain. Your back isn't good, and this place is spacious, with a window to get some sun, which is good for your health."
"That's right, Captain Wang."
Li Fei also chimed in, letting out a whoop and excitedly flopping onto the old but rather sturdy fabric sofa, even bouncing a couple of times. "Don't decline, you're our backbone, of course you should live in the master bedroom."
"As for me,"
he stretched comfortably, patting the sofa beneath him.
"This sofa is mine."